The Roman Revolution. By Ronald Syme. Preface. The subject of this book is the transformation of state and society at Rome between 60 BC and AD 14. It is composed around a central narrative that records the rise to power of Augustus and the establishment of his rule, embracing the years 44 to 23 BC, chapters VIII 23. The period witnessed a violent transference of power and of property, and the principate of Augustus should be regarded as the consolidation of the revolutionary process. Emphasis is laid, however, not upon the personality and acts of Augustus, but upon his adherents and partisans. The composition of the oligarchy of government therefore emerges as the dominant theme of political history, as the binding link between the republic and the empire. It is something real and tangible, whatever may be the name or theory of the constitution. To that end, the space and significance allotted to the biographies of Pompeius, Caesar and Augustus, to warfare, to provincial affairs and to constitutional history has been severely restricted. Instead, the noble houses of Rome and the principal allies of the various political leaders enter into their own at last. The method has to be selective. Exhaustive detail cannot be provided about every family or individual. Even so, the subject almost baffles exposition. The reader who is repelled by a close concatenation of proper names must pass rapidly over certain sections, for example the two chapters V and VIII that analyze the composition of the Caesarian party in the form of a long digression. No less than the subject, the tone and treatment calls for explanation. In narrating the central epoch of the history of Rome I have been unable to escape from the influence of the historians Sallust, Pollio and Tacitus, all of them republican in sentiment. Hence a deliberately critical attitude towards Augustus. If Caesar and Antonius by contrast are treated rather leniently, the reason may be discovered in the character and opinions of the historian Pollio, a republican, but a partisan of Caesar and of Antonius. This also explains what is said about Cicero and about Livy. Yet, in the end, the Principate has to be accepted, for the Principate, while abolishing political freedom, averts civil war and preserves the non-political classes. Liberty or stable government, that was the question confronting the Romans themselves, and I have tried to answer it precisely in their fashion, chapter XIII, Pax A Princeps. The design has imposed a pessimistic and truculent tone, to the almost complete exclusion of the gentler emotions and the domestic virtues. Dina Micro is and Tiesha the presiding divinities. The style is likewise direct and even abrupt, avoiding metaphors and abstractions. It is surely time for some reaction from the traditional and conventional view of the period. Much that has recently been written about Augustus is simply panegyric, whether ingenuous or edifying. Yet it is not necessary to praise political success or to idealize the men who win wealth and honors through civil war. The history of this age is highly controversial, the learned literature overwhelming in bulk. I have been driven to make a bold decision in the interests of brevity and clearness, to quote as much as possible of the ancient evidence, to refer but seldom to modern authorities, and to state controversial opinions quite nakedly, without hedging and without the support of elaborate argumentation. Further, the bibliography at the end is not intended as a guide to the whole subject, it merely contains, put together for convenience, the books and papers mentioned in the footnotes. It will at once be evident how much the conception of the nature of Roman politics here expounded owes to the supreme example and guidance of Mommsen, but for his work on Republican family history, this book could hardly have existed. In detail my principal debts are to the numerous prosopographical studies of Mommsen, Groag and Stein. A special mention must also be made of Tarn's writings about Antonius and Cleopatra, from which I have learned so much, though compelled to dissent in one matter of cardinal importance, and of Anton von Premestein's posthumous book Vom Werden und Wesen des Principats. My opinions about the oath of allegiance of 32 BC and about the position of the princeps as a party leader naturally owe much, but do not derive entirely, from this illuminating work. In an earlier form and draft they were the substance of lectures delivered at Oxford in the summer of 1937. The index is mainly prosopographical in character, and it covers the footnotes as well as the text. If used in conjunction with the list of consuls and the 7 genealogical tables it will sometimes reveal facts or connections not explicitly mentioned in the text. In some way or other most of the consuls and governors of military provinces gain admittance to the narrative. The immense number of characters mentioned in a brief and compressed fashion has been the cause of peculiar difficulties. Many of them are bare names, void of personal detail, their importance has been deduced from family, nomenclature, or rank, and most of them will be unfamiliar to any but a hardened prosopographer. For the sake of clearness, conventional labels or titles have often been attached, and the relevant evidence is sometimes repeated, in preference to an elaborate system of cross-references. For assistance in the reading of proofs and for improvements of expression and substance I am deeply under obligation to the following friends: Mr. E. B. Burley, Professor A. de Grassi, Mr. M. Grant, Mr. C. G. Hardy, Mr. A. H. M. Jones, Mr. R. Miggs, Professor F. Mommsen, Mr. A. D. Peck and Miss M. V. Taylor, to say nothing of the alacrity and the patience of the readers of the Clarendon Press. Furthermore, I gladly take this opportunity to acknowledge the constant encouragement and the generous help that I have received from Mr. Last, the Camden Professor of Ancient History in the University of Oxford, the more so, precisely, because there is so much in the present volume that will make him raise his eyebrows. Its imperfections are patent and flagrant. It has not been composed in tranquility, and it ought to be held back for several years and rewritten. But the theme, I firmly believe, is of some importance. If the book provokes salutary criticism, so much the better. Oxford, the 1st of June 1939. R.S. Note to second impression. The occasion of a reprint enables the author to rectify certain mistakes of fact or attribution, and to remove some blemishes. It was not possible to register, still less to utilize, the writings and discoveries of the last 12 years, much as I should have liked to insert various small yet significant details accruing. Essentially, and strictly, therefore, the book is what it was when it first appeared. Oxford, the 1st of January 1951. R.S. Contents. I. Introduction, Augustus and History. 2. The Roman Oligarchy. 3. The Domination of POMPEIUS. IV. Caesar the Dictator. V. The Caesarian Party. Vi. Caesar's new senators. 7. The Consul Antonius. 8. Caesar's heir. IX. The First March on Rome. X. The Senior Statesman. 11. Political Catchwords. 12. The Senate against Antonius. 13. The Second March on Rome. 14. The Prescriptions. 15. PHILIPPI and PERUSIA. 16. The Predominance of Antonius. 17. The Rise of OCTAVIANUS. 18. Rome under the Triumvirs. 19. Antonius in the East. XX. TOTA Italia. 21. Dux. 22. Princeps. 23. Crisis in Party and State. 24. The Party of Augustus. 25. The Working of Patronage. 26. The Government. 27. The Cabinet. 28. The Succession. 29. The National Program. XXX. The Organization of Opinion. 31. The Opposition. 32. The Doom of the Nobiles. 33. Pax et Princeps. Appendix. The Consuls. List of works referred to. Index. Genealogical tables. Abbreviations. AJP. Equals. American Journal of Philology. BCH. Equals. Bulletin de Correspondance Hellenique. BMC. Equals. British Museum Catalogue. BSR. Equals. British School at Rome. CAH. Equals. Cambridge Ancient History. Kill. Equals. Corpus Inscriptionum Latinarum. CP. Equals. Classical Philology. CQ. Equals. Classical Quarterly. CR. Equals. Classical Review. GGN. Equals. Gottingische Geldnachrichten. IG. Equals. Inscriptions Gracie. IGRR. Equals. Inscriptions Gracie ad res Romanas pertinens. ILS. Equals. Inscriptions Latinae selectae. IOSPE. Equals. Inscriptions Array Septentrionalis Pontis Eugeni. JRS. Equals. Journal of Roman Studies. LE. Equals. W. Schulze, zur Geschichte lateinischer Eigennamen. OGIS. Equals. Orientis Graeci Inscriptions Selectae. PIR. Equals. Prosopographia Imperii Romani. PW. Equals. Pauli Wissower, Real Enzyklopädie der Klassischen Altertumswissenschaft. RA. Equals. F. Munzer, Römische Adelsparteien und Adelsfamilien. RH. M. Equals. Rheinisches Museum für Philologie. Room. Equals. Mitteilungen des Deutschen Archäologischen Instituts, Römische Abteilung. Seg. Equals. Supplementum Epigraphicum Graecum. Sig. Equals. Silage Inscriptionum Graecarum. I. Introduction, Augustus and History. The greatest of the Roman historians began his annals with the accession to the Principate of Tiberius, stepson and son by adoption of Augustus, consort in his powers. Not until that day was the funeral of the Free State consummated in solemn and legal ceremony. The corpse had long been dead. In common usage, the reign of Augustus is regarded as the foundation of the Roman Empire. The era may be variously computed, from the winning of sole power by the last of the dynasts through the War of Actium, from the ostensible restoration of the Republic in 27 BC, or from the new Act of Settlement 4 years later, which was final and permanent. Outlasting the friends, the enemies and even the memory of his earlier days, Augustus the Princeps, who was born in the year of Cicero's consulate, lived to see the grandson of his granddaughter and to utter a prophecy of empire concerning Galba, to whom the power passed when the dynasty of the Julii and Claudii had ruled for a century. 1. The ascension of Caesar's heir had been a series of hazards and miracles. His constitutional reign as acknowledged head of the Roman state was to baffle by its length and solidity all human and rational calculation. It lasted for 40 years. No astrologer or doctor could have foretold that the frail youth would outlive, by a quarter of a century, his ally and contemporary, the robust Agrippa. No schemer could have counted in advance upon the deaths of his nephew Marcellus, of Drusus his beloved stepson, of the young princes Gaius and Lucius, grandsons of Augustus and heirs designate to the imperial succession. Such accidents of duration and fortune the future held. Nonetheless, the main elements in the party of Augustus and in the political system of the Principate had already taken shape, firm and manifest, as early as the year 23 BC, so that a continuous narrative may run down to that date, thence to diverge into a description of the character and working of government. Pax et Princeps. It was the end of a century of anarchy, culminating in 20 years of civil war and military tyranny. If despotism was the price, it was not too high. To a patriotic Roman of republican sentiments, even submission to absolute rule was a lesser evil than war between citizens. 1. Liberty was gone, but only a minority at Rome had ever enjoyed it. The survivors of the old governing class, shattered in spirit, gave up the contest. Compensated by the solid benefits of peace and by the apparent termination of the revolutionary age, they were willing to acquiesce, if not actively to share, in the shaping of the new government which a united Italy and a stable empire demanded and imposed. The rule of Augustus brought manifold blessings to Rome, Italy and the provinces. Yet the new dispensation, or novus status, was the work of fraud and bloodshed, based upon the seizure of power and redistribution of property by a revolutionary leader. The happy outcome of the Principate might be held to justify, or at least to palliate, the horrors of the Roman Revolution, hence the danger of an indulgent estimate of the person and acts of Augustus. It was the avowed purpose of that statesman to suggest and demonstrate a sharp line of division in his career between two periods, the first of deplorable but necessary illegalities, the second of constitutional government. So well did he succeed that in later days, confronted with the separate persons of Octavianus the Triumvir, author of the Prescriptions, and Augustus the Princeps, the beneficent magistrate, men have been at a loss to account for the transmutation, and have surrendered their reason to extravagant fancies. Julian the Apostate invoked philosophy to explain it. The problem does not exist. Julian was closer to the point when he classified Augustus as a chameleon. 2. Color changed, but not substance. Contemporaries were not deceived. The convenient revival of republican institutions, the assumption of a specious title, the change in the definition of authority, all that made no difference to the source and facts of power. Domination is never the less effective for being veiled. Augustus applied all the arts of tone and nuance with the sure ease of a master. The letter of the law might circumscribe the prerogative of the first citizen. No matter, the princeps stood preeminent, in virtue of prestige and authority tremendous and not to be defined. Auctoritas is the word, his enemies would have called it potentia. They were right. Yet the restoration of the Republic was not merely a solemn comedy, staged by a hypocrite. Caesar was a logical man, and the heir of Caesar displayed coherence in thought and act when he inaugurated the prescriptions and when he sanctioned clemency, when he seized power by force, and when he based authority upon law and consent. The dictatorship of Caesar, revived in the despotic rule of 3 Caesarian leaders, passed into the predominance of one man, Caesar's grandnephew. For the security of his own position and the conduct of affairs, the ruler had to devise a formula, revealing to the members of the governing class how they could cooperate in maintaining the new order, ostensibly as servants of the Republic and heirs to a great tradition, not as mere lieutenants of a military leader or subservient agents of arbitrary power. For that reason, Dux became princeps. He did not cease to be Imperator Caesar. There is no breach in continuity. 20 years of crowded history, Caesarian and triumviral, cannot be annulled. When the individuals and classes that have gained wealth, honors and power through revolution emerge as champions of ordered government, they do not surrender anything. Neglect of the conventions of Roman political terminology and of the realities of Roman political life has sometimes induced historians to fancy that the Principate of Caesar Augustus was genuinely republican in spirit and in practice, a modern and academic failing. Tacitus and Gibbon knew better. 1. The narrative of Augustus' rise to supreme power, supplemented by a brief analysis of the working of government in the new order, will reinforce their verdict and reveal a certain unity in the character and policy of Triumvir, Dux and Princeps. 2. Whether the Princeps made atonement for the crime and violence of his earlier career is a question vain and irrelevant, cheerfully to be abandoned to the moralist or the casuist. The present inquiry will attempt to discover the resources and devices by which a revolutionary leader arose in civil strife, usurped power for himself and his faction, transformed a faction into a national party, and a torn and distracted land into a nation, with a stable and enduring government. The tale has often been told, with an inevitability of events and culmination, either melancholy or exultant. The conviction that it all had to happen is indeed difficult to discard. 1. Yet that conviction ruins the living interest of history and precludes a fair judgment upon the agents. They did not know the future. Heaven and the verdict of history conspire to load the scales against the vanquished. Brutus and Cassius lie damned to this day by the futility of the noble deed and by the failure of their armies at Philippi, and the memory of Antonius is overwhelmed by the oratory of Cicero, by fraud and fiction, and by the catastrophe at Actium. To this partisan and pragmatic interpretation of the Roman Revolution there stands a notable exception. To one of the unsuccessful champions of political liberty sympathy has seldom been denied. Cicero was a humane and cultivated man, an enduring influence upon the course of all European civilization. He perished a victim of violence and despotism. The fame and fate of Cicero, however, are one thing. Quite different is the estimate of his political activity when he raised up Caesar's heir against Antonius. The last year of Cicero's life, full of glory and eloquence no doubt, was ruinous to the Roman people. Posterity, generous in oblivion, regards with indulgence both the political orator who fomented civil war to save the Republic and the military adventurer who betrayed and proscribed his ally. The reason for such exceptional favor may be largely assigned to one thing, the influence of literature when studied in isolation from history. The writings of Cicero survive in bulk, and Augustus is glorified in the poetry of his age. Apart from flagrant scandal and gossip, there is a singular lack of adverse testimony from contemporary sources. Yet for all that, the history of the whole revolutionary period could be written without being an apologia for Cicero or for Octavianus, or for both at once. A section of it was so written by C. Asinius Pollio, in a Roman and Republican spirit. That was tradition, inescapable. The Roman and the senator could never surrender his prerogative of liberty or frankly acknowledge the drab merits of absolute rule. Writing of the transition from republic to monarchy, he was always of the opposition, whether passionate or fatalistic. The art and practice of history demanded of its exponents, and commonly reveals in their works, a conformity to certain habits of thought and expression. The debt of Tacitus to Sallusthius in style and colouring is evident enough. Their affinity goes much deeper than words. Nor would it be rash to assert that Pollio was closely akin both to Sallusthius and to Tacitus. 1. All three sat in the Senate of Rome and governed provinces. Newcomers to the senatorial aristocracy, they all became deeply imbued with the traditional spirit of that order, and all were preoccupied with the fall of Libertas and the defeat of the governing class. Though symbolized for all time in the Battle of Philippi, it was a long process, not a single act. Sallustius began his annalistic record with Sulla's death and the rise to power of Pompeius the Great. Pollio, however, chose the consulate of Metellus and Afranius, in which year the domination of that dynasty was established, 60 BC. Tacitus in his histories told of a great civil war, the foundation of a new dynasty, and its degeneration into despotism. In his annals he sought to demonstrate that the principate of the Julian Claudii was a tyranny, tracing year by year from Tiberius down to Nero the merciless extinction of the old aristocracy. Pollio was a contemporary, in fact no small part of the transactions which he narrated, a commander of armies and an arbiter of high diplomacy, and he lived to within a decade of the death of Augustus. His character and tastes disposed him to be neutral in the struggle between Caesar and Pompeius, had neutrality been possible. Pollio had powerful enemies on either side. Compelled for safety to a decision, he chose Caesar, his personal friend, and with Caesar he went through the wars from the passage of the Rubicon to the last battle in Spain. Then he followed Antonius for 5 years. Loyal to Caesar, and proud of his loyalty, Pollio at the same time professed his attachment to free institutions, an assertion which his ferocious and proverbial independence of speech and habit renders entirely credible. 1. Pollio, the partisan of Caesar and of Antonius, was a pessimistic republican and an honest man. Of tough Italic stock, hating pomp and pretense, he wrote of the revolution as that bitter theme demanded, in a plain, hard style. It is much to be regretted that he did not carry his history of the civil wars through the period of the triumvirate to the war of Actium and the principate of Augustus. The work appears to have ended when the republic went down at Philippi. That Pollio chose to write no further will readily be understood. As it was, his path was hazardous. The lava was still molten underneath. 2. An enemy of Octavianus, Pollio had withdrawn from political life soon after 40 BC, and he jealously maintained his independence. To tell the truth would have been inexpedient, and adulation was repugnant to his character. Another eminent historian was also constrained to omit the period of the triumvirate when he observed that he could not treat his subject with freedom and with veracity. It was no other than Claudius, a pupil of Livy. 3. His master had less exacting standards. The great work of Pollio has perished, save for inconsiderable fragments or supposed borrowings in subsequent historians. 4. Nonetheless, the example of Pollio and the abundance of historical material contemporary or going back to contemporary sources, often biased, it is true, but admitting criticism, interpretation, or disbelief may encourage the attempt to record the story of the Roman Revolution and its sequel, the Principate of Caesar Augustus, in a fashion that has now become unconventional, from the Republican and Antonian side. The adulatory or the uncritical may discover in this design a depreciation of Augustus. His ability and greatness will all the more sharply be revealed by unfriendly presentation. But it is not enough to redeem Augustus from panegyric and revive the testimony of the vanquished cause. That would merely substitute one form of biography for another. At its worst, biography is flat and schematic. At the best, it is often baffled by the hidden discords of human nature. Moreover, undue insistence upon the character and exploits of a single person invests history with dramatic unity at the expense of truth. However talented and powerful in himself, the Roman statesman cannot stand alone, without allies, without a following. That axiom holds both for the political dynasts of the closing age of the Republic and for their last sole heir. The rule of Augustus was the rule of a party, and in certain aspects his principate was a syndicate. In truth, the one term presupposes the other. The career of the revolutionary leader is fantastic and unreal if told without some indication of the composition of the faction he led, of the personality, actions and influence of the principal among his partisans. In all ages, whatever the form and name of government, be it monarchy, republic, or democracy, an oligarchy lurks behind the facade, and Roman history, republican or imperial, is the history of the governing class. The marshals, diplomats, and financiers of the revolution may be discerned again in the Republic of Augustus as the ministers and agents of power, the same men but in different garb. They are the government of the new state. It will therefore be expedient and salutary to investigate, not merely the origin and growth of the Caesarian party, but also the vicissitudes of the whole ruling class over a long period of years, in the attempt to combine and adapt that cumbrous theme to a consecutive narrative of events. Nor is it only the biography of Augustus that shall be sacrificed for the gain of history. Pompeius, too, and Caesar must be reduced to due subordination. After Sulla's ordinances, a restored oligarchy of the nobles held office at Rome. Pompeius fought against it, but Pompeius, for all his power, had to come to terms. Nor could Caesar have ruled without it. Coerced by Pompeius and sharply repressed by Caesar, the aristocracy was broken at Philippi. The parties of Pompeius and of Caesar had hardly been strong or coherent enough to seize control of the whole state and form a government. That was left to Caesar's heir, at the head of a new coalition, built up from the wreckage of other groups and superseding them all. The policy and acts of the Roman people were guided by an oligarchy, its annals were written in an oligarchic spirit. History arose from the inscribed record of consulates and triumphs of the nobles, from the transmitted memory of the origins, alliances and feuds of their families, and history never belied its beginnings. Of necessity the conception was narrow, only the ruling order could have any history at all and only the ruling city, only Rome, not Italy. 1. In the revolution the power of the old governing class was broken, its composition transformed. Italy and the non-political orders in society triumphed over Rome and the Roman aristocracy. Yet the old framework and categories subsist, a monarchy rules through an oligarchy. Subject and treatment indicated, it remains to choose a date for the beginning. The breach between Pompeius and Caesar and the outbreak of war in 49 BC might appear to open the final act in the fall of the Roman Republic. That was not the opinion of their enemy Cato, he blamed the original alliance of Pompeius and Caesar. 2. When Pollio set out to narrate the history of the Roman Revolution he began, not with the crossing of the Rubicon, but with the compact of 60 BC, devised by the political dynasts Pompeius, Crassus and Caesar to control the state and secure the domination of the most powerful of their number. Motum ex metello consul civicum. Bellic causas a vitia a modos. Luduc fortuni gravisc. Principum amicitias a arma. Nondum expiatus uncta cruribus. 3. That formulation deserved and found wide acceptance. 4. The menace of despotic power hung over Rome like a heavy cloud for 30 years from the dictatorship of Sulla to the dictatorship of Caesar. It was the age of Pompeius the Great. Stricken by the ambitions, the alliances and the feuds of the dynasts, monarchic faction leaders as they were called, the free state perished in their open strife. 1. Augustus is the heir of Caesar or of Pompeius, as you will. Caesar the dictator bears the heavier blame for civil war. In truth, Pompeius was no better, occultior non melior. 2. And Pompeius is in the direct line of Marius, Cinna and Sulla. 3. It all seems inevitable, as though destiny ordained the succession of military tyrants. In these last and fatal convulsions, disaster came upon disaster, ever more rapid. 3 of the monarchic principes fell by the sword. 5 civil wars and more in 20 years drained the lifeblood of Rome and involved the whole world in strife and anarchy. Gaul and the West stood firm, but the horsemen of the Parthians were seen in Syria and on the western shore of Asia. The empire of the Roman people, perishing of its own greatness, threatened to break and dissolve into separate kingdoms, or else a renegade, coming like a monarch out of the east, would subjugate Rome to an alien rule. Italy suffered devastation and sacking of cities, with proscription and murder of the best men, for the ambitions of the dynasts provoked war between class and class. Naked power prevailed. 4. The anger of heaven against the Roman people was revealed in signal and continuous calamities. The gods had no care for virtue or justice, but intervened only to punish. 5. Against the blind impersonal forces that drove the world to its doom, human forethought or human act was powerless. Men believed only in destiny and the inexorable stars. In the beginning kings ruled at Rome, and in the end, as was fated, it came round to monarchy again. Monarchy brought concord. 6. During the civil wars every party and every leader professed to be defending the cause of liberty and of peace. Those ideals were incompatible. When peace came, it was the peace of despotism. Cum domino pax ista venit. 7. 2. The Roman oligarchy. When the patricians expelled the kings from Rome, they were careful to retain the kingly power, vested in a pair of annual magistrates, and though compelled in time to admit the plebeians to political equality, certain of the great patrician houses, Valeri, Fabii and Corneli, nonetheless held in turn a dynastic and almost regal position. 1. The Senate again, being a permanent body, arrogated to itself power, and after conceding sovereignty to the assembly of the people was able to frustrate its exercise. The 2 consuls remained at the head of the government, but policy was largely directed by ex-consuls. These men ruled, as did the Senate, not in virtue of written law, but through auctoritas, and the name of Principes Civitatis came suitably to be applied to the more prominent of the consulas. 2. The consulate did not merely confer power upon its holder and dignity for life, it ennobled a family forever. Within the Senate, itself an oligarchy, a narrow ring, namely the nobles, or descendants of consular houses, whether patrician or plebeian in origin, regarded the supreme magistracy as the prerogative of birth and the prize of ambition. 3. The patricians continued to wield an influence beyond all relation to their number, and the nobles, though a wider class, formed yet a distinct minority in the Senate. The nobles are predominant, yet in the last generation of the Free State, after the ordinances of Sulla the dictator, there were many senators whose fathers had held only the lower magistracies or even newcomers, sons of Roman knights. Of the latter, in the main deriving from the local aristocracies, the holders of property, power and office in the towns of Italy, the proportion was clearly much higher than has sometimes been imagined. Of a total of 600 senators the names of some 400 can be identified, many of them obscure or casually known. 1. The remainder have left no record of activity or fame in a singularly well-documented epoch of history. Not mere admission to the Senate but access to the consulate was jealously guarded by the nobles. It was a scandal and a pollution if a man without ancestors aspired to the highest magistracy of the Roman Republic too, he might rise to the praetorship but no higher, save by a rare combination of merit, industry and protection. The nobilitas did not, it is true, stand like a solid rampart to bar all intruders. No need for that, the conservative Roman voter could seldom be induced to elect a man whose name had not been known for centuries as a part of the history of the Republic. Hence the novus homo in the strict sense of the term, the first member of a family to secure the consulate and consequent ennoblement, was a rare phenomenon at Rome. 3. Before the sovereign people he might boast how he had led them to victory in a mighty contest and had broken into the citadel of the nobility, for he was less assertive in the Senate, more candid to his intimate friends. There was no breach in the walls, a faction among the nobles had opened the gates. Cicero would have preserved both dignity and peace of mind had not ambition and vanity blinded him to the true causes of his own elevation. 5. The political life of the Roman Republic was stamped and swayed, not by parties and programs of a modern and parliamentary character, not by the ostensible opposition between Senate and people, optimates and populares, nobles and novi homines, but by the strife for power, wealth and glory. The contestants were the nobles among themselves, as individuals or in groups, open in the elections and in the courts of law, or masked by secret intrigue. As in its beginning, so in its last generation, the Roman Commonwealth, res publica populi Romani, was a name. A feudal order of society still survived in a city-state and governed an empire. Noble families determined the history of the Republic, giving the names to its epochs. There was an age of the Sapiens, not less of the Metalli. Though concealed by craft or convention, the arcana imperii of the nobilitas cannot evade detection. 1. 3 weapons the nobles held and wielded: the family, money and the political alliance, amicitia or factio, as it was variously labeled. The wide and remembered ramifications of the Roman noble clan won concentrated support for the rising politician. The nobles were dynasts, their daughters princesses. Marriage with a well-connected heiress therefore became an act of policy and an alliance of powers, more important than a magistracy, more binding than any compact of oath or interest. Not that women were merely the instruments of masculine policy. Far from it, the daughters of the great houses commanded political influence in their own right, exercising a power beyond the reach of many a senator. Of such dominating forces behind the phrases and the facade of constitutional government, the most remarkable was Servilia, Cato's half-sister, Brutus' mother, and Caesar's mistress. The noble was a landed proprietor, great or small. But money was scarce and he did not wish to sell his estates, yet he required ready cash at every turn, to support the dignity of his station, to flatter the populace with magnificence of games and shows, to bribe voters and jurors, to subsidize friends and allies. Hence debts, corruption and venality at Rome, oppression and extortion in the provinces. Crassus was in the habit of observing that nobody should be called rich who was not able to maintain an army on his income. 2. Crassus should have known. The competition was fierce and incessant. Family influence and wealth did not alone suffice. From ambition or for safety, politicians formed compacts. Amicitia was a weapon of politics, not a sentiment based on congeniality. Individuals capture attention and engross history, but the most revolutionary changes in Roman politics were the work of families or of a few men. A small party, zealous for reform, or rather, perhaps, from hostility to Scipio Aemilianus, put up the tribune T. Sempronius Gracchus, the Metalli-backed Sulla. The last dynastic compact in 60 BC heralded the end of the Free State, and a realignment of forces precipitated war and revolution 10 years later. Amicitia presupposes animicitia, inherited or acquired. A statesman could not win power and influence without making many enemies. The novus homo had to tread warily. Anxious not to offend a great family, he must shun where possible the role of prosecutor in the law courts and win gratitude by the defense even of notorious malefactors. The nobilis, however, would take pride in his feuds. 1. Yet he had ever to be on the alert, jealous to guard his dignitas, that is, rank, prestige and honor, against the attacks of his personal enemies. 2. The plea of security and self-defense against aggression was often invoked by a politician when he embarked upon a course of unconstitutional action. The dynast required allies and supporters, not from his own class only. The sovereign people of a free republic conferred its favors on whom it pleased. 3. Popularity with the plebs was therefore essential. It was possessed in abundance both by Caesar and by his bitter enemy, L. Domitius Ahenobarbus. To win a following at elections, to manage bribery, intimidation or rioting, the friendly offices of lowly agents such as influential freedmen were not despised. Above all, it was necessary to conciliate the second order in state and society, the Roman knights, converted into a ruinous political force by the tribune C. Gracchus when he set them in control of the law courts and in opposition to the Senate. The equites belonged, it is true, to the same social class as the great bulk of the senators. The contrast lay in rank and prestige. The knights preferred comfort, secret power and solid profit to the burdens, the dangers and the extravagant display of a senator's life. Cicero, a knight's son from a small town, succumbed to his talents and his ambition. Not Sir T. Pomponius Atticus, the great banker. Had Atticus so chosen, wealth, repute and influence could easily have procured a seat in the Senate. 4. But Atticus did not wish to waste his money on senseless luxury or electoral corruption, to risk station, fortune and life in futile political contests. Averse from ambition and wedded to quiet, the knights could claim no title of civic virtue, no share in the splendor and pride of the governing class. For that surrender they were scorned by senators. They did not mind. 1. Some lived remote and secure in the enjoyment of hereditary estates, content with the petty dignity of municipal office in the towns of Italy. Others, however, grasped at the spoils of empire, as publicani in powerful companies farming the taxes of the provinces and as bankers dominating finance, commerce and industry. The publicani were the fine flower of the equestrian order, the ornament and bulwark of the Roman state. 2. Cicero never spoke against these, homines hunstissimi, and never let them down. They were in the habit of requiting his services by loans or legacies. 3. The gains of finance went into land. Men of substance and repute grew yet richer from the spoils of the provinces, bought the farms of small peasants, encroached upon public land, seized through mortgages the ancestral property of senators, and thus built up large estates in Italy. Among senators were great holders of property like Pompeius and Ahenobarbus with whole armies of tenants or slaves, and financial magnates like Crassus. But the wealth of knights often outstripped many an ancient senatorial family, giving them a greater power than the nominal holders of dignity and office. 4. Equestrian or senatorial, the possessing classes stood for the existing order and were suitably designated as boni. The mainstay of this sacred army of the wealthy was clearly the financiers. Many senators were their partners, allies or advocates. Concord and firm alliance between Senate and knights would therefore arrest revolution, or even reform, for these men could not be expected to have a personal interest in redistributing property or changing the value of money. The financiers were strong enough to ruin any politician or general who sought to secure fair treatment for provincials or reform in the Roman state through the re-establishment of the peasant farmer. Among the victims of their enmity will be reckoned Lucullus, Catilina and Gabinius. It was no accident, no mere manifestation of Roman conservatism or snobbery, that the leaders of revolution in Rome were usually impoverished or idealistic nobles, that they found support in the higher ranks of the aristocracy rather than in the lower. It is all too easy to tax the Roman nobility in the last epoch of its rule with vice and corruption, obscurantism and oppression. The knights must not be left out of the indictment. Among the old nobility persisted a tradition of service to the state that could transcend material interests and combine class loyalty with a high ideal of Roman patriotism and imperial responsibility. Not so among the financiers. The Roman constitution was a screen and a sham. Of the forces that lay behind or beyond it, next to the noble families the knights were the most important. Through alliance with groups of financiers, through patronage exercised in the law courts and ties of personal allegiance contracted in every walk of life, the political dynast might win influence not merely in Rome but in the country towns of Italy and in regions not directly concerned with Roman political life. Whether he held authority from the state or not, he could thus raise an army on his own initiative and resources. The soldiers, now recruited from the poorest classes in Italy, were ceasing to feel allegiance to the state. Military service was for livelihood, or from constraint, not a natural and normal part of a citizen's duty. The necessities of a world empire and the ambition of generals led to the creation of extraordinary commands in the provinces. The general had to be a politician, for his legionaries were a host of clients, looking to their leader for spoil in war and estates in Italy when their campaigns were over. But not veterans only were attached to his cause. From his provincial commands the dynast won to his allegiance and personal following clientela, towns and whole regions, provinces and nations, kings and tetrarchs. Such were the resources which ambition required to win power in Rome and direct the policy of the imperial republic as consul or as one of the principes. Cicero lacked the full equipment. He imagined that oratory and intrigue would suffice. A program, it is true, he developed, negative but by no means despicable. 1. It was an alliance of interest and sentiment to combat the forces of dissolution represented by the army commanders and the political agents. It took shape at first in his consulate as Concordia Ordinum between Senate and Knights against the improbi, but later widened to a consensus omnium bonorum and embraced tota Italia. But it was an ideal rather than a program. There was no Ciceronian party. The Roman politician had to be the leader of a faction. Cicero fell short of that eminence both when a consul and when a consular, or senior statesman, through lack of family connections and clientela. Within the framework of the Roman constitution, beside the consulate, was another instrument of power, the tribunate, an anomalous historical survival given new life by the party of the Gracchi and converted into a means of direct political action, negative with the veto, positive with the initiation of laws. The use of this weapon in the interests of reform or of personal ambition became a mark of the politicians who arrogated to themselves the name of populares, often sinister and fraudulent, no better than their rivals, the men in power, who naturally invoke the specious and venerable authority of the Senate. 1. But there were to be found in their ranks a few sincere reformers, enemies of misrule and corruption, liberal in outlook and policy. Moreover, the tribunate could be employed for conservative ends by aristocratic demagogues. 2. With the Gracchi all the consequences of empire, social, economic and political, broke loose in the Roman state, inaugurating a century of revolution. The traditional contests of the noble families were complicated, but not abolished, by the strife of parties largely based on economic interest, of classes even, and of military leaders. Before long the Italian allies were dragged into Roman dissensions. The tribune M. Livius Drusus hoped to enlist them on the side of the dominant oligarchy. He failed, and they rose against Rome in the name of freedom and justice. On the Bellum Italicum supervened civil war. The party led by Marius, Cinna and Carbo was defeated. L. Cornelius Sulla prevailed and settled order at Rome again through violence and bloodshed. Sulla decimated the knights, muzzled the tribunate, and curbed the consuls. But even Sulla could not abolish his own example and preclude a successor to his domination. Sulla resigned power after a brief tenure. Another year and he was dead. 78 BC. The government which he established lasted for nearly 20 years. Its rule was threatened at the outset by a turbulent and ambitious consul, Aemilius Lepidus, claiming to restore the rights of the tribunes and supported by a resurgence of the defeated causes in Italy. The tribunes were only a pretext, but the Marian party, the proscribed and the dispossessed, was a permanent menace. The long and complicated war in Italy had barely ended. The Samnites, Sulla's enemy and Rome's, had been extirpated, and the other Sabellic peoples of the Apennine were broken and reduced. But Etruria, despoiled and resentful, rose again for Lepidus against the Roman oligarchy. 1. Lepidus was suppressed, but disorders continued, even to a rising of the slaves in southern Italy. Then a coup d'état of 2 generals 70 BC restoring the tribunate, destroyed Sulla's system but left the nobles nominally in power. They were able to repel and crush the attempt of the patrician demagogue L. Sergius Catilina to raise a revolution in Italy, for Catilina attacked property as well as privilege. The government of the nobles, supported by a sacred union of the possessing classes, by the influence of their clientele among the plebs and by due subservience towards the financial interests, might have perpetuated in Rome and Italy its harsh and hopeless rule. The empire broke it. The repercussions of the 10 Years' War in Italy echoed over all the world. The Senate was confronted by continuous warfare in the provinces and on the frontiers of its wide and cumbersome dominion, against Sertorius and the last survivors of the Marian faction in Spain, against the great Mithridates and against the pirates. Lack of capacity among the principal members of the ruling group, or, more properly, personal ambition and political intrigue, constrained them, in mastering these manifold dangers, to derogate from oligarchic practice and confer exorbitant military power on a single general, to the salvation of Rome's empire and to their own ruin. As an oligarchy is not a figment of political theory, a specious fraud, or a mere term of abuse, but very precisely a collection of individuals, its shape and character, so far from fading away on close scrutiny, at once stands out, solid and manifest. In any age of the history of Republican Rome about 20 or 30 men, drawn from a dozen dominant families, hold the monopoly of office and power. From time to time, families rise and fall. As Rome's rule extends in Italy, the circle widens from which the nobility is recruited and renewed. Nonetheless, though the composition of the oligarchy is slowly transformed with the transformation of the Roman state, the manner and fashion of dynastic politics changes but little, and though noble houses suffered defeat in the struggle for power, and long eclipse, they were saved from extinction by the primitive tenacity of the Roman family and the pride of their own traditions. They waited in patience to assert their ancient predominance. When the rule of the Etruscan Tarquini collapsed, the earliest heirs to their power were the Veilri and the Fabii. 1. To the fasti of the Roman Republic these great houses each contributed 45 consuls, exceeded only by the patrician Corneli with the numerous branches. Sulla the dictator, himself a patrician and a Cornelius, did his best to restore the patriciate, sadly reduced in political power in the previous generation, not so much through Marius as from internal disasters and the rise of dynastic houses of the plebeian nobility. But neither Veilri nor Fabii stand in the forefront of his oligarchy. The predominance of the Veilri had passed long ago, and the Fabii had missed a generation in the consulate. 2. The Fabii and the main line of the Corneli-Scipians had been saved from extinction only by taking in adoption sons of the resplendent Emili. 3. But the power of the Corneli was waning. Their strength now lay in the inferior Lentuli, whose lack of dangerous enterprise was compensated by domestic fertility and a tenacious instinct for survival. Some of the patrician clans like the Furi, whose son Camillus saved Rome from the Gauls, had vanished utterly by now, or at least could show no more consuls. The Sulpici and Manlii had lost prominence. The Servili, old allies of the Emili, ambitious, treacherous, and often incompetent, were depressed by a recent catastrophe. 1. So, too, were the Emili, too, but neither house resigned its claim to primacy. The Claudii, however, persisted, unchanged in their alarming versatility. There was no epoch of Rome's history but could show a Claudius intolerably arrogant towards the nobles his rivals, or grasping personal power under cover of liberal politics. There were 2 branches of their line, unequal in talent, the Pulchri and the Nerones. The lesser was to prevail. The patricians in the restored oligarchy held rank not so much from resources of their own as from alliance with houses of the plebeian aristocracy. The greatest of those families had earned or confirmed their title of nobility by command in war against the Samnites and the Carthaginians. Some had maintained it since then, others had lapsed for a time. The Fulvii, the Semproni and the Livii were almost extinct, and the Claudii Marcelli, in abrupt decadence, had lacked a consul for 2 generations. 3. But there was a prominent Lutatius, whose name recalled a great naval battle and whose father had defeated the Cimbri. There were several families of the Licini, great soldiers and distinguished orators, not to mention other houses of repute. 4. The Marchi, in ancient dignity rivals to the patriciate, now stood high again, with several branches. L. Marcius Philippus, eloquent, alert and pliable, resisted the revolutionary designs of M. Livius Drusus, held the censorship under the domination of Marius and Cinna, passed over to Sulla in the right season, and guided by craft and counsel the first stormy years of the renovated oligarchy. 5. Among other eminent houses of the plebeian nobility in the Marian faction were the Junii and the Domitii, 6 who became firm supporters of the new order. But the core and heart of Sulla's party and Sulla's oligarchy was the powerful house of the CAESARIAN, whom some called stupid. 1. Their heraldic badge was an elephant, commemorating a victory against the Carthaginians. 2. The Metali prevailed by their mass and by their numbers. Their sons became consuls by prerogative or inevitable destiny, and the daughters were planted out in dynastic marriages. In the Great Age the Metali overshadowed the Roman state, holding 12 consulates, censorships or triumphs in as many years. 3. Impaired by the rise and domination of the party of Marius, the Metali got power and influence again from the alliance with Sulla. Q. Metellus Pius led an army to victory for Sulla and became consul with him in 80 BC. The dictator himself had taken a Metella to wife. The next pair of consuls P. Servilius Vatia and Appius Claudius Pulcher furnished a suitable and visible inauguration of the restored aristocracy, being the son and the husband of women of the Metali. 4. The dynasty of the Metali could not rule alone. Both the framework and the bulk of the governing coalition is revealed in the relations and alliances between that house and 2 other groups. The first is the Claudii, in addition to 3 sons, ap. Claudius Pulcher left 3 daughters, whose birth and beauty gained them advantageous matches and an evil repute. 5. Second and more important by far is that enigmatic faction soon to be led by a man who never became consul. Its origins lie at the very heart of Roman dynastic politics. The tribune M. Livius Drusus, whose activities did so much to precipitate the Bellum Italicum, left no son of his blood. His sister was twice married, to a Servilius Caepio and to a Porcius, whence double issue, 5 children of diverse note, among them the great political lady Servilia and the redoubtable leader of the oligarchy in its last struggles, M. Porcius Cato. 1. With these 3 groups were linked in some fashion or other almost all the chief members of the government, the Principes Viri of note during the first decade of its existence. To the old and wily Philippus in the direction of public affairs succeeded 2 men of contrary talent and repute, Q. Lutatius Catullus and Q. Hortensius, related by marriage. 2. The virtue and integrity of Catullus, rare in that age, earned general recognition. Brilliance and vigor were lacking. Hortensius, dominant in law courts and senate, flaunted pomp and decoration in his life as in his oratory. Luxurious without taste or measure, the advocate got a name for high living and dishonest earnings, for his cellar, his game park and his fish ponds. 3. Of the Senate's generals, Metellus Pius contended for long years in Spain, and Creticus usurped a cognomen for petty exploits in a pirate-ridden island. Nor were the kinsmen of the Metellian active. Ap. Pulcher fought in Macedonia, where he died, P. Servilius with better fortune for 4 years in Cilicia. Most glorious of all were the 2 Luculli, sons of a Metella and first cousins of Metellus Pius. 4. The elder, trained in eastern warfare under Sulla and highly trusted by him, led armies through Asia and shattered the power of Mithridates. Combining integrity with capacity, he treated the provincials in a fair and merciful fashion, incurring the deadly hatred of Roman financiers. The younger Lucullus, proconsul of Macedonia, carried the arms of Rome in victory through Thrace to the shore of Pontus and the mouth of the river Danube. A little apart stands M. Licinius Crassus, who commanded the right wing when Sulla destroyed the Samnite army at the Battle of the Colline Gate. The son of a competent orator, and assiduous himself as an advocate, though not brilliant, cautious and crafty in habit, he might seem destined by wealth, family, and paramount influence in the Senate to sustain the part of a great conservative statesman in the tradition of Philippus, and he formed a connection with the Metelli. 1. The lust of power, that prime infirmity of the Roman noble, impelled him to devious paths and finally to dangerous elevations. Such were the men who directed in war and peace the government after Sulla, owing primacy to birth and wealth, linked by ties of kinship and reciprocal interest. They called themselves optimates. They might properly be described, in contemporary definition, as a faction or gang. 2. The ramifications of this oligarchy were pervasive, its most weighty decisions taken in secret, known or inferred by politicians of the time, but often evading historical record and baffling posterity. It is manifest in action on various occasions, arrayed in open day to defend an extortionate provincial governor, to attack some pestilential tribune, or to curb a general hostile to the government. 3. But the optimates were solid only to outward show and at intervals. Restored to power by a military despot, enriched by proscription and murder, and growing ever fatter on the spoil of the provinces, they lacked both principle to give inner coherence and courage to make the reforms that might save and justify the rule of class and privilege. The 10 Years' War in Italy not merely corrupted their integrity, it broke their spirit. Certain of the earliest consuls after Sulla were old men already, and some died soon or disappeared. 4. Even in numbers there was a poor showing of consulars to guide public policy, only a few venerable relics, or recent consuls with birth but no weight. After a time the most distinguished of the Principes, resentful or inert, came to shun the duties of their estate. The vain Hortensius, his primacy passing, was loath to contemplate the oratorical triumphs of a younger rival, and L. Licinius Lucullus, thwarted of his triumph for years by the machinations of his enemies, turned for consolation to the arts and graces of private leisure. He transmitted to posterity, not the memory of talent and integrity, but the eternal exemplar of luxury. Secluded like indolent monsters in their parks and villas, the great Picinari, Hortensius and the 2 Luculli, pondered at ease upon the quiet doctrines of Epicurus and confirmed from their own careers the folly of ambition, the vanity of virtue. 1. In the decline of the older generation the sons and heirs of the dominant and interlocking groups of the governing party might assert the claims of birth and talent. There were 2 young Metelli, Sella and Nepos, in capacity no exception to their family. 2. Next came their cousins, the 3 sons of Ap. Pulcher. Of these Claudii, the character of the eldest was made no more amiable by early struggles and expedients to maintain the dignity of a family left in poverty and to provide for all his brothers and sisters. 3. The second was of little account, and the youngest, P. Clodius, brilliant and precocious, derived only the most dubious examples from the conduct of his 3 sisters and exploited without scruple the influence of their husbands. 4. On the whole, when some 15 years had elapsed since Sulla's death, the predominance of the Metelli seemed to be passing. Leadership might therefore fall to that part of the oligarchy which was concentrated about the person of Cato, and Cato was dominated by his stepsister, a woman possessed of all the rapacious ambition of the patrician Servili and ruthless to recapture power for her house. 5. Her brother, Q. Servilius, husband of Hortensius's daughter, was cut off before his prime. 1. But Servilia would not be thwarted by that accident. She cast about for other allies. About this time Cato married Marcia, the granddaughter of Philippus, and gave his own sister Porcia to L. Domitius Ahenobarbus, the cousin of Catullus, a young man early prominent in politics through the great estates in Italy and the clientela among the Roman plebs which he had inherited from an ambitious and demagogic parent. Point 2. Cato's other investment showed smaller prospect of remuneration. His daughter's husband, M. Calpurnius Bibulus, an honest man, a stubborn character, but of no great moment in politics. Point 3. Roman noble houses, decadent or threatened by rivals in power and dignity, enlisted the vigor of Novi Homines, orators and soldiers, helping them by influence to the consulate and claiming their support in requital. From of old the Claudii were the great exponents of this policy, and the Claudii remained on the alert, expecting 3 consulates, but not unaided. Point 4. Against Novi Homines the great families after Sulla stood with close ranks and forbidding aspect. M. Tullius Cicero, in the forefront by brilliance of oratory and industry as an advocate, pressed his candidature, championing all popular causes, but none that were hopeless or hostile to the interests of property and finance, and at the same time carefully soliciting the aid of young nobles whose clientela carried many votes. Point 5. The oligarchy knew their man. They admitted Cicero to shut out Catilina. The consulate, gained by the successful in the 43rd year, marked the acme of a man's life and often changed the tone of his political professions. Short of the consulate, it was given to few at Rome to achieve distinction, save through the questionable and hazardous means of the tribunate. Yet 2 men stood out in this year of another's consulate and public glory, shaming the mediocrity of their elders. They were Caesar and Cato, diverse in habit and morals, but supremely great in spirit. Point 1. C. Julius Caesar, of a patrician house newly arisen from long decay, largely by help from C. Marius, strained every nerve and effort through long years of political intrigue to maintain the dignitas of the Julii and secure the consulate in his turn. Point 2. His aunt was the wife of Marius. Caesar, who took Cinna's daughter in marriage, defied Sulla when he sought to break the match. When pronouncing the funeral oration upon Marius' widow, replacing the trophies of Marius on the Capitol or advocating the restoration of the proscribed, Caesar spoke for family loyalty and for a cause. But he did not compromise his future or commit his allegiance for all time. Caesar possessed close kin in certain houses of the moderate nobility. 3 and his second wife, Pompeia, doubly recalled the Sullan party. She was a granddaughter of Sulla. Point 4. Active ambition earned a host of enemies. But this patrician demagogue lacked fear or scruple. Contending against 2 of the principes, he won through bribery and popular favor the paramount office in the religion of the Roman state, that of Pontifex Maximus. Point 5. The same year furnished an added testimony of his temper. When the Senate held debate concerning the associates of Catilina, Caesar, then praetor designate, spoke in firm condemnation of their treason but sought to avert the penalty of death. It was the excellent consul who carried out the sentence of the High Assembly. But the speech and authority that won the day was Cato's. Point 1. Aged 33 and only quaestorian in rank, this man prevailed by force of character. Cato extolled the virtues that won empire for Rome in ancient days, denounced the undeserving rich, and strove to recall the aristocracy to the duties of their station. Point 2. This was not convention, pretense or delusion. Upright and austere, a ferocious defender of his own class, a hard drinker and an astute politician, the authentic Cato, so far from being a visionary, claimed to be a realist of traditional Roman temper and tenacity, not inferior to the great ancestor whom he emulated almost to a parody, Cato the Censor. But it was not character and integrity only that gave Cato the primacy before consulars. He controlled a nexus of political alliances among the nobles. The optimates stood sorely in need of a leader. There were dangerous rifts in the oligarchy, the wounds of feud and faction. Neither Aemili nor Claudii were quite to be trusted. The elusive Crassus, who had supported Catilina as far as his candidature for the consulate, was a perpetual menace, and the Metelli, for survival or for power, would ally themselves with the strongest military leader, with Sulla's heir as before with Sulla. The implacable Cato detested the financiers. He stood firm against Italians, hating them from his very infancy. 3 and he was ready to bribe the plebs of Rome with corn or money. Point 4. Against the military dynast now returning from the east he would oppose that alliance of stubborn spirit and political craft which his ancestor used to break the power of a monarchic patrician family, the Scipians. Gloria, dignitas and clientelae, the prerogative of the aristocracy, 5 were now being monopolized by one man. Something more was involved than the privileges of an oligarchy, in the contest against CN. Pompeius Magnus, Cato and his kinsmen saw personal honor and a family feud. The young Pompeius, treacherous and merciless, had killed the husband of Servilia and the brother of Ahenobarbus. Point 1. Agiles Ancilis Carnifex. 2. 3. The domination of Pompeius. The Pompei, a family of recent ennoblement, were of non-Latin stock, as the name so patently indicates, probably deriving their origin from Picenum, a region where they possessed large estates and wide influence. Point 1. CN. Pompeius Strabo, after shattering the Italian insurrection in Picenum, used his influence and his army for personal ends and played an ambiguous game when civil war broke out between Marius and Sulla. Brutal, corrupt and perfidious, Strabo was believed to have procured the assassination of a consul. Point 2. When he died of a natural but providential death the populace broke up his funeral. Point 3. Strabo was a sinister character, hated by heaven and by the nobility, for good reasons. Point 4. There were no words to describe CN. Pompeius the son, after his father's death, protected by influential politicians, he lay low, lurking no doubt in Picenum. Point 5. When Sulla landed at Brundisium, the young man, now aged 23, raised on his own initiative 3 legions from the tenants, clients and veterans of his father, and led his army to liberate Rome from the domination of the Marian faction, for Sulla's interests and for his own. 6. The career of Pompeius opened in fraud and violence. It was prosecuted, in war and in peace, through illegality and treachery. He held a command in Africa against Marian remnants and triumphed, though not a senator, adding Magnus to his name. After supporting Lepidus to the consulate and encouraging his subversive designs, he turned upon his ally and saved the government. Then, coming back to Rome after 6 years of absence, when he had terminated the war in Spain against Sertorius, Pompeius combined with another army commander, Crassus, and carried out a peaceful coup d'état. Elected consuls, Pompeius and Crassus abolished the Sullan constitution 70 BC. The knights received a share in the jury courts, the tribunes recovered the powers of which Sulla had stripped them. They soon repaid Pompeius. Through a tribune's law the people conferred upon their champion a vast command against the pirates, with proconsular authority over the coasts of the Mediterranean, the Lex Gabinia. No province of the empire was immune from his control. 4 years before, Pompeius had not even been a senator. The decay of the Republic, the impulsion towards the rule of one imperator, were patent and impressive. 1. To the maritime command succeeded without a break the conduct of the Mithridatic War, voted by the Lex Manilia, for the financial interests were discontented with Lucullus, the Senate's general. The absent dynast overshadowed the politics of Rome, sending home from the east, as before from Spain, his lieutenants to stand for magistracies and intrigue in his interest. His name dominated elections and legislation. To gain office from the votes of the sovereign people, no surer password than the favor shown or pretended of Pompeius. To reject a bill, no argument needed save that the measure was aimed at the people's general. 2. Among the ambitious politicians who had publicly spoken for the Lex Manilia were Cicero and Caesar, not ceasing to solicit and claim the support of Pompeius even though the one of them turned against the people when elected consul and the other lent his services to Crassus. But alliance with Crassus need not alienate Pompeius utterly. Crassus used his patronage to demonstrate that he was still a force in politics, and to embarrass the government without provoking flagrant disorder. 3. Generous in financial subsidy to his allies and tireless in the law courts, he might yet prevail against the popularity and laurels of Pompeius. When the great imperator, returning, landed in Italy towards the end of the year 62 BC with prestige unparalleled and the armies and resources of all the East at his back, he disbanded his army. Much to his annoyance, the government had proved stronger than he expected. A civilian consul, suppressing the revolution of Catilina, robbed the indispensable general of the glory of saving the Republic in Italy as he had vindicated its empire abroad. Pompeius never forgave Cicero, but Cicero was not the real enemy. It was the habit of Pompeius to boast of the magnitude of his clientela, to advertise monarchs and nations bound to his personal allegiance. 1. Like the Macedonian Alexander or the monarchs of the line of Seleucus, the Roman conqueror marched along the great roads of Asia, dispersing the kings of the East, displaying power and founding cities in his name. From Thrace to the Caucasus and down to Egypt the eastern lands acknowledged his predominance. The worship of power, which ages ago had developed its own language and conventional forms, paid homage to Pompeius as a god, a savior and a benefactor, devising before long a novel title, the Warden of Earth and Sea. 2. Not so menacing to outward show, but no less real and pervasive, was his influence in the West, Africa and Mauritania, all Spain, and both provinces of Gaul. The power and glory of the master of the world were symbolized in 3 triumphs won from 3 continents. Pompeius orbis domitor patres triumphos ante diem princeps. 3. Pompeius was princeps beyond dispute, but not at Rome. By armed force he might have established sole rule, but by that alone and not in solid permanence. The nobles were much too stubborn to admit a master, even on their own terms. Nor was Pompeius in any way to their liking. His family was recent enough to excite dispraise or contempt, even among the plebeian aristocracy. Its first consul, in 141 BC, had been promoted through patronage of the Scipions. 4. Subsequent alliances had not brought much aristocratic distinction. Pompeius's mother was a Lucilia, niece of that Lucilius from Cessa Aurunca whose wealth and talents earned him Scipionic friendship and the license to write political satire with impunity. 1. Pompeius was also related to other families of the local gentry, the men of substance in the Municipia of Italy. 2. And he contracted ties of friendship with a number of great landowners of the class and rank of M. Terentius Varro from Rete, in the Sabine land. 3. The bulk of Pompeius's personal adherents in the senatorial and equestrian orders derived, as was fitting, from Picenum, men of no great social distinction, the hungry sons of a poor and populous region. Devoted attachment in war and politics to the baronial family of Picenum was the one sure hope of advancement. M. Lollius Palatinus, a popular and ambitious orator of humble extraction, managed the negotiations between tribunes and army commanders when they united to overthrow the constitution of Sulla. 4. The soldier L. Afranius commanded armies for Pompeius in Spain and in the war against Mithridates. 5. Among other Pisan partisans may be reckoned T. Labianus, and perhaps a Gabinius. 6. For primacy in Rome Pompeius needed support from the nobles. The dynastic marriage pointed the way. Sulla, as was expedient, had married a Metella, the aspirant to Sulla's power, abruptly divorcing his own wife, took Metella's daughter, Aemilia. 1. When Aemilia died, Pompeius kept up the connection by marrying another woman of that house. 2. The alliance with the Metelli, by no means unequivocal or unclouded, endured for some 15 years after Sulla's death. Provinces and armies gave resources of patronage and mutual obligation for political ends. Men went out to serve under Pompeius as quaestors or legates and returned to Rome to hold high office, tribunate, praetorship, or even consulate. The lieutenants of Pompeius in the Eastern Wars comprised not only personal adherents like Afranius and Gabinius but nobiles in the alliance of the general, seeking profit and advancement in their careers, such as the two Metelli Xella and Nepos and certain of the Corneli Lentuli. 3. In the year of Cicero's consulate Q. Metellus Cella was praetor. 4. The activities of the tribune Labianus and his associates on Pompeius's behalf were more open and more offensive. A decree of the people was enacted, permitting the conqueror of the East to wear the robe of a triumphator or a golden crown at certain public ceremonies. 5. In December, Metellus Nepos, sent home by Pompeius, inaugurated his tribunate with alarming proposals. Pompeius should be elected consul in absence or recalled to Italy to establish public order. 6. Nepos also silenced the consul Cicero and forbade by veto a great speech from the savior of the Republic. 7. Abetted by the praetor Caesar, Nepos went on with his proposals in the next year, causing bitter opposition from leaders of the government. The Senate proclaimed a state of emergency, suspended the tribune from his functions, and even threatened to depose him. 8. Nepos fled to Pompeius, a pretext for intervention to vindicate the sacred rights of the Roman people. Men feared a civil war. When Pompeius asked that the consular elections be postponed to permit the candidature of his legate, M. Pupius Piso, the request was granted. 9. Pompeius on his return, lacking valid excuse for armed usurpation, tried to reinforce his predominance by the peaceful means of a new dynastic alliance. He saw the way at once. Having divorced his wife, the half-sister of Cella and Nepos, a woman of flagrant infidelity, he asked for Cato's niece in marriage. 1. Cato rebuffed him. Baffling enough, after an absence of 5 years, Roman politics were further complicated by the affair of P. Clodius Pulcher, a mild scandal touching the religion of the state which his enemies exploited and converted into a political contest. 2. Pompeius Magnus trod warily and pleased nobody. His first speech before the people was flat and verbose, saying nothing. 3. No happier in the Senate, the conqueror of the East neglected to praise the savior of Italy, and thereby put a double-edged weapon in the hand of Crassus, who disliked them both. 4. Nor was Pompeius's consul effective, though a witty man and an orator as well as a soldier. 5. Pompeius set all his hopes on the next year. By scandalous bribery he secured the election of the military man L. Afranius. The other place was won by Metellus Cella, who, to get support from Pompeius, stifled for the moment an insult to the honor of his family. 6. Everything went wrong. The consul Cella turned against Pompeius, and Afranius was a catastrophe, his only talent for civil life being the art of dancing. 7. The Optimates were exultant. Catullus and Hortensius had led the opposition to the laws of Manilius and Gabinius. Catullus was now dead, Hortensius enfolded in luxurious torpor. But Lucullus emerged, alert and vindictive, to contest the dispositions made by Pompeius in the East. Pompeius requested their acceptance by the Senate, all in one measure. Lucullus insisted on debate, point by point. He prevailed, supported by Crassus, by Cato and by the Metelli. 8. Then a second defeat. The tribune L. Flavius brought forward an ambitious bill providing lands for the veterans of Pompeius. Cella opposed it. More significant evidence of Pompeius's weakness was the conduct of Cicero. He leapt boldly into the fray, and slashed the bill to pieces. Yet he claimed at the same time that he was doing a good service to Pompeius. 1. Cicero was in high spirits and fatal confidence. At variance with the Metelli through his clash with Nepos, he had broken with the Claudii and carelessly incurred a bitter feud by giving testimony, under secret and domestic pressure, against P. Clodius, 2, and he had prevented the Pompeian consul Pupius Piso from getting the province of Syria. 3. But the great triumph was Cato's, and the greater delusion. The leader of the Optimates had fought against the consuls and tribunes of Pompeius Magnus, mocked the flaunting victories over effeminate Orientals, and scorned alliance with the conqueror of the world. The triumphal robe of Magnus seemed chill comfort in political defeat. 4. Cato went too far. When the knights who farmed the taxes of Asia requested a rebate from the Senate, Cato denounced their rapacity and repelled the demand. 5. Crassus was behind the financiers and Crassus waited, patient in rancor. To maintain power, the government needed consuls. The men were not easy to find. Cato gathered a great fund to carry by bribery the election of Bibulus, his daughter's husband. 6. He should have made certain of both consuls. Caesar, returning from his command in Spain, asked for a triumph. Cato blocked the triumph. To wait for it would be to sacrifice the consulate. Caesar made a rapid decision. He would be consul, and to some purpose. The Roman noble, constrained in the pursuit of ambition to adopt the language and tactics of a demagogue, might be captured by the government at a certain stage in his career, with no discredit to either. Caesar's choice was still open had it not been for Cato, and Caesar's daughter was betrothed to Servilia's son, Cato's nephew. 7. But Cato had private grounds as well as public for hating Caesar, the lover of Servilia. 1. There was nothing to preclude an alliance with Pompeius. Praetor designate and praetor, Caesar worked with Pompeius's tribunes, devising honors for the absent general and trouble for the government. 2. He had also prosecuted an ex-consul hostile to Pompeius. 3. But Caesar was no mere adherent of Pompeius. By holding aloof he enhanced his price. Now, in the summer of the year, Caesar stood for the consulate backed by Crassus' wealth, and in concert with L. Lucius, an opulent friend of Pompeius. 4. Caesar was elected. Pompeius, threatened in his dignitas, with his actor needing ratification and loyal veterans clamorous for recompense, was constrained to a secret compact. The diplomatic arts of Caesar reconciled Crassus with Pompeius, to satisfy the ambitions of all three, and turned the year named after the consuls Metellus and Afranius into a date heavy with history. 5. In the next year the domination of Pompeius Magnus was openly revealed. It rested upon his own auctoritas, the wealth and influence of Crassus, the consular power of Caesar, and the services of a number of tribunes, further, less obtrusive and barely to be perceived through the tumultuous clamor of political life at Rome under Caesar's consulate. Several partisans are allies already in control of the more important provincial armies. 6. The combination ruled, though modified in various ways, and impaired as time went on, for some 10 years. 7. This capture of the constitution may fairly be designated as the end of the Free State. From a triumvirate it was a short step to dictatorship. Caesar's consulate was only the beginning. To maintain the legislation of that year, and perpetuate the system, Pompeius needed armies in the provinces and instruments at Rome. Certain armies were already secured, but Pompeius required for his ally more than an ordinary proconsulate. To this end Caesar was granted the province of Cisalpine Gaul, which dominated Italy, for 5 years. Pompeius's purpose was flagrant, there could be no pretext of public emergency. As for the eastern commands. 1. Transalpine Gaul was soon added. Further, the three rulers designated consuls for the next year, L. Calpurnius Piso, a cultivated aristocrat with no marked political activities, and a Gabinius, a Pompeian partisan superior in ability to Afranius. Pompeius had sealed the pact by taking in marriage Caesar's daughter, Julia, and Caesar now married a daughter of Piso. Gabinius and Piso in their turn received important military provinces, Syria and Macedonia, through special laws. Gabinius and Piso were the most conspicuous, but not the only adherents of the dynasts, whose influence decided the consular elections for the next 2 years as well. 2. Despite patronage at home and armed power in the provinces, the ascendancy of Pompeius was highly unstable. As a demonstration and a warning, Cicero was sacrificed to Clodius. Not content thus to satisfy both personal honor and the convenience of the dynasts, the tribune proceeded to reinforce his own influence, his prospect of praetorship and consulate. To that end he promulgated popular laws and harried Pompeius, in which activities he got encouragement from his brother Appius, from his kinsman the Metelli, and from Crassus, a combination in no way anomalous. 3. Pompeius in reply worked for the restitution of Cicero, and at length achieved it. For himself, after a famine in Rome, perhaps deliberately enhanced, he secured a special commission for 5 years to purchase and control corn for the city. The powers were wide, but perhaps fell short of his designs. 1. Then arose a question of foreign policy, the restoration of Ptolemy Aulus the king of Egypt, which provoked long debate and intrigue, further sharpening the enmity between Pompeius and Crassus. In the spring of 56 BC the dynast's coalition seemed likely to collapse. L. Domitius Ahenobarbus came forth with his candidature and loud threats that he would deprive Caesar of army and provinces. Some might hope to persuade Pompeius, making him sacrifice Caesar in return for alliance with the oligarchy. Cicero took heart. He proclaimed the ideal of a conservative union of all classes bound in loyalty to the Senate and guided by modest and patriotic principles. 2. Which was harmless enough, had he not been emboldened to announce in the Senate an attack upon the legislation of Caesar's consulate. Pompeius dissembled and departed from Rome. 3. Crassus meanwhile had gone to Ravenna to confer with Caesar. The three met at Lucca and renewed the compact, with a second consulate for Pompeius and Crassus and, after that, Spain and Syria respectively for 5 years. Caesar's command was also to be prolonged. Pompeius emerged with renewed strength from a crisis which he may have done much to provoke. 4. Had he dropped Caesar, he might have been entrapped by the Optimates and circumvented by Crassus, their potential ally. Now he would have an army of his own in Spain to support his predominance at Rome. The enemies of the dynasts paid for their confidence or their illusions. Ahenobarbus was robbed of his consulate, and Cicero was compelled to give private guarantees of good behavior, public demonstrations of loyal acquiescence. 5. The three principes now dominated the state, holding in their hands the most powerful of the provinces and some 20 legions. The basis of power at Rome stands out clearly, the consulate, the armies and the tribunate, in the background, the all-pervading auctoritas of a senior statesman. Augustus, the last of the dynasts, took direct charge of the greater military provinces and exercised indirect control over the rest, and he arrogated to himself the power of the whole board of tribunes. Proconsular imperium and tribunicia potestas were the two pillars of the edifice. The principes strove for prestige and power, but not to erect a despotic rule upon the ruins of the constitution, or to carry out a real revolution. The constitution served the purposes of generals or of demagogues well enough. When Pompeius returned from the east, he lacked the desire as well as the pretext to march on Rome, and Caesar did not conquer Gaul in the design of invading Italy with a great army to establish a military autocracy. Their ambitions and their rivalries might have been tolerated in a small city-state or in a Rome that was merely the head of an Italian confederation. In the capital of the world they were anachronistic and ruinous. To the bloodless but violent usurpations of 70 and 59 BC the logical end was armed conflict and despotism. As the soldiers were the proletariat of Italy, the revolution became social as well as political. The remedy was simple and drastic. For the health of the Roman people the dynasts had to go. Augustus completed the purge and created the new state. The swift rise of Caesar menaced the primacy of Pompeius the Great. No longer an agent and minister but a rival, the conqueror of Gaul filched his laurels, his prestige and his partisans. With the death of Julia, and the disappearance of Crassus, slain by the Parthians 53 BC, the danger of a breach between Pompeius and his ally might appear imminent. It was not so in reality. Pompeius had not been idle. Though proconsul of all Spain, he resided in the suburban vicinity of Rome, contemplating the decline of republican government and hastening its end. Ahenobarbus had become consul at last, with App. Claudius Pulcher for colleague 54 BC. Neither was strong enough to harm Pompeius, and App. Pulcher may already have been angling for an alliance. 1. The consuls achieved their own disgrace by bargaining to procure the election of their successors for money. 2. Pompeius caused the scandal to be shown up. Then his cousin C. Lucilius Hyrus announced a proposal that he be made dictator. 1. Pompeius, openly disavowing, kept his own counsel and deceived nobody. Corruption reigned, and disorder, with suspension of public business. The next year opened without consuls. Similar but worse was the beginning of 52 BC, 3 candidates contending in violence and rioting, chief among whom was the favorite of the Optimates, Aeneas Milo, a brutal and vicious person who had married Fausta, the dissolute daughter of Sulla. 2. His enemy P. Clodius was running for the praetorship. When Milo killed Clodius, the populace of Rome, in grief for their patron and champion, displayed his body in the Forum, burned it on a pyre in the Curia, and destroyed the building in the conflagration. Then they streamed out of the city to the villa of Pompeius, clamoring for him to be consul or dictator. 3. The Senate was compelled to act. It declared a state of emergency and instructed Pompeius to hold military levies throughout Italy. 4. The demands for a dictatorship went on, to counter and anticipate which, the Optimates were compelled to offer Pompeius the consulate, without colleague. The proposal came from Bibulus, the decision was Cato's. 5. The pretext was a special mandate to heal and repair the Commonwealth. 6. With armed men at his back, Pompeius established order again and secured the conviction of notorious disturbers of the public peace, especially Milo, to the dismay and grief of the Optimates, who strove in vain to save him. 7. Measures were passed to check flagrant abuses. One law, prescribing that provinces be granted, not at once and automatically after praetorship and consulate, but when an interval of 5 years had elapsed, was recommended by the fair show of mitigating electoral corruption, but in fact provided resources of patronage for the party in control of the government. Nor was it at all likely that the dynast would abide by letter or spirit of his own legislation. Pompeius looked about for new alliances, in the hope perhaps to inherit some measure of Crassus' influence with the aristocracy. Of the candidates for the consulate, Milo had been condemned and exiled, likewise P. Plautius Hippius, once his own adherent but now coolly sacrificed. The third was more useful, Q. Metellus Scipio, vaunting an unmatched pedigree, yet ignorant as well as unworthy of his ancestors, corrupt and debauched in the way of his life. 1. Pompeius took in marriage his daughter, Cornelia, the widow of P. Crassus, rescued him from a due and deserved prosecution, and chose him as colleague for the remaining 5 months of the year. A new combination was ready to form, with the ultimate decision to turn on the dynast's attitude towards Caesar and towards Cato. Pompeius prolonged his own possession of Spain for 5 years more and sought by a trick to annul the law passed by the tribunes of the year conceding to Caesar the right to stand for the consulate in absence. Detected, he made tardy and questionable amends. The dynast was not yet ready to drop his ally. He needed Caesar for counterbalance against the Catonian party until he made final choice between the two. Cato, standing for the consulate, was signally defeated, to the satisfaction of Pompeius no less than of Caesar. 2 years passed, heavy with a gathering storm. Caesar's enemies were precipitate and impatient. Early in 51 the consul M. Marcellus opened the attack. He was rebuffed by Pompeius, and the great debate on Caesar's command was postponed till March 1 of the following year. Pompeius remained ambiguous, with hints of going to Spain, but forced by the Optimates, not altogether against his will, to demand a legion from Caesar. The pretext was the insecurity of Syria, gravely menaced by the Parthians. 2. Caesar complied. Pompeius proclaimed submission to the Senate as a solemn duty. 3. The legion was not withdrawn, however, until the next year, along with another previously lent by Pompeius to Caesar. Both were retained in Italy. Though Pompeius or the enemies of Caesar might prevail at the consular elections, that was no unmixed advantage. The Marcelli were rash but unstable, other consuls timid or venal. 1. Caesar could always count on tribunes. C. Scribonius Curio, a vigorous orator, began the year as a champion of the government, but soon showed his colors, blocking the long-awaited discussion on Caesar's provinces and confounding the oligarchy by pertinacious proposals that both dynasts should surrender their armies and save the Commonwealth. Curio became a popular hero, and the people was incited against the Senate. The threat of a coalition between Pompeius and the Optimates united their enemies and reinforced the party of Caesar. Caesar had risen to great power through Pompeius, helped by the lieutenants of Pompeius in peace and in war, and now Caesar had become a rival political leader in his own right. In every class of society the defeated and dispossessed, eager for revenge, looked to Caesar's consulate, or Caesar's victory and the rewards of greed and ambition in a war against the sullen oligarchy. Italy began to stir. In the city of Rome political contests and personal feuds now grew sharper. App. Claudius Pulcher, elected to the censorship, an office which was a patent rebuke to his own private conduct, worked for his party by ejection of undesirable senators, and augmented the following of Caesar. The arrogant and stubborn censor, mindful, like Cato, of a great ancestor, turned his attack on the tribune Curio, but in vain, and on Curio's friend, the aedile M. Caelius Rufus, provoking a reciprocal charge of unnatural vice. 2. Caelius's enemies drove him to Caesar's side. App. Pulcher was no adornment to the party of Cato. Already another leader, the consular Ahenobarbus, had suffered defeat in contest for an augurship against Antonius, sent from Gaul by Caesar. 3. That event showed clearly the strength of the opposing parties in command of votes at Rome. Moreover, Antonius and other adherents of Caesar, elected tribunes for the next year, promised to continue the tactics of Curio. In the autumn men began to speak of an inevitable war. Fortune was arranging the scene for a grand and terrible spectacle. 4. Caesar would tolerate no superior, Pompeius no rival. 1. Caesar had many enemies, provoked by his ruthless ambition, by his acts of arrogance towards other principes, and by his support, when consul and proconsul, of the domination of Pompeius, who now, for supreme power, seemed likely to throw over his ally. On December 1 Curio's proposal came up in the Senate again, revealing an overpowering majority against both dynasts. 2. The consul C. Marcellus denounced the apathy of senators as submission to tyranny, protested that Caesar was already invading Italy, and took action on behalf of the Commonwealth. Accompanied by the consuls-elect he went to Pompeius and handed him a sword, with dramatic gesture, bidding him take command of the armed forces in Italy. Pompeius already held all Spain, in an anomalous and arbitrary fashion. As a consequence of the law of 52 BC, the other provinces from Macedonia eastwards were in the hands of men loyal to the government, or at least not dangerous. 3. And all the kings, princes and tetrarchs, remembering their patron, were ready to bring their levies at his command. Magnus, it might seem, was strong enough to prevent civil war, free to negotiate without being accused of ignoble timidity. 4. But the dynast remained ambiguous and menacing. To his allies he expressed firm confidence, pointed to his armed forces and spoke contemptuously of the proconsul of Gaul. 5. Rumor, spontaneous or fabricated, told of discontent among Caesar's soldiers and officers, and there was solid ground to doubt the loyalty of Caesar's best marshal, T. Labianus. 6. Then followed debate in the Senate, public attempts at mediation and negotiation in private. On January 1 a proposal of Caesar was rejected and he was declared contumacious. 6 days later his province was taken from him. The Caesarian tribunes M. Antonius and Q. Cassius, their veto disregarded, fled from the city. A state of emergency was proclaimed. Even had Pompeius now wished to avert the appeal to arms, he was swept forward by uncontrollable forces, entangled in the embrace of perfidious allies, or, as he called it himself, patriotic submission to the needs of the Commonwealth. 1. The coalition may summarily be described as 4 ancient and eminent families, linked closely with one another and with the Catonian faction. Rising to power with support from the Metellii, though not without quarrels and rivalry, Pompeius broke the alliance when he returned from the east, and the consul Metellus Sella banded with the Catonian faction to attack and harry Pompeius. But the feud was not bitter or beyond remedy, the Metellii were too politic for that. 3 years later Nepos was consul, perhaps with help from Pompeius. Signs of an accommodation became perceptible. Despite 5 consulates in 23 years, the Metellii soon found that their power was passing. Death took off the consuls one by one. 2. Marriage or adoption might retrieve the waning fortunes of a noble family. The Metellii had employed their women to good effect in the past, and one of the daughters was given in marriage to the elder son of the dynast Crassus. Further, Scipio, almost the last of his line, himself the grandson of a Metella, had passed by adoption into their family. This was Q. Metellus Scipio, father-in-law and colleague of Pompeius in his 3rd consulate. The compact with Metellii and Scipions recalled ancient history and revealed the political decline of 2 great houses. The Pompei had once been hangers-on of the Scipions, but the power and splendor of that imperial house, the conquerors of Carthage and of Spain, belonged only to the past. They had been able to show only one consul in the preceding generation. 3. More spectacular the eclipse of the plebeian Claudii Marcelli, who emulated the Scipions in the Great Age. Obscure for a century, they emerge again into sudden prominence with 3 consuls in the last 3 years of the Free State. 4. The influence of Pompeius and alliance with the Lentuli may not unfairly be surmised. 1. The patrician Corneli Lentuli were noted more for pride of birth and political caution than for public splendor or conspicuous ability in war and peace. They sought to profit by help from Pompeius without incurring feuds or damage. Certain of the Lentuli had served under Pompeius in Spain and in the East. 5 consulates in this generation rewarded their sagacity. 3. With these 4 families was now joined the faction of Cato. Of his allies and relatives, Lucullus and Hortensius were dead, but the group was still formidable, including his nephew M. Junius Brutus and the husbands of his sister and daughter, namely L. Domitius Ahenobarbus and M. Calpurnius Bibulus. To loyal support of Cato, Ahenobarbus and Brutus joined a sacred vendetta against Pompeius. For Cato or for the Republic they postponed vengeance, but did not forget a brother and father slain by the young Pompeius in a foul and treacherous fashion. Ahenobarbus was a great political dynast in his own right, born to power. The Pact of Lucca blocked him from his consulate, but only for a year. He had another grievance. Caesar's tenure of Gaul beyond the Alps robbed him of a province to which he asserted a hereditary claim. 4. As for Bibulus, he smarted still beneath the humiliation of authority set at naught and fruitless contests with the consul and the tribunes of Pompeius. It was later claimed by their last survivor that the party of the Republican camp of Pompeius embraced 10 men of consular rank. 1. With the consuls of the last year of the Republic conveniently added, the array is impressive and instructive. In the first place, Pompeius and his decorative father-in-law, Q. Metellus Scipio, 2 Lentuli and 2 Marcelli. 2. Then came the enigmatic Appius Claudius Pulcher, proud, corrupt and superstitious, in his person the symbol and link of the whole coalition. Himself the son of a Caesilia Metella and husband of a Servilia, he gave one daughter for wife to Pompeius's elder son, another to Cato's nephew Brutus. 3. Cato himself had not reached the consulate, but 2 consuls followed, the stubborn and irascible Bibulus, and Ahenobarbus, energetic but very stupid. The tale of the procession is brought up by Sulpicius Rufus, a timid and respectable jurist lacking in pronounced political opinions, and 2 Norvihomenes, the Pompeian general Afranius and the orator Cicero, pathetically loyal to a leader of whose insincerity he could recall such palpable and painful testimony. The party of the Republic was no place for a novus homo, the Lentuli was synonymous with aristocratic pride, ap. Claudius took a peculiar delight in rebuffing or harrying Cicero, and the Metellii had given him a pointed reminder of the dignitas of their house. 4. It was the oligarchy of Sulla, manifest and menacing in its last bid for power, serried but insecure. Pompeius was playing a double game. He hoped to employ the leading nobles to destroy Caesar, whether it came to war or not, in either way gaining the mastery. They were not duped, they knew Pompeius, but they fancied that Pompeius, weakened by the loss of his ally and of popular support, would be in their power at last, amenable to guidance or to be discarded if recalcitrant. The policy arose from the brain and will of Marcus Cato. His allies, eager to enlist a man of principle on their side, celebrated as integrity what was often conceded to all stupidity and mistook craft for sagacity. They might have known better. Cato's stubborn refusal to agree to the land bill for Pompeius's veterans only led to worse evils and a subverting of the constitution. After long strife against the domination of Pompeius, Cato resolved to support a dictatorship, though anxiously shunning the name. Cato's confidence in his own rectitude and insight derived secret strength from the antipathy which he felt for the person and character of Caesar. The influence and example of Cato spurred on the nobles and accelerated war. Helped by the power, the prestige, and the illicit armies of Pompeius Magnus stationed already on Italian soil or now being recruited for the government and on the plea of legitimacy, a faction in the Senate worked the constitution against Caesar. The proconsul refused to yield. IV. Caesar the dictator. Sulla was the first Roman to lead an army against Rome. Not of his own choosing, his enemies had won control of the government and deprived him of the command against Mithridates. Again, when he landed in Italy after an absence of nearly 5 years, force was his only defense against the party that had attacked a proconsul who was fighting the wars of the Republic in the East. Sulla had all the ambition of a Roman noble, but it was not his ambition to seize power through civil strife and hold it, supreme and alone. His work done, the dictator resigned. The conquest of Gaul, the war against Pompeius and the establishment of the dictatorship of Caesar are events that move in a harmony so swift and sure as to appear preordained, and history has sometimes been written as though Caesar set the tune from the beginning, in the knowledge that monarchy was the panacea for the world's ills, and with the design to achieve it by armed force. 1. Such a view is too simple to be historical. Caesar strove to avert any resort to open war. Both before and after the outbreak of hostilities he sought to negotiate with Pompeius. Had Pompeius listened and consented to an interview, their old amicitia might have been repaired. With the nominal primacy of Pompeius recognized, Caesar and his adherents would capture the government, and perhaps reform the state. Caesar's enemies were afraid of that, and so was Pompeius. After long wavering, Pompeius chose at last to save the oligarchy. Further, the proconsul's proposals as conveyed to the Senate were moderate and may not be dismissed as mere maneuvers for position or for time to bring up his armies. 2. Caesar knew how small was the party willing to provoke a war. As the artful motion of a Caesarian tribune had revealed, an overwhelming majority in the Senate, nearly 400 against 22, wished both dynasts to lay down their extraordinary commands. 3. A rash and factious minority prevailed. The precise legal points at issue in Caesar's claim to stand for the consulate in absence and retain his province until the end of the year 49 BC are still matters of controversy. 1. If they were ever clear, debate and misrepresentation soon clouded truth and equity. The nature of the political crisis is less obscure. Caesar and his associates in power had thwarted or suspended the constitution for their own ends many times in the past. Exceptions had been made before in favor of other dynasts, and Caesar asserted both legal and moral rights to preferential treatment. In the last resort his rank, prestige and honor, summed up in the Latin word dignitas, were all at stake. To Caesar, as he claimed, his dignitas had ever been dearer than life itself. Too sooner than surrender it, Caesar appealed to arms. A constitutional pretext was provided by the violence of his adversaries. Caesar stood in defense of the rights of the tribunes and the liberties of the Roman people. But that was not the plea which Caesar himself valued most, it was his personal honor. His enemies appeared to have triumphed. They had driven a wedge between the two dynasts, winning over to their side the power and prestige of Pompeius. They would be able to deal with Pompeius later. It might not come to open war, and Pompeius was still in their control so long as he was not at the head of an army in the field. Upon Caesar they had thrust the choice between civil war and political extinction. But Caesar refused to join the long roll of Pompeius's victims, to be superseded like Lucullus, to be discarded and disgraced as had been Gabinius, the governor of Syria. If he gave way now, it was the end. Returning to Rome a private citizen, Caesar would at once be prosecuted by his enemies for extortion or treason. They would secure lawyers reputed for eloquence, high principle and patriotism. Cato was waiting for him, rancorous and incorruptible. A jury carefully selected, with moral support from soldiers of Pompeius stationed around the court, would bring in the inevitable verdict. After that, nothing for Caesar but to join the exiled Milo at Massilia and enjoy the red mullet and Hellenic culture of that university city. 3. Caesar was constrained to appeal to his army for protection. At last the enemies of Caesar had succeeded in ensnaring Pompeius, and in working the constitution against the craftiest politician of the day, he was declared a public enemy if he did not lay down his command before a certain day. By invoking constitutional sanctions against Caesar, a small faction misrepresented the true wishes of a vast majority in the Senate, in Rome, and in Italy. They pretended that the issue lay between a rebellious proconsul and legitimate authority. Such venturesome expedients are commonly the work of hot blood and muddled heads. The error was double and damning. Disillusion followed swiftly. Even Cato was dismayed. 1. It had confidently been expected that the solid and respectable classes in the towns of Italy would rally in defense of the authority of the Senate and the liberties of the Roman people, that all the land would rise as one man against the invader. Nothing of the kind happened. Italy was apathetic to the war cry of the Republic in danger, skeptical about its champions. The very virtues for which the propertied classes were sedulously praised by politicians at Rome forbade intervention in a struggle which was not their own. 2. Pompeius might stamp with his foot in the land of Italy, as he had rashly boasted. No armed legions rose at his call. Even Picenum, his own barony, went over to the enemy without a blow. No less complete the military miscalculation, the imperator did not answer to his repute as a soldier. Insecurity and the feeling of guilt, added to inadequate preparation for war, may have impaired his decision. 3. Yet his plan was no mere makeshift, as it appeared to his allies, but subtle and grandiose, to evacuate Italy, leaving Caesar entrapped between the legions of Spain and the hosts of all the East, and then to return, like Sulla, to victory and to power. 4. Caesar, it is true, had only a legion to hand, the bulk of his army was still far away. But he swept down the eastern coast of Italy, gathering troops, momentum and confidence as he went. Within 2 months of the crossing of the Rubicon he was master of Italy. Pompeius made his escape across the Adriatic, carrying with him several legions and a large number of senators, a grievous burden of revenge and recrimination. The enemies of Caesar had counted upon capitulation or a short and easy war. They had lost the first round. Then a second blow, quite beyond calculation. Before the summer was out the generals of Pompeius in Spain were outmaneuvered and overcome. Yet even so, until the legions joined battle on the plain of Pharsalus, the odds lay heavily against Caesar. Fortune, the devotion of his veteran legionaries and the divided counsels of his adversaries secured the crowning victory. But 3 years more of fighting were needed to stamp out the last and bitter resistance of the Pompeian cause in Africa and in Spain. They would have it thus, said Caesar as he gazed upon the Roman dead at Pharsalus, half in patriot grief for the havoc of civil war, half in impatience and resentment. 1. They had cheated Caesar of the true glory of a Roman aristocrat, to contend with his peers for primacy, not to destroy them. His enemies had the laugh of him in death. Even Pharsalus was not the end. His former ally, the great Pompeius, glorious from victories in all quarters of the world, lay unburied on an Egyptian beach, slain by a renegade Roman, the hireling of a foreign king. Dead, too, and killed by Romans, were Caesar's rivals and enemies, many illustrious consulars. Ahenobarbus fought and fell at Pharsalus, and Q. Metellus Scipio ended worthy of his ancestors, too, while Cato chose to fall by his own hand rather than witness the domination of Caesar and the destruction of the free state. That was the nemesis of ambition and glory, to be thwarted in the end. After such wreckage, the task of rebuilding confronted him, stern and thankless. Without the sincere and patriotic cooperation of the governing class, the attempt would be all in vain, the mere creation of arbitrary power, doomed to perish in violence. It was rational to suspend judgment about the guilt of the civil war. 3. Pompeius had been little better, if at all, than his younger and more active rival, a spurious and disquieting champion of legitimate authority when men recalled the earlier career and inordinate ambition of the sullen partisan who had first defied and then destroyed the Senate's rule. Each had sought armed domination. 1. Had Pompeius conquered in battle, the Republic could hardly have survived. A few years, and Pompeius the dictator would have been assassinated in the Senate by honorable men, at the foot of his own statue. That was not the point. The cause of Pompeius had become the better cause. Caesar could not compete, though interest on each side claimed more adherence than principle. Interest with the Pompeians usurped the respectable garb of legality. Many of Caesar's partisans were frank adventurers, avid for gain and advancement, some for revolution. Yet for all that, in the matter of Caesar's party the contrast of disreputable scoundrels on the one side and high-born patriots on the other is as schematic and misleading as the contrast between the aspirant to autocracy and the forces of law and order. Caesar's following was heterogeneous in composition, at its kernel a small group of men paramount in social distinction, not merely nobles but patrician, on the outer fringe, many excellent Roman knights, the flower of Italy. The composition of Caesar's party and the character of those adherents with whom he supplemented the Senate and reinforced the oligarchy of government, an important topic, demands separate treatment. 2. Many senators tried to remain neutral, including several eminent consulars, some of whom Caesar won to sympathy, if not to active support, by his studious moderation. To the survivors of the defeated faction he behaved with public and ostentatious clemency. They were members of his own class, he had not wished to make war upon them or to exterminate the Roman aristocracy. But these proud adversaries did not always leap forward with alacrity to be exhibited as object lessons of the clementia and magnitudo animi of Caesar. They took the gift of life and restoration with suppressed resentment, some refused even to ask. 3. Under these unfavorable auspices, a Sulla but for Clementia, a Gracchus but lacking a revolutionary program, Caesar established his dictatorship. His rule began as the triumph of a faction in civil war. He made it his task to transcend faction, and in so doing wrought his own destruction. A champion of the people, he had to curb the people's rights, as Sulla had done. To rule, he needed the support of the nobles, yet he had to curtail their privileges and repress the dangerous ambitions. In name and function, Caesar's office was to set the state in order against re publicae constituendi. Despite odious memories of Sulla, the choice of the dictatorship was recommended by its comprehensive powers and freedom from the tribunician veto. Caesar knew that secret enemies would soon direct the deadly weapon against one who had used it with such dexterity in the past and who more recently claimed to be asserting the rights of the tribunes, the liberty of the Roman people. He was not mistaken, yet he required special powers. After a civil war, the need was patent. The dictator's task might well demand several years. In 46 BC his powers were prolonged to a tenure of 10 years, an ominous sign. A gleam of hope that the emergency period would be quite short flickered up for a moment, to wane at once and perish utterly. 1. In January 44 BC, Caesar was voted the dictatorship for life. About the same time decrees of the Senate ordained that an oath of allegiance should be taken in his name. 2. Was this the measure of his ordering of the Roman state? Was this a res publica constituta? It was disquieting. Little had been done to repair the ravages of civil war and promote social regeneration. For that there was sore need, as both his adherents and his former adversaries pointed out. From Pompeius, from Cato and from the oligarchy, no hope of reform. But Caesar seemed different. He had consistently advocated the cause of the oppressed, whether Roman, Italian or provincial. He had shown that he was not afraid of vested interests. But Caesar was not a revolutionary. He soon disappointed the rapacity or the idealism of certain of his partisans who had hoped for an assault upon the moneyed classes, a drastic reduction of debts and a program of revolution that should be radical and genuine. 3. Only the usurers approved of Caesar, so Caelius complained quite early in the civil war. 1. Not everybody was as outspoken or as radical as Caelius, who passed from words to deeds and perished in an armed rising. Cicero, when lauding the clemency and magnanimity of the dictator, took the opportunity to sketch a modest program of moral and social reform. 2. Having written treatises about the Roman Commonwealth some years earlier, he may have expected to be consulted upon these weighty matters. But Cicero's hopes of res publica constituta were soon dashed. The dictator himself expressed alarming opinions about the res publica. It was only a name. Sulla, by resigning supreme power, showed that he was an ignorant fellow. 3. Caesar postponed decision about the permanent ordering of the state. It was too difficult. Instead, he would set out for the wars again, to Macedonia and to the eastern frontier of the empire. At Rome he was hampered. Abroad he might enjoy his conscious mastery of men and events, as before in Gaul. Easy victories, but not the urgent needs of the Roman people. About Caesar's ultimate designs there can be opinion, but no certainty. The acts and projects of his dictatorship do not reveal them. For the rest, the evidence is partisan, or posthumous. No statement of unrealized intentions is a safe guide to history, for it is unverifiable and therefore the most attractive form of misrepresentation. The enemies of Caesar spread rumors to discredit the living dictator. Caesar dead became a god and a myth, passing from the realm of history into literature and legend, declamation and propaganda. By Augustus he was exploited in two ways. The avenging of Caesar fell to his adopted son who assumed the title of Divi Filius as consecration for the ruler of Rome. That was all he affected to inherit from Caesar, the halo. The god was useful, but not the dictator. Augustus was careful sharply to discriminate between dictator and princeps. Under his rule Caesar the dictator was either suppressed outright or called up from time to time to enhance the contrast between the unscrupulous adventurer who destroyed the free state in his ambition and the modest magistrate who restored the republic. In its treatment of Caesar the inspired literature of the Augustan Principate is consistent and instructive. Though in different words, Virgil, Horace and Livy tell the same tale and point the same moral. 1. Yet speculation cannot be debarred from playing round the high and momentous theme of the last designs of Caesar the dictator. It has been supposed and contended that Caesar either desired to establish or had actually inaugurated an institution unheard of in Rome and unimagined there, monarchic rule, despotic and absolute, based upon worship of the ruler, after the pattern of the monarchies of the Hellenistic East. Thus may Caesar be represented as the heir in all things of Alexander the Macedonian and as the anticipator of Caracalla, a king and a god incarnate, leveling class and nation, ruling a subject, united and uniform world by right divine. 2. This extreme simplification of long and diverse ages of history seems to suggest that Caesar alone of contemporary Roman statesmen possessed either a wide vision of the future or a singular and elementary blindness to the present. But this is only a Caesar of myth or rational construction, a lay figure set up to point a contrast with Pompeius or Augustus, as though Augustus did not assume a more than human name and found a monarchy, complete with court and hereditary succession, as though Pompeius, the conqueror of the East and of every continent, did not exploit for his own vanity the resemblance to Alexander in warlike fame and even in bodily form. 3. Caesar was a truer Roman than either of them. The complete synthesis in the person of Caesar of hereditary monarchy and divine worship is difficult to establish on the best of contemporary evidence, the voluminous correspondence of Cicero. 4. Moreover, the whole theme of divine honors is fertile in misunderstandings. 1. After death Caesar was enrolled among the gods of the Roman state by the interested device of the leaders of the Caesarian party. It might appear that subsequent accounts have been guilty of attributing a part at least of the cult of Divus Julius to that very different person, Caesar the dictator. The rule of Caesar could well be branded as monarchy on a partisan or conventional estimate. The terms rex and regnum belong to the vocabulary of Roman political invective, applicable alike to the domination of Sulla and the arbitrary power exercised by Cicero during his consulate, for the new man from Arpinum was derided as the first foreign king at Rome since the Tarquini. Point 2. It was to silence rumor that Caesar made an ostentatious refusal of the diadem at a public ceremony. Caesarum se, non regem esse. 3. Beyond doubt the dictator's powers were as considerable as those of a monarch. Caesar would have been the first to admit it, he needed neither the name nor the diadem. But monarchy presupposes hereditary succession, for which no provision was made by Caesar. The heir to Caesar's name, his grandnephew, attracted little attention at the time of his first appearance in Rome. The young man had to build up a faction for himself and make his own way along the road to power, beginning as a military demagogue. If Caesar must be judged, it is by facts and not by alleged intentions. As his acts and his writings reveal him, Caesar stands out as a realist and an opportunist. In the short time at his disposal he can hardly have made plans for a long future or laid the foundation of a consistent government. Whatever it might be, it would owe more to the needs of the moment than to alien or theoretical models. More important the business in hand, it was expedited in swift and arbitrary fashion. Caesar made plans and decisions in the company of his intimates and secretaries, the Senate voted but did not deliberate. As the dictator was on the point of departing in the spring of 44 BC for several years of campaigning in the Balkans and the East, he tied up magistracies and provincial commands in advance by placing them, according to the traditional Roman way, in the hands of loyal partisans or of reconciled Pompeians whose good sense should guarantee peace. For that period, at least, a salutary pause from political activity, with the lapse of time the situation might become clearer in one way or another. At the moment it was intolerable, the autocrat became impatient, annoyed by covert opposition, petty criticism and laudations of dead Cato. That he was unpopular he well knew. Point 1. For all his genius, Caesar could not see a way out, as one of his friends was subsequently to remark. Point 2. And there was no going back. To Caesar's clear mind and love of rapid decision, this brought a tragic sense of impotence and frustration, he had been all things and it was no good. Point 3. He had surpassed the good fortune of Sulla Felix and the glory of Pompeius Magnus. In vain, reckless ambition had ruined the Roman state and baffled itself in the end. Point 4. Of the melancholy that descended upon Caesar there stands the best of testimony, my life has been long enough, whether reckoned in years or in renown. The words were remembered, the most eloquent of his contemporaries did not disdain to plagiarize them. Point 5. The question of ultimate intentions becomes irrelevant. Caesar was slain for what he was, not for what he might become. Point 6. The assumption of a dictatorship for life seemed to mock and dispel all hope of a return to normal and constitutional government. His rule was far worse than the violent and illegal domination of Pompeius. The present was unbearable, the future hopeless. It was necessary to strike at once. Absence, the passage of time and the solid benefits of peace and order might abate men's resentment against Caesar, insensibly disposing their minds to servitude and monarchy. A faction recruited from the most diverse elements planned and carried out the assassination of the dictator. That his removal would be no remedy but a source of greater ills to the Commonwealth, the dictator himself observed. Point 1. His judgment was vindicated in blood and suffering, and posterity has seen fit to condemn the act of the liberators, for so they were styled, as worse than a crime, a folly. The verdict is hasty and judges by results. It is all too easy to label the assassins as fanatic adepts of Greek theories about the supreme virtue of tyrannicide, blind to the true nature of political catchwords and the urgent needs of the Roman state. The character and pursuits of Marcus Brutus, the representative figure in the conspiracy, might lend plausible coloring to such a theory. Yet it is in no way evident that the nature of Brutus would have been very different had he never opened a book of Stoic or academic philosophy. Moreover, the originator of the plot, the dour and military Cassius, was of the Epicurean persuasion and by no means a fanatic. Point 2. As for the tenets of the Stoics, they could support doctrines quite distasteful to Roman republicans, namely monarchy or the brotherhood of man. The Stoic teaching, indeed, was nothing more than a corroboration and theoretical defense of certain traditional virtues of the governing class in an aristocratic and republican state. Hellenic culture does not explain Cato. 3. And the virtus about which Brutus composed a volume was a Roman quality, not an alien importation. The word means courage, the ultimate virtue of a free man. With virtus go libertas and fidus, blending in a proud ideal of character and conduct, constancy in purpose and act, independence of habit, temper and speech, honesty and loyalty. Privilege and station imposed duties, to family, class and equals in the first place, but also towards clients and dependents. Point 4. No oligarchy could survive if its members refused to abide by the rules, to respect liberty and the laws. To his contemporaries, Marcus Brutus, firm in spirit, upright and loyal, in manner grave and aloof, seemed to embody that ideal of character, admired by those who did not care to imitate. His was not a simple personality, but passionate, intense and repressed. Point 1. Nor was his political conduct wholly to be predicted. Brutus might well have been a Caesarian, neither he nor Caesar were predestined partisans of Pompeius. Servilia reared her son to hate Pompeius, schemed for the Caesarian alliance and designed that Brutus should marry Caesar's daughter. Point 2. Her plan was annulled by the turn of events in the fatal consulate of Metellus. Caesar was captured by Pompeius. Julia, the bride intended for Brutus, pledged the alliance. After this the paths of Brutus and of Caesar diverged sharply for 11 years. But Brutus, after Pharsalus, at once gave up a lost cause, receiving pardon from Caesar, high favor, a provincial command and finally the praetorship in 44 BC. Yet Cato, no sooner dead, asserted the old domination over his nephew more powerfully than ever in life. Brutus came to feel shame for his own disloyalty. He composed a pamphlet in honor of the Republican who died true to his principles and to his class. Then he strengthened the family tie and obligation of vengeance yet further by divorcing his Claudia and marrying his cousin Porcia, Bibulus's widow. No mistake about the meaning of that act, and Servilia disapproved. There were deeper causes still in Brutus' resolve to slay the tyrant, envy of Caesar and the memory of Caesar's amours with Servilia, public and notorious. Above all, to Brutus as to Cato, who stood by the ancient ideals, it seemed that Caesar, avid for splendor, glory and power, ready to use his birth and station to subvert his own class, was an ominous type, the monarchic aristocrat, recalling the kings of Rome and fatal to any republic. Brutus and his allies might invoke Philosophia, an ancestor who had liberated Rome from the Tarquini, the first consul of the Republic and founder of Libertas. Dubious history, and irrelevant point 1. The liberators knew what they were about. Honorable men grasped the assassin's dagger to slay a Roman aristocrat, a friend and a benefactor, for better reasons than that. They stood, not merely for the traditions and the institutions of the Free State, but very precisely for the dignity and the interests of their own order. Liberty and the laws are high-sounding words. They will often be rendered, on a cool estimate, as privilege and vested interests. It is not necessary to believe that Caesar planned to establish at Rome a Hellenistic monarchy, whatever meaning may attach to that phrase. The dictatorship was enough. The rule of the nobles, he could see, was an anachronism in a world empire, and so was the power of the Roman plebs when all Italy enjoyed the franchise. Caesar in truth was more conservative and Roman than many have fancied, and no Roman conceived of government save through an oligarchy. But Caesar was being forced into an autocratic position. It meant the lasting domination of one man instead of the rule of the law, the constitution and the Senate. It announced the triumph soon or late of new forces and new ideas, the elevation of the army and the provinces, the depression of the traditional governing class. Caesar's autocracy appeared to be much more than a temporary expedient to liquidate the heritage of the civil war and reinvigorate the organs of the Roman state. It was going to last, and the Roman aristocracy was not to be permitted to govern and exploit the empire in its own fashion. The tragedies of history do not arise from the conflict of conventional right and wrong. They are more august and more complex. Caesar and Brutus each had right on his side. The new party of the liberators was not homogeneous in origin or in motive. The resentment of pardoned Pompeians, thwarted ambition, personal feuds and personal interest masked by the profession of high principle, family tradition and the primacy of civic over private virtue, all these were in the game. Yet in the forefront of this varied company stood trusted officers of the dictator, the generals of the Gallican civil wars, rewarded already for service or designated to high office. Point 2. Their coalition with Pompeians and Republicans calls for explanation. Without a party a statesman is nothing. He sometimes forgets that awkward fact. If the leader or principal agent of a faction goes beyond the wishes of his allies and emancipates himself from control, he may have to be dropped or suppressed. The reformer T. Gracchus was put up by a small group of influential consuls. Point 1. These prudent men soon refused further support to the rash, self-righteous tribune when he plunged into illegal courses. The political dynast Crassus used Catilina as his agent. Catilina could not, or would not, understand that reform or revolution had no place in the designs of his employer. Crassus drew back, and Catilina went on, to his ruin. When Caesar took the dictatorship for life and the sworn allegiance of senators, it seemed clear that he had escaped from the shackles of party to supreme and personal rule. For this reason, certain of the most prominent of his adherents combined with Republicans and Pompeians to remove their leader. The Caesarian party, thus split by the assassination of the dictator, nonetheless survived, joined for a few months with Republicans in a new and precarious front of security and vested interests led by the dictator's political deputy until a new leader, emerging unexpected, at first tore it in pieces again, but ultimately, after conquering the last of his rivals, converted the old Caesarian party into a national government in a transformed state. The composition and vicissitudes of that party, though less dramatic in unity of theme than the careers and exploits of the successive leaders, will yet help to recall the ineffable complexities of authentic history. The Caesarian party. Caesar, who took his stand on honor and prestige, asserted that Pompeius was disloyal. Caesar had made enemies through Pompeius, and now Pompeius had joined them. Point 1. A just complaint, but not integral truth. A sullen partisan before turning populous, Pompeius by his latest change of front came back to earlier alliances. Sulla restored the oligarchic rule of the nobles. 30 years later they clustered around Pompeius, from interest, from ambition, or for the Republic. The coalition party was the head and front of the nobilitas, paramount in public dignity, but by no means invulnerable to scrutiny of morals and merit. Scipio, vain and corrupt; the venal Lentulus Crus; the Marcelli, brave only in word and gesture; Claudius and Ahenobarbus, diverse in character but equally a joy and comfort to their enemies. Certain of the principes by providential death had been spared the experience of another civil war after a brief respite of precarious peace. Point 2. In all, 26 men of consular standing were alive in the year of Pharsalus. The Pompeians deducted, 14 remain, no match, however, in eminence. Few of them were of any use to Caesar or to the state. During the previous 3 years Caesar had not been able to influence the consular elections to much effect. Point 3. Deplorable in appearance, the lack of consulars, while precluding the personal rivalries that disturbed the camp and councils of Pompeius, and strengthening Caesar's hands for action, gave his rule as party leader a personal and monarchic character. 3 of the consulars, condemned in the law courts, were debarred from public life until restored by the dictator. 1. 2 of the 3, Gabinius and Messala, received military commands in the civil war. Among the other 11 consulars only one was an active partisan, commanding armies, namely CN. Domitius Calvinus, and he was no better than his colleague Messala or his illustrious predecessors, for all 4 had been involved in flagrant electoral scandals. 2. For the rest, elderly survivors, non-entities, neutrals or renegades. A few names stand out, through merit or accident, from a dreary background. Neutrality was repugnant to a noble and a man of spirit, but kinship might be invoked in excuse. Hence one of the Marcelli, the consul who had placed a sword in the hand of Pompeius, mindful at last of a marriage connection with the family of Caesar, abated his ardor, deserted his cousins and remained in Italy, scorned by the Pompeians. Likewise Marcius Philippus, the prudent son of a father who had passed unscathed through the faction wars of Marius and Sulla. 3. A consular who could stand neutral without the imputation of lack of courage or principle was Caesar's father-in-law, the virtuous L. Calpurnius Piso. When hostilities were imminent, Piso offered to mediate between Caesar and Pompeius, and during the civil wars he did not abate his sincere efforts in the cause of concord. So much for the Principes. Before long, most of the Pompeian consulars were dead, and few, indeed, of the Caesarians or neutrals deserve remark in warfare or politics ever after. As Caesar's enemies were the party in power, being the most active and influential of the consulars, youth and ambition in the lower ranks of the Senate turned with alacrity to a politician whose boast and reputation it was that he never let down his friends. Where Pompeius lost supporters through inertia, vanity or perfidy, Caesar gained them and held them. The gold of Gaul poured in steady streams to Rome, purchasing consuls and tribunes, paying the debts of needy senators and winning the support of daring agents. There was no scope for talent or ideas on the other side. The newer movements in literature were sponsored by a brilliant circle of orators and poets, young men hostile to whatever party was in power and noted for their attacks upon Caesar, when Caesar was an ally and agent of the dynast Pompeius. They now turned against the oligarchs. Catullus and Calvus were dead, their friends and companions became Caesarians. 1. He won over many former opponents, sons of the nobles or of Roman knights, and not for the worst of reasons. A huge bribe decided see Scribonius Curio, so history records and repeats, but that was not the only incentive, for Clodius's widow, Fulvia, was his wife, Antonius his friend, App. Pulcher his enemy. 2. Caelius, the fashionable and extravagant son of a parsimonious banker, came over from a calculation of success, by reason of his debts, and perhaps from sincere aspirations to reform, as Aedile Caelius detected and repressed frauds in the waterworks at Rome, composing a memoir that became a classic in the administration of the empire. 3. Like Curio his friend, Caelius had contracted a feud with App. Pulcher. 4. Both were spirited and eloquent, especially Curio, who had already, despite his youth, won rank by vigor and acerbity among the greatest of political orators. 5. Caesar's generosity, revealed in corruption and patronage, knew no limits at all. The most varied motives, ideals and loyalties combined in his party. Some played for gain and a place on the winning side, for discerning judges like Caelius assessed the true relation between Pompeius's prestige and Caesar's war-trained legions. 6. Others sought protection from their enemies, revenge or reinstatement. Along with bankrupts and adventurers, the Caesarian party comprised a formidable array of ability and social distinction. Some senators turn up on Caesar's side, holding commands in the civil wars, without any strong political ties to explain their allegiance. 1. Not only senators chose Caesar, but young nobles at that, kinsmen of the consulars who supported Pompeius and of Cato's partisans. 2. Civil war might cut across families, as this was a contest neither of principle nor of class. The presence of members of the same noble house on opposing sides will be explained not always by domestic discord and youth's intolerance of age, but sometimes by deliberate choice, to safeguard the wealth and standing of the family, whatever the event. The bond of personal allegiance may be compared to that of the family. It was often stronger. Whatever their class in society, men went with a leader or a friend, though the cause were indifferent or even distasteful. Of Caesar's own relatives by blood or marriage, certain were neutral. 3. The young Marcus Antonius, however, was the son of a Julia. Marriage secured the inactivity of the consulars Philippus and C. Marcellus, and the son of Philippus joined the Caesarian tribunes. 4. Old associations that might have appeared negligible or tenuous were faithfully recorded and honored, for example, by the sons of the proconsuls with whom Caesar had served as military tribune and as quaestor. 5. Caesar had kept faith with Crassus, the younger son was dead, the elder followed Caesar, for all that his wife was a Caecilia Metella. 6. Though astute and elusive, Caesar yet seemed as consistent in his politics as in his friendships. His earliest ties were not forgotten, and his ascension revived the party of Marius and the battle cries of the last civil war, only 30 years before. The memory of Sulla was loathed even by those who stood by the order he had established. Pompeius's repute was evil enough with his own class. When he formed an alliance with the Metelli he placed deadly weapons in the hand of his rival, namely the appeal to the people against oligarchy, oppression and murder. Cum duci Sulliano gerimus civilia bella. 1. For revenge and as an example to deter posterity from raising dissension at Rome, Sulla outlawed his adversaries, confiscated their property and deprived the descendants of all political rights. Caesar, advocating clemency from humanity and class feeling as well as for political effect, secured the restitution of Norbanus, Cinna and Carinus, all names of historic note in the Marian faction. 2. Hostile to the oligarchy and wishing to supersede it, Marius' party comprised diverse elements, noble and patrician as well as new men, knights and municipal aristocrats. 3. Certain distinguished families of that party had not been proscribed, and some rallied soon or late to the Sullan system and the cause of Pompeius. But not all were now Pompeians. P. Sulpicius Rufus, a kinsman, it may be presumed, of that eloquent and high-minded tribune whose legislation precipitated the civil war between Marius and Sulla, is appropriately discovered on the side of Caesar. 4. The Marian tradition in politics was carried on by men called populares. Pompeius had once been a popularis, using tribunes and the advocacy of reform for his personal ambition. Like his father before him, Pompeius could not be described as a consistent party politician, for good or for evil. Caesar the proconsul was faithful to the cause. In his company emerge ex-tribunes noted for past legislation or for opposition to the Senate, a steady source of recruitment to the ranks of his legates in Gaul. The active tribune was a marked man. Some of these pestilential citizens had succumbed to prosecution, but the eloquent Q. Fufius Calenus and the robust and cheerful P. Vatinus, a popular figure, tribune in Caesar's consulate, managed to hold their own. 1. Catilina and Clodius were dead but remembered. Rapacious or idealistic enemies of the dominant oligarchy took heart again. It was evident that Caesar would restore and reward his friends and partisans, old allies in intrigue and illegal activities, or, more simply, the victims of political justice, whatever the deserts. The Catilinarian P. Cornelius Sulla, a relative of the dictator Sulla, had been prosecuted in the courts, but rescued by the able defense of an eloquent lawyer to whom he had lent a large sum of money. 2. He now stood with Caesar and commanded the right wing at Pharsalus, renewing for Caesar the luck of Sulla. 3. The third consulate of Pompeius thinned the enemies of ordered government, and a purge of the Senate soon produced another crop of homines calamitosi. The censorship was a valuable weapon. In 70 BC 2 Pompeian censors had cleansed the Senate of undesirables. 4. 20 years later, on the verge of another coup d'état, Pompeius had only one censor on his side, Ap. Claudius, who strove to expel Curio from the Senate. His colleague Piso thwarted that move, but was unable or unwilling to save the Caesarian C. Salastius Crispus, a young man from the Sabine country who had plunged into politics, a tribune conspicuous among the opponents of the optimates under the third consulate of Pompeius. 5. Luxury and vice were alleged against Salastius, the enemies of Ap. Claudius could have incriminated the stern censor on that count. Further, Caesar brought back the 3 disgraced consulars, not all dubious characters. Gabinius, at least, an old Pompeian partisan, author of salutary legislation in defense of provincials, had been an admirable governor of Syria, as the clearest of testimony, that of his enemies, so convincingly reveals, he had delivered over the publicani into the hands of the Syrians and the Jews, nations born to servitude. 1. For that enormity Gabinius himself was sacrificed to the publicani. Pompeius could surely have saved him, had he cared. 2. But Gabinius had served his turn now. The extended commands of Pompeius in the west and in the east furnished scope for political patronage as well as for military experience. His numerous legates might have been the nucleus of a formidable faction. 3. Some of them he lent to his ally, Caesar the proconsul, and some he lost. 4. Caesar profited by the example, and by the errors, of his predecessor. He recruited his legates of the Gallic Wars 10 in number from 56 BC onwards from the company of his relatives, friends and political associates, varying widely in social distinction, nobiles, members of reputable senatorial families that had not reached the consulate and sons of Roman knights. The latter class does not show a conspicuously high proportion. 5. Whatever might be their origin or affiliation, the generals of the Gallic Wars as a body stood loyally by their proconsul, commanding armies and governing provinces under the dictatorship. 6. Some, it is true, were disappointed or ungrateful, yet of the whole number, at least 8 subsequently became consuls. Only 2 of the legates present or past joined the enemies of Caesar, Cicero's brother and the great Marshal T. Labianus. Honored and enriched by Caesar, Labianus was encouraged to hope for the consulate. 7. Other Pompeians and other men from Picenum might be captured by the arts, the gold and the glory of Caesar. Labianus left Caesar, but not from political principle, he returned to an old allegiance. 1. Caesar's following was dual in composition. The fact that he took up arms against the party in power, had been a Marian and a popularis, was feared for a time by contemporaries and often believed by posterity to be a revolutionary, has led to undue emphasis on the non-senatorial or even anti-senatorial elements in his party and in his policy. The majority of the leading consulars was massed against him. No matter, Caesar's faction numbered not only many senators but nobiles at that. Most conspicuous of all is the group of nobiles of patrician stock. Caesar, like Sulla, was a patrician and proud of it. He boasted before the people that his house was descended from the immortal gods and from the kings of Rome. 2. Patrician and plebeian understood each other. The patrician might recall past favors conferred upon the Roman plebs. 3. He could also appeal to the duties which they owed to birth and station. The plebs would not have given preference and votes against Caesar for one of themselves or for a mere municipal dignitary. In the traditional way of the patricians, Caesar exploited his family and the state religion for politics and for domination, winning the office of Pontifex Maximus. The Julii themselves were an old sacerdotal family. 4. Sulla and Caesar, both members of patrician houses that had passed through a long period of obscurity, strove to revive and re-establish their peers. 5. The patriciate was a tenacious class, though depressed by poverty, by incapacity to adjust themselves to a changing economic system, by active rivals and by the rise of dynastic plebeian houses like the Metelli. They remembered their ancient glory and strove to recover leadership. Some families looked to Pompeius as the heir of Sulla and the protector of the oligarchy. More numerous were the decayed patricians that pinned their hopes on Caesar, and not in vain. In the time of Sulla the Fabii have declined so far that they cannot show a consul. A Fabius Maximus followed Caesar and brought back the consulate to his family. 1. Ap. Claudius, the most prominent member of the patrician Claudii, and two branches of the Cornuli, the Scipians and the Lentuli, stood by the oligarchy. But Caesar claimed, among other patricians, the worthy T. Claudius Nero, whom Cicero desired for son-in-law, and the debauched P. Cornelius Dolabella, a sinister and disquieting figure, whom the choice of his wife and daughter imposed. 2. The Aemili and the Servili occupy a special rank in the political history of Rome, patrician houses which seem to have formed an alliance for power with the plebeians when the latter were admitted to the consulate. 3. Old ties were revived and strengthened in the generation of Caesar by Servilia, who worked steadily to restore the dignity and power of her family. In her dynastic policy she ruthlessly employed the three daughters of her second husband, whom she gave in marriage to C. Cassius Longinus, to M. Aemilius Lepidus and to P. Servilius Isauricus. 4. Lepidus could recall a family feud against Pompeius, and his consular brother had been won to Caesar by a large bribe. 5. Servilius belonged to a branch of Servilia's own clan which had passed over to the plebeians long ago but had not forgotten its patrician origin. P. Servilius was a man of some competence. Lepidus had influence but no party, ambition but not the will and the power for achievement. Caesar, offering the consulate, had captured them both, perhaps with connivance and help of his friend and former mistress, the formidable and far-sighted Servilia. But Servilia's ambitious designs were seriously impaired by Cato's adhesion to Pompeius and by the outbreak of the civil war. Her son Brutus followed Virtus and Libertas, his uncle Cato, and Pompeius his father's murderer. The patricians were loyal to tradition without being fettered by caste or principle. Either monarchy or democracy could be made to serve their ends, to enhance person and family. The constitution did not matter, they were older than the Roman Republic. It was the ambition of the Roman aristocrat to maintain his dignitas, pursue gloria and display magnitudo animi, his sacred duty to protect his friends and clients and secure their advancement, whatever their station in life. Fides, libertas and amicitia were qualities valued by the governing class, by Caesar as by Brutus. Caesar was a patrician to the core. He was Caesar and he would keep faith. 1. As he also observed, if he had called upon the services of thugs and brigands in defense of his own dignitas, he would have requited them. 2. No empty words. This trait and policy of Caesar was patent to contemporaries. 3. Justice has not always been done to the generous and liberal traditions of the Roman aristocracy, conspicuous in the Julii and in the Claudii. The novus homo at Rome was all too anxiously engaged in forgetting his origin, improving his prospects and ingratiating himself with the nobility to find time to secure the promotion of deserving friends to the station he had himself so arduously attained. For protection against his enemies Caesar appealed to the legions, devoted and invincible, they could tear down the very heavens, so he told people at Hispalis, misguided Spaniards. 4. The centurions were allies and political agents as well as officers. At Pharsalus the sturdy Crastinus opened the fray with the battle cry of Caesar's dignitas and the liberty of the Roman people. 5. In his dispatches Caesar duly requited the valor and loyalty of the centurions. 6. Pay, booty and the opportunities for traffic and preferment made military service remunerative. Caesar borrowed funds from his centurions before the crossing of the Rubicon. Though equestrian officers, whether senators' sons or not, commonly owed their commissions less to merit than to the claims of friendship and influence or the hope of procuring gain and political advancement, military experience was not confined to centurions, their social inferiors. The knight C. Volusinus Quadratus served for some 10 years continuous under Caesar in Gaul and in the civil wars. 1. There were other representatives of his class, excellent men. Many knights were to be found in the following of a proconsul, in a variety of functions. Such equestrian staff officers were Mamurra, an old Pompeian from Formiae, notorious for wealth and vice, 2. And the phenomenal P. Ventidius, whose infancy had known slavery and degradation, captured by Pompeius Strabo at Asculum, he had been led or carried in a Roman triumph. From obscure years of early manhood, some said that he served as a common soldier. Ventidius rose to be an army contractor and attached himself to Caesar the proconsul as an expert manager of supplies and transport. 3. Among Caesar's friends were his secretaries, counselors and political agents, many of them notable for literary tastes and production as well as for aptitude in finance. The secretariat of the proconsul developed into the cabinet of the dictator. Most of them were Roman knights, but Pansa, and possibly Hirtius, had already entered the Senate. 4. Hirtius was a comfortable person of scholarly tastes, in high repute as a gourmet. It was a danger to ask him to dinner. 5. Pansa was also in Gaul for a time. Hirtius was later to complete the Bellum Gallicum and to compile the record of the Bellum Alexandrinum, with the intention of carrying his narrative down to the death of Caesar, and he produced less unobtrusive works of propaganda for his friend and patron, attacking the memory of Cato. History can show no writings of Pansa, or of C. Matthius, the Caesarian businessman, but Matthias's son composed a treatise upon horticulture and domesticated a new species of apple that bore his name. 6. Tireless and inseparable, Oppius and Balbus wrote letters and pamphlets, traveled, intrigued and negotiated in Caesar's interests on secret and open missions before and after the outbreak of the civil war to confirm the political allies of the proconsul, to win over influential neutrals, to detach, deceive or intimidate his enemies. Through these agents repeated assaults were delivered upon the wavering and despondent loyalties of Cicero. 1. C. Oppius probably belonged to a substantial family of Roman bankers. But Oppius lacks color beside the formidable Balbus, the leading personage in the ancient Punic city of Gades in Spain. L. Cornelius Balbus was not a citizen by birth, he received the franchise for service to Rome in the Sertorian War, through the agency of Pompeius. 2. Caesar, quaestor in Hispania Ulteria and then propraetor, made the acquaintance of Balbus and brought him to Rome. Allied both to Pompeius and to Caesar, Balbus gradually edged towards the more powerful attraction. In the last decade of the Republic there can have been few intrigues conducted and compacts arranged without the knowledge, and the mediation, of Balbus. 3. His unpopularity is attested by the elaborate excuses of his advocate. At the beginning of the year 56 BC the alliance of Pompeius, Crassus and Caesar threatened to collapse. At this favorable moment an unknown agent was instigated to prosecute Balbus, impugning his title to the Roman citizenship. The Pact of Lucca reunited the dynasts and saved their agent. When the case came up for trial, both Pompeius and Crassus defended the man of Gades. Cicero also spoke. Envious detractors there might be, but Balbus, the friend of such eminent citizens, could surely have no enemies. 4. Balbus 1. But for the failure of certain political intrigues, the fate of Balbus and the role of Cicero would have been very different. Balbus ruled his native Gades like a monarch. In Rome the alien millionaire exercised a power greater than most Roman senators. Certain of the politicians whose methods earned them the name of populares were hostile to the financial interests and eager, from selfish or disinterested motives, to break the power of money in the Roman state. Not so Crassus and Caesar. The faction of Pompeius was unable to move either the propertied classes or high finance against Caesar. 1. The financier Atticus will have been able to forecast events with some accuracy and face the future with equanimity. It is much to be regretted that his letters to apprehensive clients have not been preserved. Many of the bankers were already personal friends of Caesar. It may be presumed that he gave them guarantees against revolution. They had more to fear from Pompeius, and they knew it. Caesar's party had no monopoly of the bankrupts and terrorists, too, while Pompeians and their leader himself, when war broke out, made savage threats of sullen prescriptions. 3. The prince of all the bankers and financiers, C. Rabirius Postumus, was an ardent Caesarian. 4. His father, C. Curtius, is designated as a leader of the equestrian order, not only that, Curtius was fortissimus a maximus publicanus, which should suffice. Eloquent advocacy proclaims that this person conducted financial operations, not for any personal profit, but to acquire the means for bounty and benevolence. 5. No details confirm the paradox among Roman financiers. More is known about his son, a banker whose business had wide ramifications over all the world. The disinterested and enlightened Postumus lent large sums of money to the king of Egypt, who, unable to repay his benefactor in hard cash, did what he could and appointed him chief minister of finance in the kingdom. Senators and knights, such was the party of Caesar. With the Roman plebs and the legions of Gaul, a group of ancient families, young men of eager talent and far-sighted bankers as his adherents, Caesar easily won Rome and Italy. But Rome had conquered an empire. The fate of Italy was decided in the provinces. In earlier days the Roman noble augmented his power and influence through attaching the aristocracy of Italy to his friendship, the poor to his clientela. The practice spread to the provinces. Pompeius Magnus surpassed all the proconsuls before him. In the West, in Africa and throughout Asia, towns, provinces and kings were bound to the imperator of the Roman people by personal ties of allegiance. In the imminence of civil war, Rome feared from Caesar's side an eruption of barbarians from beyond the Alps. No less real the menace from Pompeius, the tribes of the Balkans, the kings and horsemen of the East. 1. Pompeius derided Lucullus, naming him, the Roman Xerxes. 2. He was an oriental despot himself. In the West, in the Gallic provinces at least, the inherited and personal preponderance of the dynast passed rapidly to his younger and more energetic rival. Caesar the proconsul won to his person the towns of Gallia Cisalpina and the tribal princes of Gaul beyond the Alps. Excellent men from the colonies and municipia of the Cisalpina might be found among the officers and friends of Pompeius. 3. And it will not have been forgotten that his father had secured Latin rights for the Transpadane communities. But Caesar had the advantage of propinquity and duration. In Verona the father of the poet Catullus, no doubt a person of substance, was the friend and host of the proconsul, for among his officers were knights from the aristocracy of the towns. 5. Benefits anticipated were more potent than benefits conferred. The Transpadani were eager for the full Roman citizenship. Caesar had championed them long ago. As proconsul he encouraged their aspirations, but he did not satisfy them until the civil war had begun. In Gaul beyond the Alps, the Provincia or Narbonensis as it was soon to be called, there was a chieftain of the Vocontii who had led the cavalry of his tribe for Pompeius against Sertorius, receiving as a reward the Roman citizenship. His brother likewise served in the war against Mithridates. His son, Pompeius Trogus, was the confidential secretary of Caesar. 6. Another agent of the proconsul was the admirable C. Valerius Trucellus, Homo Hunstissimus Provinciae Gallii, son of the tribal chieftain of the Helvii. 1. Further, the ambitious and poetical Cornelius Gallus first enters authentic history as a friend of Caesar's partisan Pollio. 2. Southern Gaul forgot the ancestral tie with the Domitii and saw the recent laurels of Pompeius wane before the power and glory of Caesar, the Germans shattered, the Rhine crossed and Britain revealed to the world. The levies of northern Italy filled the legions of Caesar with devoted recruits. 3. His new conquest, Gallia Comata, provided wealth and the best cavalry in the world. Caesar bestowed the franchise upon the chieftains, his allies or his former adversaries, of a frank and generous race. Gaul remained loyal during the Civil War. Pompeius Magnus counted all Spain in his clientela, suitably adopting a Scipionic policy of exploiting help from Spain to his own advantage. Cn. Pompeius Strabo had granted the Roman citizenship to a whole regiment of Spanish cavalry, volunteers recruited to crush the Italian insurgents, for the son reconquered Spain from Sertorius and the Marian faction. But Pompeius had enemies in Spain, and Caesar both made himself known there and in absence conferred benefits upon his old province, as he reminded the ungrateful men of Hispalis. 5. Gates had been loyal to Rome since the Great Punic War, and Caesar filched the Balbi, the dynasts of Gates, from Pompeius's following to his own. He may also have inherited the Spanish connection of his old associate Crassus, who had once raised a private army in the peninsula. 6. Africa had given the name and occasion to the first triumph of the young Pompeius. But in Africa the adventurer P. Sitius, who had built up a kingdom for himself, was mindful of old Catilinarian memories. Neither the families of Roman veterans nor the native tribe of the Gaetuli had forgotten Marius and the war against Jugurtha. 1. In the East Kings, dynasts and cities stood loyal to Pompeius as representative of Rome, but only so long as his power subsisted. Enemies and rivals were waiting to exploit a change. In Egypt Caesar could support a candidate, Cleopatra, against her sister and the ministers of the Ptolemaic court, and an able adventurer, Mithridates of Pergamum, raised an army for Caesar and relieved the siege of Alexandria. He was also helped by the Idumean Antipater. Mitylene was in the clientela of Pompeius. Theophanes of that city was his friend, domestic historian and political agent. 2. But Caesar, too, had his partisans in the cities of Hellas, augmented by time and success. 3. Pompeius constantly employed freedmen, like the financier Demetrius of Gadara. 4. Caesar rivaled and surpassed the elder dynast. He placed 3 legions in Egypt under the charge of a certain Rufinus, the son of one of his freedmen. 5. Such in brief was the following of Caesar, summarily indicated and characterized by the names of representative members, senators, knights and centurions, businessmen and provincials, kings and dynasts. Some fell in the wars, like Gabinius and Curio. The survivors expected an accession of wealth, dignity and power. Had not Sulla enriched his partisans, from senators down to soldiers and freedmen? There were to be no prescriptions. But Caesar acquired the right to sell, grant or divide up the estates of his adversaries. Land was seized for his veteran colonies, in Italy and abroad. At auction Pompeius's property brought in 50 million denarii, it was worth much more. 6. Antonius and the poet Q. Cornificius divided Pompeius's town house. 7. Others to profit from the confiscation of villas and estates were characters as diverse as Servilia and P. Sulla I, who had acquired an evil name for his acquisitions 30 years before. Balbus was notorious already, envied and hated for his princely pleasure gardens in Rome, his villa at Tusculum. The dictatorship found him building, a sign of opulence and display. 2. Senators who had been adherents of the proconsul, distinguished neutrals, astute renegades or reconciled Pompeians were rapidly advanced to magistracies without regard for constitutional bar or provision. From 600 Caesar raised the Senate to 900 members, 3 and he increased the total of quaestors to 40, of praetors to 16.4. Along with the sons of the proscribed and the victims of Roman political justice, partisans of all categories secured admission to the Senate by standing for quaestorship or tribunate or by direct adlection through the special powers of the dictator. Hence a reinforcement and transformation of the governing body and the hierarchy of administration. Many of Caesar's measures were provisional in purpose, transient in effect. This was permanent. Vi. Caesar's new senators. When a party seizes control of the Commonwealth it cannot take from the vanquished the bitter and barren consolation of defaming the members of the new government. The most intemperate allegations thrown about by malignant contemporaries are repeated by credulous posterity and consecrated among the uncontested memorials of history. Sulla, they said, put common soldiers into the Senate, but the formidable company of the sullen centurions shrinks upon scrutiny to a single example. 1. Caesar's adherents were a ghastly and disgusting rabble. Among the new senators were to be found centurions and soldiers, scribes and sons of freedmen. 2. These categories are neither alarming nor novel. In theory, every freeborn citizen was eligible to stand for the quaestorship. In fact, the wealth and standing of a knight was requisite, no exorbitant condition. Sons of freedmen had sat in the Senate before now, furtive and insecure, under the menace of expulsion by implacable censors. The scribe likewise might well be in possession of the census of a Roman knight. Caesar's centurions were notorious for their loyalty, and for the rewards of loyalty. The Senate was full of them, it was alleged. Only ignorance or temerity will pretend that the dictator promoted partisans from the ranks of the legions, with no interval of time or status. An ex-centurion could be a knight, and therefore juryman, officer or man of affairs, the progenitor, when he was not the heir, of a family with municipal repute and standing at least. Not all centurions were rustic and humble in origin. The centurionate was worth having, it could be got through patronage as well as service. 3. Some of Caesar's equestrian officers may have been ex-centurions. Of the senators stated once to have served in the ranks as centurions only one is sufficiently attested. 1. Worse than all that, Caesar elevated men from the provinces to a seat in the Senate of Rome. Urban humor blossomed into scurrilous verses about Gauls newly emancipated from the national trouser, unfamiliar with the language and the topography of the imperial city. Point 2. The joke is good, if left as such. Gallia Cisalpina still bore the name and status of a province. The colonies and municipia of this region, virile, prosperous and reputed, might with truth be extolled as the flower of Italy, the pride and bulwark of the Roman state. Point 3. That would not avail to guard these new Italians, whether belonging to ancient foundations of the Republic or to tribal capitals in the Transpadana recently elevated in rank from the contemptuous appellation of Gaul. Catullus' family would perhaps have been eligible for senatorial rank, if not Virgil's as well. Among Caesar's nominees may be reckoned the hostile from Cremona and the poet Helvius Cinna, tribune of the plebs in 44 BC. 4. Gallia Narbonensis can assert a peculiar and proper claim to be the home of trousered senators. No names are recorded, yet surmise about origins and social standing may claim validity. The province could boast opulent and cultivated natives of dynastic families, Hellenized before they became Roman, whose citizenship, so far from being the recent gift of Caesar, went back to proconsuls a generation or two earlier. Caesar's friends Trucellus, Trogus and Gallus were not the only members of this class, which, lacking full documentation, is sometimes disregarded before it emerges into imperial history with 2 consuls in the reign of Caligula. 5. There were immigrant Roman citizens as well. The Provincia, which received a Roman colony at Narbo as early as 118 BC, before all Italy became Roman, was also subjected to casual settlement of Italians and intensive exploitation by traders and financiers. The colonial and Italian element is more conspicuous in Spain, which had been a Roman province for a century and a half. The peninsula contained several colonies officially constituted, irregular settlements of immigrants and a large number of citizens by this date. L. Decidius Saxa, made tribune of the plebs by Caesar in 44 BC, had served under him in the wars, either as a centurion or as an equestrian officer. 1. Saxa may be described as an immigrant or colonial Roman. Balbus, the Gadatene magnate, was not a Roman by birth, but a citizen of an alien community allied to Rome. Balbus did not yet enter the Senate. His young nephew, courageous and proud, cruel and luxurious, became quaestor in 44 BC. 2. Of Caesar's partisans, equestrian or new senators, from the provinces of the West, some were of Italian, others of native extraction. The antithesis is incomplete and of no legal validity. At the very least, colonial Romans or other wealthy and talented individuals from the towns of Spain and southern Gaul will have been more acceptable to the Roman aristocracy than the sons of freed slaves, less raw and alien perhaps than some of the intruders who derived from remote and backward parts of Italy their harsh accents and hideous nomenclature. Provincials, freedmen or centurions, their proportion must have been tiny in an assembly that now numbered about 900 members. The incautious acceptance of partisan opinions about the origin and social status of Caesar's nominees not only leads to misconceptions about the dictator's policy, domestic and imperial, but renders it hard to understand the composition and character of the Senate before his dictatorship and after. From sheer reason and weight of numbers, from the obscure or fantastic names by chance recorded once and never again, to say nothing of more than 200 unknown to history, the Senate after Sulla must have contained in high proportion the sons of Roman knights. 1. The same arguments hold for Caesar's Senate, with added force, and render it at the same time more difficult, and less important, to discover precisely which worthy nonentities owed admission to the dictator. Between senator and knight the cleavage was of rank only. The greater part of the socially undesirable or morally reprehensible nominees of Caesar the dictator were in truth highly respectable Roman knights, men of property and substance, never too warmly to be commended as champions of the established order. No mere concordia ordinum, with senators and knights keeping to their allotted functions, a new government of national concentration had been established. Cicero shuddered to think that he would have to sit in the Senate in the sight and presence of the rehabilitated Gabinius. 2. That assembly now harbored many other clients whom Cicero had once defended, not, as Gabinius, under pressure from the masters of Rome, but from choice, from gratitude or for profit. The patrician P. Sulla was joined by the nobilis C. Antonius and the obscure M. Cispius, a man of character and principle who had been condemned on a charge of corruption. 3. Cicero should have sought consolation. He could now see beside him a great company of bankers and financiers, the cream and pride of the equestrian order, old friends, loyal associates or grateful clients. Balbus, Oppius and Matthius had not entered the Senate, they did not need to, being more useful elsewhere. But Aelius Lamia, a knight of paramount station and dignity, once a devoted adherent of Cicero, for activities in whose cause he had been relegated by the consul Gabinius, and the great Rabirius, who inherited the generous virtues and unimpaired fortune of his parent, these admirable men and others now adorned the Senate of Rome, augmented in personal standing to match their wealth. 1. As tax farmers, public contractors, princes of industry and commerce, as equestrian officers in the army superintending supply or commanding regiments of cavalry, they had acquired varied and valuable experience, now to be employed when they governed provinces and led armies of Roman legions. Rabirius did not merely declaim about fleets and armies, vexing Cicero, he commanded them. 2. Above all, Caesar recruited for his new Senate the propertied classes of the Italian towns, men of station and substance, whether the gains were derived from banking, industry or farming, pursuits in no way exclusive. Rome outshines the cities of Italy, suppressing their history. Yet these were individual communities, either colonies of old or states till recently independent, endowed with wide territories, a venerable history and proud traditions. The extension neither of the Roman citizenship nor of municipal institutions over the peninsula could transform their internal economy. As at Rome under a republican constitution, so in the Municipia, the aristocracy retained in civic and urban garb the predominance they had enjoyed in a feudal or tribal order of society. Office conferred nobility, and the friendship and influence of the municipal aristocrat was largely solicited by Roman politicians. Not only could he sway the policy of his city or influence a whole region of Italy. 3. He might be able, like the Roman noble, to levy a private army from tenants and dependents. 4. Many cities of Italy traced an origin earlier than that of Rome. Their rulers could vie in antiquity, and even in dignity and repute, with the aristocracy of the capital. Like the patricians of Rome, they asserted descent from kings and gods, and through all the frauds of pedigree and legend could at the least lay claim to a respectable antiquity. The Aeli Lamii alleged an ancestor among the Laestrigones, one which was excessive, frivolous and tainted by Hellenic myth. Enemies of the Vitali, of Nuceria, produced ignoble revelations to counter the ostensible derivation of that municipal family from Faunus and the goddess Vitalia through an ancient and extinct patrician house of the early Republic. 2. Some said that Cicero's father was a dyer of clothes, others carried his lineage back to Aetius Tullus, a king of the Volsci who had fought against Rome. 3. Yet there was no lack of evidence, quite plausible and sometimes convincing, in the religion and archaeology of early Italy, in names of gods and of places. The family name of the Sanquini recalls the Sabine god Sancus. Cicero's friend Visidius, a local dynast somewhere in central Italy, bears a kindred name to a deity worshipped at Narnia. 4. Vespasian laughed when adulation invented as ancestor for the Flavii, a companion of Hercules, but a place, Vespasii, with ancient monuments of the Vespasii, attested the repute of his maternal grandfather from Nursia. 5. Attempts were made to create a senatorial and even a patrician pedigree for certain Octavii. Trouble for nothing. There was solid and authentic testimony at Velitrae, the name of a town with there, an altar and a traditional religious observance. 6. Of certain local dynastic families it could in truth be proved as well as stated that they had always been there. The Caesarian of Etruscan Velatae have their name perpetuated in a modern river of the vicinity. 7. The Silni were dominant in Arretium, hated for their wealth and power. Centuries before, the citizens had risen to drive them out. 8. The attempt was as vain as it would have been to expel the Alewadi from Thessalian Larissa. Simplified history, at Rome and elsewhere, tells of cities or nations, often with neglect of the dynastic houses that ruled them in a feudal fashion. The governing class at Rome had not always disdained the aristocracies of other cities. Tradition affirmed that monarchs of foreign stock had ruled at Rome. More important than the kings were their rivals and heirs in power, the patricians, themselves for the most part of alien origin. When Alba Longa fell, her gods and her ruling families were transplanted to Rome, hence the Julii and the Servili. Out of the Sabine land came Attis Clausus with the army of his clients and settled at Rome, the ancestor of the gens Claudia. 1. Sabine, 2, in high probability were the Vailri, perhaps the Fabii. 2. These baronial houses brought with them to Rome the cults and legends of their families, imposing them upon the religion of the Roman state and the history of the Roman people. The secular games were once an observance of the Vailri, 3, and men could remember whole wars waged by a single clan. Such families might modify their name to a Latin flexion, but praenomen or cognomen sometimes recalled their local and alien provenance. 4. In strife for power at Rome, the patricians were ready to enlist allies wherever they might be found. They spread their influence among the local aristocracies by marriage or alliance, northwards to Etruria and south into Campania. 5. The concession of political equality at Rome by the patricians in the middle of the 4th century did not portend the triumph of the Roman plebs. The earliest new families to reach the consulate are plainly immigrant. Not merely the towns of Latium, even Etruria and Campania, if not Beneventum in the Samnite country, reinforced the new nobility. 6. These foreign dynasts were taken up and brought in by certain patrician houses for their own political ends and for Rome's greater power. Though nominally plebeian, the newcomers ranked in dignity almost with the patriciate of Rome. The Fulvii came from Tusculum, the Plautii from Tiber. 1. The Marchi are probably a regal and priestly house from the south of Latium. 2. And the name of the Licini is Etruscan, disguised by a Latin termination. 3. The plebeian houses might acquire wealth and dynastic power at Rome, but they could never enter the rigid and defined caste of the patricians. But the earliest consular fasti and the annals of regal and republican Rome were not immune from their ambitious and fraudulent devices. The Marchi were powerful enough to obtrude an ancestor upon the list of the kings, Ancus Marcius, and that dubious figure, Marcius of Corioli, ostensibly an exile from Rome and Roman at heart, perhaps belongs more truly to Latin or Volscian history. The Junii could not rise to a king, but they did their best, producing the Brutus, himself of Tarquin blood, who expelled the tyrants and became the first consul of the Republic. 4. Pride kept the legends of the patricians much purer. They did not need to descend to fraud, and they could admit an alien origin without shame or compunction. About the early admissions to power and nobility at Rome much will remain obscure and controversial. In itself, the process is natural enough, and it is confirmed not a little by subsequent and unimpeachable history. Enemies of the dominant family of the Scipians, namely the Fabii and the Vailri, adopted a vigorous ally against them, in the person of a wealthy farmer, M. Porcius Cato from Tusculum. 5. C. Laelius, the friend of Scipio Africanus, probably came from a non-Roman family of municipal aristocracy. 6. And the first Pompeius owed his consulate to the backing of the Scipians. The influence of the Claudii can be discerned in the elevation of M. Paperna Cos. 130 BC of a name indubitably Etruscan. 7. But these are exceptions rather than examples. The governing oligarchy, not least the dynastic houses of the plebeian nobility, had been growing ever closer and more exclusive. Marius, the knight from Arpinum, was helped by the Metelli. For merit and military service he might enter the senatorial order under their protection. They never fancied that he would aspire to the consulate. Marius nursed resentment against the nobles and sought to break through their monopoly of patronage. Through alliance with the knights and personal ties with the leading men in the towns of Italy he acquired power and advanced partisans to office at Rome. 1. But the Marian party had been defeated and proscribed by Sulla. The restored oligarchy, established by violence and confiscation, perpetuated a narrow tradition. Under the old order a considerable part of Italy, namely most of Etruria, Umbria and the Sabellic peoples of the Central Highlands, had not belonged to the Roman state at all, but were autonomous allies. Italy had now become politically united through the extension of the Roman franchise, but the spirit and practice of government had not altered to fit a transformed state. Men spoke indeed of Tota Italia. The reality was very different. 2. The recent war of Italy against Rome must not be forgotten. When Caesar invaded Italy he could reckon on something more than aversion from politics and distrust of the government, attested and intelligible even in towns and families that had long since been incorporated in the Roman state, or at least subjected to Roman influences. In a wide region of Italy it was reinforced by hostility to Rome as yet unappeased, by the memory of oppression and war, of defeat and devastation. Only 40 years before Caesar's invasion, the allies of Rome from Asculum in the Pisan land through the Marsi and Pylini down to Samnium and Lucania rose against Rome and fought for freedom and justice. 3. They were all hardy, independent and martial peoples, the Marsi in the forefront, without whom no triumph had ever been celebrated whether they fought against Rome or for her. 4. The Marsi provided the first impulsion to the insurrection, a great general, Q. Popidius Silo, and the earliest official title of the war, Bellum Marsicum. The name Bellum Italicum is more comprehensive and no less revealing. It was a holy alliance, a conioratio of 8 peoples against Rome, in the name of Italy. Italia they stamped as a legend upon their coins, and Italia was the new state which they established with its capital at Corfinium. 1. This was secession. The proposal to extend the Roman franchise to the allies was first made by agrarian reformers at Rome, with interested motives. A cause of dissension in Roman politics, the agitation spread and involved the allies. Reminded of other grievances and seeing no redress from Rome after the failure and death of their champion, the conservative demagogue Livius Drusus, a friend and associate of certain local dynasts, too, the Italians took up arms. It was not to extort a privilege but to destroy Rome. They nearly succeeded. Not until they had been baffled and shattered in war did the fierce Italici begin to give up hope. An amnesty in the form of an offer of the citizenship to any who laid down their arms within 60 days may have weakened the insurgents by encouraging desertion, but did not arrest hostilities everywhere. Samnium remained recalcitrant. 3. The contest was not only brutal and bloody, with massacres of captives, hostages or non-combatants, it was complicated and embittered by the strife of local factions. Etruria and Umbria, though wavering, had remained loyal to Rome. The propertied classes had good reason to fear a social revolution. Before peace came another civil war supervened, into which Etruria was dragged along with the stubborn remnants of the Italian insurgents. Marius had many adherents in the Etruscan towns, and all the Samnites marched on Rome, not from loyalty to the Marian cause, but to destroy the tyrant city. 4. Sulla saved Rome. He defeated the Samnite army at the Colline Gate and made a desolation of Samnium forever. Etruria suffered sieges, massacre and expropriation. Arretium and Velatere were totally disfranchised. 5. After a decade of war Italy was united, but only in name, not in sentiment. At first the new citizens had been cheated of the full and equal exercise of their franchise, a grant which had never been sincerely made, and many Italians had no use for it. Loyalties were still personal, local and regional. 100,000 veterans, settled on the lands of Sulla's enemies, supported his domination, promoted the Romanization of Italy and kept alive the memory of defeat and suffering. There could be no reconciliation until a long time had elapsed. Sulla recognized merit among allies or opponents. Manetus Magus, a magnate of the Samnite community of Eclanum, stood loyal to Rome, raising a private army conspicuous on Sulla's side at the capture of the town of Pompeii. His 2 sons became praetors at Rome. 1. A certain Statius fought bravely for Samnium. In recognition of valor, wealth and family, and perhaps a timely abandonment of the Italian cause, Rome's enemy entered the Roman Senate. 2. But the vanquished party in the Bellum Italicum and the Marian sedition was not richly represented in the Roman Senate, even by renegades. Pompeius Strabo had a large following in Picenum, 3, but these were only the personal adherents of a local dynast and Roman politician, or the Roman faction in a torn and discordant land. Pompeius's son inherited. He secured senatorial rank or subsequent promotion for partisans such as the orator and intriguer Lollius Palicanus, and the military men Afranius and Labianus. 4. The defeated still had to wait for a champion. Cicero was lavish with appeals to the sentiments and loyalty of Italy. Tota Italia, he was profuse in praise of the virtue and vigor of the Novus Homo. No evidence, however, that he was generous in act and policy. No man from remoter Italy whom he helped into the Senate, no Novus Homo for whom he strove in defiance of the nobles to secure the consulate. In their political careers he may have encouraged or defended certain of his personal friends like M. Caelius Rufus and C.N. Plancius, bankers' sons both. Caelius came from Tusculum and probably needed little help. 5. Plancius, from Cicero's own Volscian country, required and may have received more active assistance. 1. Atena's first senator was very recent. 2. But Tusculum, and even Atina, had long been integral members of the Roman state. It was no part of Cicero's policy to flood the Senate with municipal men and capture for imported merit the highest dignity in the Roman state. He glorified the memory of Cato and of Marius, but it was for himself, as though they were his own ancestors. 3. He desired that the sentiment and voice of Italy should be heard at Rome, but it was the Italy of the post-Sullan order, and the representation, though indirect, was to be adequate and of the best, namely his own person. Italy was held to be firm for conservative interests. No doubt, the propertied classes looked with distrust upon the reform programs of Roman tribunes and hated the Roman poor. C. Maecenas from Arretium is named among the strong and steadfast knights who offered public opposition to M. Livius Drusus. 4. And L. Visidius was one of the partisans who watched over the life of Cicero when Catilina, threatening revolution, provoked a sacred and transient union of interest between Senate and knights. 5. The episode also revealed what everybody knew and few have recorded: bitter discontent all over Italy, broken men and debtors ready for an armed rising, but also, and perhaps more disquieting, many municipal aristocrats in sympathy with the champion of the oppressed classes. 6. Caesar had numerous partisans in the regions of Italy that had suffered from participation in the Bellum Italicum, the enterprises of Marius and the insurrections of Lepidus and Catilina. It is not merely that so many of his soldiers and centurions were recruited from the impoverished or martial regions of Italy, as their names often testify. 7. All classes came in. The towns of Italy welcomed the resurgence of the Marian faction led by a proconsul who, like him, had crushed the Gauls, the traditional enemies of Italy. Caesar in his invasion pressed swiftly through Picenum towards Corfinium, gathering in the strongholds and the recruits of his adversaries, with little resistance. Singulum owed recent benefits to Labianus, 1. Yet Singulum was easily won. Auximum honored Pompeius as its patron, 2. But the men of Auximum protested that it would be intolerable to refuse admittance to the proconsul after his great exploits in Gaul. 3. The power and wealth of the Pompei no doubt raised up many enemies against them in their own country. Sulmo of the Paeani opened its gates, and the citizens poured forth in jubilation to meet Antonius, Caesar's man, and it was more than the obstinate folly of Ahenobarbus that brought on the capitulation of the neighboring city of Corfinium. Pompeius knew better than did his allies the oligarchs the true condition of Italy. His decision to evacuate the peninsula was taken long before it was manifest and announced. It is evident enough that Caesar's new senators, some 400 in number, comprised adherents from all over Italy. Like the families prescribed by Sulla, regions where Marian influence was strong furnished partisans. The military man C. Carinus is presumably Umbrian or Etruscan. 4. Pansa came from Perusia, 5 but was a senator already. The Sabine country, a land of hardy democrats, perpetuated the memory of Sertorius in the Caesarians Batanus and Salastius. 6. They were no doubt followed by knights whom Caesar promoted. Campania, again, a prosperous region, could show Marian and Caesarian connections in towns like Puteoli, Cales and Nuceria. The Grani of Puteoli were notoriously Marian. 7. A certain Granius Petro is found among Caesar's senators. 1. The ex-centurion Fango came from the colony of Acere. 2. Some of Caesar's municipal partisans were already in the Senate before the outbreak of the Civil War, though no previous affiliations or service in his army can be detected. Others, failing contradictory record, may be presumed to owe their status to him, for example 3 of the praetors of 44 BC, dim figures, the bearers of obscure names, the first and perhaps the last senators of their respective families. 3. Above all, the confederate peoples of the Bellum Italicum now taste revenge and requital at last. The Paeani have to wait a generation yet, it is true, before they can show a senator, for the leading families of the Paeani and Marsi were broken and impoverished. 5. And most of the great landowners in Samnium now were not of Samnite stock. 6. But the Caesarian general L. Stius Mercus was presumably of central Italian origin. 7. And the warlike Marsi emerge into prominence, as is fitting, with another Popidius Silo, an historic name. 8. Other dynastic families of Italia, providing insurgent leaders in the Bellum Italicum, gained from Caesar the dignity they deserved but otherwise might never have attained. Herius Asinius, the first man among the Marrucini, fell in battle fighting for Italia. 9. But the family did not perish or lapse altogether into poverty or obscurity. See Asinius Pollio, his grandson, a man of taste and talent, won early fame as a speaker in the courts of Rome, making enemies, and friends, in high places. 1. Pollio was with Caesar when he crossed the Rubicon. Herennius was a general of the insurgents in Picenum, and a Pisan Herennius, presumably his grandson, turns up as a senator and consul in the revolutionary period. 2. Most famous of all was P. Ventidius, the army contractor. All posterity knows Ventidius as a muleteer. 3. His career was laborious, but his origin may have been reputable. History has record of a family of Ventidi, municipal magistrates at Auximum, enemies of the Pompei. 4. When the young Pompeius raised his private army, he had to expel the Ventidi from that city. Picenum was the scene of faction and internecine strife. Not only the Italici are hostile to Pompeius and the legitimate government of Rome. Caesar has a mixed following, some strict from Pompeius, others not to be closely defined. An origin from the towns of Picenum can be surmised for certain of Caesar's partisans, whether ex-Pompeian senators or knights promoted under the dictatorship. 5. The union of the alien and discordant stocks of Italy into something that resembled a nation, with Rome as its capital, was not consummated by orators or by political theorists. The slow process of peaceful change, the gradual adoption of the Latin tongue and Roman ways was brutally accelerated by violence and confiscation, by civil wars, by the dictatorship and by the revolution. The role of Caesar is evident and important, no occasion, therefore, to exaggerate his work, in motive or in effects. That he was aware of the need to unify Italy will perhaps be inferred from his municipal legislation. Point 6. Whoever succeeded to power after a civil war would be confronted with the task of creating a res publica constituta, and that, after the bellum Italicum and the enfranchisement of Italy, could not be confined to Rome, but must embrace all Italy. That Italy should at last enter the government of the enlarged state is a fair notion, but perhaps anachronistic and not the true motive of Caesar's augmentation of the Senate. He brought in his own partisans, men of substance or the newly enriched, the Etruscan or the Martian, the colonial Roman, the native magnate from Spain or Narbonensis. They represented, not regions, but a class in society and a party in politics. But even now the work had much farther to go insofar as Italy was concerned, the revolution had barely begun. A unity in terms of geography but in nothing else, the peninsula had been a mosaic of races, languages and dialects. The advance of alien stocks in the governing hierarchy of Rome can be discovered from nomenclature. Point 1. The earliest accessions may sometimes be detected in the alien roots of the names, to which they give a regular and Latin termination, not so the more recent, with foreign endings, and the local distribution of the non-Latin Gentile names of Italy often permits valid conclusions about origins. Etruscan names, of 3 types, point to Etruria and the adjacent areas subject to the influence of its ancient civilization. Point 2. The earliest consuls bearing these names all belong, as is appropriate, to families that furnished prominent partisans to the cause of Marius. Point 3. Another termination is found not only in these regions but extends to Picenum and the Sabine country. Point 4. Above all, there is a type peculiar to the Sabellian peoples, thickest of all in the heart of the Apennines among the archaic tribes of the Marsi and Pylini, extending thence but growing thinner to Picenum northwards and south to Campania and Samnium. Point 5. Such alien and non-Latin names are casually revealed in the lowest ranks of the Roman Senate, before Sulla as well as after, borne by obscure men. Point 1. That might be expected, it is the earliest consuls that convey the visible evidence of social and political revolution. The party of Caesar shows a fair but not alarming proportion of non-Latin names. The family and repute of certain Italici now admitted to the Senate must not obscure the numerous new senators from certain older regions of the Roman state which hitherto had produced very few. Cautious or frugal, many knights shunned politics altogether. Sulla had taught them a sharp lesson. Nor would a seat in the lower ranks of the Senate at Rome have been an extreme honor and unmixed blessing to the descendant of Etruscan kings, or even to an Italian magnate. Of the consulate there had been scant prospect in the past, but the triumph of a military leader, reviving the party of Marius, might promise change. Point 2. Cicero claimed that in the space of 30 years he was the first knight's son to become consul. He was correct, but other Norvihomenes, socially more eminent, had not been debarred in that period, and Cicero was soon to witness the consulates of Murena and of Pompeius's men, Afranius and Gabinius. Point 3. After that, no more Norvihomenes as consuls on the fasti of the Free State, but an effulgence of historic names, ominous of the end. Point 4. Caesar's dictatorship meant the curbing of the oligarchy, promotion for merit. Yet there is nothing revolutionary about the choice of his candidates for the consulate, the same principle holds as for his legates in the Gallic campaigns. Point 5. 9 consuls took office in the years 48 to 44 BC, all men with senatorial rank before the outbreak of the civil war. 5 of them were nobiles, with patricians in high and striking relief. Point 6. The 4 Norvihomenes were all signalized by military service in Gaul. Point 7. With the designations for the next year, Hirtius and Pansa, the level of social eminence fell a little, one but was to rise again in 42 with 2 of the marshals, the noble D. Junius Brutus and the novus homo Elminatius Plancus, of a reputable family from Tibur. 2 and Caesar probably intended that M. Brutus and C. Cassius should be consuls in 41 BC 3, but before these dispositions could all take effect, civil war broke out again and the military leaders accelerated the promotion of the most efficient of their partisans without regard for law or precedent, appointing numerous suffect consuls as well. For all their admitted talents, it is by no means likely that the dictator would have given the consulate to Ventidius or to Balbus. He did not gratify the expectations of Rabirius, and who at this time had ever heard of Salvianus Rufus, Vipsanius Agrippa and Statilius Taurus. Along with the survivors of the Catonian party, Pompeians such as Q. Ligurius and obscure individuals like D. Turullius or Cassius of Parma, whose former history and political activity evade detection, certain of the marshals, adherents of long standing who had fought in Gaul, conspired to assassinate their leader. Point 4. The soured military man Sir Sulpicius Galba alleged personal resentment. He had not been made consul. Point 5. To the Pisan landowner L. Minucius Basilis, a not altogether satisfactory person, Caesar refused the government of a province, offering a sum of money in compensation. Point 6. But L. Tilius Cimber, C. Trebonius the son of a Roman knight consul in 45, and D. Junius Brutus, designated for 42, owed honors and advancement to the dictator. Point 7. Brutus, indeed, an especial friend and favorite, was named in his will among the heirs by default. Point 8. Brutus was a nobilis, Galba a patrician. Yet the opposition to Caesar did not come in the main from the noble or patrician elements in his party. Antonius from loyalty and Lepidus from caution would have repelled the advances of the liberators. The dictator left, and could leave, no heir to his personal rule. But Antonius was both a leading man in the Caesarian party and consul, head of the government. The Ides of March could make no difference to that. When the tyrant fell and the constitution was restored, would Antonius be strong enough to hold party and government together? 7. The consul Antonius. Caesar lay dead, stricken by 23 wounds. The Senate broke up in fear and confusion. The assassins made their way to the Capitol to render thanks to the gods of the Roman state. They had no further plans. The tyrant was slain, therefore liberty was restored. A lull followed and bewilderment. Sympathizers came to the Capitol but did not stay long. Among them the senior statesman Cicero and the young P. Cornelius Dolabella arrayed in the insignia of a consul, for Caesar had intended that Dolabella should have the vacant place when he resigned and departed to the Balkans. The other consul, the redoubtable M. Antonius, took cover. Repulsing the invitations of the liberators, he secured from Calpurnia the dictator's papers and then consulted in secret with the chief men of the Caesarian faction, such as Balbus, the dictator's secretary and confidant, Hirtius, designated consul for the next year, and Lepidus the master of the horse, now left in an anomalous and advantageous position. Lepidus had troops under his command, with results at once apparent. At dawn on March 16 he occupied the forum with armed men. Lepidus and Balbus were eager for vengeance. One Antonius, however, sided with the moderate and prudent Hirtius. He summoned the Senate to meet on the following day in the temple of Tellus. In the meantime, the liberators, descending for a brief space from the citadel, had made vain appeal to the populace in the forum. A speech of Marcus Brutus delivered on the Capitol the next day likewise fell flat. The mob was apathetic or hostile, not to be moved by the logical, earnest and austere oratory of Brutus. How different, how fiery a speech would Cicero have composed, too, but Cicero was not present. The liberators remained ensconced upon the Capitol. Their coup had been countered by the Caesarian leaders, who, in negotiation with them, adopted a firm and even menacing tone. D. Brutus was in despair. 3. On the morning of March 17 the Senate met. Antonius took charge of the debate, at once thwarting the proposal of T. Claudius Nero, who demanded special honors for the tyrannicides. Yet Antonius did not strive to get them condemned. Rejecting both extremes, he brought forward a practical measure. Though Caesar was slain as a tyrant by honorable and patriotic citizens, the actor of the dictator, and even his last projects, as yet unpublished, were to have the force of law. The need of this was patent and inevitable. Many senators, many of the liberators themselves, held preferment, office, or provinces from the dictator. Vested interests prevailed and imposed the respectable pretext of peace and concord. Cicero made a speech, proposing an amnesty. In this simple fashion, through a coalition of Caesarians and Republicans, Rome received constitutional government again. Concord was advertised in the evening when the Caesarian leaders and the liberators entertained one another to banquets. The next day, further measures were passed. On the insistence of Caesar's father-in-law, El Piso, the Senate decided to recognize the dictator's will, granting a public funeral. Antonius had played his hand with cool skill. The liberators and their friends had lost, at once and forever, the chance of gaining an ascendancy over the Senate. The people, unfriendly to begin with, turned sharply against them. Accident blended with design. The funeral oration delivered by Antonius March 20 may not have been intended as a political manifesto of the Caesarian party, and the results may have outstripped his designs. In form, the speech was brief and moderate, one the audience was inflammable. At the recital of the great deeds of Caesar and the benefactions bestowed by his will upon the people of Rome, the crowd broke loose and burned the body in the forum. In fear for their lives, the liberators barricaded themselves in their houses. Nor, as the days passed, did it become safe for them to be seen in public. The mob set up an altar and a pillar in the forum, offering prayers and a cult to Caesar. Prominent among the authors of disorder was a certain Herophilus or Amatius who sought to pass himself off as a grandson of C. Marius. The liberators departed from Rome early in April, and took refuge in the small towns in the neighborhood of the capital. Long before this, the futility of their heroic deed was manifest to the assassins and to their sympathizers. The harm had already been done. Not the funeral of Caesar but the session of March 17, that was the real calamity. 1. Both the acts and the party of Caesar survived his removal. Of necessity, given the principles and nature of the conspiracy, the slaying of a tyrant, and that action alone, was the end and justification of their enterprise, not to be altered by wisdom after the event and the vain regrets of certain advisers and critics, a manly deed but a childish lack of counsel. 2. Brutus and Cassius, since they were praetors, should have usurped authority and summoned the Senate to meet upon the Capitol, it was afterwards urged. 3. But that was treason. They should not have left the consul Antonius alive. But there was no pretext or desire for a reign of terror. Brutus had insisted that Antonius be spared. 4. Had the faction of Brutus and Cassius forsworn its principles and appealed to arms, their end would have been rapid and violent. The moderates, the party of Caesar, the veterans in Italy, and the Caesarian armies in the provinces would have been too strong. The liberators had not planned a seizure of power. Their occupation of the capital was a symbolical act, antiquarian and even Hellenic. But Rome was not a Greek city, to be mastered from its citadel. The facts and elements of power were larger than that. To carry through a Roman revolution in orderly form, in the first place the powers of the highest magistracy, the auctorities of the ex-consuls and the acquiescence of the Senate were requisite. Of the consuls, Antonius was not to be had, Dolabella an uncertain factor. The consuls designate for the next year, Hirtius and Pansa, honest Caesarians, were moderate men and lovers of peace, representing a large body in the Senate, whether Caesarian or neutral. The Senate, thinned by war and recently replenished by the nominees of the dictator, lacked prestige and confidence. The majority was for order and security. They were not to be blamed. Of consulars, the casualties in the civil wars had been heavy. Only 2 of the Pompeians, professed or genuine, were left. 1. Hence a lack of experience, ability and leadership in the Senate, sorely to be felt in the course of the next 18 months. Among the survivors, a few Caesarians, of little weight, and some discredited beyond remedy, for the rest, the aged, the timid and the untrustworthy. Cicero, who had lent his eloquence to all political causes in turn, was sincere in one thing, loyalty to the established order. His past career showed that he could not be depended on for action or for statesmanship, and the conspirators had not initiated him into the designs. The public support of Cicero would be of inestimable value, after a revolution had succeeded. Thus did Brutus lift up his blood-stained dagger, crying the name of Cicero with a loud voice. 2. The appeal was premature. Nor could the faction of Brutus and Cassius reckon upon the citizen body of the capital. To the cold logic and legalistic pleas of the Republican Brutus, this motley and excitable rabble turned a deaf ear. For the august traditions of the Roman Senate and the Roman people they had no sympathy at all. The politicians of the previous age, whether conservative or revolutionary, despised so utterly the plebs of Rome that they felt no scruples when they enhanced its degradation. Even Cato admitted the need of bribery, to save the republic and secure the election of his own kinsman Bibulus. 3. Debauched by demagogues and largesse, the Roman people was ready for the empire and the dispensation of bread and games. The plebs had acclaimed Caesar, the popular politician, with his public boast of the Julian house, descended from the kings of Rome and from the immortal gods. They buried his daughter Julia with the honors of a princess. They cheered at the games, the shows and the triumphs of the dictator. In Caesar's defiance of the Senate and his triumph over noble adversaries, they too had a share of power and glory. Discontent, it is true, could be detected among the populace of Rome in the last months of Caesar's life, artfully fomented by his enemies, and Caesar, who had taken up arms in defense of the rights of the tribunes, was maneuvered into a clash with the champions of the people. Symptoms only, no solid ground for optimistic interpretation. Yet even after the funeral of Caesar and the ensuing disorders, Brutus appears to have persisted in irrational fancies about the Roman people which he had liberated from despotism. As late as July he expected popular manifestations of sympathy at the games furnished by him, in absence, in honor of the god Apollo. Apollo already had another favorite. More truly representative of the Roman people should have been the soldiers of the legions and the inhabitants of the towns of Italy. With the veterans, the liberators were at once confronted by a solid block of vested interests. They were careful to profess in public an intention to maintain all the grants of the dictator. Promises were added and privileges, generous but not carrying full conviction. 1. Nor were the veterans to be won merely by material advantage. They became truculent and tumultuous. Not without excuse, their imperator, in defense of whose station and dignity they took up arms against his enemies, had been treacherously slain by those whom he trusted and promoted, by the marshals Decimus Brutus and Trebonius before all. The honor of the army had been outraged. Though Rome and the army were degenerate and Caesarian, respect for liberty, for tradition, and for the constitution might appear to survive in Italy. Not everywhere, or among all classes. When Brutus and Cassius during the months of April and May lurked in the little towns of Latium in the vicinity of Rome, they gathered adherents from the local aristocracies. 2. The degree of sympathy for the Republican cause defies any close estimate. It may not be measured by optimistic and partisan proclamations that describe the liberators as guarded by the devoted loyalty of all Italy. 3. Brutus and Cassius were warmly welcomed by the propertied classes in the Municipio, deferential and flattered by the presence of Roman nobles, whom even Caesarian consuls acclaimed as clarissimi viri. 4. Whether these idealistic or snobbish young men from the towns possessed the will and the resources for action, and eventually for civil war, is another question. The generous ardor was not put to the test. The maneuvers of the Republican partisans excited disquiet among those responsible for the maintenance of public order and the new government. Various intrigues were afoot. Dolabella had suppressed a recrudescence of the irregular cult of Caesar at Rome. It was hoped that he might be induced to support the liberators. 1. Further, attempts were made to convert Hirtius to their cause. 2. But Dolabella, though not impervious to flattery, was fortified by distrust of his father-in-law and by financial subsidies from Antonius, while Hirtius expressed his firm disapproval. 3. Antonius was apprised. When he requested that the bands of Republican partisans be dissolved, Brutus agreed. 4. Demonstrations of sympathy cost nothing. Money was another matter. The liberators sought to inveigle their supporters into contributing to a private fund. With small success, the men from the Municipia were notorious and proverbial for parsimony. Then the financier C. Flavius, Brutus' friend, approached Atticus with an invitation to place himself at the head of a consortium of bankers. 5. Atticus, anxiously avoiding all political entanglements, refused and wrecked the venture. For friendship, however, or for safety, it was advisable to maintain or contract ties with all parties. Atticus was quite willing to offer Brutus private subsidies, and he later made a grant to Servilia. Rome and Italy, if lost, could be recovered in the provinces, as Pompeius knew, and as some of his allies did not. The price was civil war. Even had the liberators been willing to pay it, they could find little to encourage them abroad. The execution of their plot allowed no delay, no attempt to secure a majority of the army commanders for their cause, and they did not think that it was necessary. At the time of Caesar's death, the armies were held by his partisans, save that certain arrangements were still pending. The dictator appears to have designated or even allotted provinces to 3 of the liberators, the consular Trebonius, D. Brutus and Tullius Cimber. 6. After the assassination and before the dictator's acta were ratified on March 17, it was feared that the consul would not allow him to take over their provinces. 1. What happened is obscure. The provinces in question may have been allotted on March 18. Early in April Decimus Brutus set out for Cisalpine Gaul. About the same time, it may be presumed, Trebonius went to Asia, Cimber to Bithynia. There were no legions at all in Asia and in Bithynia, only 2 in the Cisalpina. For the rest, the only support in the provinces was distant and negligible, the private adventurers' sects. Pompeius and Q. Caecilius Bassus. In Spain young Pompeius, a fugitive after the Battle of Munda, conducted guerrilla warfare with some success against the Caesarian governors in the far west. In Syria Bassus had stirred up civil war 2 years before, seizing the strong place of Apamea. His forces were inconsiderable, 1 or 2 legions, and Apamea was closely invested by Caesarian generals. So much for provinces and armies. Had the liberators plotted real revolution instead of the mere removal of an autocrat, they would clearly have failed. Yet even now, despite the deplorable fact that the republicans did not dare to show themselves before the Roman people, all was not lost. The dictator was dead, regretted by many, but not to be avenged. An assertion of liberty had been answered by the Caesarian leaders with concord in word and action. As the coalition of March 17 corresponded with political facts and with personal interests, it was not altogether foolish to hope for normal and ordered government when the storm had spent its strength, when the popular excitement had subsided, time and forbearance might triumph over violence, heroism or principle. The salutary respite from politics and political strife so firmly imposed by the dictatorship might even be prolonged. It all turned upon the Caesarian consul. Marcus Antonius was one of the most able of Caesar's young men. A nobilis, born of an illustrious but impoverished plebeian family, his grandfather was a great orator, his father a good-natured but careless person. The years of pleasure and adventure brought him, after service with Gabinius in Syria, to brighter prospects, to the camps and the councils of Caesar. Antonius was an intrepid and dashing cavalry leader, yet at the same time a steady and resourceful general. He commanded the left wing on the field of Pharsalus. But Antonius' talents were not those of a mere soldier. Caesar, a good judge of men, put him in control of Italy more than once during the civil wars, in 49 BC when Antonius was only tribune of the plebs, and after Pharsalus, as master of the horse, for more than a year. The task was delicate, and Caesar may not have been altogether satisfied with his deputy. Yet there is no proof of any serious estrangement. 1. Lepidus, it is true, was appointed consul in 46 and master of the horse. No evidence, however, that Caesar prized him above Antonius for loyalty or for capacity. Lepidus was the elder man, and a patrician as well. Lepidus retained the position of nominal deputy to the dictator, but Lepidus was to take over a province in 44, and Antonius, elected consul for that year, would be left in charge of the government when Caesar departed. Born in 82 BC, Antonius was now in the prime of life, richly endowed with strength of body and grace of manner, courageous, alert and resourceful, but concealing behind an attractive and imposing facade certain defects of character and judgment that time and the license of power were to show up in deadly abundance. The frank and chivalrous soldier was no match in statecraft for the astute politicians who undermined his predominance, stole his partisans, and contrived against him the last coup d'état of all, the national front and the uniting of Italy. The memory of Antonius has suffered damage multiple and irreparable. The policy which he adopted in the East and his association with the Queen of Egypt were vulnerable to the moral and patriotic propaganda of his rival. Most of that will be coolly discounted. From the influence of Cicero it is less easy to escape. The Philippics, the series of speeches in which he assailed an absent enemy, are an eternal monument of eloquence, of rancor, of misrepresentation. Many of the charges leveled against the character of Antonius, such as unnatural vice or flagrant cowardice, are trivial, ridiculous or conventional. That the private life of the Caesarian soldier was careless, disorderly, and even disgraceful, is evident and admitted. He belonged to a class of Roman nobles by no means uncommon under republic or empire, whose unofficial follies did not prevent them from rising, when duty called, to services of conspicuous ability or the most disinterested patriotism. For such men, the most austere of historians cannot altogether suppress a timid and perhaps perverse admiration. A blameless life is not the whole of virtue, and inflexible rectitude may prove a menace to the commonwealth. 1. Though the private conduct of a statesman cannot entirely be divorced from his public policy and performance, Roman aristocratic standards, old and new, with their insistence upon civic virtue or personal liberty, accorded a wide indulgence. The failings of Antonius may have told against him, but in Rome and in Italy rather than with the troops and in the provinces. Yet they were nothing new or alarming in the holders of office and power at Rome. In the end it was not debauchery that ruined Antonius, but a fatal chain of miscalculations both military and political, and a sentiment of loyalty incompatible with the chill claims of statesmanship. But that was later. To gain a fair estimate of the acts and intentions of Antonius in the year of his consulate, it will be necessary to forget both the Philippics and the War of Actium. The political advocate and the verdict of conventional history must be constrained to silence for a time. With the suppression of the dictator and return to normal government, the direction of the state passed at once to the supreme magistrates. Antonius displayed consummate skill as a statesman. His own security and the maintenance of order dictated the same salutary policy. By force of argument and personal authority, Antonius brought the session of March 17 to terms of compromise, even to a spirit of concord. The degree of his responsibility for the turn which events took at the funeral will be debated. It was certainly in his interest to alarm the Senate and reinforce the argument for firm concord in the governing class, and a firm control of affairs by the consuls. To this end Antonius the consul tolerated for a time the popular cult in the forum and the seditious intrigues of the mob leader Herophilus. Then on a sudden he intervened, punishing the impostor with death. The liberators had fled the city. Antonius secured for Brutus and Cassius, who were praetors, a dispensation to remain away from Rome. He spoke the language of conciliation, and it was long before he abandoned it. On his lips the profession of respect for Brutus was something more than a conventional or politic formula. Antonius was never accused of dissimulation. The Caesarian leader was later to be taunted with inconsistency on this point. 2. It would not be paradoxical to assert that Antonius felt respect and understanding for Brutus, a Roman noble embodying the virtues of his order and class, and bound to him by ties of personal friendship. 3. He had no quarrel with the liberators providing they did not interfere with the first object of his ambition, which was to seize and maintain primacy in the Caesarian party. No doubt Antonius desired them to be away from Rome. A temporary absence at least might have been admitted by the friends of Brutus, to salvage political concord and public order. The liberators were certainly a problem, yet Antonius was amicable, not exploiting his position unduly. In these April days fortune seemed to smile upon the Roman state and upon Antonius. It had been feared that the assassination of Caesar would have wide and ruinous repercussions outside Rome, provoking a native rising in Gaul, or else the legions might invade Italy to avenge the imperator. Unable to restrain his grief, Caesar's faithful friend Matthias took a grim pleasure in the most gloomy reports, for some, like Balbus and Oppius, dissembled, others again were frankly willing to make the best of the new dispensation. Gaul and the armies remained tranquil, the danger of popular outbreaks was averted, the veterans were kept in hand. Property and vested interests seemed secure from revolution or from reaction. 5. To be sure, the tyrant was slain, but the tyranny survived, hence open dismay among the friends of the liberators and many a secret muttering at the failure of the coup d'état. Yet some could find the Ides of March a great comfort, and the Roman state had much to be thankful for, as partisan testimony was prepared to concede, at a later date and for abusive comparisons. 1. The consul was firm but conciliatory, taking counsel with senior statesmen and deferential to the state. He proposed and carried a specious measure. The name of the dictatorship was to be abolished forever. Thoughtful men reflected that its powers could easily be restored one day under another appellation. At the end of March or early in April the Senate allotted consular provinces for the following year too, probably in accordance with the intentions of Caesar. Dolabella received Syria, Antonius Macedonia. With Macedonia went Caesar's Balkan army, 6 of the best of the Roman legions. From his possession of the state papers and private fortune of the dictator, duly surrendered by Calpurnia, Antonius had ample reserves of patronage. Their employment in the first place for his own political interests calls neither for surprise nor for excuse. Rumors circulated before long, to be reinforced by monstrous allegations when proof or disproof was out of the question. In these early months the consul had embezzled a treasure of 700 million sesterces deposited in the temple of Ops, apparently some kind of fund distinct from the official treasury, which was housed in the temple of Saturn. If the mysterious hoard was the dictator's war chest, intended for the Balkan and Eastern wars, it might be doubted whether much was still at Rome for Antonius to take. The character and fate of the fund is problematical. 3. The wilder charges of corruption and embezzlement are hard to establish or to refute. In October Antonius was certainly very far from abounding in ready cash. Most of the debatable money must have been expended in the purchase of lands for the veterans, in pursuance of the provisions of 2 agrarian laws passed in the consulate of Antonius. It is by no means clear that the behavior of Antonius went beyond the measure of the Roman party politician. He was consul and chief man in the Caesarian faction, power and patronage rested in his hands. Antonius restored an exile, but only one, and that not without consulting an eminent adversary of that exile. 1. He recognized the seizure of territory by an eastern monarch subject to Rome, not that it mattered much. 2. And he bestowed Roman citizenship upon the inhabitants of Sicily. 3. Bribery and forged decrees, of course, it was whispered. But Cicero himself hoped to profit, tirelessly urging the interests of his friend Atticus in a matter concerning lands in Epirus. 4. On the whole, Antonius was distinctly superior to what Rome had learned to expect of the politician in power. His year of office would have to go far in violence and corruption to equal the first consulate of Caesar. Nor are there sufficient grounds for the partial and exaggerated view that posterity has been tempted to take of the ulterior ambitions of Antonius. In the light of his subsequent Caesarian policy and final contest for the dominion of the world, it was easy to pretend that Antonius strove from the beginning to set himself in the place of the dictator and succeed to sole and supreme power at Rome, as though the fate of Caesar were not a warning. Moreover, Antonius may have lacked the taste, and perhaps the faculty, for long designs. The earlier months of his guidance of Roman politics do not provide convincing evidence. From his career and station, from the authority of the office he held, the predominance of Antonius was a given and inescapable fact. Certain of his acts that lend color to the charge of tyranny may be defended by the wide discretionary powers which the constitution vested in the consulate in times of crisis and by the need to safeguard his position and his person, especially when attacked, later in the year, by his enemies in a manner which on any theory of legality can only be branded as high treason. So far the plea for Antonius. Security and aggression are terms of partisan interpretation. Though Antonius may not have desired to set himself in Caesar's place, he is not thereby absolved from ambition, considered or reckless, and the lust for power. There were surely alternatives to Caesar's autocracy. Chance and his own resolution had given Antonius the position of vantage. At first he seemed harmless. 5. Before long, he was seen to be a resourceful politician, presenting a double front, both Caesarian and Republican, and advancing steadily. To what end? Primacy in the Caesarian party was now his, but he might have to fight to retain it. More than that, Antonius was consul, head of the government, and so unassailable by legal weapons. In the next year, with a Hirtius and C. Vibius Pansa as consuls, Antonius would have his province of Macedonia. But the proconsul was vulnerable if a faction seized power in Rome and sought to pay back old scores. In 42 BC, D. Brutus would be consul along with the diplomatic and unreliable L. Manatius Plancus. For self-preservation, Antonius must build up support for the settlement of March 17 and the legislation passed in his consulate. For the sake of peace, the predominance of Antonius might have to be admitted by neutrals, even by republicans. As for the Caesarian party, there were rivals here and potential adversaries. Antonius had been no friend of Dolabella in the last 3 years, yet he condoned and recognized Dolabella's usurpation of the consulate. But Dolabella, an unscrupulous and ambitious young man, would still have to be watched. To Lepidus Antonius secured the office of Pontifex Maximus, once held by a glorious and remembered ancestor, one he also sought to attach that ambiguous person by betrothing his daughter to Lepidus's son. Moreover, Antonius could induce him to depart to his province. Lepidus, through his family connection with Brutus, might prove a bond of alliance between the Caesarians and the liberators, and not Lepidus only, there was P. Servilius his brother-in-law, soon to return from the governorship of Asia. 2. The alternative to the primacy of Antonius during his consulate was the free working of republican institutions. An innovation indeed, it had seldom, if ever, existed in the preceding 20 years. The revival of libertas in a period of crisis would mean the strife of faction, veiled at first under honorable names and confined for a time to the scramble for honors and emolument, to break out at the last into civil war again. Deplored by the liberators, the lack of leaders in the Senate was a strong factor for concord. The surviving consulars kept quiet. The fate that bore down the heads of the nobilitas, the fierce but inconstant Marcelli, the stubborn Ahenobarbus, the proud and tortuous App, Claudius, was yet merciful to the Roman people, for it suppressed along with the Principes a source of intrigue and feuds. Pompeius they might have tolerated for a time, or even Caesar, but not Antonius and young Dolabella, still less the respectable nonentities designated as consuls for the next year. Cato too was dead. Averse from compromise and firm on principle, he would have been a nuisance to any government, not less so, but for different reasons. The Caesarian young men Curio and Caelius, had they survived for so long the inevitable doom of brilliant talents and restless ambition. In April Antonius seemed reasonably secure. At home the one menace was assassination. Republicans who cursed the melancholy incompleteness of the glorious Ides of March could not justly complain if the Caesarian consul solicited the favor or enlisted the services of the veterans in the cause of public order. As for the provinces, D. Brutus held Gallia Cisalpina for the rest of the year, a territory rich in resources and recruits and lying athwart the communications to Gaul and Spain. Antonius was ready to parry that danger. He would take that region for his own consular province and with it an army adequate to defy any enterprises of his enemies. Late in March he had received Macedonia. Before the end of April, however, it was known that Antonius intended to propose on June 1 to take another province in exchange for Macedonia, namely Gallia Cisalpina, and Gallia Comata as well. The region recently conquered by Caesar, won these lands he would garrison with the Macedonian legions. For how long, no indication. For the present, the other provinces of the west were a counterbalance to D. Brutus. 2. They were in the charge of Caesarians. Plancus took Gallia Comata, while Lepidus had already gone off to his command of the two provinces of Gallia Narbonensis and Hispania Citria. C. Asinius Pollio was in Hispania Ulteria. Nor was this all. The trusty and experienced Caesarian partisans P. Vatinus and T. Sextius were in command of the armies of Illyricum and of Africa, 3 legions each. 3. Q. Hortensius, the proconsul of Macedonia, was a Caesarian but also a kinsman of Brutus, hence a potential danger. But that province was soon to be stripped of its legions. As for the east, Trebonius and Cimber might have Asia and Bithynia. The only armies east of Macedonia were the 6 legions under the Caesarian generals beleaguering Apamea, L. Stius Mercus and Q. Marcius Crispus, one and the garrison stationed at Alexandria to maintain order in the dependent kingdom of Egypt. Nor was trouble likely to come from the other Caesarian military men or recent governors of provinces, few of whom possessed family influence or talent for intrigue. Even the consular marshals evaded undue prominence, Fufius and Carninius, who had been legates of Caesar in Gaul and elsewhere, and C.N. Domitius Calvinus, who had fought in Thessaly, Pontus and Africa. There was no public mention of the nobilis P. Sulpicius Rufus, while Sallustius reposed upon the satisfaction of his recovered dignity and the profits of a proconsulate. Sex, Pedusius and Alienus carried no weight, and only another war would bring rapid distinction to Carinus, Calvisius and Nonius Asprenus. Under these auspices Antonius departed from Rome about April 21 and made his way to Campania. The veterans of Caesar had to be attended to, with urgent and just claims not to be disregarded, as the liberators themselves were well aware. Antonius occupied himself with the allotment of lands and the founding of military colonies. He was absent for a month. Various intrigues were devised against him but came to nothing. When he returned, it was to discover with dismay that a new and incalculable factor had impinged upon Roman politics. 8. Caesar's heir. By the terms of his will Caesar appointed as heir to his name and fortune a certain C. Octavius, the grandson of one of his sisters. On the paternal side the youth came of a respectable family that lacked nobility. His grandfather, a rich banker established at the small town of Velitrae, had shunned the burdens and the dangers of Roman politics. 1. Ambition broke out in the son, a model of all the virtues. 2. He married Attia, the daughter of M. Attius Balbus, a senator from the neighboring town of Aricia, and of Julia, Caesar's sister. 3. hence rapid advancement and honors, the praetorship, the governorship of Macedonia, and the sure prospect of a consulate. 4. Death frustrated his intended candidature, but the Caesarian alliance maintained the fortunes of the family. The widow Attia was at once transferred in matrimony to L. Marcius Philippus, a safe candidate for the consulate of 56 BC. Octavius left 3 children, an Octavia by his first wife, by Attia another Octavia, and a son, C. Octavius. Of the 2 children of Attia, the daughter was subsequently married to C. Marcellus Cos. 50 BC, the son, in any event assured of a brilliant career through these influential connections, was taken up by Caesar. 5. When C. Octavius passed by adoption into the Julian house, he acquired the new and legal designation of C. Julius Caesar Octavianus. It will be understood that the aspirant to Caesar's power preferred to drop the name that betrayed his origin, and be styled C. Julius Caesar. Further, the official deification of his adoptive parent soon provided the title of Divi Julii Filiuses, and from 38 BC onwards the military leader of the Caesarian faction took to calling himself Imperator Caesar. 1. After the first constitutional settlement and the assumption of the name, Augustus, the titulature of the ruler was conceived as Imperator Caesar Divi Filius Augustus. Posterity was to know him as Divus Augustus. In the early and revolutionary years the heir of Caesar never, it is true, referred to himself as Octavianus. The use of that name, possessing the sanction of literary tradition, will here be maintained, though it is dubious and misleading. As his enemies bitterly observed, the name of Caesar was the young man's fortune. 2. Italy and the world accepted him as Caesar's son and heir. That the relationship by blood was distant was a fact of little moment in the Roman conception of the family, barely known or soon forgotten by the inhabitants of the provinces. The custom of prefixing or appending to historical narratives an estimate of the character and personality of the principal agent is of doubtful advantage at the best of times. It either imparts a specious unity to the action or permits apology or condemnation on moral and emotional grounds. All conventions are baffled and defied by Caesar's heir. Not for nothing that the ruler of Rome made use of a signet ring with a sphinx engraved. The revolutionary adventurer eludes grasp and definition no less than the mature statesman. For the early years, a sore lack everywhere of personal, authentic and contemporary testimony, a perpetual hazard in estimating the change and development between youth and middle age. The personality of Octavianus will best be left to emerge from his actions. One thing at least is clear. From the beginning, his sense for realities was unerring, his ambition implacable. In that the young man was a Roman and a Roman aristocrat. He was only 18 years of age, but he resolved to acquire the power and the glory along with the name of Caesar. Whether his insistence that Caesar be avenged and the murderers punished derives more from horror of the deed, traditional sense of the solidarity of the family, or resentment at the thwarting of his own legitimate aspirations is a question that concerns the ultimate nature of human character and the deepest springs of human action. Exorbitant ambition mated with political maturity is not enough to explain the ascension of Octavianus. A skeptic about all else, Caesar the dictator had faith in his own star. The fortune of Caesar survived his fall. On no rational forecast of events would his adopted son have succeeded in playing off the Republican cause against the Caesarian leaders, survived the war of Perusia and lived to prevail over Antonius in the end. The news of the Ides of March found the young man at Apollonia, a town on the coast of Albania, occupied in the study of oratory and the practice of military exercises, for he was to accompany the dictator on the Balkan and Eastern campaigns. He was not slow in reaching a decision. Crossing the Adriatic, he landed near Brundisium. When he learned about the will, he conceived high hopes, refusing to be deterred by letters from his mother and stepfather, both of whom counseled refusal of the perilous inheritance. But he kept his head, neither dazzled by good fortune nor spurred to rash activity. The appeal to the troops, which certain friends counseled, was wisely postponed. Nor would he enter Rome until he had got into touch with persons of influence and had surveyed the political situation. By the middle of April his presence was signalled in Campania, where he was staying with his stepfather, the consular Philippus. 1. More important, he had met Balbus, the trusted confidant and secretary of the dictator. 2. Other prominent members of the Caesarian faction were approached. Hirtius and Pansa were certainly in the neighborhood. 3. But the youth was too astute to confine his attentions to one party. Cicero was living at Cumae at this time. He had heard rumors about Octavianus, according them scant attention. 4. Which member of Caesar's family inherited the remnant of his private fortune mattered little, for the power rested with the leaders of the Caesarian party. Foreseeing trouble with Antonius about the disposal of the dictator's property, however, he must have rejoiced in secret. 5. Then Octavianus called on Cicero. The illustrious orator was flattered. He is quite devoted to me, he wrote. 6. The ground was prepared. Early in May, Octavianus drew near the city. As he entered Rome, a halo was seen to encircle the sun, a portent of royalty. Octavianus without delay announced that he accepted the adoption and persuaded a tribune, L. Antonius, the brother of the consul, to allow him to address the people. By the middle of the month, the consul himself was back in Rome. An unfriendly interview followed. Octavianus claimed the ready money from the inheritance of Caesar to pay the legacies. Antonius answered with excuses and delays. 1. The Caesarian leader had left this competitor out of account. His primacy depended upon a delicate equilibrium between the support of the Caesarian interests, especially plebs and veterans, and the acquiescence of the Senate. A move to one side would alienate the other. Hitherto Antonius had neglected the avenging of Caesar and prevented his cult. He had professed conciliation towards the assassins, with impunity. The disloyal Caesarian was soon to be brought to book. To maintain power with the populace and the veterans, Antonius was forced into a policy that alarmed the Senate and gave his enemies a pretext for action. Thus he was to find himself attacked on two fronts, by a radical demagogue and by respected conservatives. For the moment, however, Caesar's heir was merely a nuisance, not a factor of much influence upon the policy of Antonius. The consul had already decided to take for himself a special provincial command. Further, alarmed by the intrigues current during his absence in Campania, he now made up his mind that Brutus and Cassius should leave Italy. Antonius had returned to Rome with an escort of veterans, much to the disquiet of the liberators, who wrote to him in vain protestation. 2. Hirtius too was displeased. 3. The meeting of the Senate on June 1 was sparsely attended, but Antonius chose to get his command from the people. The tenure of the consular provinces, Syria and Macedonia, which had been assigned to Dolabella and Antonius some 2 months earlier, was now prolonged until the end of 39 BC. But Antonius proposed to exchange provinces, to give up Macedonia, while retaining the Balkan army, and receive as his consular province Gallia Cisalpina and Gallia Comata as well. Such was the lex de permutation provinciarum June 1. 4. This maneuver might well alarm the moderates as well as extreme republicans. They knew what the last extended command in Gaul had meant. 2 other measures of a Caesarian and popular character were passed, a law permitting all ex-centurions, whether of the standing of Roman knights or not, to serve on juries, and another agrarian bill, of fairly wide terms of reference. More patronage. L. Antonius the tribune was to be president of a board of 7 commissioners. They were chosen, as was traditional at Rome, from partisans. 1. The liberators remained, an anomalous factor. On June 5, at the instigation of Antonius, the Senate appointed Brutus and Cassius to an extraordinary commission for the rest of the year. They were to superintend the collection of corn in the provinces of Sicily and Asia. Complimentary in appearance, the post was really an honorable pretext for exile. Brutus and Cassius were in doubts whether to accept. A family conference at Antium, presided over by Servilia, debated the question. 2. Cassius was resentful and truculent, Brutus undecided. Servilia promised her influence to get the measure revoked. No other decision was taken. For the present, the liberators remained in Italy, waiting on events. Octavianus, in the meantime, acquired a mastery of the demagogic arts that must have reinforced his native distrust and Roman scorn for the mob. The enterprises of Herophilus had shown what dominance the memory of Caesar retained over the populace. The heir of Caesar at once devoted himself to Caesarian propaganda. Games and festivals were customary devices for the organization of popular sentiment. Already, at the Ludi cereals, Octavianus had made an attempt to display in public the golden chair voted to the dictator by the Senate and the diadem vainly offered by Antonius at the classic scene of the Lupercalia. 3. He was promptly thwarted by a Republican, or Antonian, tribune. Then, waiting for a better opportunity, he derived encouragement from the absence of any Republican manifestations of note during the Ludi Apollinaires, celebrated in the name and at the expense of Brutus, the urban praetor, on July 7. At last his chance arrived. Certain friends of Caesar supplied abundant funds, one which along with his own money he expended lavishly at the Ludi Victoriae Caesaris, in honor of the triumph of Caesar's arms and of Venus Genetrix, the ancestress of the Julian house, July 20 to 30. Octavianus again sought to exhibit the Caesarian emblems. When Antonius intervened, the sympathies of plebs and veterans went to Caesar's heir. And now heaven itself took a hand. At the 8th hour of the day a comet appeared in the northern sky. The superstitious mob acclaimed the soul of Caesar made a god. Octavianus accepted the sign with secret confidence in his destiny, and with public exploitation. 2. He caused a star to be placed upon the head of statues of Caesar. Hence a new complication in Roman politics towards the end of July. The recrudescence of public disorder and the emergence of a Caesarian rival might well force Antonius back again to the policy which he had deserted by the legislation of June 1, to a strengthening of the coalition of March 17, and, more than that, to a firm pact with the liberators. Brutus and Cassius published an edict conceived in fair terms, probably with honest intent, not merely to deceive. About the same time, Antonius delivered a speech before the people, friendly and favorable to the liberators. 3. So much in public. What happened next is obscure. The enemies of Antonius, taking new courage, may have gone too far. It was known before the event that there would be criticism of the consul at the meeting of the Senate announced for August 1. It may also have been known who was to take the lead, namely the respected consular L. Calpurnius Piso. The balance in politics seemed to be turning against Antonius. He would have to make a choice. Sanguine informants from Rome reported at Rhegium an expectation that Antonius might surrender his provincial command, that Brutus and Cassius would be able to return to Roman political life. 4. These hopes were shattered at a blow. The prospect of a split between the Caesarian leader and Caesar's heir was distasteful to the sentiments of soldiers and officers, ruinous to their interests. Remonstrance was addressed to Antonius. The military men urged him to treat Caesar's heir with loyalty and respect. Yielding to this moral suasion, Antonius agreed to a formal and public reconciliation with Octavianus. The ceremony was staged on the Capitol. In revenge for the Ides of March, Caesar's ghost, as all men know, drove Brutus to his doom on the field of Philippi. The same phantom bore heavily on Antonius and stayed the hand he would have raised against Caesar's heir. The word of the veterans silenced the Senate of Rome. When L. Piso spoke, at the session of August 1, there was no man to support him. Of the tone and content of Piso's proposal there is no evidence. Perhaps he suggested that Cisalpine Gaul should cease to be a province at the end of the year and be added to Italy. That would preclude competition for a post of vantage and armed domination. A fair prospect of concord, or a subtle intrigue against the consul, had been brought to naught. Antonius, for his part, had been constrained to an unwelcome decision. In no mood to be thwarted in his ambitions, he still hoped to avoid an open breach with the party of Brutus and Cassius. His professions, both public and private, had hitherto been couched in a vein of conciliation. His recent speech was held to be distinctly amicable. 1. To their edict he now made reply with a public proclamation and a private letter, in a tone of some anger and impatience. 2. Brutus and Cassius retorted with a firm manifesto. August 4, taking their stand upon their principles and the personal honor, they told Antonius that they valued their own libertas more than his amicitia and bade him take warning from the fate of Caesar. 1. Of any immediate intentions the liberators said no word in their edict. But they now prepared to depart from Italy. They had hesitated to take over the Corn Commission voted on June 5. Now, early in August, Antonius induced the Senate to grant them the harmless provinces of Crete and Cyrene. Brutus left Italy towards the end of the month, not before publishing a last edict. He affirmed the loyalty of the liberators towards the Roman constitution, their reluctance to provide a cause of civil war, and the proud conviction that wherever they were, there stood Rome and the Republic. 2. Cassius, however, lingered in Italian waters for some time. As for Antonius, pressure from a competitor was now beginning to force him to choose at last between the Senate and the veterans. The Senate was hostile, yet the uneasy reconciliation with Octavianus could scarcely last. On any count, the outlook was black for the friends of settled government. Octavianus did not belong to that class. The rhetoric of the ancients and the parliamentary theories of the moderns sometimes obscure the nature and sources of political power at Rome. They were patent to contemporaries. For the ambitious Octavianus, the gradual advancement of a Roman noble through the consecrated order of magistracies to the consulate, the command of an army, the auctorities of a senior statesman, all that was too long and too slow. He would have to wait until middle age, his laurels would repose on grey hairs or none remaining. Legitimate primacy, it is true, could only be attained at Rome through many extra constitutional resources, bribery, intrigue, and even violence. For the short and perilous path that Octavianus intended to tread, such resources would have to be doubled and redoubled. Octavianus was resolute. He had a cause to champion, the avenging of Caesar, and was ready to exploit every advantage. In the first place, the urban plebs, fanatically devoted to the memory of Caesar and susceptible to the youth, the dignified bearing, the demagogy and the bribes of Caesar's heir. With what consummate art he worked upon this material in the month of July has already been narrated. He might invoke the tribunate, emulating the Gracchi and a long line of demagogues. Rumors went about in the July days at Rome that Octavianus, though a patrician, had designs upon this office. 1. Nothing came of it for the moment. At need, he would always be able to purchase one or other of the 10 members of the Tribunician College. More costly but more remunerative as an investment were the soldiers of Caesar, active in the legions or settled in the military colonies of Italy. While at Apollonia, Octavianus made himself known to the soldiers and officers of Caesar's great army of the Balkans. They did not forget him, nor did he neglect opportunities on his journey from Brundisium to Rome. As the months passed, the Caesarian sentiments of the legionaries were steadily reinforced, and their appetites whetted by the dissemination of propaganda, of promises, of bribes. With his years, his name and his ambition, Octavianus had nothing to gain from concord in the state, everything from disorder. Supported by the plebs and the veterans, he possessed the means to split the Caesarian party. For his first designs he needed funds and a faction. As many of the most eminent of the Caesarians already held office and preferment, were loyal to Antonius or to settled government, he must turn his hopes and his efforts towards the more obscure of the Caesarian Norvi homines in the Senate, or, failing them, to knights, to financiers and to individuals commanding influence in the towns of Italy. Once a compact and devoted following was won, and his power revealed, he could build up a new Caesarian party of his own. It was the aim of Octavianus to seduce the moderate Caesarians by an appeal to their loyalty towards the memory of the dictator, to their apprehensions or envy of Antonius. Through them he might hope to influence neutral or republican elements. The supreme art of politics is patent, to rob adversaries of their adherents and soldiers, their program and their catchwords. If the process goes far enough, a faction may grow into something like a national party. So it was to be in the end. But this was no time for an ideal and patriotic appeal. Such were the resources that Octavianus gathered in late summer and autumn of the year. Men and money were the first thing, next the skill and the resolution to use them. An inborn and Roman distrust of theory, an acute sense of the difference between words and facts, a brief acquaintance with Roman political behavior, that he possessed, and that was all he needed. It is a common belief, attested by the existence of political science as a subject of academic study, that the arts of government may be learned from books. The revolutionary career of Caesar's heir reveals never a trace of theoretical preoccupations. If it did, it would have been very different and very short. Lessons might indeed be learned, but from men and affairs, from predecessors and rivals, from the immediate and still tangible past. The young Pompeius had grasped at once the technique of raising a private army, securing official recognition, and betraying his allies. Caesar, more consistent in his politics, had to wait longer for distinction and power. The sentiments which the young man entertained towards his adoptive parent were never revealed. The whole career of the dictator, however, showed the fabulous harvest to be got soon or late from the cultivation of the plebs and the soldiers. Not less the need for faithful friends and a coherent party. For lack of that, the great Pompeius had been forced at the last into a fatal alliance with his enemies the oligarchs. Caesar had been saved because he had a party behind him. It was clear that many a man followed Caesar in an impious war from personal friendship, not political principle. The devotion which Caesar's memory evoked among his friends was attested by impressive examples. One, and it was not merely from lust of adventure or of gain that certain intimate friends of the dead autocrat at once lent their support and devotion to his son and heir. Loyalty could only be won by loyalty in return. Caesar never let down a friend, whatever his character and station. Antonius imitated his leader, which came easy to his open nature, Octavianus also, though less easily perhaps. Only 2 of his associates, so it was recorded, were ever thrown over, and that was for treachery. Point 2. Next to magnanimity, courage. By nature, the young man was cool and circumspect. He knew that personal courage was often but another name for rashness. But the times called for daring, and the example of Caesar taught him to run risks gaily, to insist upon his prestige, his honor, the rights due to his name and station. But not to excess. Octavianus took a firm stand upon dignitas without dangerous indulgence in chivalry or clemency. He perfected himself in the study of political cant and the practice of a dissimulation that had been alien to the splendid and patrician nature of Caesar. He soon took the measure of Antonius. The Caesarian soldier was a warning against the more generous virtues and vices. Another eminent Roman could furnish a text in the school of politics. The failure of Cicero as a statesman showed the need for courage and constancy in all the paths of duplicity. A change of front in politics is not disastrous unless caused by delusion or indecision. The treacheries of Octavianus were conscious and consistent. To assert himself against Antonius, the young revolutionary needed an army in the first place, after that, republican allies and constitutional backing. He would then have to postpone the avenging of Caesar until he was strong enough, built up by republican help, to betray the republicans. The calculation was hazardous but not hopeless. On the other side, certain moderates and republicans might be lured and captured by the genial idea of employing the name of Caesar and the arms of Octavianus to subvert the domination of Antonius, and so destroy the Caesarian party, first Antonius, then Octavianus. But before such respectable elements could venture openly to advocate sedition, violence and civil war, Octavianus would have to take the lead and act. Point 1. IX. The first march on Rome. At the beginning of the month of August, certain political intrigues went wrong, and hopes of concord or of dissension were frustrated. Brutus and Cassius did not return to Rome, and the rival Caesarian leaders were reconciled through the insistence of the soldiery. To Antonius, no grounds for satisfaction. Alert and resilient among the visible risks of march and battle, he had no talent for slow intrigue, no taste for postponed revenge. Though able beyond expectation as a politician, he now became bewildered, impatient and tactless. His relations with Octavianus did not improve. Neither trusted the other. To counter that danger and outbid his rival, the consul went farther with his Caesarian and popular policy. In the Senate on September 1, Antonius proposed that a day in honor of Caesar should be added to the solemn thanksgivings paid by the Roman state to the immortal gods, and he had already promulgated a bill which provided for an appeal to the citizen body in cases of breach of the peace or high treason. This time there was criticism and opposition in the Senate. On the following day both Cicero and P. Servilius Isauricus spoke. Point 1. Antonius after delay retorted with a bitter personal attack September 19. Cicero was absent. Such was the outcome of Cicero's first public appearance since March 17. The Curia did not see him again for more than 3 months. The importance of his speech is difficult to estimate, but the stand made by the 2 consulars, though negative, irresolute and not followed by action of any kind, was certainly a check to Antonius, revealing the insecurity of his position. The blow was to fall from the other side, from the plebs, from the veterans and from Octavianus. In pursuance of his Caesarian policy, Antonius caused to be set up in the Forum a statue of Caesar with the inscription, Parenti opti merito. Point 2. His enemies let loose upon him a tribune, T. Canatius by name. The exacerbated Antonius then delivered a violent speech, with abuse of the liberators. This was on October 2. 3 or 4 days later, a dark episode, Antonius arrested at his house certain of the veteran soldiers of his bodyguard, alleging that they had been suborned by Octavianus to assassinate him. Octavianus protested his innocence. The truth of the matter naturally eludes inquiry. Antonius did not press the charge. Perhaps it was nothing more than a clumsy device to discredit the young adversary. Among contemporaries, many enemies of Antonius believed in the reality of the attempt and rejoiced as though it suited the plans of Octavianus to rid himself of Antonius in this summary and premature fashion. To remove a rival was to remove a potential ally. Point 2. However Antonius took alarm. Rome was becoming untenable. If he lingered until the expiration of his consular year, he was lost. His enemies might win the provincial armies. Brutus and Cassius had left Italy, ostensibly for their provinces of Crete and Cyrene. Of their whereabouts and true intentions nothing was known. But late in October disquieting news came to Rome through private sources. It was reported that the legions at Alexandria in Egypt were riotous, that Cassius was expected there. Point 3. Further, Cassius might appeal to the large armies in Syria. It was probably at this point that Dolabella, without awaiting the end of his consulate, set out for the east to secure the province of Syria. Antonius had already acted. There was a nearer danger, D. Brutus holding the Cisalpina and cutting off Antonius from the precarious support of Lepidus his ally, from the even less dependable Plancus and from the pessimistic Pollio. When Brutus entered his province in April he found only 2 legions there. He proceeded to raise several more on his own initiative and resources, training them in warfare against Alpine tribes. This was serious. Antonius therefore resolved to take over one part of his consular province, the Cisalpina, at once. Then Plancus would raise no difficulties about Comata. Antonius summoned D. Brutus to yield up his command. The threat of force would be necessary. Antonius set out for Brundisium on October 9, proposing there to pick up 4 of the Macedonian legions and send them or march with them to northern Italy. Before he returned, armed revolution had broken out in Italy. Octavianus solicited his father's veterans. A tour in Campania was organized. With the young man went 5 of his intimate friends, many soldiers and centurions, and a convoy of wagons bearing money and equipment. 1. The appeal worked. He gave a bribe of 500 denarii to each soldier, more than twice the annual pay of a legionary, promising, in the event of success, no less than 5,000 denarii. In the colonies of Galatia and Casilinum, Octavianus raised quickly some 3,000 veterans. The new Pompeius now had an army. He was at first quite uncertain what to do with it. Was he to stand at Capua and prevent Antonius from returning to Rome, to cross the central mountains and intercept 3 of the consul's legions which were moving along the eastern coast of Italy towards Cisalpine Gaul, or to march on Rome himself? 2. Octavianus took the supreme risk and set out for Rome. With armed men he occupied the Forum on November 10. He had hoped for a meeting of the Senate and public support from senior statesmen. In vain, his backers were timid or absent. He had to be content with the plebs and a tribune. Brought before an assembly of the people by T. Canutius, the young man delivered a vigorous speech attacking Antonius, praising Caesar and asserting upon oath his invincible resolve to win the honors and station of his parent. 3. The coup failed. Antonius was approaching with the Macedonian legions. The veterans refused to fight. Many deserted and returned to their homes, none the worse for a brief autumnal escapade. With weakened forces and despair in his heart, Octavianus made his way northwards to try his chances in the colonies of Etruria and the region lying towards Ravenna. He now established a base at Arretium, the town of one of his chief partisans. 4. At Brundisium, angry and seditious troops confronted the consul. The leaflets and the bribes of Octavianus were doing their work. To restore discipline, Antonius ordered summary executions. Disturbing rumors brought him back to Rome. He summoned the Senate to meet on November 24, intending to have Octavianus denounced as a public enemy. The rash youth appeared to have played into his hands. Of the legal point, no question, Octavianus and his friends were guilty of high treason. It would surely be easy to incriminate or to intimidate his secret accomplices. Might and right were on the side of the consul, but the advantage passed in a moment. The meeting never occurred. Antonius, on receipt of grave news, dashed out to ABBREVIATIONS. One of the legions marching up the eastern coast of Italy, the Legio Martia, declared for Octavianus and turned westwards. Antonius confronted the mutineers at ABBREVIATIONS. They would listen neither to argument nor to bribes. What he offered was miserable in comparison with the lavish generosity of Octavianus. The consul returned to Rome. On November 28 the Senate met by night upon the Capitol. It was later alleged that a consular was ready on the side of Antonius with a bill of attainder against Octavianus. 1. Nothing came of this. Perhaps the situation was too serious. Not only his soldiers but his partisans were being seduced. A report came that another legion, the 4th, under Antonius Quaestor L. Egnatulius, had embraced the revolutionary cause. Had the consul attempted to outlaw Octavianus, a tribune would surely have vetoed the measure. He could not afford a fresh conflict with the Senate and a fresh rebuff. In haste, Antonius proposed a vote complementary to his ally Lepidus, who had brought Sex Pompeius to terms and carried through the allotment of Praetorian provinces for the following year. Crete and Cyrene were taken from Brutus and Cassius, while Macedonia was assigned to his brother, the praetor C. Antonius. On the following day, after a solemn review at Tibur, where not only the troops but a great part of the Senate and many private persons swore an oath of allegiance, the consul set out for the north to join the remaining legions and occupy Cisalpine Gaul. Fresh levies were needed. Octavianus had not carried all Campania with him. 2 old Caesarians of military experience, Decidius Saxo and a certain Capho, raised recruits in this region, while P. Ventidius was suitably employed in the populous and martial territory of Picenum. 3. The coalition of March 17 had not merely been split and shattered, it was being rebuilt, this time against Antonius, by a hostile alliance of Caesarian and Pompeian elements. Antonius had failed as a non-party statesman in Roman politics. As a Caesarian leader his primacy was menaced. Senate, plebs and veterans were mobilized against him. His enemies had drawn the sword. Naked force must decide. But not all at once. Antonius had not chosen to declare Octavianus a public enemy, nor did he now turn his military strength, superior for the moment, in the direction of Arretium. The veterans in the private army of Octavianus would not stand against Antonius, the Caesarian general, yet Antonius was impotent against the heir of the dictator. Once again the ghost of Caesar prevailed over the living. The baffled consul took refuge in invective. 1. His edicts exposed and denounced the levying of a private army as treason and brigandage, not merely Catilinarian but Spartacist. Turning to the person and family of the revolutionary, he invoked both the traditional charges of unnatural vice with which the most blameless of Roman politicians, whatever his age or party, must expect to find himself assailed, and the traditional contempt which the Roman noble visited upon the family and extraction of respectable municipal men. Octavianus's mother came from the small town of Aricia. From dealing with D. Brutus, however, Antonius was impeded by no doubts of his own, by no disloyalty among his troops. Out of Rome and liberated from the snares of political intrigue, the Caesarian soldier recovered his confidence in the fresh air of the camp, in the exhilaration of action. Brutus refused to yield. Antonius marched northward with Caesarian rapidity and entered the province of Cisalpine Gaul. Before the end of the year he disposed his forces around the city of Mutina and held Brutus entrapped. Civil war had begun, but winter enforced a lull in hostilities, with leisure for intrigue and diplomacy. With Antonius out of the way, a republican faction, relying on the support of anomalous allies and illicit armies, attempted to seize power in the city. So far, the raising of a private army and the first revolutionary venture has been narrated as the deed and policy of Octavianus. In himself, that young man had not seemed a political factor of prime importance when he arrived in Italy. 7 months pass, and he has money, troops and a following. Whence came his adherents and his political funds? Family and kinsmen provide the nucleus of a Roman faction. Yet Octavianus's relatives were not numerous, too, and he got little active help from them in the early months. On the surface, the consuls Philippus and Marcellus hardly reveal distinction or vigor. From his father Philippus inherited comfortable tastes, a disposition towards political neutrality and a fair measure of guile. 1. During his consulate and ever since he had shunned dangerous prominence. The emergence of his stepson as Caesar's heir put all his talents to the test. On that subject he preserved monumental discretion, giving visitors no guidance at all. 2. To be sure, he had dissuaded the taking up of the inheritance. The fact comes from a source that had every reason to enhance the courageous and independent spirit of the young Caesar. 3. Though Philippus's caution was congenital, his lack of open enthusiasm about Octavianus's prospects was perhaps only a mask. The young man was much in the company of his stepfather. The profit in political counsel which he derived was never recorded. Philippus wished for a quiet old age. So did Marcellus. But Marcellus, repenting of his ruinous actions for Pompeius and for the Republic, and damaged in repute, surviving a cause for which better men had died, will nonetheless have striven through intrigue to maintain the newly retrieved eminence of his illustrious house. Philippus and Marcellus were both desperately anxious not to be openly compromised. They would have to go quietly for the present, but their chance might come. Octavianus's other relatives were of little consequence. Cupedius, a knight's son, legate in the Gallic and Civil Wars, and a mysterious person called Elpinarius Scarpus were nephews of the dictator. They received a share of his fortune through the will, which they are said to have resigned to Octavianus. 4. Nothing else is known of their attitude or activities at this time. Octavianus turned for help to friends of his own, to loyal Caesarian adherents, to shady adventurers. Good fortune has preserved the names of 3 of his earliest associates, the foundation members of the faction. In his company at the camp of Apollonia were Q. Salvianus Rufus and M. Vipsanius Agrippa, ignoble names and never known before. 1. They were destined for glory and for history. When Salvianus tended flocks upon his native hills as a boy, a tongue of flame shot up and hovered over his head, a royal portent. 2. Of the origin and family of M. Agrippa, friends or enemies have nothing to say. Even when it became safe to inquire or publish, nothing at all could be discovered. 3. Before long a very different character turns up, the Etruscan magnate C. Maecenas, a diplomat and a statesman, an artist and a voluptuary. His grandfather was a man of property, of suitable and conservative sentiments and ready to defend his interests against Roman tribunes. The family appears to have sided with Marius in the civil wars, suffering in consequence. But they could not be stripped of their ancestors. Octavianus's friend was of regal stock, deriving his descent on the maternal side from the Silni, a house that held dynastic power in the city of Arretium from the beginning. 4. The best party is but a kind of conspiracy against the Commonwealth. Octavianus's following could not raise the semblance even of being a party. It was in truth what in defamation the most admirable causes had often been called, a faction. Its activity lay beyond the constitution and beyond the laws. When Caesar went to war with the government, avid and desperate men in his party terrified the holders of property. But not for long, they were a minority and could be held in check. The cause of Caesar's heir was purely revolutionary in origin, attracting all the enemies of society, old soldiers who had dissipated gratuities and farms, fraudulent financiers, unscrupulous freedmen, ambitious sons of ruined families from the local gentry of the towns of Italy. The hazards were palpable, and so were the rewards, land, money and power, the estates and prerogatives of the nobility for their enjoyment, and the daughters of patricians for their brides. The men of action in the party like Salvianus and Agrippa, the earliest of the great marshals, occupy the stage of history, crowding out the obscure partisans and secret contributors. The party did not appeal to the impecunious only. Its leader needed money to attract recruits, subsidize supporters and educate opinion in Rome and throughout Italy. Octavianus had more skill, fewer scruples and better fortune than the liberators. By the beginning of October the young man possessed a huge war fund. It might provide Antonius with an incentive to attack and despoil him. 1. The provenance of these resources is by no means clear, neither is the fate of the private fortune of Caesar the dictator and the various state moneys at his disposal. Antonius is charged with refusing to hand over money due to Caesar's heir, perhaps unjustly. The legacies to the plebs were paid after all by Octavianus, perhaps not wholly from his own fortune and the generous loans of his friends. Further, Caesar's freedmen were very wealthy. The heir could claim their services. 2. Nor is this all. Caesar, intending to depart without delay to the Balkans, had sent in advance to Brundisium, or farther, a part at least of the reserves of money which he needed for his campaigns. It would be folly to leave a large treasure behind him, a temptation to his enemies. Invective asserts, and history repeats, that the consul Antonius embezzled the sum of 700 million sesterces deposited in Rome at the temple of Ops. 1. Only the clumsy arts of an apologist reveal the awkward fact that Octavianus at Brundisium in April, for a time at least, had control both of certain funds destined for the wars of the dictator and of the annual tribute from the provinces of the East. 2. It is alleged that he duly dispatched these monies to Rome, to the treasury, holding that his own inheritance was sufficient. 3. His own patrimony he was soon to invest, for the good of the Commonwealth, and much more than his patrimony. The diversion of public funds was not enough. Octavianus also won the support of private investors, among them some of the wealthiest bankers of Rome. Atticus, who refused to finance the war chest of the liberators, would not have looked at this venture. No matter, Caesar's heir secured almost at once the financial secretaries and political agents of the dictator. Among the first Caesarians to be approached in April was the millionaire Balbus. Balbus could keep his counsel, for and time has respected his secrets. No record survives of his services to Caesar's heir. After November he slips out of history for 4 years. The manner of his return shows that he had not been inactive. 5. The Caesarian Rabirius Postumus also shows up, as would be expected, benevolent and alert in any shady transaction. Along with Matius and Caesarna he advanced money for the celebration of the games in July. 6. Oppius was a diplomat as well as a financier. In November he is discovered on a familiar errand, this time not for Caesar, but for Caesar's heir, a confidential mission to ensnare an elderly and wavering consular. 7. A certain Caecina of Velatere had recently tried in vain. 8. When Octavianus journeyed to Campania to raise an army by bribery, 5 adherents of some note participated in the venture. Only 2 names can be recovered, Agrippa and Maecenas. 9. Octavianus may already have numbered among his supporters certain obscure and perhaps unsavory individuals, such as Mindius Marcellus, whose father had been active as a businessman in Greece. Mindius enriched himself further by the purchase of confiscated estates. He came from Velatere, Octavianus's own town. 1. Evidence about the names and origin of the adherents of Octavianus in the first years of his revolutionary career is deplorably scanty. For sufficient reasons, history, intent to blacken his rival, has preserved instead the public invectives which designate, with names and epithets, the senatorial partisans of Antonius as a collection of bankrupts and bandits, sinister, fraudulent and murderous, Domitius the Apulian who poisoned his nephew, Aeneas Cimber, freedman's son and fratricide, M. Instius the bathkeeper and brigand from Pisaurum, T. Manatius Plancus Bursa the incendiary, the histrionic Caecinius Lento, Nucula who had written pantomimes, the Spaniard Decidius Saxa. 2. The fact that Octavianus was deemed to be on the side of the Republic precluded a full and revealing account of his associates, save honorable mention of 3 tribunes and a legionary commander whom he had seduced from the consul. 3. These were the earliest of his senatorial associates and, except for C. Rabirius Postumus, the only such recorded for a long time. What remained of the Caesarian faction after the Ides of March showed a lack of social distinction or active talent. Many of its most prominent members were neutral, evasive, playing their own game or bound to Antonius, and some of the best of the Caesarian military men were absent in the provinces. The earliest and most efficient of Octavianus's agents were Roman knights in standing, Salvianus, Agrippa and Maecenas, to the end his faction retained the mark of its origin. A long time passes before any number of senators emerge on his side. When 4 years have elapsed and Octavianus through all hazards, through all vicissitudes of craft and violence, extorts recognition as Caesarian leader beside Antonius, only 8 men of senatorial rank can be discovered among his generals, and they are not an impressive company. 1. Senators who had come safely through civil war or who owed rank and fortune to one revolution were not eager to stir up another. But Octavianus wished to be much more than the leader of a small band of desperadoes and financiers, incongruously allied. The help of the bankers was private and personal, not the considered policy of a whole class. Octavianus needed the Senate as well. He hoped to win sympathy, if not support, from some of the more respectable Caesarians, who were alienated by the pretensions of Antonius, alarmed at his power. In the first place, the consuls designate, Hirtius and Pansa, whose counsel Octavianus sought when he arrived in Campania. Friends of Caesar, to whom they owed all, they would surely not repel his heir. Yet these men, mere municipal aristocrats, lacked experience of affairs, vigor of personality and family influence. In public Cicero professed warm and eager admiration for their loyalty, their patriotism, their capacity. His private letters tell another story. He derided them as torpid and bibulous. 2. Hirtius and Pansa might yet save the Republic, not, as some hoped, by action, but by preventing the actions of others. Even a nonentity is a power when consul at Rome. A policy they had, and they might achieve it, to restore concord in the Caesarian party and so in the Roman state. They would gladly see Antonius curbed, but not destroyed. They were not at all willing to be captured by an anti-Caesarian faction and forced into the conduct of a civil war. Hirtius was accessible to the sinister influence of Balbus. 3. No good prospect for the Republicans, but a gain for Octavianus. Less is known about Pansa. Yet Pansa was no declared enemy of Antonius, and he had married the daughter of the Antonian consular Q. Fufius Calenus, an able politician. 1. Pansa, however, encouraged Octavianus at a quite early date. Along with Pansa in this context certain other names are mentioned, P. Servilius, L. Piso and Cicero. They are described as neutrals, their policy dishonest. 2. No word here of the consulars Philippus and Marcellus. Another source, though likewise not of the best, alleges that the pair made a secret compact with Cicero to provide political support for Octavianus while enjoying the protection of his financial resources and his army. 3. Not all invention, perhaps. The subtle intriguers were now showing their hand. In November they were clearly working for the young kinsman. 4. But the situation was complicated, and Philippus's policy was ambiguous. Even if stirred by the example of his father's actions on behalf of the young Pompeius, he was reluctant to break with Antonius, for he hoped through Antonius to get an early consulate for his own son. 5. Nor was the devious Marcellus wholly to be neglected. He had family connections that could be brought into play, for the Caesarian cause or for the Republic. 6. Whatever the rumors or likelihood of secret plotting, the young adventurer required the open backing of senior statesmen in the Senate. Through their auctorators he might acquire recognition and official standing. Which of the Principes were ready to give their sanction? X. The senior statesmen. In the Senate 3 men of consular rank had spoken against Antonius, namely L. Piso, P. Servilius and Cicero, and therefore might be said to have encouraged the designs of Octavianus. That was all they had in common. In character, career and policy the 3 consulars were discordant and irreconcilable. Piso, an aristocrat of character and discernment, united loyalty to Roman standards of conduct with a lively appreciation of the literature and philosophy of Hellas. He was the friend and patron of Philodemus, the poet and scholar. 1. Though elegant in his tastes, Piso suited his way of living to his family tradition and to his fortune, which would not have supported ostentatious display and senseless luxury. 2. Being the father-in-law of Caesar, and elected through the agency of Pompeius and Caesar to the consulate, Piso saw no occasion to protect Cicero from the threat, sentence and consequences of exile. Cicero remembered and attacked Piso for his conduct of the governorship of Macedonia, both before and after the proconsul returned, on any excuse. Piso replied, no doubt with some effect. 3. Nor did any political enemy or ambitious youth come forward to arraign by prosecution a proconsul alleged to have been corrupt, incompetent and calamitous. Piso, however, withdrew more and more from active politics. Yet his repute, or at least his influence, is sufficiently demonstrated by his election, though reluctant, to the censorship in 50 BC, an honor to which many consulars must have aspired as due recognition of public service and political wisdom. The mild and humane doctrines of the Epicureans, liable as they were to the easy and conventional reproach of neglecting the public good for the pursuit of selfish pleasure, might still be of more use to the commonwealth than the more elevated principles that were professed, and sometimes followed, with such robust conviction. Piso, a patriotic Roman, did not abandon all care for his country and lapse into timorous inactivity under the imminent threat of civil war or during the contest. He exerted himself for mediation or compromise then and later, both during the struggle between Caesar and Pompeius and when Roman politics again appeared to be degenerating into faction strife. 1. His character was vindicated by his conduct, his sagacity by the course of events. To few, indeed, among his contemporaries was accorded that double and melancholy satisfaction. Piso was an ex-Caesarian turned independent. P. Servilius Isauricus, the son of a conservative and highly respected parent, began his political career under the auspices of Cato. 2. Most of his friends, allies and relatives followed Cato and Pompeius in the civil war. Servilius, however, had been ensnared by Caesar, perhaps with a bribe to his ambition, the consulate of 48 BC. Servilius may not have been a man of action, yet he governed the province of Asia for Caesar with some credit in 46 to 44 BC. On his return to Rome late in the summer, Servilius embarked upon a tortuous policy to enhance his power and that of his clan. His family connections would permit an independent and, if he chose, a conciliatory position between the parties. Being related to Brutus, to Cassius and to Lepidus, he might become the link in a new political alignment between Caesarians and Republicans. That prospect would certainly appeal to his mother-in-law Servilia. Whatever the motive, his earliest acts caused discomfort to Antonius. He criticized the policy of the consul on September 2. When Octavianus marched on Rome, however, no news was heard of P. Servilius. Like other consulars averse from Antonius but unwilling to commit themselves too soon, he kept out of the way. Yet he probably lent a tribune. T. Canatius belonged to the following of Isauricus. 3. Piso and P. Servilius each had a change of side to their credit. No politician could compete with Cicero for versatility, as the attacks of his enemies and his own apologies attest. The sagacious and disinterested Piso would hardly lend help or sanction to the levying of a private army against a consul of the Roman people. Servilius, however, was not altogether blameless, while Cicero stood out as the head and front of the group of politicians who intended to employ the Caesarian adventurer to destroy the Caesarian party. Cicero claimed that he had always been consistent in his political ideal, though not in the means he adopted to attain it. His defense can hardly cover the whole of his career, yet it would be perverse and unjust to rail and carp at an aspirant to political honors who, after espousing various popular causes and supporting the grant of an extraordinary command to Pompeius, from honest persuasion or for political advancement, afterwards became more conservative when he gained the consulate and entered the ranks of the governing oligarchy. Cicero had never been a revolutionary, not even a reformer. In the years following his consulate he wavered between Pompeius and the enemies of Pompeius, trusted by neither. In Cato he admired yet deplored the rigid adherence to principle and denial of compromise, and he claimed that he had been abandoned by the allies of Cato. Towards Pompeius he continued to profess loyalty, despite harsh rebuffs and evidences of cold perfidy, for which, through easy self-deception, he chose to blame Caesar, the agent of his misfortunes, rather than Pompeius with whom the last word rested. Pompeius was the stronger. From the earliest years of Cicero's political career he seemed to have dominated the stage and directed the action. Twice the predominance of Pompeius was threatened, in 61 to 60 BC and in 56, each time he reasserted it in a convincing fashion. Cicero surrendered to the obsession. Otherwise there were many things that might have brought Cicero and Caesar together: a common taste for literature, to which Pompeius was notoriously alien, and common friends, a hankering for applause on the one side and a gracious disposition to please and to flatter on the other. Cicero came close to being a neutral in the civil war. Returning from his province of Cilicia, he made what efforts he could to avert hostilities. He showed both judgment and impartiality. 1. It was too late. He had few illusions about Pompeius, little sympathy with his allies. Yet he found himself, not unnaturally, on the side of Pompeius, of the party of the constitution, and of the majority of the active consulars. The leaders were Pompeius and Cato. It was clearly the better cause, and it seemed the stronger. Not that Cicero expected war, and when war came, even Cato seemed willing to go back upon his principles and make concessions to Caesar. 1. Cicero was induced to accept a military command under Pompeius, but lingered in Campania, refusing to follow him across the seas, perhaps from failure to comprehend his strategy. Then Caesar wooed him assiduously, through the familiar offices of Balbus and Oppius and by personal approach. But Cicero stood firm. He refused to come to Rome and condone Caesar's acts and policy by presence in the Senate. Courage, but also fear. He was intimidated by the bloodthirsty threats of the absent Pompeians, who would deal with neutrals as with enemies. Spain might bring them victory after all. The agonies of a long flirtation with neutrality drove him to join Pompeius, without waiting for news of the decision in Spain. 2. It was not passion or conviction, but impatience and despair. Pharsalus dissolved their embrace. Cicero was persuaded to avail himself of the clemency and personal esteem of the victor. The years of life under the dictatorship were unhappy and inglorious. The continuance of the struggle with the last remnants of the Pompeians and the sometimes hoped for but ever delayed return to settled conditions threw him into a deep depression. He shunned the Senate, the theatre of his old triumphs. With the passing of time, he might indeed have silenced his conscience and acquiesced in a large measure of authoritative government at Rome. He was not a Cato or a Brutus, and Brutus later remarked, as long as Cicero can get people to give him what he wants, to flatter and to praise him, he will put up with servitude. 3. But Cicero was able to hold out against Caesar. Though in the Senate he was once moved to celebrate the clemency and magnanimity of the dictator, for he soon set to work upon a vindication of Cato, which he published, inaugurating a fashion. Caesar answered with praise of the author's talent and a pamphlet traducing the memory of the Republican martyr. Through emissaries and friends he induced Cicero to compose some kind of open letter, expressing approval of the government. Oppius and Balbus found the result not altogether satisfactory. Rather than amend, Cicero gave it up, gladly. Caesar did not insist. Time was short. Agents like Balbus were of more use to a busy and imperious autocrat. Then came the Ides of March and, 2 days later, the meeting of the Senate in the Temple of Tellus, when Cicero, like other statesmen, spoke for security and concord. Peace calls for constant vigilance. Cicero later claimed that from that day forward he never deserted his post. 1. Facts refute the assertion. Between March 17 and September 2, a period of nearly 6 months, the most critical for the new and precarious concord, Cicero was never even seen in the Senate. In spring and summer the cause of ordered government was still not beyond hope. To save it, what better champion than a patriot who boasted never to have been a party politician? As Antonius had once said to him, the honest neutral does not run away. 2. In the autumn, too late, Cicero returning brought not peace but aggravation of discord and impulsion to the most irrational of all civil wars. 3. After March 17, the sharp perception that neither the policy nor the party of Caesar had been abolished brought a rapid disillusionment. Even before the Ides of March he thought of departing to Greece and remaining there till the end of the year, to return under happier auspices when Hirtius and Pansa were consuls. The legislation of June 1 deepened his dismay. Nor was any decision or hope to be discerned among the liberators, as the Congress at Antium showed, or any armed support from the provinces. Early July brought well-authenticated reports from Spain that Sex Pompeius had come to terms with the government. Cicero was sorry. 4. The domination of the Caesarian faction in the person of Antonius appeared unshakable. At last, after long doubt and hesitation, Cicero set out for Greece. He sailed from Pompeii on July 17. Contrary weather buffeted his vessel in the Straits of Messina. At Leucopetra, near Rhegium, he had cognizance on August 7 of news and rumors from Rome. The situation appeared to have changed. Antonius gave signs of a readiness to conciliate the Senate. There would be a meeting of the Senate on August 1 and some prospect that Brutus and Cassius might return to political life. 1. Cicero turned back. Near Velia on August 17 he met Brutus, occupied in the last preparations for leaving Italy. El Piso, he learned, had indeed spoken in the Senate, but with nobody to support him. The sanguine hopes of a concerted assault on the Caesarian position were rudely dispelled. Cicero's changed decision had been all in vain. He persisted, however, and returned, though heavy of heart and with no prospect at all of playing a directing part in Roman politics. 2. So he thought then, and the month of September brought no real comfort or confidence. Back in Rome, Cicero refrained from attending the Senate on the first day of September. Antonius uttered threats. Cicero appeared on September 2 and protested against the actions of the consul. His observations were negative and provocative. They called forth from Antonius complaints of violated friendship and a damaging review of Cicero's past career. September 19. Cicero thought it best not to turn up. He salved his dignity by the belief that he was in danger of his life, and by the composition of a speech in reply, the pamphlet known as the Second Philippic. 3. It was never spoken. The adversaries were destined never to meet. By venturing to attack the policy of Antonius, Cicero, it might be argued, came out into the open at last, and made history by a resolute defense of the Republic. But Cicero as yet had not committed himself to any irreparable feud with Antonius or to any definite line of action. The Senate had already, and repeatedly, witnessed more ferocious displays of political invective, as when he contended with El Piso 10 years earlier. Between Antonius and Cicero there lay no ancient grudge, no deep-seated cause of an inevitable clash, on the contrary, relations of friendship, to which they could each with justice appeal. In 49 BC, Antonius, then in charge of Italy, treated Cicero with tact and with respect, advising him not to join Pompeius, but not placing obstacles in his way. 4. After Pharsalus, the same amicable attitude. 5. Again, after the assassination of Caesar, nothing but deference. 1. Cicero's return provoked an incident, but gave no indication that the day of September 2 would be a turning point in Roman politics. For the moment, a lull in affairs. Early in October the storm broke. It came from another quarter. The collected correspondence of Cicero preserved none of the letters he received from Octavianus. That is not surprising. The editor knew his business. A necessary veil was cast over the earlier and private preliminaries in the anomalous alliance between oratory and arms, between the venerable consular and the revolutionary adventurer. There is a danger, it is true, that the relations of Cicero and Octavianus may be dated too far back, interpreted in the light of subsequent history, and invested with a significance foreign even to the secret thoughts of the agents themselves. Cicero had first made the acquaintance of Caesar's heir in April. 2. Then nothing more for 6 weeks. In June, however, he recognized that the youth was to be encouraged and kept from allying himself with Antonius. 3. In July, Octavianus became a fact and a force in politics. Events were moving swiftly. In his account of the reasons that moved him to return, Cicero makes no mention of the Ludi Victoriae Caesaris and the consequent breach between Antonius and Octavianus. Yet of these events he will perhaps have had cognizance at Leucopetra. Only a domestic quarrel, it might appear, in the ranks of the Caesarian party, yet clearly of a kind to influence the public policy of Antonius. When he made his decision to return, Cicero did not know that unity had been restored in the Caesarian party. Again, in the first 2 speeches against Antonius, no word of the young Caesar, yet the existence of Antonius' rival must have been reckoned as a political factor by Cicero and P. Servilius when they attacked the consul. However that may be, by the beginning of October Caesar's heir was an alarming phenomenon. But even now, during the months of October and November, Cicero was full of distrust, suspecting the real designs of Octavianus and doubting his capacity to stand against Antonius. Octavianus for his part exerted every art to win the confidence of Cicero, or at least to commit him openly to the revolutionary cause. By the beginning of November daily letters passed between them. Octavianus now had an army of 3,000 veterans in Campania. He pestered Cicero for advice, sending to him his trusty agent Caecina of Velatere with demands for an interview, for Cicero was close at hand. 1. Cicero refused to be compromised in public. Then Octavianus urged Cicero to come to Rome, to save the state once again, and renew the memory of the glorious nuns of December. 2. Cicero was not to be had. He left Campania and retired to Arpinum, foreseeing trouble. After Caecina, Octavianus sent Oppius to invite him, but in vain. 3. The example, or the exhortations, of Philippus and of Marcellus were likewise of no weight. 4. Cicero's path lay through Aquinum, but apparently he missed Hirtius and Balbus. They were journeying to Campania, ostensibly to take the waters. 5. Wherever there was trouble, the secret agent Balbus might be detected in the background. For Cicero, in fear at the prospect of Antonius' return with troops from Brundisium, there was safety in Arpinum, which lay off the main roads. The young revolutionary marched on Rome without him. About Octavianus, Cicero was indeed most dubious. The veterans arose at the call of Caesar's heir, the towns of Campania were enthusiastic. Among the plebs he had a great following, and he might win more respectable backing. But look at his age, his name. 6. Octavianus was but a youth, he lacked auctoritas. On the other hand, he was the heir of the dictator, a revolutionary under the sign of the avenging of Caesar. Of that purpose, no secret, no disguise. To be sure, he offered a safeguard to the conservatives by permitting one of the assassins of Caesar to be elected tribune. 7, merely a political gesture, easily made and easily revoked. More significant and most ominous was the speech delivered in Rome, the solemn oath with hand outstretched to the statue of Caesar the dictator. 8. Cicero in alarm confessed the ruinous alternatives. If Octavianus succeeded and won power, the actor of Caesar would be more decisively confirmed than they were on March 17. If he failed, Antonius would be intolerable. 9. Cicero was all too often deluded in his political judgments. No easy optimism this time, however, but an accurate forecast of the hazards of supporting the Caesarian revolutionary. Octavianus professed the utmost devotion for Cicero and called him father, an appellation which the somber Brutus was later to recall with bitter rebuke. 1. Octavianus has sometimes been condemned for cold and brutal treachery towards a parent and a benefactor. That facile and partial interpretation will be repulsed in the interests, not of Octavianus, but of the truth. The political alliance between Octavianus and Cicero was not merely the plot of a crafty and unscrupulous youth. Cicero was possessed by an overweening opinion of his own sagacity. It had ever been his hope to act as political mentor to one of the generals of the Republic. When Pompeius had subdued the east to the arms of Rome, he received an alarming proposal of this kind. To his Scipio, Cicero was to play the Laelius. Again, on his return from exile, Cicero hoped that Pompeius could be induced to go back on his allies, drop Caesar, and become amenable to guidance. He was abruptly brought to heel by Pompeius, and his influence as a statesman was destroyed. The experience and wisdom of the non-party statesman was not invoked by Caesar the dictator in his organization of the Roman Commonwealth. Nor was Antonius more susceptible. Cicero was constrained to lavish his treasures upon an unworthy object. In April of the year 44 BC he wrote to Dolabella a letter which offered that young man the congratulations, the counsels, and the alliance of a senior statesman. 2. Of that persistent delusion, Cicero cannot be acquitted. Aware of the risks, he hoped to use Octavianus against Antonius and discard him in the end, if he did not prove pliable. It was Cato's fatal plan all over again. The doom of Antonius would warn the young man against aspiring to military despotism and would reveal the strength which the Commonwealth could still muster. In public pronouncements Cicero went sponsor for the good conduct and loyalty of the adventurer. 3. In private letters he vaunted the excellence of his own plan. It may be doubted whether at any time he felt that he could trust Octavianus. Neither was the dupe. When he heard of the failure of the march on Rome, Cicero must have congratulated himself on his refusal to be lured into a premature championing of the Republic. He resolved to wait until January 1 before appearing in the Senate. But Octavianus and D. Brutus were insistent, the former with his illicit army, perilously based on Etruria, Brutus in the Cisalpina, contumacious against a consul. As they were both acting on private initiative for the salvation of the state, they clamored to have their position legalized. The offensive was therefore launched earlier than had been expected. Now came the last and heroic hour, in the long and varied public life of Cicero. Summoning all his oratory and all his energies for the struggle against Antonius, eager for war and implacable, he would hear no word of peace or compromise. He confronted Antonius with the choice between capitulation and destruction. 6 years before, the same policy precipitated war between the government and a proconsul. Fanatic intensity seems foreign to the character of Cicero, absent from his earlier career. There precisely lies the explanation. Cicero was spurred to desperate action by the memory of all the humiliations of the past, exile, a fatal miscalculation in politics under the predominance of Pompeius, and the compulsory speeches in defense of the tools of despotism, Balbus, Vatinus and Gabinius, by the dictatorship of Caesar, and the guilty knowledge of his own inadequacy. He knew how little he had achieved for the Republic despite his talent and his professions, how shamefully he had deserted his post after March 17 when concord and ordered government might still have been achieved. Now, at last, a chance had come to redeem all, to assert leadership, to free the state again or go down with it in ruin. Once he had written about the ideal statesman. Political failure, driving him back upon himself, had then sought and created consolations in literature and in theory. The ideal derived its shape from his own disappointments. In the Republic he set forth the lineaments and design, not of any program or policy in the present, but simply the ancestral constitution of Rome as it was, or should have been, a century earlier, namely a stable and balanced state with Senate and people keeping loyally to their separate functions in pursuit of the common good, submitting to the guidance of a small group of enlightened aristocrats. 1. There was place in the ranks of the Principes for varied talent, for civil as well as military distinction. Access lay open to merit as well as to birth, and the good statesman would not be deserted by his peers, coerced by military dynasts or harried by tribunes. This treatise was published in 51 BC. About the same time Cicero had also been at work upon the laws, which described in detail the institutions of a traditional but liberal oligarchy in a state where men were free but not equal. He returned to it under the dictatorship of Caesar, one but never published, perhaps never completed, this supplement to the Republic. After the Ides of March, however, came a new impulsion to demonstrate his conception of a well-ordered state and to corroborate it in the light of the most recent history. The De Officiis is a theoretical treatment of the obligations which a citizen should render to the Commonwealth, that is, a manual of civic virtue. Once again the ideal statesman is depicted in civilian rather than in military garb, and the ambition of unscrupulous Principes is strongly denounced. 2. The lust for power ends in tyranny, which is the negation of liberty, the laws and of all civilized life. 3. So much for Caesar. But the desire for fame is not in itself an infirmity or a vice. Ambition can be legitimate and laudable. De Gloria was written in the same year as a pendant to De Officiis. 4. Cicero defined the nature of glory, no doubt showing how far, for all their splendor and power, the Principes Crassus, Caesar and Pompeius had fallen short of genuine renown. The good statesman will not imitate those military dynasts, but he needs fame and praise to sustain his efforts for the Commonwealth, and he deserves to receive them in full measure. 5. Such were Cicero's ideas and preoccupations in the summer and autumn of 44 BC. With war impending, Atticus took alarm and dissuaded him from action. In November he urged his friend to turn to the writing of history. 6. Cicero was obdurate, he hoped to make history. Duty and glory inspired the veteran statesman in his last and courageous battle for what he believed to be the Republic, liberty and the laws against the forces of anarchy or despotism. He would stand as firm as Cato had stood, he would be the leader of the optimates. It might fairly be claimed that Cicero made ample atonement for earlier failures and earlier desertions, if that were the question at issue. It is not, a natural and indeed laudable partiality for Cicero, and for the better cause, may cover the intrusion of special and irrelevant pleading. The private virtues of Cicero, his rank in the literature of Rome, and his place in the history of civilization tempt and excuse the apologist, when he passes from the character of the orator to defend his policy. It is presumptuous to hold judgment over the dead at all, improper to adduce any standards other than those of a man's time, class and station. Yet it was precisely in the eyes of contemporaries that Cicero was found wanting, incompetent to emulate the contrasted virtues of Caesar and of Cato, whom Sallustius, an honest man and no detractor of Cicero, reckoned as the greatest Romans of his time. 1. Eager to maintain his dignitas as a consular, to pursue gloria as an orator and a statesman, Cicero did not exhibit the measure of loyalty and constancy, of Roman virtus and aristocratic magnitudo animi that would have justified the exorbitant claims of his personal ambition. The second Philippic, though technically perfect, is not a political oration, for it was never delivered. It is an exercise in petty rancor and impudent defamation like the invectives against Piso. The other speeches against Antonius, however, may be counted, for vigor, passion and intensity, among the most splendid of all the orations. But oratory can be a menace to posterity as well as to its author or its audience. There was another side, not Antonius only, but the neutrals. Cicero was not the only consular who professed to be defending the highest good of the Roman people. The survival of the Philippics imperils historical judgment and wrecks historical perspective. Swift, confident and convincing, the Philippics carry the impression that the valiant author stood in sole control of the policy of the state. The situation was much more complicated than that, issues entangled, factions and personalities at variance. The imperious eloquence of Cicero could not prevail over the doubts and misgivings of men who knew his character and recalled his career. His hostility towards Antonius was declared and ferocious. But Cicero's political feuds, however spirited at the outset, had not always been sustained with constancy. 1. Cicero might rail at the consulars, but the advocates of concord and a settlement based upon compromise were neither fools nor traitors. If they followed Cicero, there was no telling where they would end. When Republicans both distrusted the politician and disapproved of his methods, the attitude of the Caesarians could be surmised, yet Caesarians themselves were divided in allegiance, for Antonius, for Octavianus, or for peace. The new consuls had a policy of their own, if only they were strong enough to achieve it. Public pronouncements on matters of high policy, however partisan in tone, cannot altogether suppress the arguments of the other side. Whether they employ to that end calumny or silence, they often betray what they strive most carefully to conceal. But certain topics, not the least important, may never come up for open debate. The Senate listened to speeches and passed decrees. The Republic, liberated from military despotism, entered into the possession of its rights again. That is to say, behind the scenes private ambition, family politics and high finance were at their old games. Cicero and the ambiguous contest of the Republic against a recalcitrant proconsul occupy the stage and command the attention of history. In the background, emerging from time to time, Philippus, Servilius and other schemers, patent but seldom noticed, and Balbus never even named. In Cicero the Republic possessed a fanatical and dangerous champion, boldly asserting his responsibility for the actions of Octavianus. 2. His policy violated public law, with what chance of success on a long calculation, or even on a short? Of the wisdom of raising up Caesar's heir, through violence and illegal arms against Antonius, there were clearly two opinions. Octavianus marched on Rome. Where was Brutus? What a chance he was missing. 3. When Brutus heard of these alarming transactions, he protested bitterly. 4. Whatever be thought of those qualities which contemporaries admired as the embodiment of aristocratic virtus without always being able to prevail against posterity or the moral standards of another age, Brutus was not only a sincere and consistent champion of legality, but in this matter all too perspicacious a judge of men and politics. Civil war was an abomination. Victory could only be won by adopting the adversary's weapons, and victory no less than defeat would be fatal to everything that an honest man and a patriot valued. But Brutus was far away. Winter held up warfare in the north, with leisure for grim reflections. When Hirtius brought to completion the commentaries of Caesar, he confessed that he could see no end to civil strife. 1. Men recalled not Caesar only but Lepidus and armies raised in the name of liberty, the deeds of Pompeius, and of Brutus besieged at Mutina. There was no respite. At Rome the struggle was prosecuted, in secret intrigue and open debate, veiled under the name of legality, of justice, of country. 11. Political catchwords. In Rome of the Republic, not constrained by any law of libel, the literature of politics was seldom dreary, hypocritical or edifying. Persons, not programs, came before the people for their judgment and approbation. The candidate seldom made promises. Instead, he claimed office as a reward, boasting loudly of ancestors or, failing that prerogative, of his own merits. Again, the law courts were an avenue for political advancement through prosecution, a battleground for private enmities and political feuds, a theatre for oratory. The best of arguments was personal abuse. In the allegation of disgusting immorality, degrading pursuits and ignoble origin, the Roman politician knew no compunction or limit. Hence the alarming picture of contemporary society revealed by oratory, invective and lampoon. Crime, vice and corruption in the last age of the Republic are embodied in types as perfect of their kind as are the civic and moral paragons of early days, which is fitting, for the evil and the good are both the fabrication of skilled literary artists. Catilina is the perfect monster, murder and debauchery of every degree. Clodius inherited his policy and his character, and Clodia committed incest with her brother and poisoned her husband. The enormities of P. Vatinus ranged from human sacrifices to the wearing of a black toga at a banquet. 1. Piso and Gabinius were a brace of vultures, rapacious and obscene. 2. Piso to public view seemed all eyebrows and antique gravity. What dissimulation, what inner turpitude and nameless orgies within four walls. As domestic chaplain and preceptor in vice, Piso hired an Epicurean philosopher, and, corrupting the corrupt, compelled him to write indecent verses. 3. This at Rome, in his province lust was matched with cruelty. Virgins of the best families at Byzantium cast themselves down wells to escape the vile proconsul. 4 And the blameless chieftains of Balkan tribes, loyal allies of the Roman people, were foully done to death. 5. Piso's colleague Gabinius curled his hair, gave exhibitions of dancing at fashionable dinner parties and brutally impeded the lawful occupations of important Roman financiers in Syria. 1. Marcus Antonius was not merely a ruffian and a gladiator, a drunkard and a debauchee, he was effeminate and a coward. Instead of fighting at Caesar's side in Spain, he lurked at Rome. How different was gallant young Dolabella. 2. The supreme enormity, Antonius, by demonstrative affection towards his own wife, made a mock of Roman decorum and decency. 3. There were more damaging charges than mere vice in Roman public life, the lack of ancestors, the taint of trade or the stage, the shame of municipal origin. On the paternal side, the Greek grandfather of Octavianus was a freedman, a rope maker; on the maternal, a sordid person of native African extraction, a baker or seller of perfumes at Erisha. 4. As for Piso, his grandfather did not come from the ancient colony of Placentia at all, it was Mediolanium, and he was an Insubrian Gaul exercising the ill-famed profession of auctioneer. 5. Or stay, worse than that, he had immigrated thither from the land of trousered Gauls beyond the Alps. 6. The exigencies of an advocate's practice or the fluctuations of personal and party allegiance produced startling conflicts of testimony and miraculous metamorphoses of character. Catalina was not a monster after all, a blended and enigmatic individual. He possessed many virtues, which for a time had deceived excellent and unsuspecting persons, including Cicero himself. 7. So the orator, when defending Caelius the wayward and fashionable youth. The speeches in defense of Vatinus and Gabinius have not been preserved. One learns, however, that the strange garb of Vatinus was merely the badge of devout but harmless Pythagorean practices. 8. And Gabinius had once been called a ver fortis, a pillar of Rome's empire and honor. 9. El Piso, for his stand against Antonius, acquires the temporary label of a good citizen, only to lapse before long, damned for a misguided policy of conciliation, and casual evidence reveals the fact that Piso's Epicurean familiar was no other than the unimpeachable Philodemus from Gadara, a town in high repute for literature and learning. 10. Antonius had attacked Dolabella, alleging acts of adultery. Shameless and wicked lie. 1. A few months pass and Dolabella, by changing his politics, betrays his true colors, as detestable as Antonius. From youth he had reveled in cruelty, such had been his lusts that no modest person could mention them. 2. In the professed ideals of a landed aristocracy earned wealth was sordid and degrading. But if the enterprise and the profits are large enough, bankers and merchants may be styled the flower of society, the pride of the empire. 3. They earn a dignitas of their own and claim virtues above their station, even the magnitudo animi of the governing class. 4. Municipal origin becomes not merely respectable but even an occasion for just pride, why we all come from the municipal. 5. Likewise the foreigner, Decidius Saxa, is derided as a wild Celtiberian. 6. He was a partisan of Antonius. Had he been on the right side, he would have been praised no less than that man from Gades, the irreproachable Balbus. Would that all good men and champions of Rome's empire might become her citizens. Where a man came from did not matter at all at Rome, it had never mattered. 7. From the grosser forms of abuse and misrepresentation the hardy tribe of Roman politicians soon acquired immunity. They were protected by long familiarity, by a sense of humor, or by skill at retaliation. Certain charges, believed or not, became standard jests, treasured by friends as well as enemies. Ventidius was called a muleteer. 8. The fullest elaboration on that theme belongs to a time when it could do him no harm. 9. Nor was it Caesar's enemies but his beloved soldiery who devised the appropriate songs of license at Caesar's triumph. 10. The victims of invective did not always suffer discredit or damage. On the contrary, the Romans possessed a feeling for humor and a strong sense of the dramatic, and Cicero enjoyed among contemporaries an immense reputation as a wit and as a humorist. Cato had to acknowledge it. 1. The politician Vatinus could give as good as he got. He seems to have borne Cicero no malice for the speech in Vartinium. 2. It was a point of honor in a liberal society to take these things gracefully. Caesar was sensitive to slander, but he requited Catullus for lampoons of unequaled vigor and indecency by inviting the poet to dinner. 3. Freedom of speech was an essential part of the republican virtue of libertas, to be regretted more than political freedom when both were abolished. For the sake of peace and the common good, all power had to pass to one man. That was not the worst feature of monarchy, it was the growth of servility and adulation. Men practiced, however, a more subtle art of misrepresentation, which, if it could not deceive the hardened adept at the game of Roman politics, nonetheless might influence the innocent or the neutral. Merely to accuse one's opponents of aiming at regnum or dominatio, that was too simple, too crude. It had all been heard before, but it might be hard to resist the deceitful assertions of a party who claimed to be the champions of liberty and the laws, of peace and legitimate government. That was precisely the question at Rome, where and what was the legitimate authority that could demand the unquestioning loyalty of all good citizens. Rome had an unwritten constitution, that is to say, according to the canons of Greek political thought, no constitution at all. This meant that a revolution could be carried through without any violation of legal and constitutional form. The Principate of Augustus was justified by the spirit, and fitted to the fabric, of the Roman constitution, no paradox, but the supreme and authentic revelation of what each was worth. The realities of Roman politics were overlaid with a double coating of deceit, democratic and aristocratic. In theory, the people was ultimately sovereign, but the spirit of the constitution was held to be aristocratic. In fact, oligarchy ruled through consent and prescription. There were two principles of authority, in theory working in harmony, the libertas of the people and the auctoritas of the Senate. Either of them could be exploited in politics, as a source of power or as a plea in justification. The auctoritas of the Senate was naturally managed in the interests of the party in possession. Further, the discretionary power of the Senate, in its tendering of advice to magistrates, was widened to cover a declaration that there was a state of emergency, or that certain individuals by their acts had placed themselves in the position of public enemies. A populace could contest the misuse of this prerogative, but not its validity. 1. The Romans believed that they were a conservative people, devoted to the worship of law and order. The advocates of change therefore appealed, not to reform or progress, not to abstract right and abstract justice, but to something called mos maiorum. This was not a code of constitutional law, but a vague and emotional concept. It was therefore a subject of partisan interpretation, of debate and of fraud. Almost any plea could triumph by an appeal to custom or tradition. Knowledge of the vocabulary of Roman political life derives in the main from the speeches of Cicero. On the surface, what could be more clear than his categories and his values: good, citizens, and bad, libertas populi, auctoritas senatis, concordia ordinum, consensus Italiae. A cool scrutiny will suggest doubts. These terms are very far from corresponding with definite parties or definite policies. They are rather ideals, to which lip service was inevitably rendered. Not, indeed, a complete emptiness of content in this political eloquence. The boni, after all, did exist, the propertied classes, and it was presumably in their interests that an alliance between the wealthiest members of the two orders, Senate and Knights, should withstand the people, maintain the rights of property and avert revolution. Further, it was an attractive theory that the conduct of affairs in Rome should not be narrowly Roman, but commend itself to the sentiment and interests of Italy as a whole. An aspiration rather than a program. If the political literature of the period had been more abundantly preserved, it might be discovered that respect for law, tradition and the constitution possessed a singular unanimity of advocates, that phrases like concordia ordinum and consensus Italiae were no peculiar monopoly of Cicero, no unique revelation of patriotism and political sagacity. It was easier to formulate an ideal than a policy. The defenders of the Senate's rule and prerogative were not, it is true, merely a narrow ring of brutal and unenlightened oligarchs. Again, there were to be found honest men and sincere reformers among the champions of the people's rights, but hardly the belief and conviction that popular sovereignty was a good thing in itself. Once in power, the populace, were he Pompeius or were he Caesar, would do his best to curb the dangerous and anachronistic liberties of the people. That was the first duty of every Roman statesman. There is a melancholy truth in the judgment of the historian Sallustius. After Pompeius and Crassus had restored the power of the tribunate, Roman politicians, whether they asserted the people's rights or the Senate's, were acting a pretense, they strove for power only. 1. Sallustius soon went deeper in his pessimism. The root of the trouble lay a century back, after the fall of Carthage, Rome's last rival for world empire. Since then a few ambitious individuals exploited the respectable names of Senate and people as a mask for personal domination. The names of good citizens and bad became partisan appellations. Wealth and the power to do harm gave to the champions of the existing order the advantage of nomenclature. 2. The political cant of a country is naturally and always most strongly in evidence on the side of vested interests. In times of peace and prosperity it commands a wide measure of acquiescence, even of belief. Revolution rends the veil, but the revolution did not impede or annul the use of political fraud at Rome. On the contrary, the vocabulary was furbished up and adapted to a more modern and deadly technique. As commonly in civil strife and class war, the relation between words and facts was inverted. 3. Party denominations prevailed entirely, and in the end success or failure became the only criterion of wisdom and of patriotism. 4. In the service of faction the fairest of pleas and the noblest of principles were assiduously enlisted. The art was as old as politics, its exponents required no mentors. The purpose of propaganda was threefold: to win an appearance of legality for measures of violence, to seduce the supporters of a rival party and to stampede the neutral or non-political elements. First in value come freedom and orderly government, without the profession of which ideals no party can feel secure and sanguine, whatever be the acts of deception or violence in prospect. At Rome all men paid homage to libertas, holding it to be something roughly equivalent to the spirit and practice of republican government. Exactly what corresponded to the republican constitution was, however, a matter not of legal definition but of partisan interpretation. Libertas is a vague and negative notion, freedom from the rule of a tyrant or a faction. 1. It follows that libertas, like regnum or dominatio, is a convenient term of political fraud. Libertas was most commonly invoked in defense of the existing order by individuals or classes in enjoyment of power and wealth. The libertas of the Roman aristocrat meant the rule of a class and the perpetuation of privilege. Yet, even so, libertas could not be monopolized by the oligarchy, or by any party in power. It was open to their opponents to claim and demonstrate that a gang or factio in control for the moment of the legitimate government was oppressing the republic and exploiting the constitution in its own interests. Hence the appeal to liberty. It was on this plea that the young Pompeius raised a private army and rescued Rome and Italy from the tyranny of the Marian party. 2. And Caesar the proconsul, trapped by Pompeius and the oligarchs, turned his arms against the government, in order to liberate himself and the Roman people from the domination of a faction. 3. The term was not novel. Nobody ever sought power for himself and the enslavement of others without invoking libertas and such fair names. Point 4. In the autumn of 44 BC, Caesar's heir set forth to free Rome from the tyranny of the consul Antonius. Point 5. His ultimate triumph found its consecration in the legend Libertatis P.R. Vindex. 6 centuries later, when the phrase Vindex Libertatis appears on the coinage, it indicates armed usurpation attempted or successful, the removal of either a pretender or a tyrant. Point 7. It is the excuse of the revolutionary that the republic has succumbed to tyranny or to anarchy. It is his ideal to bring back order again. The decisive act in a policy of treason may be described as laying the foundations of settled government, and the crown of the work is summed up in the claim that the free state has been preserved, established, or restored. Next to freedom and legitimate government comes peace, a cause which all parties professed with such contentious zeal that they were impelled to civil strife. The non-party government of March 1744 BC was inaugurated under the auspices of concord and appeasement. It therefore became a reproach to be afraid of peace, to be enemies of peace. Point 1. In detestation of civil war, republicans might honestly hold an unjust peace to be better than the justest of wars. Then the fair name lost credit. So much talk was there of peace and concord in the revolutionary period that a new term makes its appearance, the word pacificatorius, too not in a favorable sense. The word pacificator already had a derisive ring. Point 3. The friends of peace had to abandon their plea when they spoke for war. Peace should not be confused with servitude, for negotiations with an enemy must be spurned because they were dangerous as well as dishonorable. 5. They might impair the resolution of the patriotic front. Point 6. Then war became just and heroic. Rather than seek any accommodation with a citizen in arms, any hope or guarantee of concord, it is better to fight and to fall, as becomes a Roman and a senator. Point 7. In open war the language of peace and goodwill might still suitably be employed to seduce the allies or adherents of the opposing party. To establish concord among citizens, the most dishonest of political compacts and the most flagrant treacheries were gaily consummated, and devotion to the public good was supported by the profession of private virtues, if such they should be called, being not so much ethical qualities as standards of an order in society or labels of political allegiance. Virtus itself stands at the peak of the hierarchy, transcending mores. Roman political factions were welded together, less by unity of principle than by mutual interest and by mutual services officia, either between social equals as an alliance, or from inferior to superior, in a traditional and almost feudal form of clientship. On a favorable estimate the bond was called amicitia, otherwise factio. Point 1. Such alliances either presupposed or provoked the personal feud, which, to a Roman aristocrat, was a sacred duty or an occasion of just pride. The family was older than the state, and the family was the kernel of a Roman political faction. Loyalty to the ties of kinship in politics was a supreme obligation, often imposing inexpiable vendettas. Hence the role of the words pious and pietas in the revolutionary wars. Pietas was the battle cry of the Pompeians in the last battle in Spain, too, and the younger son of Pompeius took a cognomen that symbolized his undying devotion to the cause, calling himself Magnus Pompeius Pius. Point 3. Caesar's son showed his pietas by pursuing the blood feud and insisting on vengeance, for whereas the disloyal Antonius was ready to compromise with the assassins of his leader and benefactor, pietas and a state of public emergency was the excuse for sedition. But the Antony at least kept faith among themselves. The younger brother Lucius added pietas to his name as the most convincing demonstration of political solidarity. Point 5. Men of honor obeyed the call of duty and loyalty, even to the extremity of civil war. Among Caesar's allies Pollio was not the only one who followed the friend but cursed the cause. The continuance and complications of internecine strife, however, played havoc with the most binding ties of personal allegiance. For profit or for safety it might be necessary to change sides. Suitable terminology was available. The dissolution of one alliance and the formation of another was justified by good sense, to acquire new friends without losing the old, or by lofty patriotism. Private enmities should be composed, private loyalties surrendered, for the public good. Cicero had descended to that language years before when he explained the noble motives that induced him to waive his hostility against the rulers of Rome, Pompeius, Crassus and Caesar. Point 1. The Dinis Pompeius sacrificed his ally Caesar to the oligarchs out of sheer patriotism. Point 2. Octavianus, to secure recognition and power, was ready to postpone for the moment a sacred vendetta. His sincere love of country was loudly acclaimed. Point 3. This austere devotion to the Commonwealth excited emulation among the generals of the western provinces when they decided to desert the government, making common cause with a public enemy. Lepidus duly uttered the exemplary prayer that private feuds should be abandoned. Point 4. Plancus had assured Cicero that no personal grounds of enmity would ever prevent him from allying with his bitterest enemy to save the state. Point 5. Plancus soon followed the unimpeachable example of the patriotic Lepidus, in word no doubt as well as in deed, Pollio likewise, though not an adept at smooth language. Political intrigue in times of peace played upon all the arts of gentle persuasion to convert an opponent, to make him see reason, and join the better side. Point 6. In the heat of civil passion the task of the apostle of concord was not always easy when he had to deal with enemies whom he had described as madmen, raging brigands, or parricides. Point 7. It would be necessary to bring them to their right minds. Argon. Plancus was an adept. Years before, in Caesar's civil war, he had spontaneously offered his good offices to bring a Pompeian general to his senses. Point 8. The soldiers were often more accessible to appeals to reason than were the generals who led them. Salutary compulsion from the army would then be needed to transform a brigand and murderer into a high-minded champion of concord and the commonwealth. The legionaries at least were sincere. From personal loyalty they might follow great leaders like Caesar or Antonius. They had no mind to risk their lives for intriguers such as Plancus or Lepidus, still less for liberty and the constitution, empty names. Roman discipline, inexorable in the wars of the state, had been entirely relaxed. The soldiers, whether pressed into service or volunteers from poverty and the prospect of pay and loot, regarded loyalty to their leaders as a matter of their own choice and favor. 1. Treachery was commended by the example of their superiors, and the plea of patriotism was all-embracing. Surely they could help the state on whichever side they stood. 2. The conversion of a military leader might sometimes have to be enforced, or at least accelerated, by the arguments of a common humanity. Caesar began it, invoking clemency, partly to discredit by contrast and memories of Sulla his sullen enemies, partly to palliate the guilt of civil war. Almost at once he composed a propaganda letter, addressed to Balbus and Oppius but destined for wider circulation. The gist of it was to announce a new style of ending a civil war, clemency and generosity. 3. When the tide of battle turned on the field of Pharsalus, the Caesarians passed round the watchword, Pars Civibus. 4. It was repeated and imitated in 20 years of civil war. Zealous to avoid the shedding of Roman blood, generals and soldiers exalted disloyalty into a solemn duty. Lepidus's army compelled him, so he explained in his dispatch to the Senate, to plead for the lives and safety of a great multitude of Roman citizens. 5. Other campaigns were curtailed in this humane and salubrious fashion. 7 years later the plea of Lepidus recoiled upon his own head. After the end of all the wars the victor proclaimed that he had killed no citizen who had asked for mercy. His clemency was published on numerous coins with the legend of Civ Servitos. 2. There was no limit to the devices of fraudulent humanitarians or high-minded casuists. The party in control of the government could secure sanction for almost any arbitrary act. At the worst, a state of public emergency or a high legality could be invented. Only the first steps need be hazardous. A proconsul in defense of honor, when trapped by his enemies, invokes the protection of his army. A youth inspired by heroism levies an army for himself. So Caesar and Pompeius, the precedents for Caesar's heir. When an adventurer raised troops in Italy on his own initiative, Privato Consilio, it was claimed that the Senate could at once legalize treason, condoning the private act through publica auctoritas. 3. The bribery of the troops of the Roman state was coolly described as the generous investment of a patrimony for the public good. 4. When the legions of a consul deserted, it was taken to prove that the consul was not a consul. 5. The author of this audacious proposal represented it to be nothing less than laying the foundations of constitutional government. 6. Again, when private individuals seize provinces and armies, the higher legality is expressly invoked, the ordinance enacted by heaven itself, namely that all things advantageous for the state are right and lawful. 7. Extraordinary commands were against the spirit of the Constitution 8, but they might be necessary to save the state. Of that the Senate was supreme judge. What if it had not lent its sanction? Why, true patriots were their own Senate. 9. It is evident that res publica constituta or libertas restituta lend themselves as crown and consecration to any process of violence and usurpation. But liberty, the laws and the constitution were not everything. A leader or a party might find that the constitution was being perversely invoked against them. What if the people should appear misguided in the use of its prerogative of libertas, the Senate unreliable, unpatriotic or unrepresentative? There was a remedy. The private enterprise of citizens, banded together for the good of the Commonwealth, might then organize opinion in Italy so as to exert unofficial pressure on the government. This was called a consensus. The term coniuritio is more revealing. If it was thought inexpedient for the moment, or even outworn and superfluous, to appeal to constitutional sanctions in carrying out a political mandate, a wider appeal thus lay ready to hand. All the phrases, all the weapons were there. When the constitution had perished, the will of army and people could be expressed, immediate and imperative. For the present, however, legitimate authority still commanded respect, and the traditional phrases were useful and necessary, had not the Republic been rescued from tyranny and restored to vigor. Octavianus had the veterans, the plebs and the name of Caesar. His allies in the Senate would provide the rest. 12. The Senate against Antonius. The Senate met on December 20, convened by tribunes on the specious pretext of taking precautions in advance for the personal safety of the new consuls on the first day of the year, when momentous transactions were announced, as though any individual or party wished to strike down that worthy and innocuous pair, Hirtius and Pansa. The true cause was probably an urgent dispatch from the governor of Cisalpine Gaul. Though nothing could be done while Antonius was still consul, Cicero seized the chance to develop a program for future action. Octavianus had no standing at all before the law, and Brutus was insecure. Antonius was patently in the right when summoning him to surrender the province. That point Cicero could not dispute. He therefore had resort to the most impudent sophistries, delivering a solemn and patriotic panegyric upon treason. 1. He demonstrated that if a private army was raised against Antonius, if his troops were mutinous and seditious, Antonius could be no true consul of the Roman people. On the other hand, the adversaries of Antonius deserved full recognition, the soldiery recompense in land and money. The claim urged for D. Brutus might perhaps be defended. He was at least a magistrate and held his province through legal provisions, namely the acta of Caesar the dictator. But what of the official recognition of Caesar's heir? Senators could recall how 20 years before a consul had secured the execution of Roman citizens without trial on the plea of public emergency and the charge of levying armed forces against the state. Now the champion of the constitution had become the ally of a Catilina, invoking on the side of insurgents the authority of the Senate and the liberty of the people. Cicero spoke before the people as well as in the Curia. 1. There he boldly inverted the protests of Antonius. Antonius, he said, was an assassin, a brigand, a Spartacus. He must be crushed and would be crushed, as once Senate, people and Cicero had dealt with Catilina. In brief, Cicero proposed to secure legitimation, publica auctoritas, for the privatum concilium, the illicit ventures of Octavianus and D. Brutus. This meant usurpation of power by the Senate, or rather, by a faction in the Senate, and war against the proconsul Antonius. That prospect was cheerfully envisaged. What resources might be enlisted for the struggle? The authority of the Senate was now to be played against the people and the army commanders. As at present composed, with its preponderance of Caesarians or neutrals, the Senate was prone to inertia, a treacherous instrument if cajoled or coerced into action. It showed a lack of personal energy as well as of social distinction. There was no Fabius now of consular rank, no Valerius, no Claudius. 2. Of the Cornuli, whose many branches had produced the Scipians and the Lentuli, along with Sulla and Cinna, the leading member was now the youthful consul P. Cornelius Dolabella, and of all the patricians, primacy in rank and standing went to M. Aemilius Lepidus. Like the patriciate, the great houses of the plebeian aristocracy, the backbone of Sulla's oligarchy, were sadly weakened, with no consular Metellii left alive, no Licini or Junii. Nor could the survivors of the Marcelli, Marci and Calpurni make a firm bid for leadership in the Commonwealth. Two political groups were conspicuously absent from the Senate that fought against Antonius. The assassins of Caesar had left Italy, and the young men of the faction of Cato, the sons of the dominant consulars in the defeated oligarchy, departed with their kinsman and leader M. Junius Brutus, whether or no they had been implicated in the Ides of March. Like Brutus himself, many of these nobiles had abandoned the cause of Pompeius after Pharsalus. Not so the personal adherents of the dynast, fanatically loyal to the claims of Pietas. Thapsus and Munda thinned their company. Afranius, Petraius and Labianus had fallen in battle. The remnants of the faction were with the young Pompeius in Spain. The weakness of the Senate was flagrantly revealed in the persons of its leading members, the ex-consuls, whose auctoritas, so custom prescribed, should direct the policy of the state. They are suitably designated as auctores publici consuli. 1. Nowhere else was the havoc of the civil wars more evident and irreparable than in the ranks of the senior statesmen. Of the Pompeian consulars, an eminent but overlauded group, only two were alive at the end of 44 BC, Cicero and Sir Sulpicius Rufus. Nor had the years of Caesar's dictatorship furnished enough consuls of ability and authority to fill the gaps. 3. This dearth explains the prominence, if not the primacy, that now at last fell to Cicero in his old age, after 20 years from his famous consulate, after 20 years of humiliation and frustration. In this December the total of consulars had fallen to 17, their effective strength was much less. Various in character, standing and allegiance, as a body they revealed a marked deficiency in vigor, decision and authority. We have been let down by the princeps, such was the constant and bitter complaint of Cicero through the months when he clamored for war. 4. The consuls are excellent, the consulars a scandal. 5. The Senate is valiant, the consulars partly timid, partly disloyal. 6. Worse than this, some of them were perverted by base emotions, by envy of Cicero's renown. 7. Of the surviving consulars 3 were absent from Italy, Trebonius, Lepidus and Vatinus. 14 remained, but few of note in word or deed, for good or evil, in the last effort of the Senate. Only 3, so Cicero, writing to Cassius, asserted, could be called statesmen and patriots, himself, L. Piso and P. Servilius. 8. From the rest nothing was to be expected. Cicero distrusted for different reasons both Paulus, the brother of Lepidus, and the kinsman of Octavianus, Philippus and C. Claudius Marcellus. 3 excellent men L. Aurelius Cotta, L. Caesar and Sir Sulpicius Rufus, from age, infirmity or despair, were seldom to be seen in the Curia. The remaining 5 Cicero did not count as consulars at all, that is to say, they were Caesarians. His harsh verdict is borne out by the facts. Only one of the 5 was an obstacle to Cicero, or of service to Antonius, namely an old enemy, Q. Fufius Calenus, one of Caesar's generals, a clever politician and an orator of some spirit. 1. So much for Senate and senior statesmen. Without armed aid from the provinces, or at least loyal support from the provincial governors, usurpation of power at Rome was doomed to collapse. Gallia Cisalpina dominated Italy, and the generals in the west held the ultimate decision of the contest for the Cisalpina. Despite the assertions and the exhortations of Cicero, despite their own exemplary professions of loyalty to the Republic, their attitude was ambiguous and disquieting. It was scarcely to be expected that the generals and the veterans of Caesar would lend ready aid to the suppression of Antonius, to the revival of the Republican and Pompeian cause. In the provinces of the west stood Plancus, Lepidus and Pollio, Caesarian partisans all 3, but diverse in character, attainments and standing, and all 3 were to survive the years of the revolution, Lepidus consigned to exile and ignominy, Plancus a servant of the new order, honored and despised, Pollio in austere independence. L. Manatius Plancus held Gallia Comata, consul designate for 42 BC, the most polished and graceful of the correspondents of Cicero. Perhaps he indulged in mild parody of that smooth exemplar. Plancus, who had served as Caesar's legate in the Gallic and in the civil wars, was the reverse of a bellicose character. A nice calculation of his own interests and an assiduous care for his own safety carried him through well-timed treacheries to a peaceful old age. Plancus wrote dispatches and letters protesting love of peace and loyalty to the Republic, who did not. But Plancus, it is clear, was coolly waiting upon events. He already possessed the reputation of a time server. 2. Even less reliance could be placed on M. Aemilius Lepidus, the governor of Gallia Narbonensis and Hispania Citria. Where Lepidus stood, if the word can be used of this flimsy character, was with Antonius, his ally in the days following the Ides of March, and he will have reflected that next to Antonius he was the most hated of the Caesarian leaders, hated and despised for lack of the splendor, courage and ability that would have excused his ambitions. 1. The Aemilian name, his family connections and the possession of a large army turned this cipher into a factor. Both sides assiduously courted the favor of Lepidus, now in an advantageous position, for he had recently induced the adventurous ex. Pompeius to lay down his arms and come to terms with the government in Rome, a heavy blow for the Republicans. Antonius secured him a vote of thanks from the Senate. The enemies of Antonius soon entered the competition. One of the earliest acts of Cicero in January was to propose that, in grateful memory of the services of Lepidus to the Roman state, a gilded statue should be set up on the rostra or in any part of the forum that Lepidus should choose. Lepidus could afford to wait. A stronger character than either Lepidus or Plancus was C. Asinius Pollio in Hispania Ulterior, but his province was distant, his power unequal. A scholar, a wit and an honest man, a friend of Caesar and of Antonius but a republican, Pollio found his loyalties at variance or out of date. It is pretty clear that he had no use for any party. He knew about them all. The pessimistic and clear-sighted republican felt no confidence in a cause championed by Cicero, the pomp and insincerity of whose oratory he found so distasteful. But Pollio was to play his part for peace, if not for the Republic. His uncompromising honesty was welcome in political negotiations where the diplomacy of a Cicero or a Plancus would have excited rational distrust among friends as well as among enemies. The West showed scant prospect of succor. Further, the armies of Africa and of Illyricum were in the hands of Caesarians. Macedonia had been almost completely stripped of its garrison. Antonius, allied Dolabella, was on his way eastwards. He had sent legates in advance, the one to Syria, the other to secure for him the legions in Egypt. Yet the East was not altogether barren of hope for the Republic. Of the whereabouts of the liberators there was still no certain knowledge at Rome at the end of the year. That they would in fact not go to their trivial provinces of Crete and Cyrene was a fair conjecture. Rumors came from Egypt in October, but no confirmation. Winter, however, while delaying news, would facilitate a revolution in the East. The friends and relatives of Brutus and Cassius at Rome, whatever they knew, probably kept a discreet silence. Macedonia was nearer than Syria or Egypt, and Macedonia was soon to provide more than rumors. But there is no evidence of concerted design between the liberators and the constitutional party in Rome, on the contrary, discordance of policy and aim. The program of Cicero had already been established and made public on December 20th. On January 1st came the time for action. Hirtius and Pansa opened the debate. It lasted for 4 days. Galenus spoke for Antonius, Cicero for war, and El Piso twice intervened on the plea of legality, with arguments for compromise. The result was hardly a triumph for Cicero. 1 point, indeed, he carried. The troops of D. Brutus and of Octavianus were converted into legitimate armies recognized by the state. The promises of money made by Octavianus were solemnly ratified. In addition, dismissal after the campaign and estates in Italy. It was also decided that governors should continue to hold their provinces until relieved by the authority of the Senate. This covered Brutus in the Cisalpina. As for Octavianus, Cicero, bringing abundant historical parallels for the honoring of youth, merit and patriotism, found his proposal outstripped by P. Servilius. The Senate elected Octavianus into its ranks and assigned to him, along with the consuls, the direction of military operations against Antonius, with the title of Pro-Praetor. 2. Further, by a special dispensation, he was to be allowed to stand for the consulship 10 years before the legal age. Octavianus was now 19, he would still have 13 years to wait. After this, the vote of a gilded statue on the motion of Philippus was a small thing. It was claimed by conservative politicians and widely admitted by their adversaries that in emergencies the Senate enjoyed special discretionary powers. The Senate had granted before now imperiatum and the charge of a war to a man who had held no public office. But there were limits. The Senate did not choose its own members, or determine their relative standing. On no known practice or theory could the auctoritors of the Senate be invoked to confer senatorial rank upon a private citizen. It had not been done even for Pompeius. That the free vote of the people, and that alone, decided the choice of magistrates and hence entry to the Senate was a fundamental principle, whether democratic or aristocratic, of the Republican state. 1. That was not the only irregularity practiced by the party of the Constitution when it established the Republic upon a firm basis. While consul, Antonius was clearly unassailable. When proconsul, his position, though not so strong, was valid in this, that he held his extraordinary command in virtue of a plebiscite, as had both Pompeius and Caesar in the past. 2. To contest the validity of such grants was to raise a large question in itself, even if it were not coupled with the official sanction given to a private adventurer against a proconsul of the Roman people. The extreme proposal in Cicero's program, the outlawing of Antonius, violated private as well as public law. As Piso pointed out, perhaps with sharp reminder of the fate of the associates of Catilina, it would not do to condemn a Roman citizen unheard. At the very least Antonius should be brought to trial, to answer for his alleged misdeeds. In the end the proposal of Q. Fufius Calenus, the friend of Antonius, was adopted. Envoys were to be sent to Antonius, They were to urge him to withdraw his army from the province of Brutus, not to advance within a distance of 200 miles of Rome, but to submit to the authority of the government. This was a firm and menacing demand. For the friends of Antonius, however, it meant that a declaration of war had been averted, for the advocates of concord, a respite and time for negotiation. Even now the situation was not beyond all hope. Caesarians and neutrals alike may have expected the swift fall of Mutina. Against that fait accompli nothing could be done, and Antonius, his rights and his prestige respected, might show himself amenable to an accommodation. 7 years before, a small minority dominant in the Senate broke off negotiations with a contumacious proconsul and plunged the world into war. The lesson must have provided arguments against the adoption of irrevocable measures. Under the threat of war, a compromise might save appearances, which did not meet the ideas of Cicero. That the embassy would fail he proclaimed in public and prayed in secret. 1. The embassy set forth. It comprised 3 consulars, Piso, Philippus and Sir Sulpicius, a respectable and cautious jurist without strong political ties or sentiments. In the north, winter still held up military operations. At Rome, politics lapsed for the rest of the month. But Cicero did not relent. He proclaimed the revival of the Senate's authority, the loyalty of the plebs and the unanimity of Italy. The state now had spirit and leadership, armies and generals. No need for timidity or compromise. As for the terms that the adversary would offer, he conjectured that Antonius might yield the Cisalpina but cling to Gallia Comata. 2. Deceptive and dangerous, there could be no treating with Antonius, for Antonius was in effect a public enemy and beyond the law. Cicero himself had always been an advocate of peace. But this was different, a just and holy war. Thus to the Senate, to Octavianus and to D. Brutus, letters of exhortation. The war needed men and money, vigor and enthusiasm. Levies were held. Hirtius, though rising weak and emaciated from his bed of sickness, set out for the seat of war and marched up the Flaminia to Ariminum, but not to fight if he could avoid it. He might yet baffle both Cicero and Antonius. But he could not arrest the mobilization. Patriotism and private ambition, intimidation, fraud and bribery were already loose in the land. All Italy must rally for the defense of the legitimate government. Attempts were therefore made to engineer a spontaneous consensus. The towns passed decrees. The men of Firmium took the lead in promising money for the war. The Maricini, or perhaps rather a faction among them hostile to Pollio, stimulated recruiting under pain of the loss of citizen rights. Further, a distinguished knight and an excellent patriot, L. Visidius, who had watched over Cicero's safety during his consulate, not merely encouraged his neighbors to enlist but helped them with generous subsidies. 1. On the 1st or 2nd day of February the envoys returned, lacking Sulpicius, who had perished on the arduous journey, and announcing terms that aroused Cicero to anger. Nothing could be more scandalous, more disgusting than the conduct of their mission by Piso and Philippus. 2. The conditions upon which Antonius was prepared to treat with ease. 3. He would give up Cisalpine Gaul, but insisted on retaining Comata. That province he would hold for the 5 years following, until Brutus and Cassius should have become consuls and have vacated the consular provinces, that is, until the end of the year 39 BC, probably the date originally named in the plebiscite of June 1. The proposal of Antonius was neither unreasonable nor contumacious. As justice at Rome derived from politics, with legality a casual or partisan question, he required guarantees. It was not merely his dignitas that he had to think of, but his salus. The sole security for that was the possession of an army. To give up his army and surrender at the discretion of a party that claimed to be the government, that was folly and certain extinction. Considering the recent conduct of his enemies at Rome and in Italy, he had every reason to demand safeguards in return for compromising on his right to Gallia Cisalpina under a law passed by the Roman people, to say nothing of condoning the rank conferred upon a private adventurer. As for Brutus and Cassius, he appears to have recognized their right to the consulate of 41 BC. The breach was not yet irreparable. The Senate was obdurate. They rejected the proposals and passed the ultimate decree. The consuls were to take steps for the security of the state. With the consuls was associated Octavianus. The most extreme of sanctions, however, was reserved on the plea of the consul L. Julius Caesar, the uncle of Antonius, an aged senator of blameless repute and republican sentiments. Pansa supported him. Antonius was not declared a public enemy. But Cicero did not abate his efforts. As a patriotic demonstration he proposed on the same day yet another statue in the Forum, for the dead ambassador Sulpicius Rufus, thereby quarreling with P. Servilius. 4. A state of war was then proclaimed. It existed already. For the moment, however, no change in the military situation in the north. The eastern provinces brought news of sudden and splendid success. While the Senate negotiated with Antonius, Brutus and Cassius had acted. They seized the armies of all the lands beyond the sea, from Illyricum to Egypt. About Cassius there were strong rumors in the first days of February, one from Brutus, an official dispatch to the Senate, which probably arrived in the second week of the month. 2. After departing from Italy, Brutus went to Athens and was seen at the lectures of philosophers. It may be presumed that his agents were at work in Macedonia and elsewhere. He was aided by the retiring proconsul of Macedonia, Hortensius, the son of the great orator, and one of his own near relatives. 3. When all was ready, and the decision at last taken, he moved with rapidity. The quaestors of Asia and Syria, on their homeward journey, bearing the revenues of those provinces, were intercepted and persuaded to contribute their funds for the salvation of the state, no doubt. By the end of the year almost all Macedonia was in his hands, and not only Macedonia, Vatinus the governor of Illyricum had been unable to prevent his legions from passing over. Such was the situation that confronted C. Antonius when he landed at Dyrrhachium to take over the province of Macedonia at the beginning of January. Brutus quickly defeated Antonius, drove him southward and penned him up in the city of Apollonia. Even more spectacular was the success of Cassius. He went to Syria, a province where he was known and esteemed, outstripping Dolabella. There he found 6 legions, under the Caesarian generals Stius Murcus and Marcius Crispus, encamped outside the city of Apamea, which the Pompeian adventurer Caecilius Bassus was holding with a legion. 5. Besiegers and besieged alike joined Cassius. That was not all. The Caesarian Aelianus was conducting 4 legions northwards from Egypt through Palestine, to join Dolabella. They too went to swell the army of Cassius. On receipt of the dispatch from Brutus, the Senate was summoned. Quelling the objections of the Antonian Calenus, Cicero spoke for Brutus and secured the legalization of a usurped command. 1 Brutus was appointed proconsul of Macedonia, Illyricum and Achaia. Cicero had acquired no little facility in situations of this kind, loudly invoking the plea of patriotism and the higher legality. As for Cassius, there was as yet no authentic news of his successes. His usurpation in the east and seizure of a dozen legions was not confirmed until more than 2 months had elapsed. For the Republican cause, victory now seemed assured in the end. Consternation descended on the associates of Antonius, on many a Caesarian, and on such honest friends of peace as were not blinded by the partisan emotions of the moment. On a long view, the future was ominous, with a war much more formidable than that which was being so gently prosecuted in the Cisalpina. Cicero pressed his advantage. Early in March came the news that Dolabella, passing through Asia on his way to Syria and opposed by the proconsul Trebonius, had captured him and executed him after a summary trial. 2 The charge was probably high treason, justified by assistance which Trebonius and his quaestor had given to the enterprises of Brutus and Cassius. A thrill of horror ran through the Senate. The Republicans exploited their advantage with allegations of atrocities. It was affirmed that Dolabella had applied torture to the unfortunate Trebonius. The Caesarians were thus forced to disown their compromising ally. It was Calenus and no other who proposed a motion declaring Dolabella a public enemy. This diplomatic concession perhaps enabled moderate men like Pansa to rebuff Cicero's proposal to confer upon Cassius the commission of making war against Dolabella, with an extraordinary command over all the provinces of the east. The revolutionary change in the east alarmed the friends of Antonius. There was little time to be lost, for the beginning of hostilities in the north would preclude any compromise. 2 attempts were made in March. In Rome, Piso and Calenus carried a motion that an embassy be sent to treat with Antonius. 5 consulars were appointed to a representative commission, namely Calenus, Cicero, Piso, P. Servilius, and L. Caesar. Cicero, however, changed his mind and backed out. The embassy, he urged, would be futile. To negotiate at this stage would impair the military fervor of the patriotic front. 1. The project was therefore wrecked. On March 20 came dispatches from Lepidus and Plancus, acting in concert with each other and presumably with Antonius. Lepidus at least seems to have made no secret of his agreement with Antonius. Antonius suppressed, he would be the next of the Caesarian generals to be assailed. They protested loyalty to the Republic, devotion to concord. To that end they urged an accommodation. Servilius spoke against it. Cicero supported him, with lavish praises for the good offices of those patriotic and high-minded citizens Lepidus and Plancus, but spurning all thought of negotiation so long as Antonius retained his army. 2. Cicero had in his hands an open letter sent by Antonius to Hirtius and Octavianus, spirited, cogent and menacing. Antonius warned them that they were being used by Pompeians to destroy the Caesarian party, assured them that the generals stood by him, and reiterated his resolve to keep faith with Lepidus, with Plancus and with Dolabella. 3. Cicero could not resist the challenge to his talent. He quoted, mocked and refuted the Antonian manifesto. On the same evening, in a tone of pained surprise and earnest exhortation, he wrote to Plancus. 4. To Lepidus he was abrupt and overbearing. In my opinion you will be wiser not to make meddling proposals for peace. Neither the Senate nor the people approves of them, nor does any patriotic citizen. 5. Lepidus did not forget the insult to his dignitas. Such was the situation towards the end of March. The efforts of diplomacy, honest or partisan, were alike exhausted. The arbitrament now rested with the sword. Through the month of February the forces of the consul Hirtius and the pro-praetor Octavianus were encamped along the Via Aemilia to the southeast of Bononia, at Clatona and at Forum Corneli. In March they moved forward in the direction of Mutina, passing Bononia, which Antonius was forced to abandon, but Antonius drew his lines closer around Mutina. Octavianus and Hirtius avoided battle, waiting for Pansa to come up with his 4 legions of recruits. Pansa had left Rome about March 19. Antonius for his part planned to crush Pansa separately. He met and broke the army of Pansa at Forum Gallorum some 7 miles southeast of Mutina. In the battle Pansa himself was wounded, but Hirtius arriving towards evening fell upon the victorious and disordered troops of Antonius and retrieved the day, no soldier in repute or in ambition, but equal to his station and duty. The great Antonius extricated himself only after considerable loss. Octavianus, in the meantime, held and defended the camp near Mutina. Along with Pansa and Hirtius he received the imperatorial acclamation. Such was the Battle of Forum Gallorum, April 14. 1. 7 days later, Antonius was forced to risk a battle at Mutina. He was defeated but not routed. On the other side, Hirtius fell. In the field Antonius was rapid of decision. On the day after the defeat he got the remnants of his army into order and set out along the Aemilia towards the west, making for Gallia Narbonensis and the support of Lepidus and Plancus, assured to him a month earlier, but now highly dubious. At Rome the exultation was unbounded. Antonius and his followers were at last declared public enemies. For the victorious champions of the constitution, the living and the dead, new and extraordinary honors had already been devised. 2. A thanksgiving of 50 days was decreed to the immortal gods, unprecedented and improper in a war between citizens, and never claimed by Sulla or by Caesar. To a thoughtful patriot it was no occasion for rejoicing. Think rather of the desolation of Italy and all the fine soldiers slain, wrote Pollio from Spain. 3. Cicero had boasted in the Senate that the Caesarian veterans were on the wane, no match for the patriotic fervor of the levies of Republican Italy. 4. When it came to battle at Mutina, the grim and silent sword work of the veterans terrified the raw recruits. 5. The carnage was tremendous. With a glorious victory to the credit of the patriotic armies and all the provinces of the East in the hands of Brutus and Cassius, the Republic appeared to be winning all along the line. The victory at Mutina was deceptive and ruinous. The ingenious policy of destroying Antonius and elevating Caesar's heir commended itself neither to the generals of the western provinces nor to the liberators. Cicero and his friends had reckoned without the military resource of the best general of the day and the political maturity of the youth Octavianus. The unnatural compact between the revolutionary leader and the constitutional party crumbled and crashed to the ground. 13. The Second March on Rome. The public enemy was on the run. All that remained was to hound him down. If Lepidus and Plancus held firm in the west, the combined armies of the Republic in northern Italy would have an easy task. So it might seem. Antonius broke away, moving along the Aemilia, on April 22. He secured a start of 2 days, for D. Brutus went to consult Pansa at Bononia, only to find that the consul had succumbed to his wounds. Antonius soon increased his lead, for his army was strong in cavalry. Brutus had none, and the exhilaration of a victory in which his legions had so small a share could not compensate the ravages of a long siege. That was not the worst. The conduct of the war by the two consuls had overshadowed for a time the person of Octavianus. Hirtius and Pansa, at the head of armies, might have been able to arrest hostilities after the defeat of Antonius, curb Caesar's heir and impose some kind of settlement. They were honest patriots. With the providential removal, the adventurer emerges again, now unexpectedly to dominate the game of high politics. Brutus urged Octavianus to turn south across the Apennines into Etruria, to cut off Ventidius and prevent him from marching westwards to join Antonius. Ventidius, an important but sometimes neglected factor in the campaign of Mutina, was coming up in the rear of the constitutional forces with 3 veteran legions raised in his native Picenum. Caesar's heir refused to take orders from Caesar's assassin, nor, if he had, is it certain that the troops would have obeyed. 1. And so Ventidius slipped through. Before long Octavianus received news from Rome that amply justified his decision. He was to be discarded as soon as he had served the purposes of the enemies of Antonius. So at least he inferred from the measures passed in the Senate when the tidings of Mutina were known. In the victory honours Octavianus was granted an ovation, Decimus Brutus, however, a triumph, the charge of the war and the legions of the dead consuls. 2. Orations and a monument were to honour the memory of the glorious dead. 1. Their comrades expected more solid recompense, but the Senate reduced the bounties so generously promised to the patriotic armies, choosing a commission to effect that salutary economy. Octavianus was not among its members, but neither was D. Brutus. The envoys were instructed to approach the troops directly. The soldiers refused to tolerate such a slight upon their leader, patron and friend. Octavianus, his forces augmented by the legions of Pansa, which he refused to surrender to D. Brutus, resolved to stand firm, precarious though his own position was. Antonius might be destroyed, hence ruin to the Caesarian cause, and soon to Caesar's heir. Antonius had warned him of that, and Antonius was uttering a palpable truth. 2. On a rational calculation of persons and interests, it was likely that Antonius would regain the support of Lepidus and Plancus. Antonius and the liberators might even combine against the common enemy. Civil wars have witnessed stranger vicissitudes of alliance. 3. Yet, even if this did not happen, he might be caught between Caesarians in the west and Republicans in the east, crushed and exterminated. If Brutus and Cassius came to Italy with their host of 17 legions, his father, Cicero, would have no compunction about declaring the young man a public enemy. The danger was manifest. It did not require to be demonstrated by the advice which the Caesarian consul Pansa on his deathbed may, or may not, have given to Caesar's heir. 4. And now on others beside Octavianus the menace from the east loomed heavily. The Republicans in the Senate showed their hand. The position of M. Brutus had already been legalized. Shortly after the news of Mutina, the provinces and armies of the east were consigned to Cassius in one act. Nor was this all. Sextus Pompeius had already promised his aid to the Republic against Antonius. He was rewarded by a vote of thanks on March 20. To Pompeius was now assigned an extraordinary command over the fleets and sea coasts of the Roman dominions. It was high time for the Caesarians to repent and close their ranks. Octavianus made no move. He remained in the neighborhood of Bononia and awaited with equanimity the ruin of D. Brutus and the triumph of diplomacy among the Caesarian armies of the west. Antonius marched westwards with rapidity and resolution by Parma and Placentia to Daytona, then southwards by arduous passes across the mountains to Varda Sabatia, some 30 miles southwest of Genoa. Here on May 3 he was met by the trusty Ventidius with the 3 veteran legions. The first round was won. The next task was to safeguard the march of the weary columns along the narrow Ligurian road between the mountains and the sea. Antonius dispatched cavalry northwards again across the Apennines, in the direction of Pollentia. Brutus fell into the trap and turned westwards. Antonius was able to enter Gallia Narbonensis unmolested. He reached Forum Julii towards the middle of the month. The confrontation with Lepidus was not long delayed. One of the lieutenants of Lepidus dispatched to Antonius during the War of Mutina remained in his company, another had studiously refrained from barring the road to Narbonensis. 1. In March, Lepidus urged the Senate to accept his mediation, and Antonius publicly asseverated that Lepidus was on his side. Their palpable community of interest, hardened by the renaissance of the Republican and Pompeian cause, was so strong that the loyal dispatches which Lepidus continued to send to the Senate should have deceived nobody. The two armies lay against each other for a time. A small river ran between the camps. When soldiers are citizens, rhetoric is worth regiments. At a famous scene by the bank of the river Apsis in Albania, Caesar's general Vatinus essayed his vigorous oratory on the soldiers of Pompeius. 2. But not for long, Labienus intervened. Lepidus was not as vigilant against the dangers of fraternization as had been the generals of Pompeius. He did not wish to be, nor could he have subjugated the strong Caesarian sympathies of officers and men. They followed Lepidus not from merit or affection but only because Lepidus was a Caesarian. The troops introduced Antonius into the camp, the 10th Legion, once commanded by him, taking the lead. 1. Lepidus acquiesced. One of his lieutenants, a certain Juventius Laterensis, a republican and an honest man, fell upon his sword. Lepidus now penned a dispatch to the Senate, explaining, in the elevated phrases now universally current, how his soldiers had been unwilling to take the lives of fellow citizens. The letter closed with a pointed sentence, surely the reply to Cicero's firm rejection of his earlier proposals for peace and concord. 2. It was on May 30th that Antonius and Lepidus carried out the peaceful coup. They had now to reckon with Plancus. In April the governor of Gallia Comata mustered his army and made a semblance of intervening in northern Italy on the side of the Republic. On April 26 he crossed the Rhone and marched southeastwards as though to join Lepidus, coming to within 40 miles of the latter's camp. Lepidus encouraged him, but Plancus feared a trap. He knew his Lepidus. III and Laterensis warned him that both Lepidus and his army were unreliable. So Plancus turned back and established himself at Quilaro Grenoble. There he waited for D. Brutus to come over the pass of the little street. Bernard. If Plancus had by now resolved to join Antonius, his design was subtle and grandiose, to lure Brutus to his ruin without the necessity of battle. Despondent, with tired troops, delayed by the raising of new levies, short of money and harassed by petulant missives from Cicero, Brutus trudged onwards. He reached Plancus towards the end of June. Their combined forces amounted to 14 legions, imposing in name alone. 4 were veteran, the rest raw recruits. Plancus knew what recruits were worth. 4. A lull followed. Antonius was in no hurry. He waited patiently for time, fear and propaganda to dissolve the forces of his adversaries. On July 28 Plancus composed his last surviving epistle to Cicero. His style had lost none of its elegance. He protested goodwill and loyalty, explained how weak his forces were, and blamed upon the young Caesar the escape of Antonius and his union with Lepidus, reprobating his ambition in the most violent of terms. 1. Now Pollio supervened, coming up with 2 legions from Hispania Ulterior. Earlier in the year he had complained that the Senate sent him no instructions, nor could he have marched to Italy against the will of the ambiguous Lepidus. Further, his troops had been solicited by envoys of Antonius and Lepidus. 2. Pollio was bound by his personal friendship to Antonius, and he now reconciled Plancus and Antonius. So Plancus joined the company of the parricides, and brigands, as he had so recently termed them. The unfortunate Brutus, duped by Plancus and betrayed by his troops, fled northwards, hoping to make his way through the Alpine lands by a wide circuit to Macedonia. He was trapped and killed by a Gallic chieftain. It would be easy and unprofitable to arraign the Caesarian generals for lack of heroism and lack of principle. They had no quarrel with Antonius. It was not they who had built up a novel and aggressive faction, mobilizing private armies and constitutional sanctions against a proconsul. Where and with whom stood now the legitimate government and the authority of the Roman state, it was impossible to discover. For the judgment on these men, if judged they must be, it would be sufficient to demonstrate that they acted as they did from a reasoned and balanced estimate of the situation. But more than this can be said. Pollio, the would-be neutral, the cautious and diplomatic Plancus, even the perfidious and despised Lepidus may yet in treachery be held true to the Roman people at a time when patriotism and high principle were invoked to justify the shedding of Roman blood. It was no time server or careerist, but the stoic Favonius, the friend of Cato and of Brutus, who pronounced civil war to be the worst of evils, worse even than submitting to tyranny. 3. In these wars between citizens, the generals and the politicians found themselves thwarted at every turn by the desires of the soldiery, on the surface and on a partisan view, the extremest of evils. The enemies of Antonius deprecated bitterly the influence of the veterans. 4. The veterans had no wish for war, they had their estates, and the soldiers serving in the legions might expect ultimate recompense from their generals without the necessity of fighting for it. Their reluctance to obey the constitutional principles invoked by faction and to fight against their fellow citizens had the result that they were described as madmen by the adversaries of Antonius. 1. They deserved a friendlier designation. The behavior of the armies gives a more faithful reflection of the sentiments of the Roman people than do the interested assertions of politicians about the marvelous unanimity of the Roman people and of all Italy. 2. The energy of Antonius, the devotion of the Caesarian legions, the timidity, interest or patriotism of the governors of the western provinces, all had conspired to preserve him from the armed violence of an unnatural coalition. In Italy the coalition had already collapsed. Caesar's heir turned his arms against his associates and was marching on Rome. Fate was forging a new and more enduring compact of interest and sentiment through which the revived Caesarian party was to establish the dictatorship again, this time without respect of life and property, in the spirit and deed of revolution. On April 27 all Rome celebrated the glorious victory of Mutina. As the month of May wore on, rejoicing gave way to disillusion. Antonius had escaped to the west. Men blamed the slowness and indecision of D. Brutus, who, for his part, advocated the summoning of Marcus Brutus from Macedonia. Already there was talk of bringing over the African legions. In Rome a steady disintegration sapped the public councils. No new consuls were elected. There was no leadership, no policy. A property tax had been levied to meet the demands of the armies of the Republic. The return was small and grudging. III and the agents of the liberators had intercepted the revenues of the eastern provinces. As Cicero wrote late in May, the Senate was a weapon that had broken to pieces in his hands. 4. The prime cause of disquiet was Cicero's protégé, that divine youth whom Providence had sent to save the state. 5. Octavianus and his army grew daily more menacing. That young man had got wind of a witticism of Cicero. He was to be praised and honored, lifted up and lifted off. 1. Cicero may never have said it. That did not matter. The happy invention epitomized all too faithfully the subtle and masterly policy of using Caesar's heir to wreck the Caesarian party. Octavianus did not intend to be removed, and the emphasis that open enemies and false friends laid upon his extreme youth was becoming more and more irksome. He would show them. Cicero entered into the original compact with Octavianus with clear perception of the dangers of their equivocal alliance. He had not been deluded then. 2. But during the months after Mutina, in the face of the most palpable evidence, he persisted in asserting the wisdom of his policy, and the value of the results thereby achieved, in hoping that Octavianus would still support the constitutional cause, now that it had become flagrantly Pompeian and Republican. 3. The consulate lay vacant but not unclaimed. Octavianus aspired to the honor, and it would clearly be expedient to give the youth a senior consular for colleague. Of the intrigues concerning this matter there is scant but significant evidence. In June, so it would seem, Cicero denounced certain treasonable machinations, revealed their authors, and rebuked to their faces the relatives of Caesar, presumably Philippus and Marcellus, who appeared to be supporting the ambition of Octavianus. 4. Who was the destined colleague? It may well have been the ambiguous P. Servilius, for to this summer, if not earlier, belongs a significant political fact, the betrothal of his daughter to the young adventurer. 5. Cicero had already crossed swords with Servilius more than once, and in early April, after a quarrel over a vote complimentary to Plancus, he described Servilius as homo furiosus. 6. If a consul was required, what more deserving candidate than Cicero himself? About the time of the Battle of Forum Gallorum and rumored death of Pansa, it was widely believed in Rome that Cicero would usurp the vacant place. 1. Later, after both consuls had fallen, Brutus in Macedonia heard a report that Cicero had actually been elected. 2. Of a later proposal there is evidence not likely to be discarded. 3. Cicero and Octavianus were to be joint consuls. It might fairly be represented that the mature wisdom of a senior statesman was best employed in guiding and repressing the inordinate ambitions of youth. It had ever been Cicero's darling notion to play the political counselor to a military leader, and this was but the culmination of the policy that he had initiated in the previous autumn. Brutus was evidently afraid of some such maneuver. 4. He remained in Macedonia, though a vote of the Senate had summoned him to Italy after the Battle of Mutina. Now, in June, Cicero wrote to him in urgent tones. Brutus refused. Their incompatibility of temperament was aggravated by a complete divergence of aims and policy. This is made evident by two incidents. Already Cicero and Brutus had exchanged sharp words over C. Antonius, whom Brutus had captured in Macedonia. Cicero insisted that the criminal should be put to death. There was nothing to choose between Dolabella and any of the three. Antony, only practice a salutary severity, and there will be no more civil wars. 5. The plea of Brutus was plain and dignified. It was more important to avert the strife of citizens than wreak savage vengeance on the vanquished. 6. To his firm character and Roman patriotism there was something highly distasteful in Cicero's fanatical feud against Antonius. Brutus had not broken off all relations with M. Antonius. He may still have hoped for an accommodation. 7. The brother of the Caesarian leader was a valuable hostage. Brutus had been desperately unwilling to provoke a civil war, ready even to go into voluntary exile for the sake of concord. 8. The pressure of events gradually drove him to a decision. When he left Italy in August, it was not with the plan already conceived of mustering the armies of the East, invading Italy and restoring the Republic through violence. He did not believe in violence. At Athens he looked about for allies, opened negotiations with provincial governors, but did not act at once. The news of armies raised in Italy and Caesar's heir marching on Rome will have convinced him at last that there was no room left for scruple or for legality. 1. Yet even so, the possession of Macedonia and an army meant for Brutus not so much an instrument for war as security and a basis for negotiation. He was reluctant to force the pace and preclude compromise, in this matter perhaps at variance with the more resolute Cassius. 2. In any event, principles and honor commanded a republican to resist the worst excesses of civil war. Lepidus was a Caesarian, but Brutus refused to concur in the hounding down of the family of Lepidus, who had married his own half-sister. Family ties had prevailed against political hostility in civil wars before now when waged by Roman nobles. 3. Lepidus was declared a public enemy on June 30. Before the news reached him, Brutus, in anticipation, wrote to Cicero, interceding for his relatives. Cicero answered with a rebuke. 4. Octavianus was a greater danger to the Republic than Antonius. That was the argument of the somber and perspicacious Brutus. 2 letters reveal his insight. 5. The one to Atticus: what is the point of overthrowing Antonius to install the domination of Octavianus? Cicero is as bad as Salvianus. Men fear death, exile and poverty too much. Cicero, for all his principles, accommodates himself to servitude and seeks a propitious master. Brutus for his part will continue the fight against all powers that set themselves above the law. 6. On receipt of an extract from a letter written by Cicero to Octavianus, the Roman and the Republican lost all patience. Read again your words and deny that they are the supplications of a slave to a despot. 1. Cicero had suggested that Octavianus might be induced to pardon the assassins of Caesar. Better dead than alive by his leave. 2. Let Cicero live on in ignominy. 3. Even in mid-July, when the end was near, Cicero would not admit to Brutus the ruinous failure of the alliance with Caesar's heir. He asseverated his responsibility for that policy. But his words belied him. He did not cease to urge Brutus to return to Italy. After a council with Servilia, he launched a final appeal on July 27.4. By now Brutus was far out of reach. Before the end of May he began to march eastwards through Macedonia to regulate the affairs of Thrace, recover Asia from Dolabella, and make a junction with Cassius. To cross to Italy without Cassius and the resources of the east would have been a fatal step. The Caesarian generals would have united at once to destroy him, Octavianus in his true colors, openly on their side against Caesar's murderer. The designs of Octavianus upon the consulate were suspected in May, his intrigues were revealed in June. In July a strange embassy confronted the Senate, some 400 centurions and soldiers, bearing the mandate of the army and the proposals of Caesar's heir. For themselves they asked the promised bounty, for Octavianus the consulate. The latter request they were able to support with a wealth of historical precedents of a familiar kind. 5. The argument of youth and merit had already been exploited by Cicero. 6. The Senate refused. The sword decided. 7. For the second time in 10 months Caesar's heir set out to march on Rome. He crossed the Rubicon at the head of 8 legions and then pushed on with picked troops, moving with the rapidity of Caesar. There was consternation in Rome. The Senate sent envoys with the offer of permission to stand for the consulate in absence. 8, a move of conciliation that may have been due to Cicero, still trusting that the adventurer could be won to legitimate methods. Octavianus was not deflected from his march. And now for a moment a delusive ray of hope shone upon the sinking hulk of the Republic. 2 veteran legions from Africa arrived at Ostia. Along with a legion of recruits they were stationed on the Janiculum and the city was put in a posture of defense. Whether the Senate now declared Octavianus a public enemy is not recorded. These formalities were coming to matter less and less. Octavianus marched down the Flaminian Way and entered the city unopposed. The legions of the Republic went over without hesitation. A praetor committed suicide. That was the only bloodshed. The senators advanced to make their peace with Octavianus. Among them, but not in the forefront, was Cicero. "Ah, the last of my friends," the young man observed. 1. But even now there were some who did not lose hope. In the evening came a rumor that the 2 legions which had deserted the consul for Octavianus in the November preceding, the 4th and the Martyr, heavenly legions, as Cicero described them, had declared for the Republic. The Senate met in haste. A tribune friendly to Cicero announced the glad tidings to the people in the Forum, and an officer was dispatched to organize military levies in Picenum. The rumor was false. 2. On the following day Octavianus forbore to enter the city with armed men. A free election was to be secured. The people chose him as consul along with Cupedius, an obscure relative of unimpeachable repute, who did not survive the honor by many months. The new consul now entered Rome to pay sacrifice to the immortal gods. 12 vultures were seen in the sky, the omen of Romulus, the founder of Rome. 3. The day was August 19th. Octavianus himself was not yet 20. The Prescriptions. Caesar's heir now held Rome after the second attempt in 10 months. The first time he had sought backing from senior statesmen and from the party of the Constitution. Now he was consul, his only danger the rival army commanders. For the moment, certain brief formalities. To bring to trial and punishment the assassins of Caesar, a special court was established by a law of the consul Pedius. Along with these state criminals a convenient fiction reckoned sex. Pompeius, the admiral of the Republic. The ambitious or the shameless made show of high loyalty and competed for the right to prosecute. Agrippa indicted Cassius, one a person called L. Cornificius marked down Brutus as his prey. 2. Of the jurors, though carefully selected, one man gave his vote for absolution and remained unmolested until the prescriptions were duly instituted. Octavianus could afford to wait, to take vengeance upon the lesser enemies along with the greater. Rome could already have a foretaste of legal murder. One of the praetors, Q. Gallius, was accused of an attempt to assassinate the consul Octavianus. His indignant colleagues deposed the criminal from office, the mob plundered his house, the Senate, by a violent usurpation of authority, condemned him to death. 3. The milder version of the fate of Q. Gallius is that he departed on a voyage. Pirates or shipwreck took the blame. 4. Octavianus had spent his patrimony for purposes of the state, and now the state made requital. He seized the treasury, which, though depleted, could furnish for each of his soldiers the sum of 2,500 denarii, more than 10 times a year's pay. 5. They had still to receive as much again. With a devoted army, augmented to 11 legions, the consul left Rome for the reckoning with Antonius, whom he could now face as an equal. Antonius had been thwarted and defeated at Mutina. That was enough. It lay neither in the plans nor even in the power of Caesar's heir to consummate the ruin of the most powerful of the Caesarian generals. Hence an immediate change of front after the Battle of Mutina, when he treated the Antonian captives with honor, sending one of the officers to Antonius with a friendly message, so it was alleged. 1. The union of Antonius and Lepidus cleared the situation. Messages may then have passed. A clear indication was soon given. As Octavianus moved up the Flaminia, he instructed the other consul to revoke the decrees of outlawry against Antonius and Lepidus, for Lepidus, too, had been declared a public enemy. The last 6 months of the consulate of Antonius shattered forever the coalition of March 17, and divided for a time the ranks of the Caesarian party. With the revival of the Pompeian faction in the city of Rome and the gathering power of Brutus and Cassius in the east, the Caesarian leaders were drawn irresistibly together. They were instruments rather than agents. Behind them stood the legions and the forces of revolution. Octavianus crossed the Apennines and entered Cisalpine Gaul again, with a brave front. In force of arms, Lepidus and Antonius could have overwhelmed the young consul. His name and fortune shielded him once again. In the negotiations he now took his stand as an equal, but the apportionment of power revealed the true relation between the three leaders. After elaborate and no doubt necessary precautions for personal security, the dynasts met in conference on a small island in a river near Bononia. 2 days of concentrated diplomacy decided the fate of the Roman world. Antonius, when consul, had abolished the dictatorship for all time. The tyrannic office was now revived under another name. For a period of 5 years 3 men were to hold paramount and arbitrary power under the familiar pretext of setting the Roman state in order, Tresviri re publicae constituendi. When a coalition seized power at Rome, it employed as instruments of domination the supreme magistracy in the city and the armies of the provinces. Depressed by the revived dictatorship to little but a name, the consulate never afterwards recovered its authority. But prestige it still guaranteed, and the conferment of nobility. The dynasts made arrangements for some years in advance which provide some indication of the true balance of power and influence. Antonius constrained the young Caesar to resign the office he had seized. The rest of the year was given to P. Ventidius and C. Carinus, a pair of consuls personifying the memory of the Bellum Italicum and the party of Marius. Lepidus appears to have had few partisans of merit or distinction, which is not surprising. Of his lieutenants, Laterensis in shame took his own life. P. Canidius Crassus and Rufrenus were fervent Antonians. 1 M. Silenus, who had carried his messages to Antonius, soon fell away to the cause of the Republic. 2. The others were of no importance. Lepidus himself, however, was to have a second consulate in the next year, with Plancus as his colleague. For 41 BC were designated P. Servilius Isauricus and L. Antonius, for 40 BC, Pollio and C.N. Domitius Calvinus. The Caesarian Servilius and Calvinus were consulars already, and nobiles at that. Political compacts among the nobiles were never complete without a marriage alliance. This time the soldiery insisted on a solid guarantee against dissension in the Caesarian party. Octavianus gave up his betrothed, the daughter of Servilius, and took Claudia instead, a daughter of Clodius and of Fulvia, hence the stepdaughter of Antonius. 3. Of the provinces of the west, Antonius for the present assumed control of the territories which he claimed by vote of the popular assembly, namely Gallia Cisalpina and Gallia Comata. Dominant from geographical position and armed strength, he seems to have left his partisan Pollio as proconsul of the Cisalpina, perhaps to hold it for 2 years till his consulate. 40 BC. 4. Lepidus retained his old command, Gallia Narbonensis and Hispania Citria, augmented with Hispania Ulteria, for Pollio gave up that province. To Octavianus fell a modest portion, Africa and the islands of Sicily, Sardinia and Corsica. The possession of Africa at this time was dubious, disputed in a local civil war for several years. 5. As for the islands, it may already have been feared, and it was soon to be known, that some of them had been seized by the adventurous sex. Pompeius, acting in virtue of the maritime command assigned to him by the Senate earlier in the year for the war against Antonius. The rule of the dynast Pompeius in 60 BC and during the years following depended upon control, open or secret, of the organs of government. Pompeius and his allies did not claim to be the government or the state. It was enough that their rivals should be thwarted and impotent. Caesar the dictator pardoned his adversaries and facilitated their return to public life. The triumvirs, however, decided to root out their opponents all at once, alleging in excuse the base ingratitude with which the Pompeians requited Caesar's clemency. 1. The Caesarian leaders had defied public law. They now abolished the private rights of citizenship, no disproportionate revenge for men who had been declared public enemies. Rome shivered under fear and portents. Soothsayers were duly summoned from Etruria. Of these experts the most venerable exclaimed that the ancient monarchy was returning and died upon the spot, of his own will. 2. The scene may have been impressive, but the prophecy was superfluous. The 3 leaders marched to Rome and entered the city in ceremonial pomp on separate days. A legislature, voted on November 27, established the triumvirate according to the Pact of Bononia. There were many men alive who remembered Sulla. Often enough before now prescriptions had been the cause of secret apprehension, the pretext of hostile propaganda, or the substance of open menaces. Sulla potut, ego non potero. 3. The realization surpassed all memory and all fears. As if to give a measure of their ruthlessness, the triumvirs inaugurated the prescriptions by the arrest and execution of a tribune of the Roman people. 4. Roman society under the terror witnessed the triumph of the dark passions of cruelty and revenge, of the ignoble vices of cupidity and treachery. The laws and constitution of Rome had been subverted. With them perished honor and security, family and friendship. Yet all was not unrelieved horror. History was to commemorate shining examples of courage or defiance, of loyal wives and faithful slaves. 5 and tales of strange vicissitudes and miraculous escapes adorned the many volumes which this unprecedented wealth of material evoked. 6. For the youth of Octavianus, exposed to an iron schooling and constrained through form of law and not in the heat of battle to shed the noblest blood of Rome, compassion and even excuse was found in later generations. He composed his own autobiography. Other apologists artfully suggested that the merciful reluctance of Octavianus was overborne by the brutal insistence of his older and more hardened colleagues, and terrible stories were told of the rapacity and bloodlust of Fulvia. It may be doubted whether contemporaries agreed. If they had the leisure and the taste to draw fine distinctions between the 3 terrorists, it was hardly for Octavianus that they invoked indulgence and made allowances. Regrets there may have been, to see a fine soldier and a Roman noble like Antonius reduced to such company and such expedients. For Antonius there was some palliation, at least. When consul he had been harried by faction and treason, when proconsul outlawed. For Octavianus there was none, and no merit beyond his name, pure qui omnia nomini dives, as Antonius had said, and many another. That splendid name was now dishonored. Caesar's heir was no longer a rash youth but a chill and mature terrorist. 1. Condemnation and apology, however, are equally out of place. 2. The triumvirs were pitiless, logical and concordant. On the list of the prescriptions all told they set 130 senators and a great number of Roman knights. 3. Their victory was the victory of a party. 4. Yet it was not their principal purpose to wipe out utterly both political adversaries and dissentient neutrals, and the total of victims was probably never as high as was believed with horror at the time, or uncritically since, perpetuated in fiction and in history, and in later days, personal danger and loss of estates were no doubt invented or enhanced by many astute individuals who owed security, if not enrichment, to the Caesarian party. Roman class feeling and the common sentiments of humanity were revolted when Lepidus sacrificed his brother Paulus, Antonius his uncle, the elderly and blameless Republican L. Julius Caesar. Yet neither of these men perished, and the murderers claimed only one consular victim, M. Tullius Cicero. The Caesarian leaders proscribed their relatives, and other personages of distinction, more as a pledge of solidarity among themselves and to inspire terror among enemies and malcontents than from thirst for blood. Many of the proscribed got safely away and took refuge with the liberators in the east or with sects. Pompeius on the western seas and in the islands. There had been delay and warning enough. For the triumvirs it was expedient to drive their political enemies out of the land, thus precluding any armed insurrection in Italy when they settled accounts with the liberators. Cicero could have escaped. Through indecision he lingered until too late. His murder disgraced the triumvirs and enriched literature with an immortal theme. 1. But the fugitives could not take their property with them. Some of the proscribed remained in Italy, under collusion and protection, or returned soon, saving their lives but making a sacrifice in money. 2. There had been an extenuating feature of faction contests at Rome. The worst extremities could sometimes be avoided, among the aristocracy at least. Sulla had many enemies among the nobles, but certain of the more eminent, through family connections and social influence, had been able to evade proscription, such as the father of Brutus and others. The decadence of legal authority and the ever-present threat of civil war enhanced the value of the personal tie and led men to seek powerful protection in advance. The banker Atticus was not put on the list even for form's sake or as a warning to others. He had recently shown conspicuous kindness to the wife and family of Antonius the public enemy, thereby incurring blame in certain circles. 3. But trusting his own judgment, and he had already secured a guarantee for the event of a republican victory by protecting the mother of Brutus. 4. Atticus was also able to save the knight L. Julius Calidus, famed as a poet, but only among his contemporaries. 1. And the aged M. Terentius Varro, once a soldier and a governor of provinces, but now a peaceful antiquary, found harborage in the house of Calenus. 2. Foresight and good investments preserved Atticus. His wealth alone should have procured his doom. The Caesarian party was fighting the Republicans at Rome as it was soon to fight them in the East. But the struggle was not purely political in character. It came to resemble a class war and in the process transformed and consolidated the Caesarian party. Yet there were personal and local causes everywhere. Under guise of partisan zeal, men compassed, for profit or for revenge, the proscription of private enemies. Many a long-standing contest for wealth and power in the towns of Italy was now decided. The Caponi were an ancient family of Tiber. 3. The proscription of a Caponius may fairly be put down to Plancus. 4. A brother and a nephew of Plancus were also on the lists. 5. Pollio's rivals among the Marrucini will likewise have been found there. 6. His own father-in-law was also proscribed. 7. Such respectable examples conferred sanction upon crime and murder, if any were needed, among the propertied classes of the Municipia, publicly lauded for the profession of ancient virtue, but avid and unscrupulous in their secret deeds. The town of Larinum will surely have lived up to its reputation. 8. Elsewhere the defeated and impoverished survivors of earlier struggles rose up again, rapacious and vindictive. The fierce Martians and Pylinians had long and bitter memories. Yet some of the proscribed were saved by civic virtue, personal influence or local patriotism. The citizens of Cales manned the walls and refused to deliver up Citius. 9. Lucilius Hirrus, a great landowner, mustered his adherents and tenants, armed the slaves and fought his way through Italy to the seacoasts. 1. Aruntius did the same. 2. The Aruntii were an opulent family at Atina, a Volscian town, perhaps not of senatorial rank. 3. A large number of local aristocrats supported Caesar, and some will have remained loyal to the Caesarian party. Certain wealthy families, such as the Aeli Lamii from Formiae or the Vinici of Cales, who are not known to have been proscribed, either enjoyed protection already or now purchased it. 5. The ambition of generals like Pompeius and Caesar provoked civil war without intending or achieving a revolution. Caesar, being in close contact with powerful financial interests and representatives of the landed gentry, was averse from any radical redistribution of property in Italy. He maintained the grants of Sulla. Further, many of his colonies were established on provincial soil, sparing Italy. A party prevailed when Caesar defeated Pompeius, yet the following of Caesar was by no means homogeneous, and the dictator stood above parties. He did not champion one class against another. If he had begun a revolution, his next act was to stem its advance, to consolidate the existing order. Nor would Antonius and his associates have behaved as they did, could security and power be won in any other way. The consequences of compelling a general to appeal to his army in defense of life or honor were now apparent. The generals themselves were helpless in the hands of the legions. The proletariat of Italy, long exploited and thwarted, seized what they regarded as their just portion. A social revolution was now carried out, in 2 stages, the first to provide money for the war, the second to reward the Caesarian legions after victory. War and the threat of taxation or confiscation drives money underground. It must be lured out again. Capital could only be tempted by a good investment. The Caesarian leaders therefore seized houses and estates and put them on the market. Their own partisans, astute neutrals and freedmen of the commercial class got value for their money in the solid form of landed property. Freedmen, as usual, battened upon the blood of citizens. 1. The prescriptions may not unfairly be regarded as in purpose and essence a peculiar levy upon capital. As in Sulla's proscription, nobiles and political adversaries might head the list, the bulk is made up by the names of obscure senators or Roman knights. The nobiles were not necessarily the wealthiest of the citizens. Men of property, whatever their station, were the real enemies of the triumvirs. In concord, senators and businessmen upheld the existing order and prevented a reconstitution of the old Roman people through a more equitable division of landed property in Italy. Now they were companions in adversity. The beneficiaries of Sulla suffered at last. The triumvirs declared a regular vendetta against the rich, whether dim, inactive senators or pacific knights, anxiously abstaining from Roman politics. That was no defense. Varro was an old Pompeian, politically innocuous by now, but he was also the owner of great estates. 3. Likewise Lucilius Hierus, the kinsman of Pompeius, noted for his fish ponds. 4. Statius, the octogenarian Samnite, who survived the Bellum Italicum and became a Roman senator, now perished for his wealth. 5. So did Amphidustius, who had been proscribed by Sulla, and the notorious Severus, an affluent exile. 6. The knight Calidus had property in Africa. 7. Cicero, though chronically in straits for ready money, was a very wealthy man. His villas in the country and the palatial townhouse once owned by Livius Drusus cried out for confiscation. 8. But a capital levy often defeats its own purpose. The return was at once seen to be disappointing. From virtue or from caution, men refused to purchase estates as they came upon the market. Money soared in value. The triumvirs then imposed a levy upon the possessions of opulent females, arousing indignant protest. 9. Intimidated by a deputation of Roman ladies with a great republican personage for leader, the daughter of the orator Hortensius, they abated the demands a little, but did not abandon the principle. Other taxes, novel and crushing, were invented, for example a year's income being taken from everybody in possession of the census of a Roman knight, and at the beginning of the next year a fresh list was drawn up, confiscating real property only. 2. Hitherto the game of politics at Rome had been financed by the spoils of the provinces, extorted by senators and by knights in competition or in complicity, and spent by senators for their own magnificence and for the delight of the Roman plebs. The knights had saved the gains and bought landed property. The Roman citizen in Italy was subject to no kind of taxation, direct or indirect. But now Rome and Italy had to pay the costs of civil war, in money and land. There was no other source for the Caesarians to draw upon, for the provinces of the west were exhausted, the revenues of the east in the hands of the republicans. From Italy, therefore, had to be found the money to pay the standing army of the Caesarians, which numbered some 43 legions. So much for present needs. For the future, to recompense the legions which were to be led against the republicans, the triumvirs set apart the territories of 18 of the most wealthy cities of Italy. 3. What had already happened was bad enough. After the victory of the Caesarians impended the second act in social revolution. The foundations of the new order were cemented with the blood of citizens and buttressed with a despotism that made men recall the dictatorship of Caesar as an age of gold. 4. Thinned by war and proscription, the Senate was now replenished to overflowing with the creatures of the triumvirs. Before long it was to number over 1,000. 5. Scorn and ridicule had greeted the nominees of the dictator. With the ignominy of the new senators of the triumviral period they could not have competed. Not only aliens or men of low origin and infamous pursuits, even escaped slaves could be detected. 6. As with the recruitment of the Senate, all rules and all propriety were now cast off in the choice of magistrates, nominated as they were, not elected. 16 praetors were created by Caesar, a rational and even necessary reform. 1 year of the triumvirate witnessed no fewer than 67.1. The triumvirs soon introduced the practice of nominating several pairs of consuls for a single year and designating them a long time in advance. Of consulars and men of authority in the Senate there was a singular dearth, recalling the days when Cinna was dominant at Rome. In December of the year 44 BC, the Senate had been able to count only 17 ex-consuls, the majority of whom were absent from Rome, ailing in health or remote from political interests. 2. The interval of a year carried off 3, Sir Sulpicius Rufus, Trebonius and Cicero, without notable accessions. Hirtius, Pansa and Dolabella had fallen in war, and the consul Cupedius succumbed early in his tenure of office, stricken by shame and horror, it was alleged, at the prescriptions which it was his duty to announce. 3. If the 3 dynasts be excluded, the surviving consulars now numbered 12 at the most, probably less. P. Vatinus celebrates a triumph in 42 BC, for a triumvir's uncle, C. Antonius, becomes censor in the same year, then both disappear. 5. 2 honest men, L. Piso and L. Caesar, lapse completely from record. Philippus and Marcellus had played their part for Caesar's heir and served their turn, they departed to die in peace. Lepidus's brother, the proscribed Paulus, retired to Miletus and lived on for a time unmolested. 6. Of the supposed dozen survivors among the consulars, only 3 claim any mention in subsequent history, and only 1 for long. The renegade from the Catonian party, P. Servilius, grasped the prize of intrigue and ambition, a second consulate from the Triumvirs 41 BC, like his first from Caesar, after that he is not heard of again. Antonius' adherent Q. Fufius Calenus held a military command and died in 40 BC, but the Caesarian nobilis Cn. Domitius Calvinus prolonged an active career after that date, the solitary relic of a not very distant past. Less spectacular than the decadence of the principes, but not less to be deplored, were the gaps in other ranks and orders. The bulk of the nobiles, both ex-Pompeians and adherents of Caesar, banished from Italy, were with the liberators or with sects. Pompeius. With Pompeius they found a refuge, with Brutus and Cassius a party and a cause, armies of Roman legions and the hope of vengeance. When a civil war seemed only a contest of factions in the Roman nobility, many young men of spirit and distinction chose Caesar in preference to Pompeius and the oligarchy, but they would not tolerate Caesar's ostensible political heirs and the declared enemies of their own class. The older men were dead, dishonored or torpid, the young nobiles went in a body to the camp of Brutus and Cassius, eagerly or with the energy of despair. 6 years earlier the cause of the Republic beyond the seas was represented by Pompeius, a group of consulars in alliance and the Catonian faction. 1. Now the Metelli, the Scipians, the Lentuli and the Marcelli were in eclipse, for the heads of those families had mostly perished, leaving few sons. 2. There was not a single man of consular rank in the party, its rallying point and its leaders were the young men of the faction of Cato, almost all kinsmen of Marcus Brutus. When Brutus left Italy, he was accompanied or followed by his relatives Cn. Domitius Ahenobarbus and M. Licinius Lucullus, 3 by political adherents like the inseparable Favonius and by his own personal friends and agents of equestrian rank, such as the banker C. Flavius, with no heart for war but faithful to the end. 4. At Athens he found a welcome and support among the Roman youth there pursuing the higher education, sons of senators like L. Bibulus, his own stepson, and M. Cicero, 5 along with men of lower station. 6. Then Caesarian officials joined the cause, first Hortensius, the proconsul of Macedonia, and the retiring quaestors of Asia and Syria. 7 And from Italy there came sympathizers, among them M. Valerius Messala, a noble youth of talent and distinction. 8. 3 Caesarian generals joined Cassius in Syria. 9. Trebonius the proconsul of Asia had been put to death by Dolabella, but his quaestor P. Lentulus, the son of Spinther, was active with a fleet for the Republic. 10. Most of the assassins of Caesar had no doubt left Italy at an early date, and the party was further strengthened by the arrival of miscellaneous Republican or Pompeian nobles, old and young. 1. The Caesarian party, though reunited after strange vicissitudes, had suffered heavy loss both in ability and in distinction, and showed its revolutionary character by its composition as well as by its policy. The Triumvirs had expelled from Italy not only the nobiles, their political enemies, but their victims as well, men of substance and repute from the towns of Italy. Change and casualties are most clearly evident among the army commanders. Of the imposing company of Caesar's legates in the Gallic wars almost all were now dead. After the establishment of the triumvirate, 4 of them are found holding high command. Of these, T. Sextius and Q. Fufius Calenus soon disappear. Only Antonius and Plancus remain. The dictator's provincial governors and commanders in his civil wars naturally fare better, 3 but 2 of them at least, having passed over to the liberators, curtailed their own survival. 4. Few men indeed who already belonged to the Senate before the outbreak of the Civil War achieved the highest distinction under the domination of the triumvirs. The consulate falls in the main to the newest of the new, senators nominated by the dictator or introduced after his death, most of them absent from historical record before 44 BC. Ventidius and Carinus lead the pack and inaugurate an epoch, as clearly manifest in its consuls as had been the last and transient supremacy of the oligarchy. Strange names of alien root or termination now invade and disfigure the fasti of the Roman people. A new generation of marshals enters the field, almost all non-Latin in their nomenclature. Some had held independent command under Caesar. Alienus and Stius are soon heard of no more, but C. Calvisius Sabinus goes steadily forward. 5. Others, rising from earlier posts of subordination, gave sign and guarantee of success, but did not survive. Saxo and Fango were to be cut off in their prime, cheated of the consulate. Octavius the Martian, the accursed brigand, perished with Dolabella. One another Martian, Popedius Silo, gained only brief glory. 2. The pace was fast, the competition ferocious. The ranks of the military men find steady accessions as battle, failure or treachery provide victims and vacancies. Persons of some permanence also emerged before long, rising to consular rank: P. Canidius Crassus, C. Norbanus Flaccus, of a proscribed family, and C. Sosius, perhaps a Pyson, none of them heard of before Caesar's death. 3. Another novelty was the mysterious family of the Cocci, which furnished Antonius with generals and diplomats, and secured 2 consulates, for they were Umbrian in origin. 5. These were among the earliest to find mention. Then other marshals and consuls turn up: L. Cornificius, whose unknown antecedents endowed him with the talents for success; Q. Laronius, commemorated only as an admiral; and T. Statilius Taurus, a formidable character. 6. Other new consuls remain enigmatic: L. Carninius Gallus, T. Pedusius, M. Herennius the Pyson, and L. Vinicius, who have left no record of service to the rulers of Rome but, as sole and sufficient proof, the presence of the names upon the fasti. 7. The Antonians Decidius, Ventidius and Canidius, all famed for victory or defeat in the eastern lands, became the proverbial trio among the Norvi homines of the Revolution. 1. Which is appropriate, given the rarity and non-Latin termination of their family names. But the Antonians were not the worst. Advancement unheard of now smiled upon the avid, the brutal and the unscrupulous. Even youth became a commendation, when possession of neither traditions nor property could dull the edge of action. From the beginning, the faction of Octavianus invited those who had nothing to lose from war and adventure, among the foundation members being Agrippa and Salvianus Rufus. Octavianus himself had only recently passed his 20th birthday. Agrippa's age was the same to a year. Salvianus, the earliest and greatest of his marshals, of origin no more distinguished than Agrippa, was his senior in years and military experience. His example showed that the holding of senatorial office was not an indispensable qualification for leading armies of Roman legions. But Salvianus was not unique. Foreigners or freed slaves might compete with knights for military command in the wars of the Revolution. 2. The Republic had been abolished. Whatever the outcome of the armed struggle, it could never be restored. Despotism ruled, supported by violence and confiscation. The best men were dead or proscribed. The Senate was packed with ruffians. The consulate, once the reward of civic virtue, now became the recompense of craft or crime. Non-mos, non-use. 3. So might the period be described. But the Caesarians claimed a right and a duty that transcended all else, the avenging of Caesar. Pietas prevailed, and out of the blood of Caesar the monarchy was born. 15. PHILIPPI and PERUSIA. On the first day of the new year, Senate and magistrates took a solemn oath to maintain the acts of Caesar the dictator. More than this, Caesar was enrolled among the gods of the Roman state. 1. In the Forum a temple was to be built to the new deity, Divus Julius, and another law made provision for the cult in the towns of Italy. 2. The young Caesar could now designate himself, Divi Filius. Under the sign of the avenging of Caesar, the Caesarian armies made ready for war. The leaders decided to employ 28 legions. 8 of these they dispatched in advance across the Adriatic under C. Norbanus Flaccus and L. Decidius Saxa, who marched along the Via Egnatia across Macedonia, past Philippi, and took up a favorable position. Antonius and Octavianus proposed to follow. Their colleague Lepidus was left behind in nominal charge of Rome and Italy. The real control rested with Antonius, for one of his partisans, Calenus, seems to have commanded 2 legions established in Italy, 3 while Pollio held the Cisalpina with a strong army. 4. At first there was delay. Octavianus turned aside to deal with Sex Pompeius, who by now had won possession of all Sicily, sending Salvianus against him. 5. Lack of ships frustrated an invasion of the island. As for Antonius, he was held up at Brundisium by a hostile navy under the Republican admiral Stius Murcus. When Octavianus arrived, the Caesarian fleet was strong enough to force the passage. Their supremacy at sea was short-lived. Pompeius, it is true, did not intervene, but C.N. Domitius Ahenobarbus, coming up with a large part of the fleet of Brutus and Cassius, reinforced Murcus and won complete control of the seas between Italy and the Balkans. The communications of the Caesarians were cut. They must advance and hope for a speedy decision on land. Antonius pressed on. The young Caesar, prostrate from illness, lingered at Dyrrhachium. In the meantime, Brutus and Cassius had been gathering the wealth and the armies of the east. Not long after the Battle of Mutina, Brutus departed from the coast of Albania and marched eastwards. A campaign in Thrace secured money and the loyalty of the native chieftains. Then, crossing into Asia, he met Cassius at Smyrna towards the end of the year 43. Cassius had a success to report. He had encountered Dolabella, defeated him in battle and besieged him at Laodicea in Syria. In despair Dolabella took his own life. Trebonius was avenged. Except for Egypt, whose queen had helped Dolabella, and the recalcitrance of Rhodes and the cities of Lycia, the Caesarian cause had suffered complete eclipse in the east. Brutus and Cassius now took counsel for war. Even when Antonius joined Lepidus and Plancus, Brutus may not have abandoned all hope of an accommodation. With east and west so evenly matched between Republicans and Caesarians, the doubtful prospect of a long and ruinous struggle was a potent argument for concord. Brutus and Antonius might have understood each other and compromised for peace and for Rome. The avenging of Caesar and the extermination of the liberators had not been Antonius' policy when he was consul. But with Caesar's heir there could be no pact or peace. 1. When the Caesarian leaders united to establish a military dictatorship and inaugurate a class war, there was no place left for hesitation. Under this conviction a Roman aristocrat and a Roman patriot now had to sever the ties of friendship, class and country, and bring himself to inflict the penalty of death upon the brother of Antonius. When Brutus heard of the end of Cicero, it was not so much sorrow as shame that he felt for Rome. 2. For good reasons, Brutus and Cassius decided not to carry the war into Italy in winter or even in summer, but to occupy the time by organizing their resources and raising more money, so several months of the following year were spent in chastising Rhodians and Lycians and draining the wealth of Asia. Brutus and Cassius met again at Ephesus. In the late summer of 42 their armies passed the Hellespont, 19 legions and numerous levies from the dependent princes of the east. Wisdom after the event scores easy triumphs. The Republican cause, it is held, was doomed from the beginning, defeat inevitable. Not only this, Brutus was prescient and despondent, warned by the ghost of Caesar. On the contrary, Brutus at last was calm and decided. After the triumph of the Caesarian generals and the institution of the prescriptions, he knew where he stood. Brutus himself was no soldier by repute, no leader of men. But officers and men knew and respected the tried merit of Cassius. The best of the legions, it is true, were Caesarian veterans. Yet the soldiers welcomed Cassius when he arrived in Syria more than 18 months earlier, and rallied promptly. That was the only weak spot in the forces of the Republic. Would the legions stand against the name and fortune of Caesar? From his war chest Cassius paid the men 1,500 denarii a head and promised more. 1. For the rest, the prospects of Brutus and Cassius left little to be desired. Their plan was simple, to hold up the enemy and avoid battle. They commanded both the Ionian Sea and the Aegean. If they were able to prolong the campaign into the winter months, the lack of supplies would disperse the Caesarian legions over the desolate uplands of Macedonia or pen them within the narrow bounds of an impoverished Greece. Brutus and Cassius marched westwards. Outmaneuvering and throwing back the advance guards of the Caesarians under Norbanus and Saxa, they arrived in the vicinity of Philippi, where they took up a strong position astride the Via Egnatia, invulnerable on the flanks, which rested to the north against mountains, to the south on a marsh. Brutus pitched his camp on the right wing, Cassius on the left. They had leisure to unite and fortify their front. Then Antonius arrived. Working his way through the marsh to the south around the flank of Cassius, he at last forced on a battle. Octavianus had now come up. Though shattered in health and never a soldier, he could not afford to resign to Antonius the sole credit of victory. The battle was indecisive. Brutus on the right flank swept over the Caesarian lines and captured the camp of Octavianus, who was not there. A certain mystery envelops his movements. On his own account he obeyed a warning dream which had visited his favorite doctor. 2. The other wing of the Caesarians, led by Antonius, broke through the front of Cassius and pillaged his camp. Cassius despaired too soon. Unaware of the brilliant success of Brutus on the right wing, deceived perhaps, as one account runs, through a defect of his eyesight and believing that all was lost, Cassius fell upon his sword. Such was the first battle of Philippi, October 23. 2. Both sides drew back, damaged and resentful. There followed 3 weeks of inaction or slow maneuvers in which the advantage gradually passed to the Caesarians. Otherwise their situation was desperate, for on the day of the first battle of Philippi the Republican admirals in the Ionian Sea intercepted and destroyed the fleet of Domitius Calvinus, who was conveying 2 legions to Dyrrhachium. 3. It was not the ghost of Caesar but an incalculable hazard, the loss of Cassius, that brought on the doom of the Republic. Brutus could win a battle but not a campaign. Provoked by the propaganda and the challenges of the Caesarians and impatient of delay, officers and men clamored that he should try the fortune of battle again. Moreover, Eastern princes and their levies were deserting. Brutus gave way at last. After a tenacious and bloody contest, the Caesarian army prevailed. Once again the Balkan lands witnessed a Roman disaster and entombed the armies of the Republic, Romani Bustum Populi. 4. This time the decision was final and irrevocable, the last struggle of the Free State. Henceforth nothing but a contest of despots over the corpse of liberty. The men who fell at Philippi fought for a principle, a tradition and a class, narrow, imperfect and outworn, but for all that the soul and spirit of Rome. No battle of all the civil wars was so murderous to the aristocracy. 5. Among the fallen were recorded the noblest names of Rome. No consulars, it is true, for the best of the principes were already dead, and the few survivors of that order cowered ignominious and forgotten in Rome or commanded the armies that destroyed the Republic along with their new allies and peers in rank, Ventidius and Carinus. On the field of Philippi fell the younger Hortensius, once a Caesarian, Cato's son, a Lucullus, a Livius Drusus. 1. Brutus, their own leader, took his own life. Virtus had proved to be an empty word. 2. The victor Antonius stripped off his purple cloak and cast it over the body of Brutus. 3. They had once been friends. As Antonius gazed in sorrow upon the Roman dead, the tragedy of his own life may have risen to his thoughts. Brutus had divined it. Antonius, he said, might have been numbered with Cato, with Brutus and with Cassius. He had surrendered himself to Octavianus and he would pay for his folly in the end. 4. When the chief men surviving of the Republican cause were led before the victorious generals, Antonius, it is alleged, they saluted as imperator, but reviled Octavianus. A number of them were put to death. 5. A body of nobles had fled to the island of Thasos, among them L. Calpurnius Bibulus and M. Valerius Messala. 6. After negotiation they made an honorable capitulation to Antonius, some entering his service. One of the friends of Brutus, the faithful Lucilius, remained with Antonius until the end. 7. The rest of them, irreconcilable or hopeless, made their escape and joined the admirals of the Republic, Mercus and Ahenobarbus on the Ionian Sea and Sex. Pompeius in Sicily. 8. It was a great victory. The Romans had never fought such a battle before. 9. The glory of it went to Antonius and abode with him for 10 years. The Caesarian leaders now had to satisfy the demands of their soldiers for land and money. Octavianus was to return to Italy to carry out the settlement of the veterans, Antonius to regulate the affairs of the East and exact the requisite money. About the provinces of the West they made the following dispositions, treating Lepidus as negligible. Cisalpine Gaul, they decided, invoking or inventing a proposal of Caesar the dictator, must be a province no longer but removed from political competition by being made a part of Italy. 1. So Antonius promised to give up the Cisalpina. He retained Comata, however, and took Narbonensis from Lepidus. Lepidus was also despoiled of Spain, for the advantage of Octavianus, most of whose original portion was by now in the hands of Pompeius. As for Africa, should Lepidus make complaint, he might have that for his share. These engagements were duly recorded in writing, a necessary precaution, but no bar to dishonesty or dispute. Antonius now departed to the provinces of the East, leaving to his young colleague the arduous and unpopular task of carrying out confiscation in Italy. A victor, but lacking the glory and confidence of victory, Octavianus returned to Italy. On the way he fell ill again and lingered at Brundisium, too weak to proceed. 2. Rumor spoke freely of his death. The rejoicing was premature. Senate and people steeled themselves to celebrate instead the day of Philippi. Ailing, despondent and under evil auspices, Octavianus took in hand the confiscation of Italian property and the settlement of the veterans of Philippi, the remnants of 28 legions. Of the acts and policy of the dynasts, the share of Caesar's heir was arduous, unpopular and all but fatal to himself. No calculation could have predicted that he would emerge in strength and triumph from the varied hazards of this eventful year. The 18 cities of Italy marked down to satisfy the soldiery were not slow to make open protest. They suggested that the imposition should be spread out and equalized. Then other cities in alarm joined the ranks of discontent. Owners of land with their families flocked to Rome, suppliant and vocal. 3. The urban plebs cheerfully joined in manifestations against the unpopular tyranny of the triumvirs. In the Senate Octavianus proposed measures of alleviation and compromise, with little effect save to excite the suspicions of the soldiery. Riots broke out and his life was in danger. Rome and all Italy was in confusion, with murderous street battles between soldiers and civilians. 4. Towns and local magnates armed in self-protection. The opposition to Octavianus was not merely a revolt of middle-class opinion against the military despotism of the triumvirate or an interested alliance of the men of property against a rapacious proletariat in arms. It blended with an older feud and took on the colors of an ancient wrong. Political contests at Rome and the civil wars into which they degenerated were fought at the expense of Italy. Denied justice and liberty, Italy rose against Rome for the last time. It was not the fierce peoples of the Apennine as in the Bellum Italicum, but rather the more prosperous and civilized regions, Umbria, Etruria and the Sabine country, which had been loyal to Rome then, but had fought for the Marian cause against Sulla. Now a new Sulla shattered their strength and broke their spirit. From Lepidus, his triumviral colleague, and from the consul P. Servilius, Octavianus got no help. He was actively hindered by the other consul, L. Antonius, who, aided by the faithful and imperious Fulvia, the wife of M. Antonius, and his agent Manius, sought to exploit the confusion in the interests of his absent brother. 1. They played a double game. Before the veterans they laid the blame upon Octavianus, insisting that a final decision be reserved for Antonius, for the prestige of the victor of Philippi was overwhelming. On the other side, they championed liberty and the rights of the dispossessed, again not without reference to the popular name of M. Antonius and professions of pietas. 2. Fulvia, if anybody, knew the character of her husband, he neither would nor could go back upon his pledges of alliance to Octavianus. She must force him, by discrediting, if not by destroying, the rival Caesarian leader, and thus win for her absent and unsuspecting consort the sole power which he scarcely seemed to desire. Octavianus, while prosecuting the policy of the Caesarian party, was in danger of succumbing to just such an alliance of Caesarians and Republicans as he had stirred up against Antonius nearly 3 years earlier. In alarm he sent his confidential agent, Caecina of Velatere, and L. Cocceius Nerva, who was a personal friend of Antonius, on an urgent mission to Syria. 3. Caecina returned without a definite message, but Nerva stayed with Antonius. As the year advanced the situation grew steadily worse. The sentiments of the soldiery veered round to Octavianus, where their interests clearly lay. Octavianus, for his part, divorced his unwelcome and untouched bride, the daughter of Fulvia. But the consul and Fulvia, so far from giving way, alleged instructions from M. Antonius, and prosecuted republican propaganda. Officers intervened and called a conference. A compromise was reached, but the more important articles were never carried out. War was in the air. Both sides mustered troops and seized temple treasures. The consul L. Antonius retired to the strong place of Praenest in the neighborhood of Rome. And now the soldiery took a hand. Caesarian veterans from Ancona, old soldiers of Antonius, sent a deputation and arranged a meeting of the adversaries at Gabii, halfway between Rome and Praenest. It was arrested by mutual distrust and an interchange of missiles. 1. Manius produced or invented a letter from M. Antonius sanctioning war, if in defense of his dignitas. 2. The consul marched on Rome, easily routing Lepidus. He was welcomed by the populace and by the Senate with a sincere fervor such as can have attended none of his more recent predecessors when they had liberated Rome from the domination of a faction. But L. Antonius did not hold the city for long. He advanced northward in the hope of effecting a junction with the generals of his brother who held all the Gallic provinces. Octavianus, with Agrippa in his company, had retired to southern Etruria. His situation was precarious. He had already recalled his marshal Salvianus, who was marching to Spain with 6 legions to take charge of that region. Even if Salvianus returned in time and the combined armies succeeded in dealing with L. Antonius, that was the least of his difficulties. He might easily be overwhelmed by the Antonian generals, strong in prestige and massive legions. But the Antonians were separated by distance and divided in council. In Gallia Cisalpina stood Pollio with an army of 7 legions. The decision to abolish this province and unite the territory to Italy had not yet, it appears, been carried out, perhaps owing to the recalcitrance of Pollio, who had adopted an ambiguous and threatening attitude earlier in the year. For a time he refused to let Salvianus pass through the Cisalpina on his way to Spain, and now he might bar the return of Octavianus's best marshal and last hope. The Triumvir's own province, all Gaul beyond the Alps, was held for him by Calenus and Ventidius with a huge force of legions. They, too, had opposed Salvianus. 2. But that was not all. The Republican fleets dominated the seas, Ahenobarbus in the Adriatic, Mercus now with Sex. Pompeius seems to have let slip his opportunity, not the only time. A concerted effort of the Antonian and Republican forces in Italy and on the seas adjacent would have destroyed Octavianus. But there was neither unity of command nor unity of purpose among his motley adversaries. Antonius' generals in Italy and the western provinces, lacking instructions, doubted the veracity of his brother and his wife. Salvianus made his way back from Spain through the Cisalpina. Pollio and Ventidius followed, slow but menacing, in his rear. The war had already broken out in Italy. 3. Etruria, Umbria and the Sabine country witnessed a confusion of marches and counter-marches, of skirmishes and sieges. C. Furnius sought to defend Sentinum for Antonius. Salvianus captured the town and destroyed it utterly. 4. Nursia, remote in the Sabine land, held out for freedom under Tizianus Gallus, but was forced to a capitulation. 5. These were episodes. L. Antonius was the central theme. He sought to break away to the north. Agrippa and Salvianus outmaneuvered him. Along with the defeated generals Furnius, Tizianus and a number of Antonian or Republican partisans, the consul threw himself into the strong city of Perusia and prepared to stand a brief siege, expecting prompt relief from Pollio and Ventidius. He was quickly undeceived. Octavianus at once invested Perusia with an elaborate ring of fortifications. Then, marching northeastwards with Agrippa, he confronted Pollio and Ventidius, who, undecided and at variance, refused battle and retired through the Apennines. 6. Nor did help come from the south in time or in adequate strength. Plancus, another of Antonius' men, occupied with establishing veterans near Beneventum, enlisted troops at the bidding of Fulvia. 7. While the Republican T. Claudius Nero raised the standard of revolution in Campania. 8. Plancus marched northwards and took up a waiting position, as befitted his character, at Spolitium. Still no sign came from the east. In Perusia the consul professed that he was fighting in the cause of his brother, and his soldiers inscribed the name of Marcus Antonius as their imperator upon their sling bullets. Those of the besiegers bore appeals to Divus Julius or uncomplimentary addresses to Fulvia and to the bald head of L. Antonius. 2. No less outspoken was the propaganda of the principals. Octavianus, in verses of Roman frankness, derided the absent Antonius not omitting a Cappadocian mistress and insulted his wife Fulvia. 3. Further, he composed poems of traditional obscenity about Pollio, who evaded the challenge with a pointed sneer at the man of the prescriptions. 4. As the siege continued and hunger pressed upon the defenders, Ventidius and Pollio resolved to attempt a junction with Plancus and relieve Perusia. Marching across the Apennines, they were arrested by Agrippa and Salvianus at Fulginii, less than 20 miles from Perusia. Their fire signals could be seen by the besieged. Ventidius and Pollio were ready to fight. The caution of Plancus was too strong for them. 5. There was no mutual confidence in the counsels of the Antonian generals. The soldierly Ventidius knew that Plancus had called him a muleteer and a brigand, and Pollio hated Plancus. But there was a more potent factor than the doubts and dissensions of the generals. Their soldiers had an acute perception of their own interests as well as a strong distaste for war. It would be plain folly to fight for L. Antonius and the propertied classes of Italy. Pollio, Plancus and Ventidius separated and retired, leaving Perusia to its fate. After a final and fruitless sortie, L. Antonius made a capitulation late in February. Octavianus received with honor the brother of his colleague and sent him away to be his governor in Spain, where he shortly died. 6. The city of Perusia was destined for pillage. The soldiery were thwarted by the suicide of a prominent citizen, whose ostentatious pyre started a general conflagration. 7. Such was the end of Perusia, an ancient and opulent city of the Etruscans. The captives were a problem. Many senators and Roman knights of distinction had espoused the cause of liberty and the protection of their own estates. It may be supposed that the escape of the greater number was not actively impeded. The remainder were put to death, among them T. Canatius, the tribune who had presented Caesar's heir before the people when he marched upon Rome for the first time. 1. Death was also the penalty exacted of the town council of Perusia, with the exception, it is said, of one man, an astute person who in Rome had secured for himself a seat upon the jury that condemned to death the assassins of Caesar. 2. These judicial murders were magnified by defamation and credulity into a hecatomb of 300 Roman senators and knights slaughtered in solemn and religious ceremony on the Ides of March before an altar dedicated to Divus Julius. 3. Where Caesar's heir now stood, Italy learned in horror at Perusia and in shame at Nursia. On the monument erected in memory of the war the men of Nursia set an inscription which proclaimed that the dead had fallen fighting for freedom. Octavianus imposed a crushing fine. 4. The generals of Antonius dispersed. Along with Fulvia, Plancus fled to Greece, deserting his army. Ventidius and Pollio turned back and made for the coast of the Adriatic. Ventidius's march and movements are obscure. Pollio retired northeastwards and held Venetia for a time against the generals of Octavianus. Then all is a blank, save that he negotiated with the Republican Admiral Ahenobarbus, whose fleet controlled the Adriatic, and won his support for Antonius. 5. The partnership in arms of the young Caesar, his coeval Agrippa and Salvianus Rufus their senior had triumphed over all hazards. Confronted by their vigor and resolution, the most eminent and the most experienced of the partisans of Antonius had collapsed, 2 consuls, the soldier Ventidius and the diplomatic Plancus, and 1 consul, for the illustrious year of Pollio had begun. Yet Octavianus was in no way at the end of his difficulties. He was master of Italy, a land of famine, desolation and despair. But Italy was encompassed about with enemies. Antonius was approaching with an armament from the east. Antonius Mancalenus still held all Gaul beyond the Alps. On the coasts Ahenobarbus threatened Italy from the east, Pompeius from the south and west. If this were not enough, all his provinces were assailed at once. Pompeius drove out M. Lurius and captured Sardinia. 1 in Hispania ulterior Octavianus's general Carinus was faced by the invasion of a Moorish prince whom Antonius and Fulvia had incited. 2 in Africa the ex-centurion Fuficius Fango, fighting with valor and resource in a confused war against T. Sextius, the former governor, who had remained in the province, was at last overcome and killed. 3. Caesar's heir would soon be trapped, and crushed at last. That way all odds pointed and most men's hopes. In his emergency Octavianus sought aid where he could, an accommodation with the master of the sea. He sent Maecenas on a diplomatic mission to Sicily and gave pledge of his sentiments by taking to wife Scribonia, for who was the sister of that Libo whose daughter Sex. Pompeius had married, but Pompeius, as was soon evident, was already in negotiation with Antonius. Once again the young Caesar was saved by the fortune that clung to his name. In Gaul Calenus opportunely died. His son, lacking experience or confidence, was induced to surrender all Gaul and 11 legions. 5. Octavianus left Italy to take over this welcome accession. He placed Salvianus in charge of Gaul, confident in the loyalty of his friend. When Octavianus returned towards the end of the summer, it was to find that Antonius had come up from the east and was laying siege to Brundisium, with Ahenobarbus and Pompeius as open and active allies. The affair of Perusia had been sadly mismanaged. This time the enemies of Octavianus had a leader. The final armed reckoning for the heritage of Caesar seemed inevitable, for Rome the choice between 2 masters. Which of them had the sympathy of Italy could scarcely be doubted, and, despite the loss of the Gallic legions, the odds of war were on the side of the great Antonius. 16. The predominance of Antonius. The victor of Philippi proceeded eastwards in splendor to re-establish the rule of Rome and extort for the armies yet more money from the wealthy cities of Asia, the prey of both sides in Rome's intestine wars. He exacted 9 years' tribute, to be paid in 2. Antonius distributed fines and privileges over the east, rewarded friends and punished enemies, set up petty kings or deposed them. 1. So did he spend the winter after Philippi. Then his peregrinations brought him to the city of Tarsus, in Cilicia. Through his envoy, the versatile Cudelius, he summoned an important vassal, the Queen of Egypt, to render account of her policy. 2. Cleopatra was alert and seductive. 3. Antonius, fresh from the Cappadocian charm of Glaphyra, succumbed with goodwill but did not surrender. The queen, who was able to demonstrate her loyalty to the Caesarian party, received confirmation in her possessions and departed. Antonius, making necessary arrangements in Syria and Palestine, passed leisurely onwards to Egypt. After a short and merry winter at Alexandria, he left Egypt in the early spring of 40 BC. That he had contracted ties that bound him to Cleopatra more closely than to Glaphyra, there neither is, nor was, any sign at all. Nor did he see the Queen of Egypt again until nearly 4 years had elapsed. On the havoc of intestine strife a foreign enemy had supervened. The Parthians, with Roman renegades in their company, poured into Syria and reduced the governor, Decidius Saxa, to sore straits. Antonius arrived at Tyre. Of trouble in Italy, the most disquieting rumors were already current. He soon learned that a new and alarming civil war had broken out between his own adherents and the Caesarian leader. 5. The paradox that Antonius went from Syria to Egypt and lurked in Egypt, while in Italy his wife and his brother not merely championed his cause and won republican support, but even raised civil war with a fair prospect of destroying the rival Caesarian leader, might well seem to cry out for an explanation. It was easy and to hand. Antonius was besotted by drink, the luxury of Alexandria and the proverbial charms of an alien queen, one or else his complicity in the designs of his brother was complete but unavowed. The alternative but not incongruous accusations of vice and duplicity perhaps do less than justice to the loyal and open character of Antonius, his position as the colleague of Octavianus and the slowness of communication by sea in the dead of winter. Of the earlier stages of the dissensions in Italy, Antonius was well apprised. He could not intervene. The confiscations and the allotment of lands to the veterans of Philippi were Octavianus's share in a policy for which they were jointly responsible. The victor of Philippi could not forswear his promises and his soldiers. His own share was the gathering of funds in the east, in which perhaps he had not been very successful. 2. He felt that he was well out of the tangle of subsequent events in Italy, the war in Etruria and the investment of Perusia. It may be that he had no cognizance when he arrived at Tyre in February of the year 40, but learned only after his departure, when sailing to Cyprus and to Athens. 3. The war of Perusia was confused and mysterious, even to contemporaries. 4. All parties had plenty to excuse or disguise after the event, and Antonius, if adequately informed, may still have preferred to wait upon events. 5. At last he moved. The Parthian menace was upon him, but the Parthians could wait. Antonius gathered forces and sailed for Greece. At Athens he met Fulvia and Plancus. He heard the reproaches of the one and the excuses of the other. He learned the full measure of the disaster. Whether for revenge or for diplomacy, he must be strongly armed. He prepared a fleet and looked about for allies. From Sex, Pompeius came envoys, with offer of alliance. 6. Failing a general compact and peace that would include Pompeius, Antonius agreed to armed cooperation. When he set sail in advance with a few ships from a port in Epirus, the fleet of Ahenobarbus, superior in strength, was descried bearing down upon them. Antonius drove on. Plancus was afraid. Ahenobarbus struck his flag and joined Antonius. 1. He had already been secured by Pollio. 2. Brundisium, the gate of Italy, refused to admit Antonius. He laid siege to the city. Then Sex. Pompeius showed his hand. He had already expelled from Sardinia Lurius the partisan of Octavianus, and he now made descents upon the coasts of southern Italy. A complete revolution of alliances transformed the visage, but not the substance, of Roman politics. Octavianus the adventurer, after achieving recognition with republican help against the domination of Antonius, deserted and proscribed his associates before a year had passed. Again, at Perusia, he stamped out the liberties of Rome and Italy in blood and desolation, and stood forth as the revolutionary leader, unveiled and implacable. Antonius, however, a former public enemy, was now invading Italy with what remained of the republican armed forces. His admiral was Ahenobarbus, Cato's nephew, under sentence of death for alleged complicity in the murder of Caesar. His open ally was Pompeius, in whose company stood a host of noble Romans and respectable knights, the survivors of the proscriptions, of Philippi, of Perusia. With this moral support, Antonius confronted his Caesarian rival. For war, his prospects were better than he could have hoped, and he at once demonstrated his old generalship by the sudden and complete rout of a body of hostile cavalry. 3. His brother had tried to defend the landed class in Italy from the soldiery, and Antonius himself had been inactive during the War of Perusia. His errors had enabled Octavianus to assert himself as the true Caesarian by standing for the interests of the legions. But his errors were not fatal. Octavianus had great difficulty in inducing the veterans from the colonies to rally and march against Antonius. Some turned back. 4. Octavianus might command a mass of legions. They were famished and unreliable, and he had no ships at all. Not merely did Antonius hold the sea and starve Italy. Salvianus with the armies of all Gaul was in negotiation and ready to desert. If anybody, Salvianus should have known how the odds lay. Once again, however, the Caesarian legions bent the Caesarian leaders to their will and saved the lives of Roman citizens. They refused to fight. On each side, deputations of soldiers made their wishes known. 1. Tentative negotiations followed. As a sign of goodwill, Antonius sent away Ahenobarbus, a compromising adherent, to be governor of Bithynia, and he instructed Pompeius to call off his fleets. Serious conferences began. They were conducted for Antonius by Pollio, the most honest of men, for Octavianus by the diplomatic Maecenas. L. Cocceius Nerva was present, a friend of Antonius but acceptable to the other party. 2. Under their auspices a full settlement was reached. 3. The triumvirate was re-established. Italy was to be common ground, available for recruiting to both leaders, while Antonius held all the provinces beyond the sea, from Macedonia eastwards, Octavianus the west, from Spain to Illyricum. The lower course of the river Drin in the north of Albania, the boundary between the provinces of Illyricum and Macedonia, formed their frontier by land. To the inferior Lepidus the dynasts resigned possession of Africa, which for 3 years had been the theatre of confused fighting between generals of dubious party allegiance. The compact was sealed by a matrimonial alliance. Fulvia, the wife of Antonius, had recently died in Greece. Antonius took in wedlock the sister of his partner, the fair and virtuous Octavia, left a widow with an infant son by the opportune death of her husband, C. Marcellus, in this year. Such was the Pact of Brundisium, the new Caesarian alliance formed in September of the year which bore as its title the Consulate of Pollio and Calvinus. 4. It might not have happened. The armed confrontation of the angry dynasts at Brundisium portended a renewal of warfare, proscriptions and the desolation of Italy, with a victor certain to be worse than his defeated adversary and destined to follow him before long to destruction, while Rome and the Roman people perished, while a world empire as great as that of Alexander, torn asunder by the generals struggling for the inheritance, broke up into separate kingdoms and rival dynasties. Was there no end to the strife of citizen against citizen? No enemy in Italy, Martian or Etruscan, no foreign foe had been able to destroy Rome. Her own strength and her own sons laid her low. 1. The war of class against class, the dominance of riot and violence, the dissolution of all obligations human and divine, accumulation of horrors engendered feelings of guilt and despair. Men yearned for escape, anywhere, perhaps to some fortunate isles beyond the western margin of the world, without labor and war, but innocent and peaceful. The darker the clouds, the more certain was the dawn of redemption. On several theories of cosmic economy it was firmly believed that one world epoch was passing, another was coming into being. The law of the Etruscans, the calculations of astrologers and the speculations of Pythagorean philosophers might conspire with some plausibility and discover in the comet that appeared after Caesar's assassination, the Filium Sidus, the sign and herald of a new age. 2. Vague aspirations and magical science were quickly adopted for purposes of propaganda by the rulers of the world. Already coins of the year 43 BC bear symbols of power, fertility and the golden age. 3. It was in this atmosphere of messianic hopes, made real by the coming of peace and glorious with relief and rejoicing, that the poet Virgil composed the most famous and the most enigmatic of his pastoral poems. The fourth eclogue hails the approach of a new era, not merely to begin with the consulate of his patron Pollio but very precisely to be inaugurated by Pollio, T. Ducci. The golden age is to be fulfilled, or at least inaugurated, by a child soon to be born. The child appears to be something more than a personification of an era in its infancy. Its parents likewise are neither celestial nor apocalyptic, but a Roman father with virtus to bequeath to his son, and a Roman matron. 1. The identification of the child of destiny is a task that has exercised the ingenuity, and revealed the credulity or ignorance, of scholars and visionaries for 2,000 years. It has been aggravated by a hazard to which prophetic literature by its very nature is peculiarly liable, that of subsequent manipulation when exact fulfillment has been frustrated or postponed. 2. A string of messianic candidates with spurious credentials or none at all may summarily be dismissed. A definite claim was early made. Pollio's son Gallus, born perhaps in 41 BC, informed the learned Asconius that, as a matter of fact, none other than he, Gallus, was the wonder child. 3. No evidence that Asconius believed him. The Virgilian commentators in late antiquity with confidence install a younger son of Pollio, Saturninus, who duly smiled at birth and conveniently perished almost at once. 4. Yet the very existence, not merely the relevance, of Saturninus may be called into doubt. 5. Further, there is no reason to imagine that Pollio expected a son of his to rule the world, no indication in the poem that the consul there invoked was shortly to become a father. The sister of Octavianus had a son, Marcellus, by her consular husband, but Marcellus was born 2 years earlier. 6. In 40 BC, Octavianus himself, it is true, had contracted a marriage with Scribonia. Julia, his only daughter, was born in the following year. But there was a more important pact than the despairing and impermanent alliance with Pompeius, a more glorious marriage than the reluctant nuptials with the morose sister of Pompeius's father-in-law. Brundisium united the Caesarian leaders in concord and established peace for the world. It is a fair surmise that the fourth eclogue was composed to announce the peace, to anticipate the natural and desired consequences of the wedding of Antonius and Octavia. 7. Pollio the consul was Antonius' man, and Pollio had had a large share in negotiating the treaty. He is an agent here, not merely a date. Antonius' son, heir to the leadership of the Caesarian party, should in truth have ruled over a world that had been pacified by the valor of his father. Pacitumque reget patris virtutibus orbem. 1. The expected child turned out to be a girl, the elder Antonia, born in 39 BC, the compact of the dynasts a mere respite in the struggle. That was not to be known. At the end of 40 BC the domination of the Caesarian faction, founded upon the common interests of leaders and soldiers and cemented by the most binding and personal of pledges, offered a secure hope of concord at last. The reconciled leaders, escorted by some of their prominent adherents, made their way to Rome. Of Antonius' men, the Republican Ahenobarbus had been dispatched to Bithynia to facilitate the Caesarian compact. 2. Plancus soon followed as governor of the province of Asia. 3. And immediately upon the conclusion of the pact Antonius sent his best general Ventidius to disperse the Parthians. 4. Pollio may have departed to Macedonia about the same time. If he came to Rome to assume the insignia of his consulate, it was not to wear them for long, for a new pair of consuls was installed before the end of the year, Balbus the millionaire from Gades, emerging again into open history after an absence of 4 years, and the Antonian P. Canidius Crassus. 5. Their services were diverse and impressive, but barely known to historical record. Octavianus now learned of the danger that had menaced him. In a moment of confidence in their new alliance, Antonius revealed the treachery of Salvianus, who was arraigned for high treason before the Senate and condemned to death. 6. This was the end of Q. Salvianus Rufus, the peer of Agrippa and Ventidius, and most remarkable, perhaps, of all the marshals of the revolution. Like Balbus, he had held as yet no senatorial office. The wars had hardly left time for that. But Octavianus had designated him as consul for the following year. The next two eponymous consuls, C. Calvisius Sabinus and L. Marcius Censorinus, were a visible reminder of Caesarian loyalty. Alone of the senators they had sought to defend Caesar the dictator when he was assailed by the liberators. 1. In the eyes of contemporaries, Antonius stood forth as the senior partner, overshadowing the young Caesar in prestige and in popularity. Of Lepidus none took account. He had family influence and did not resign ambition, but lacked a party and devoted legions. His style of politics was passing out of date. Antonius, however, was still the victor of Philippi. Military repute secured him the larger share of credit for making peace when the fortune of war had been manifestly on his side. The complacency of the dynasts and the nuptials of Antonius were soon clouded by disturbances in the city of Rome. The life of Octavianus was endangered. Unpopular taxes, high prices and the shortage of food provoked serious riots. Pompeius expelled Helenus the freedman from Sardinia, which he was trying to recapture for Octavianus, and resumed his blockade of the coasts of Italy. The plebs clamored for bread and peace. Following the impeccable precedent set by the soldiers, they constrained the Caesarian leaders to open negotiations with Pompeius. There was no choice, their rule rested on the people and the army. After interchange of notes and emissaries, the triumvirs and Pompeius met near Puteoli in the summer of the year 39. They argued, bargained, and banqueted on the admiral's ship, moored by the land. A rope cut, and Pompeius would have the masters of the world in his power, a topic fertile in anecdote. The peace of Puteoli enlarged the triumvirate to include a fourth partner. Pompeius, possessing the islands, was to receive Peloponnesus as well. To recognition was added compensation in money and future consulates for himself and for Libo. The proscribed and the fugitives were to return. To Antonius, now urgently needed in the east, the new compact appeared to bring an ally in the west of much more value than Lepidus to check the power of his ambitious rival for the leadership of the Caesarian party. The young Caesar, strong in the support of the plebs and the veterans, would have to be watched. As far as concerned the senatorial and equestrian orders, the primacy of Antonius seemed firm enough. Governing his provinces were the most prominent and most able members of that party, the consules Pollio, Plancus and Ventidius. Not to mention Ahenobarbus, himself the leader of a party. The majority of the Republicans were now on the side of Antonius. After Philippi, Valerius Messala, Bibulus and others transferred their allegiance to Antonius, who, though a Caesarian, was one of themselves, a soldier and a man of honor. Peace with Pompeius brought him further allies. 1. The aristocrats would have disdained to associate with the young adventurer who had made his way by treachery and who, by the virtue of the name of Caesar, won the support of the plebs in Rome and the armed proletariat of Italy, and represented Caesarism and the revolution in all that was most brutal and odious. Their reasoned aversion was shared by the middle class and the men of property throughout Italy. Having the best men of both parties in sympathy or alliance, Antonius began with a formidable advantage. It waned with the years and absence in the East. Octavianus was able to win over more and more of the leading senators, Caesarian, Republican or neutral. 2. For the present, however, no indication of such a change. Octavianus went to Gaul for a brief visit, Lepidus to Africa. Antonius departed for the eastern provinces with his young and beautiful bride and spent the winter of 39 in her company, enjoying the unwonted pleasures of domesticity and the mild recreations of a university town. Athens was Antonius' headquarters for 2 winters and the greater part of 2 years 39 to 37. Save for 2 journeys to the coast of Italy to meet his triumviral colleague and 1 to the bank of the Euphrates, he superintended from Athens the reorganization of the East. The northern frontiers of Macedonia, ever exposed to the raids of tribes from Albania and southern Serbia, had been neglected during the civil wars and demanded attention. After Philippi, Antonius left L. Marcius Censorinus as proconsul of Macedonia, 3 and on the first day of the year 39 Censorinus inaugurated his consulship with a triumph. 4. Later in the year the next proconsul, Pollio, celebrated the suppression of the Partheni, a native people dwelling in the hinterland of Dyrrhachium. 1. The Dardani will also have felt the force of the Roman arms. Antonius kept a large garrison in the Balkans, perhaps 7 legions. 2. The western frontier of his dominions was the sea. He maintained a large fleet here, protecting the coast from Albania down to Peloponnesus. One of its stations was the island of Zakynthus, held by his admiral C. Sosius. 3. But the Balkan Peninsula was in no way the chief preoccupation of Antonius. Eastwards the empire was in chaos. The war of Perusia encouraged the Parthians to invade Syria and prevented Antonius from intervening. Led by Pacorus, the king's son, and by the renegade Roman, Q. Labianus, who styled himself Tarthicus Imperator, 4 the horsemen swept over Syria, killing Decidius Saxa the governor. Then they overran southern Asia as far as the coast of Caria in the west, in the south all the lands from Syria down to Jerusalem. Most of the client kings were disloyal or incompetent. Plancus the proconsul fled for refuge to an Aegean island. 5 and the defense of Asia was left to Roman partisans in the Greek cities or to opportunist brigands. At Jerusalem Pacorus set up a king, Antigonus, of a cadet branch of the royal house. The damage and the disgrace were immense. But the domination of the nomads was transient. Brundisium freed the energies of Rome. Antonius at once dispatched Ventidius against the enemy. With Ventidius went as his legate or quaestor the Martian Popedius Silo. 6. Ventidius had served under Caesar, and he moved with Caesarian decision and rapidity. In 3 great battles, at the Cilician Gates, at Mount Amanus 39 BC, and at Gindarus 38 BC, he shattered and dispersed the Parthians. Both Pacorus and Labianus perished. Then, after Gindarus, he marched to Samosata on the Euphrates and laid siege to that place. There was delay, and allegations that Ventidius had taken bribes from the Prince of Commagene. Antonius arrived and received in person the capitulation of Samosata. Ventidius departed, and in November the Python, who had been led a captive by Pompeius Strabo 51 years before, celebrated in Rome his paradoxical triumph. 1. Ventidius is not heard of again save for the ultimate honor of a public funeral. 2. Sosius took his place as governor of Syria, 3 and, accompanied by Herod, proceeded to pacify Judea. After a tenacious siege Jerusalem surrendered July 37 BC. The authority of Rome had been restored. It remained to settle the affairs of the East upon an enduring basis and make war, for revenge, for prestige and for security, against the Parthians. After Samosata, Antonius left legions in the north, and in 37 BC his marshal Canidius pacified Armenia and embarked on campaigns towards the Caucasus. 4. In the disposal of the vassal kingdoms certain arrangements had already been made by Antonius. During the course of the following year they were modified and completed. It will be convenient to mention later in one place the territories and kingdoms according to the ordination of Antonius. 5. The predominance of Antonius was secured and reinforced, but the execution of his policy was already being hampered by the claims and acts of his young colleague, who, as in his revolutionary debut, had everything to gain by stirring up trouble. Octavianus soon found it advisable or necessary to make war upon sex. Pompeius. He invited Antonius to come to Italy for a conference in the spring of the year 38. Antonius arrived at Brundisium, but not finding his colleague there, and being refused admittance to the town, he departed at once, alleging pressure of Parthian affairs. By letter he warned Octavianus not to break the peace with Pompeius. Octavianus, persisting, incurred ruinous disaster 38 BC. And had to beg the help of Antonius, sending Maecenas on a mission to Greece. Antonius, who wished to have his hands free of Western entanglements and needed Italian legionaries for his own campaigns, agreed to meet his colleague. The winter passed, and in the spring of 37 Antonius sailed with a large fleet from Athens to Italy. Once again he found that Brundisium would not admit him. Not that he had either the desire or the pretext for war, but he was in an angry mood. Once again, for the benefit of an ambiguous partner, he had to defer the complete pacification of the East. Caesar's heir journeyed to the encounter, taking a varied company that included Maecenas and L. Cocceius Nerva, still perhaps a neutral, the negotiator of Brundisium, also the Antonian C. Fonteius Capito and a troupe of rising poets. 1. Pollio was not present. If invited, he refused, from disgust of politics. Resentful and suspicious, the dynasts met at Tarentum. Both the patience of Antonius and the diplomacy of Maecenas were exhausted. At last the mediation of Octavia was invoked to secure an accommodation between her brother and her husband, or so at least it was alleged, in order to represent Antonius in an aggressive mood and in an invidious light. 2. The powers of the triumvirs as conferred by the Lex Tiscia had already run out with the close of the previous year. Nobody had bothered about that. The triumvirate was now prolonged for another 5 years until the end of 33 BC3. By then, it was presumed, the state would have been set in order and the organs of government repaired, or the position of the Caesarian leaders so far consolidated that they could dispense with the dictatorial and invidious powers of the triumvirate. The consuls for 32, designated long in advance, were adherents of Antonius, C.N. Domitius Ahenobarbus and C. Sosius. But 5 years is a long period in a revolutionary epoch. Octavianus felt that time was on his side. For the present, his colleague was constrained to support the war against Pompeius. From his fleet Antonius resigned 120 ships against the promise of 20,000 legionary soldiers. He never received them. Antonius departed. Before long the conviction grew upon him that he had been thwarted and deceived. He may have hoped that his military genius as well as his ships would be enlisted to deal with Pompeius. But Octavianus would have none of that. Further, from duty to his ally and to the Caesarian party, Antonius had lost the better part of 2 years, sacrificing ambition, interest and power. Of an appeal to arms, no thought in his mind. The chance to suppress Caesar's heir had been offered repeatedly 3 years before, by Fortune, by Fulvia and by Salvianus. Antonius had rejected those offers. As yet, however, neither his predominance nor his prestige were gravely menaced and there was work to be done in the East. Antonius departed for Syria. From Corcyra in the late summer of the year he sent Octavia back to Italy. He may already have tired of Octavia. Anything that reminded him of her brother must have been highly distasteful. His future and his fate lay in the East, with another woman. But that was not yet apparent, least of all to Antonius. 17. The rise of OCTAVIANUS. At Brundisium Caesar's heir had again been saved from ruin by the name, the fortune and the veterans of Caesar, the diplomacy of his friends and his own cool resolution. Not to mention chance and the incompetence of his enemies, the accidental death of Fufius Calenus and the fatal error of Salvianus. The compact with Antonius gave standing, security and the possession of the western provinces. He at once dispatched to Gaul and Spain the ablest among his partisans, the trusty and plebeian Agrippa, now of praetorian standing, and the aristocrat Domitius Calvinus, fresh from his second consulate, with long experience of warfare and little success as a general. The Pact of Puteoli brought Italy a respite at last from raids and famine, and to Octavianus an accidental but delayed advantage. Prominent republicans now returned to Rome, nobles of ancient family or municipal aristocrats. Here were allies to be courted, men of some consequence now or later. 1. There were others, yet there was no rapid or unanimous adhesion to the new master of Rome. While some reverted again to Pompeius, many took service under Antonius and remained with him until they recognized, to their own salvation, the better cause, meliora e utiliora. 2. Many senators and knights, being peaceful members of the propertied classes, wearied by exile and discomfort, left the company of Pompeius without reluctance, and few republicans could preserve, if they had ever acquired, sufficient faith in the principles of any of the Pompei, into whose fatal alliance they had been driven or duped. Ahenobarbus kept away from sex. Pompeius, who gave guarantee neither of victory nor even of personal security, he had recently put to death on the charge of conspiracy a republican admiral, Stius Mercus. 3. Defeated at Pharsalus but not destroyed, the family and faction of the Pompei had incurred heavy losses through desperate valor at Thapsus and Munda, and princes or local dynasts in foreign lands had lapsed by now to the Caesarian party. Sextius' brother was dead, as were those faithful Pisans, Afranius and Labianus. Yet Pompeius still retained in his following persons of distinction, relatives, friends or adherents of his family. 1. Scaurus his step-brother was with him, and Libo his wife's father. 2. Likewise an odd republican or two and certain of the assassins, for whom there could be no pardon from Caesar's heir, no return to Rome. But the young Pompeius was despotic and dynastic in his management of affairs, like his father trusting much to alien or domestic adherents. Whether from choice or from necessity, he came to rely more and more upon the services of his Greek freedmen. In the subsequent campaigns in Sicily only 2 Romans held high command on his side, Titianus Gallus, the refugee from Sabine and republican Nursia, and a certain L. Plinius Rufus. 3. To the defeated of Philippi and Perusia it had seemed for a time that the young Pompeius might be a champion of the republican cause. But it was only a name that the son had inherited, and the fame of Pompeius Magnus belonged to an earlier age. Pietas was not enough. Greek freedmen were his counselors, his agents and his admirals, while freed slaves manned his ships and filled his motley legions. Pompeius might sweep the seas, glorying in the favor and name of Neptune, for the Roman plebs might riot in his honor, it was only from hatred of Caesar's heir. In reality an adventurer, Pompeius could easily be represented as a pirate. 5. Peace was not kept for long upon the Italian seas. Before the year was out, mutual accusations of bad faith were confirmed or justified by overt breaches of the agreement. Marriage and divorce were the public tokens of political pacts or feuds. Octavianus abruptly divorced Scribonia, his senior by many years and a tiresome character. 1. He then contracted with unseemly haste an alliance that satisfied head, heart and senses, and endured unimpaired to the day of his death. For once in his life he surrendered to emotion, it was with political advantage. He fell in love with Livia Drusilla, a young matron generously endowed with beauty, sagacity and influential connections. Herself in the direct line of the Claudii, her father, slain at Philippi, was a Claudius adopted in infancy by the tribune Livius Drusus. 2. She married a kinsman, T. Claudius Nero, who had fought for Caesar against Pompeius, for Antonius and the Republic in the War of Perusia. With her husband and the child Tiberius, Livia fled from the armed bands of Octavianus to take refuge with sex. Pompeius. 3. Livia was about to give birth to another son, no obstacle, however, in high politics. The College of Pontifices when consulted gave a politic response, and the husband showed himself complacent. The marriage was celebrated at once, to the enrichment of public scandal. January 1738 BC. 4. The grandson of a small-town banker had joined the Julii by adoption and insinuated himself into the clan of the Claudii by a marriage. His party now began to attract ambitious aristocrats, among the earliest of whom may fairly be reckoned a Claudian of the other branch, Ap. Claudius Pulcher, one of the consuls of the year. 5. One of the suffect consuls was L. Marcius Philippus, who had probably followed the discreet and ambiguous policy recommended by the examples of a father and a grandfather, not hastening to declare himself too openly for his stepbrother Octavianus. His father, through diplomacy, hoped to get him an early consulate. 6. His ambition was now satisfied, his allegiance beyond question. Whether the discarded Scribonia took another husband has not been recorded. 7. Octavianus now had a war on his hands, earlier perhaps than he had planned. His best men, Agrippa and Calvinus, were absent. Lepidus in Africa was silent or ambiguous. Ambition had made him a Caesarian, but he numbered friends and kinsmen among the Republicans. Lacking authority with the armies and a provincial clientele like that of Pompeius or the Caesarian leaders, he might still exert the traditional policy of family alliances, though the day was long past when that alone brought power at Rome. His brother-in-law the consular P. Servilius carried little weight, if still alive. 1. Lepidus, married to a half-sister of Brutus, was connected with certain eminent Republicans now in the alliance of Antonius, above all Ahenobarbus, 2, and his own son was betrothed to a daughter of Antonius. Again, Republicans in the company of sex. Pompeius might be able to influence Antonius or Lepidus, they had done so before. For Octavianus there subsisted the danger of a revived Republican coalition under Antonius. Lepidus and Pompeius banded to check or to subvert him. Hence the need to destroy Pompeius without delay. For the moment Antonius was loyal to the Caesarian alliance, but Antonius, who came to Brundisium but departed again without a conference, gave him no help. Antonius disapproved, and sex. Pompeius for his part believed that Antonius would not support his colleague. The young man went on with his war, encouraged by an initial advantage. One of the most trusted of the freedmen of Pompeius had surrendered the island of Sardinia, a war fleet and an army of 3 legions. Octavianus, or his admirals L. Cornificius and C. Calvisius Sabinus, devised a plan for invading Sicily. The result was disastrous. Pompeius attacked Octavianus as his ships, coming from Tarentum, were passing through the Straits of Messana to join his other fleet from the Bay of Naples. Pompeius won an easy victory. In the night a tempest arose and shattered the remnant of the Caesarian fleet. Pompeius rendered thanks to his protecting deity. In Rome the mob rioted against Octavianus and the war. Caesar's heir was damaged and discredited. The military glory of Antonius was revived in the triumph which his partisan Ventidius now celebrated over the Parthians. Agrippa, returning from Gaul with useful achievements to his credit and the consulate for the next year as his reward, did not choose to hold the triumph that would have thrown the disasters of Octavianus into high and startling relief. 1. The young Caesar was now in sore need both of the generalship of Agrippa and the diplomacy of Maecenas. Lacking either of them he might have been lost. Antonius was induced to come to Tarentum in the spring of the following year 37. The uneasy alliance was then perpetuated. Antonius lent fleets and admirals, L. Calpurnius Bibulus, M. Oppius Capito, and L. Sempronius Atratinus, 2, and Lepidus was conciliated or cajoled, perhaps through Antonius. Octavianus now had the ships. He needed crews and a harbour. 20,000 freed slaves were pressed into service, and Agrippa proceeded to construct a great harbour at the Lucrine Lake beside Puteoli in the Bay of Naples. The year 37 passed in thorough preparations. There was to be no mistake this time. Agrippa devised a grandiose plan for attacking Sicily from 3 directions in the summer of 36. Octavianus was to sail from Puteoli, Statilius Taurus from Tarentum, while Lepidus invaded Sicily from the south with the army of Africa, 14 legions strong. Operations began on July 1. The fighting was varied and confused. Agrippa won a victory at Mylae, but Octavianus himself was defeated in a great battle in the Straits, escaping with difficulty and in despair to the mainland. 3. Cornificius rescued the remnants of the fleet. Hope soon revived. His generals, and Lepidus as well, had secured a firm footing in the island. They soon overran the greater part. Pompeius was forced to risk all on the chance of another sea fight. Superior numbers and the tactics of Agrippa decided the Battle of Naulochus, September 3. Pompeius made his escape and, trusting to the fame of his father in the eastern lands, raised a private army of 3 legions in Asia, with which force he contended for a time against the generals of Antonius. Gradually and relentlessly they hunted him down, Furnius, Titius and the Galatian prince Amyntas. Pompeius refused an accommodation, then his friends and associates, even his father-in-law Libo, deserted the brigands' cause and made peace with Antonius, some entering his service. 1. At last Titius captured Pompeius and put him to death, either on his own initiative or at the instigation of his uncle Plancus, the governor of Syria. 2. The Roman people never forgave the brutal and thankless Titius, whose life had been saved by Pompeius several years earlier. 3. The young Caesar had conquered the island of Sicily. Chance delivered into his hands a richer prey. A strange delusion now urged Lepidus to assert himself. Plinius Rufus, a lieutenant of Pompeius, pent up with 8 legions in Messana, offered to surrender. Lepidus, overriding Agrippa, who was present, accepted the capitulation in his own person. Octavianus objected. Lepidus, with 22 legions at his back, ordered Octavianus to depart from Sicily. But Octavianus had not acquired and practiced the arts of the military demagogue for nothing. He entered the camp of Lepidus, with the name of Caesar as his sole protection. It was enough. 4. The soldiers had no opinion of Lepidus, and this was Caesar's heir, in audacious deed as well as in name. Once again the voice of armed men was heard, clamorous for peace, and once again the plea of averting Roman bloodshed recoiled upon Lepidus. His dignitas forfeit, Lepidus begged publicly for mercy. 5. Stripped of triumviral powers but retaining the title of Pontifex Maximus, Lepidus was banished to Circe, in which mild resort he survived the loss of honor by 24 years. The ruin of Lepidus had no doubt been carefully contrived, with little risk to its author but a fine show of splendid courage. 6. It was easier to deal with generals than with soldiers. In Sicily now stood some 40 legions diverse in history and origin but united by their appetite for bounties and lands. Octavianus was generous but firm. 1. The veterans of Mutina and Philippi he now released from service, allotting lands and founding colonies, more on provincial than Italian soil. That was politic and perhaps necessary. Of the legionaries of Pompeius a great number, being servile in origin, lacked any right or status, they were handed over to their former masters or, failing such, impaled. Certain of the adherents of Pompeius, senatorial or equestrian in rank, were put to death. 2. After which stern measures Octavianus, sending Taurus to occupy Africa, returned to Rome, victorious. When he arrived there awaited him a welcome, sincere as never before. Many no doubt in all classes regretted the son of Pompeius the Great and refused to pardon the man of the prescriptions. During the campaign in Sicily the presence of Maecenas had been urgently required at Rome. 3. And there had been disturbances in Etruria. 4. The cessation of war, the freedom of the seas and the liberation of Rome from famine placated the urban plebs that had rioted so often against the triumvirs. Their iron rule in Italy, while it crushed liberty, had at least maintained a semblance of peace in the 4 years that had elapsed since the Pact of Brundisium. Of government according to the spirit and profession of the Roman constitution there could be no rational hope any more. There was ordered government, and that was enough. Private gratitude had already hailed the young Caesar with the name or epithet of divinity. 5. His statue was now placed in temples by loyal or obedient Italian municipalities. 6. At Rome the homage due to a military leader and guarantor of peace was enhanced by official act and religious sanction. Caesar's heir was granted sacrosanctity such as tribunes of the plebs enjoyed. 7. He had already usurped the practice of putting a military title before his own name, calling himself Imperator Caesar. 8. The Senate and people, for these bodies might suitably be convoked for ceremonial purposes or governmental proclamations, also decreed that a golden statue should be set up in the forum with an inscription to announce that, after prolonged disturbances, order had been restored by land and sea. 1. The formulation, though not extravagant, was perhaps a little premature. But it contained a program. Octavianus remitted debts and taxes, and he gave public expression to the hope that the free state would soon be re-established. 2. It only remained for his triumviral partner to perform his share and subdue the Parthians, when there would be no excuse for delay to restore constitutional government. Few senators can have believed in the sincerity of such professions. That did not matter. Octavianus was already exploring the propaganda and the sentiments that might serve him later against Antonius, winning for personal domination the name and pretext of liberty. The young military leader awoke to a new confidence in himself. Of his victories the more considerable part, it is true, had been the work of his lieutenants. His health was frail, scanty indeed his military skill. But craft and diplomacy, high courage and a sense of destiny had triumphed over incalculable odds. He had loyal and unscrupulous friends like Agrippa and Maecenas, a nucleus of support already from certain families of the ancient aristocracy and a steadily growing party in Rome and throughout the whole of Italy. How desperate had been his plight at the time of the War of Perusia has already been described. He was saved in war and diplomacy by his daring and by the services of 3 friends. Agrippa held the praetorship in that year, but Maecenas and Salvianus were not even senators. Again, at Brundisium his position was critical. Caesar's heir had the army and the plebs, reinforced in devotion, but had attached few senators of note, even when 4 years had elapsed since the foundation of the faction and the first revolutionary venture. Consulars were rare enough on either side. The most prominent of them, Pollio, Ventidius and Plancus, were with Antonius. Octavianus had 2 and 2 only, the military men C. Carrinas and C.N. Domitius Calvinus, Carinus, of a family proscribed by Sulla, but admitted to honors by Caesar, commanded armies for the dictator, and was the first triumviral consul. 3. The noble Calvinus is a solitary and mysterious figure. It was from his house that Caesar set forth on the Ides of March, and Caesar had destined him to be his deputy in the dictatorship, Magister Equitum. 1. After that, no word or hint of this eminent consular until his attempt to bring legions across the Ionian Sea for the campaign of Philippi. Then silence again until he becomes consul for the second time in 40 BC, with no record of his activity, and governor of all Spain for Octavianus the year after. No other nobilis can be found holding military command under Caesar's heir in the 4 years before Brundisium, unless Norbanus, the grandson of the proscribed Marian consul, be accorded this rank. Norbanus was the general who along with Saxa opened the operations against the liberators in Macedonia. Nor are senators' sons at all frequent in the revolutionary faction. The Pejucae were a modest and reputable senatorial family, on terms of friendship with Cicero, Atticus and Balbus. 2. One of them, C. Pejusius, fell at Mutina for the Republic, or for Octavianus. 3. Sex. Pejusius, who had served under Caesar in the civil wars, was one of Octavianus's legates in the Spanish provinces after Perusia. 4 and T. Pejusius, otherwise unknown, became suffect consul in 35 BC. 5. For the rest, his earliest marshals, insofar as definitely attested, were the first members of their families to acquire senatorial rank. The admirable D. Carphalenus, one of the casualties of Mutina, and the ex-centurion C. Fuficius Fango, killed while fighting to hold Africa for Octavianus, were among the dictator's new senators. The younger Balbus was probably in Spain at the same time as Pejusius. 6 and the obscure Admiral M. Lurius, never heard of before and only once again, held a command in Sardinia. 7. To this ill-consorted and undistinguished crew may perhaps be added P. Alphenus Varus Cos. Suff. 39 BC, also a new name. 8. But now, after Brundisium, the soldiers of fortune Salviginus and Fango were dead, the young leader was short of partisans. The compact with Antonius, his presence in Italy, the advantageous alliance and the regular control of patronage improved his prospects. Another 4 years, from the pact of Brundisium to his triumph in the Sicilian War, and the new party has acquired distinction as well as solidity. The process of conciliating the neutrals, of seducing Republicans and Antonians, the two terms were sometimes synonymous, has already advanced a stage, and his following already reveals in clear outline the twin and yet contrasting pillars of subsequent strength, new men of ability and ambition paired with aristocrats of the most ancient families. Many minor partisans served him well, of brief notoriety and quick reward, then lapsing into obscurity again. Some names are known, but are only names, accidentally preserved, such as the Admiral M. Mindius Marcellus from his own town of Velitrae, one to say nothing of aliens and freedmen, of which support Pompeius had no monopoly, but all the odium. 2. C. Proculius, however, now turns up, only a Roman knight, but a person of repute and consequence. 3. Above all, the full narrative of the Sicilian campaigns reveals on the side of Caesar's heir for the first time among his generals or active associates 7 men who had held or were very soon to hold the consulate, all men of distinction or moment, inherited or acquired. 4. C. Calvisius Sabinus Cos. 39 BC, one of Caesar's officers and a senator before the assassination, was a loyal Caesarian, at first a partisan of Antonius. 5. L. Cornificius Cos. 35 was the astute careerist who undertook to prosecute the absent Brutus under the Lex Pedia. 1. Of the family of Q. Laronius Cos. Suff. 33 and indeed of his subsequent history, nothing at all is known. 2. Destined ere long to a place in war and administration second only to Agrippa was T. Statilius Taurus Cos. Suff. 37 he owed his advancement to the patronage of Calvisius, like himself of non-Latin stock. 3. The name of Statilius recalled, and his family may have continued, an ancient line of the aristocracy of Lucania. 4. These were able or unscrupulous military men, the first of new families to attain the consulate. Beside them stand 3 descendants of patrician houses, Ap. Claudius Pulcher Cos. 38 Paulus Aemilius Lepidus Cos. 34 and M. Valerius Messala Corvinus Cos. 31. The gifted and eloquent Messala, Fulgentissimus Juvenus, fought for liberty at Philippi and was proud of it. He then followed Antonius for a time, it is uncertain for how long. 5. The young Lepidus went with Caesar's heir from hatred of his triumviral uncle who had proscribed his father or from a motive of family insurance not uncommon in the civil wars, when piety or protection might triumph over political principle, saving lives and property. 6. The earlier activities of both Lepidus and Ap. Pulcher are obscure, probably tortuous. 7. The principal members of the Caesarian faction won glory and solid recompense. In public and official semblance, the campaigns in Sicily were advertised not as a civil but a foreign war, soon to become a glorious part of Roman history. In the Bellum Siculum no Metali, Scipians or Marcelli had revived their family laurels and the memory of victories over a Punic enemy by sea and land. But Cornificius received or usurped the privilege of an elephant for his conveyance when he returned home from banquets, a token of changed times and offensive parody of Duilius, the author of Rome's earliest naval triumph. 1. For Agrippa, the greatest of the admirals, was devised an excessive honor, a golden crown to be worn on the occasion of triumphs. 2. Other admirals or generals received and retained the appellation of imperator. 3. Cornificius held the consulate at the beginning of 35 BC, the upstart Laronius and the noble Messala had to wait for some years, not many. High priesthoods were conferred as patronage. Before long the martial Calvisius engrossed two of the more decorative of such offices. Taurus followed his unholy example. 4. Most of the colleges had already been crammed full with the partisans of the triumvirs. No matter, Messala was created an augur extraordinary. 5. Octavianus enriched his friends by granting war booty or private subsidy in lavish measure. 6. And the contraction of marriage alliances with birth or wealth was a sign and pledge of political success. Paulus Aemilius Lepidus married a Cornelia, as was fitting, of the stock of the Scipions. 7. For the Norvi Homines splendid matches were now in prospect. By chance, no record is preserved of the partners of Taurus, Calvisius, Cornificius and Laronius. Agrippa had already married an heiress, Caesaria, the daughter of Atticus. 8. Of the associates of Octavianus so far as now revealed to history, Messala, App. Pulcher and Lepidus were not merely noble but of the most ancient nobility, the patrician, which did not in any way hamper them from following a revolutionary leader or taking up an ally not of their own class, from ambition or for survival in a dangerous age. The young revolutionary was becoming attractive and even respectable, or rather, he already gave signs of becoming equal if not superior in power to Antonius. These aristocratic careerists, like the dynastic Livia Drusilla, the greatest of them all, were to be amply remunerated for their daring and their foresight. As yet they were conspicuous by their rarity. The vanquished of Philippi and of Perusia were more amicably disposed to Antonius, and his republican following, already considerable, was augmented when the last adherents of Sex Pompeius passed into his service. Nonetheless, the young Caesar was acquiring a considerable faction among the aristocracy. The nobiles would attract others of their own rank and many a humbler snob or time server as well. The prospect of a consulate in 10 or 20 years, if the system endured, invited young men of talent or desperate ambition. As admission to the Senate and other forms of patronage rested in the hands of the triumvirs, Octavianus, by his presence at Rome, was in a position of distinct advantage over the distant Antonius. He easily found in the years that followed the men to govern the military provinces of Gaul, Spain and Africa. 1. A powerful Caesarian oligarchy grew up, while the party of Antonius, by contrast, became more and more Pompeian. That was not the only advantage now resting with Octavianus. He had cleared the sea of pirates, eliminated Lepidus and satisfied the veterans without harming Italy. But the seizure of Sicily and Africa disturbed the balance of power and disconcerted Antonius. 3 dynasts had held the world in an uneasy equilibrium. With only 2 remaining, the alternatives seemed to be fast friendship or open war. Of the former, the chances grew daily less as Octavianus emancipated himself from the tutelage of Antonius, and Octavia had given Antonius no son to inherit his leadership of the Caesarian party and monarchy over all the world. Of the Caesarian leaders, neither could brook an equal. Should Antonius come again to Brundisium or Tarentum with the fleets and armies of the East, whether it was peace or war in the end, Octavianus could face him, as never yet, with equal power and arms, in full confidence. The young man became formidable. As a demagogue he had nothing to learn. As a military leader he needed to show the soldiery that he was the peer of the great Antonius in courage, vigor and resource. To this end he devoted his energies in the years 35 and 34 BC. Antonius might fight the wars of the Republic or of private ambition. Far away in the east, Octavianus chose to safeguard Italy. The victories of Antonius paled with distance or might be artfully depreciated. His own achievements would be visible and tangible. It was on the northeast that Italy was most vulnerable, over the low pass of the Julian Alps, and the eastern frontier of the empire between the Alps and Macedonia was narrow, perilous and inadequate. Encouraged by Rome's enforced neglect in nearly 20 years of civil dissensions, the tribes of the mountainous hinterland extended the depredations and ravaged northern Italy, Istria and the coast of Dalmatia with impunity. The inheritance of empire demanded the conquest of all Illyricum and the Balkans up to the Danube and the winning of the route by land from northern Italy by way of Belgrade to Salonika or Byzantium. Such was the principal and the most arduous of the achievements in foreign policy of the long principate of Augustus. But Octavianus's time was short, his aims were restricted. In the first campaign he conquered Pannonian tribes and seized the strong post of Siscia, an advanced buttress for the defense of Italy. In the second he pacified the coast of Dalmatia and subdued the native tribes up to the line of the Dinaric Alps, but not beyond it. If war came, he would secure Italy in the northeast from an invasion from the Balkans up the valley of the Save and across the Julian Alps, and an enemy would win no support along or near the coast of Dalmatia. These dangers had been threatened or experienced in Caesar's war against Pompeius Magnus. By Octavianus's foresight and strategy the double object was triumphantly achieved. 1. Not only this, a general secure of the loyalty and the affection of his troops does not need to show his person in the front of battle. Octavianus in the campaigns in Illyricum risked his person with ostentation and received honorable wounds. Antonius must not be allowed to presume upon his Caesarian qualities or retain the monopoly of martial valor. This was the young Caesar that Italy and the army knew after the campaigns of 35 and 34 BC. His was the glory. The work and services of Agrippa and of Taurus in Illyricum were not publicly commemorated. 1. At the end of 33 BC the triumvirate, as it may still be called despite the disappearance of Lepidus, was due to lapse. Then the trial would come. After the termination of the Sicilian and Maritime War the military exploits in Illyricum enhanced the prestige of the young Caesar, winning him adherents from every class and every party. He redoubled his efforts, and Rome witnessed a contest of display and advertisement that heralded an armed struggle. It had begun some 6 years before. 2. At first Octavianus was outshone. Antonius' men celebrated triumphs in Rome, Censorinus and Pollio from the province of Macedonia 39, Ventidius over the Parthians 38. Then in 36 the balance inclined with the Sicilian triumph, and Octavianus pressed the advantage in the next few years with cheap and frequent honors for his proconsuls from Spain and Africa. Tradition consecrated the expenditure of war booty for the benefit of the populace and the adornment of the city. Pollio repaired the Atrium Libertatis and equipped it with the first public library known at Rome, for to Libertas Pollio ever paid homage, and literature meant more to him than war and politics. Sosius, who triumphed in 34, constructed a temple to Apollo. Ahenobarbus the admiral built or repaired a shrine of Neptune, as was right, even though he did not hold a triumph. Apollo, however, was the protecting deity of the young Caesar, and to Apollo on the Palatine he had already dedicated a temple in 36 BC. In the same year CN. Domitius Calvinus, victorious from Spain, rebuilt the Regia, and not long after, Taurus, returning from Africa and triumphing 34, began to construct a theatre, Paulus Aemilius to complete the Basilica Aemilia, left unfinished by his father, and L. Marcius Philippus after his Spanish triumph 33 repaired a temple of Hercules. These were some, but not all, of the edifices that already foreshadowed the magnificence of Rome under the monarchy. More artful than Antonius, the young Caesar built not only for splendor and for the gods. He invoked public utility. His minister Agrippa had already begun the repair of a great aqueduct, the Aqua Marcia. Now in 33 BC, though of consular standing, he assumed the onerous duties of aedile, and carried out a vast program of public works, restoring all conduits and drains, and building a new aqueduct, the Aqua Julia. 1. Meanwhile, the party grew steadily in strength. In 33 BC, Octavianus became consul for the second time, and his influence, not total but at least preponderating, may perhaps be detected in the composition of the consular list of that year, of unprecedented length. It contains 7 other names. Hitherto he had promoted in the main his marshals, with a few patricians, his new allies from the families of the Claudii, the Aemili and the Scipians. In this year the admiral Q. Laronius became consul. The other 6 were commended by no known military service to the triumvirs. Nor did they achieve great fame afterwards, either the nobiles or the Norvi Homines. 2. Octavianus may now have honored men of discreet repute among the Roman aristocracy, or persons of influence in the towns of Italy. In both he advertised and extended his power. L. Vinicius was one of the new consuls. He had not been heard of for nearly 20 years. Complete darkness also envelops the career and the allegiance of M. Herennius, from the region of Picenum, and of C. Memmius, consuls in the previous year. 3. To distribute consulates and triumphs as patronage to senators, to embellish the city of Rome and to provide the inhabitants with pure water or cheap food, that was not enough. The services of Agrippa, the soldier and engineer, were solid and visible. The other minister Maecenas had been working more quietly and to set purpose. It was his task to guide opinion gently into acceptance of the monarchy, to prepare not merely for the contest that was imminent but for the peace that was to follow victory in the last of all the civil wars. 18. Rome under the triumvirs. It was 10 years from the proscriptions, 10 years of triumviral despotism. Despite repeated disturbances, the lapse of time permitted the revolution, for such it may with propriety be called, to acquire permanence and stability. The beneficiaries of that violent process, dominant in every order of society, were in no way disposed to share their new privileges or welcome intruders. In a senate of 1,000 members a preponderance of Caesarians owed status and office, if not wealth as well, to the triumvirs, and a mass of Roman knights, by their incorporation in that order, reinforced the bond between the higher classes of the holders of property. Veterans by grant, and freedmen by purchase, had acquired estates, sometimes with improvement of social standing, actual or in prospect. After the Sicilian War, Octavianus accorded to his centurions on discharge the rank of town councillors in their municipia. 1. Hence certain symptoms of consolidation, political and social. There were to be no more proscriptions, no more expulsions of Italian gentry and farmers. Many of the exiles had returned, and some through influence or protection got restitution of property. But the government had many enemies, the victims of confiscation, rancorous and impotent at the moment, but a danger for the near future, should the Republicans and Pompeians come back from the east, should Antonius demand lands for the veterans of his legions, should the dynasts, fulfilling a solemn pledge, restore the Republic after the end of all the wars. Though a formidable body of interests was massed in defense of the new order, it lacked inner cohesion and community of sentiment. The Senate presented a strange and alarming aspect. In the forefront, in the post of traditional leadership of the state, stood an array of consulars, impressive in number but not in dignity, recent creations almost all. By the end of the year 33 BC they numbered over 30, a total without precedent. New men far outweighed the nobiles. 2. Some families of the aristocracy had perished during the last 20 years, others, especially the Pompeians and Republicans, could show no member of consular age or standing. The patricians were sparse enough at the best of seasons. Octavianus created new families of that order, for patronage but with a good pretext. 1. Among the consulars could be discerned one Claudius only, one Aemilius, partisans of Octavianus, no Fabii at all, of the patrician Corneli 2 at the most, perhaps only 1, 2 no Valeri yet, but the Valeri was soon to provide 3 consuls in 4 years. 3. No less conspicuous were the gaps in the ranks of the dynastic houses of the old plebeian aristocracy. Among the principes not a single Metellus, Marcellus, Licinius, Junius or Calpurnius. Those families were not extinct, but many years would have to pass before the fasti of the consuls and the front ranks of the Senate regained even the semblance of the traditional distinction. New and alien names were prominent in their place, Etruscan or Umbrian, Pisan or Lucanian. 4. Rome had known her Norvi homines for 3 centuries now, admitted in the main for personal distinction and service in war. Ex virtute nobilitas copit. 5. Then Rome's wars against foreign enemies had augmented the aristocracy with a new nobility. No record stands of the sentiments of the nobles when they contemplated the golden crown worn by a man called Vipsanius, or the elephant of Cornificius. It would have been vain to point in extenuation to their valor in war, to urge that many of the upstarts derived their origin from ancient families among the aristocracies of the kindred peoples of Italy. As for the consul of Balbus, that was beyond words. The lower ranks of the revolutionary senate were in harmony with the higher, not disdaining freedmen's sons and retired centurions. Magistracies, coveted only for the bare distinction, were granted in abundance, held for a few days or in absence. 6. The sovereign assembly retained only a formal and decorative existence, for the transactions of high policy were conducted by the rulers in secret or at a distance from Rome. Contemporaries were pained and afflicted by moral and by social degradation. True merit was not the path to success, and success itself was unsafe as well as dishonorable. 1. New men emerging established claims to the consulate by brutality or by craft. 2. The marshals might disappear, some as suddenly as they had arisen, but the practice of diplomacy engendered in its adepts the talent of survival, with arts and devices of subservience loathed by the Roman aristocracy. No honest man would care to surrender honor and independence by becoming a minister to despotism. 3. The pursuit of oratory, interrupted by civil war, languished and declined under the peace of the triumvirs, with no use left in senate or forum, but only of service to overcome the recalcitrance of armed men or allay the suspicions of political negotiators in secret conclave. Few indeed of the consuls under the triumvirate even professed or pretended any attachment to eloquence, and such of them as deserved any distinction for peaceful studies earned no honor on that account from a military despotism. Among the earliest consuls, Plancus and Pollio made their way as commanders of armies and as diplomats. 4. In a free state the study of law and oratory might confer the highest rewards. The practice of public speaking at Rome had recently been carried to perfection when Hortensius, the master of the Floridasianic style, yielded the primacy to the more restrained but ample and harmonious style of Cicero, recognized as ultimate and classical even in his own day. But not without rivals. A different conception and fashion of speech was supported and defended by reputable champions, vigorous and intense yet avoiding ornament and refined harmonies of rhythm, in reaction from Hortensius and from Cicero alike. The young men of promise, see Licinius Calvus, who stood in the forefront of political speakers, and the spirited Caelius, were by no means the only exponents of this Attic tendency in Roman oratory, at the best all bone and nerve, but liable to be dry, tenuous and tedious. 1. Caesar's style befitted the man, and it was generally conceded that Brutus' choice of the plain and open manner was no affectation but the honest expression of his sentiments. 2. Neither Brutus nor Calvus found Cicero firm and masculine enough for their taste. 3. Of those great exemplars none had survived, and they left few enough to inherit or propagate their fame. Pomp and harmony of language, artful variations of argument and ample development of theme would scarcely have retained their hold upon a generation that had lost leisure and illusions and took no pains to conceal their departure. But a direct, not to say hard and truculent manner of speech would be well matched with the temper of a military age. Some at least of the merits of the plain style, which could claim to be traditional and Roman, might be prized and preserved until threatened by a complete change of taste, by a reversion to Asianism, or by the rise of a new romanticism. Pollio, after his triumph abandoning public life, returned to the habits of a youth formed in the circle of Calvus and Catullus, and in speeches and poetry reproduced some of their republican vigor and independence, little of the grace. His style was dry and harsh, carrying avoidance of rhythm to the extremity of abruptness and so archaic that one would have fancied him born a century earlier. 4. Pollio and Messala were reckoned the greatest orators of the new age. Messala, his rival, displayed a cultivated harmony and a gentle elegance well suited to a period of political calm. The signs of the melancholy future of eloquence were plainly to be read. Oratory would degenerate into the private practice of rhetoric, in public, the official panegyric. Freedom of speech could never return. Freedom, justice and honesty, banished utterly from the public honors and transactions of the state, took refuge in the pursuits and relationships of private life. The revulsion from politics, marked enough in the generation that had survived the wars of Marius and Sulla, now gained depth, strength and justification. Men turned to the care of property and family, to the studies of literature and philosophy. From the official religion of the Roman people could come scant consolation in evil days, for that system of ritual, act and formula, necessary in the beginning for the success of agricultural and military operations, had been carefully maintained by the aristocracy to intimidate the people, to assert their own domination and to reinforce the fabric of the commonwealth. Only philosophy could provide either a rational explanation of the nature of things or any comfort in adversity. Stoicism was a manly, aristocratic and active creed, but the doctrines of Epicurus were available, extolling abstention from politics and the cultivation of private virtue, and some brand or other of Pythagorean belief might suitably commend itself to mystical inclinations. How far Atticus and Balbus, who still lived on without public signs of their existence, were susceptible to such an appeal might well be doubted. The aged Varro, the most learned of the Romans, the parent of knowledge and propagator of many errors, though not averse from an interest in Pythagoreanism, or in any other belief and practice, was sustained by an insatiable curiosity, a tireless industry. Long ago he deserted politics, save for a brief interval of loyal service to Pompeius in Spain, and devoted his energies to scholarship, taking as his subject all antiquities, human and divine. 1. Caesar had invoked his help for the creation of public libraries. 2. Escaping from proscription, though his own stores of learned books were plundered, the indefatigable scholar was not deterred. At the age of 80, discovering, as he said, that it was time to gather his baggage for the last journey, he proceeded to compose a monumental work on the theory and practice of agriculture, of which matter, as a landowner with comfortably situated friends and relatives, he possessed ample knowledge. Though the varied compilations of Varro embraced historical as well as antiquarian works, he had gathered the materials of history rather than written any annals of note or permanence. The old scholar lacked style, intensity, a guiding idea. The task fell to another man from the Sabine country, diverse in character, attainments and allegiance, see Salastius Crispus. From the despotism of the triumvirate, Salastius turned aside with disgust. 4. Ambition had spurred his youth to imprudent political activity, a turbulent tribune in the third consulate of Pompeius. Expelled from the Senate by the census of 50 BC, he returned with Caesar, holding military command in the wars and governing a province. 1. The end of Caesar abated the ambition of Salastius, and his belief in reform and progress. He had once composed pamphlets, indicating a program of order and regeneration for the new government that should replace the narrow and corrupt oligarchy of the nobles. 2. In his disillusionment, now that Rome had relapsed under a sullen despotism, retired from public life but scorning ignoble ease or the pursuits of agriculture and hunting, he devoted himself to history, a respectable activity. 4. After monographs on the conspiracy of Catilina and the war of Jugurtha, he proposed to narrate the revolutionary period from the death of Sulla onwards. Though Salastius was no blind partisan of Caesar, his aim, it may be inferred, was to demonstrate how rotten and fraudulent was the republican government that ruled at Rome between the two dictatorships. Not Caesar's invasion of Italy but the violent ascension and domination of Pompeius, that was the end of political liberty. Salastius studied and imitated the classic document for the pathology of civil war, the somber, intense and passionate chapters of Thucydides. He could not have chosen better, if choice there was, for he, too, was witness of a political contest that stripped away all principle, all pretense, and showed the authentic features of a war between classes. Through experience of affairs, candor of moral pessimism and utter lack of political illusions, the Roman was eminently qualified to narrate the history of a revolutionary age. Literary critics did not fear to match him with Thucydides, admiring in him gravity, concision and, above all, an immortal rapidity of narrative. 5. He had certainly forged a style all of his own, shunning the harmonies of formal rhetoric and formal rhythm, willfully prosaic in collocation of words, hard and archaic in vocabulary, with brief broken sentences, reflecting perhaps some discordance in his own character. The archaisms were borrowed, men said, lifted from Cato, not less so the grave moral tone, flagrant in contrast with his earlier life. No matter, Salastius at once set the fashion of a studied archaic style and short sentences, ending abruptly, and he laid down the model and categories of Roman historiography forever after. Salastius wrote of the decay of ancient virtue and the ruin of the Roman people with all the melancholy austerity of a moralist and a patriot. In assigning the origin of the decline to the destruction of Carthage, and refusing to detect any sign of internal discord so long as Rome had to contend with rivals for empire, he imitated Greek doctrines of political development and did more than justice to the merits of Senate and people in earlier days. 2. There was no idealization in his account of a more recent period, he knew it too well, and the immediate and palpable present bore heavily upon the historian, imperatively recalling the men and acts of 40 years before, civil strife and the levying of private armies, conscription of slaves and servile wars, unending contests in Sicily, Africa and Spain, sieges and destruction of Etruscan cities, the desolation of the land of Italy, massacre for revenge or gain and the establishment of despotic power. 3. With the past returned all the shapes and ministers of evil, great and small, Vettius the Pisan, the scribe Cornelius and the unspeakable Fufidius. 4. The young Pompeius, fair of face but dark within, murderous and unrelenting, took on the contemporary features of a Caesarian military leader. 5. Civil war, tearing aside words, forms and institutions, gave rein to individual passions and revealed the innermost workings of human nature. Salastius, plunging deeper into pessimism, found it bad from the roots. History, to be real and true, would have to concern itself with something more than the public transactions of men and cities, the open debate of political assemblies or the marching of armies. From Salastius history acquired that preoccupation with human character, especially in its secret thoughts and darker operations, which it never lost so long as the art was practiced in the classical manner of the Roman and the senator, archaic yet highly sophisticated, somber but not edifying. Men turned to history for instruction, grim comfort or political apology, raising dispute over the dead. The controversy about Cato began it. Then Caesar the dictator became a subject of literary warfare, for a time at least, until his heir discountenanced an uncomfortable theme. Oppius and Balbus came forward to protect the memory of their friend and patron. 1. Nor was Salastius unmindful of his own political career and arguments of defense or apology. His testimony to the peculiar but contrasted greatness of Caesar and Cato denied rank of comparison to Pompeius Magnus. 2. The Pompeians retorted by scandalous imputations about the character of the Caesarian writer. 3. In Rome of the triumvirs men became intensely conscious of history, not merely of recent wars and monarchic faction leaders like Sulla, Pompeius and Caesar, but of a wider and even more menacing perspective. They might reflect upon the death of Alexander the Macedonian, the long contests for power among the generals his successors, the breaking of his empire into separate kingdoms, and they could set before them the heirs and the marshals of Caesar, owing no loyalty to Rome but feigned devotion to a created divinity, Divus Julius, assuming for themselves the names or attributes of gods, and ruling the diverse kingdoms with the hazardous support of mercenary armies. There was fair evidence at hand to confirm the deeply rooted belief, held among the learned and the vulgar alike, that history repeated itself in cyclical revolutions. For Rome it might appear to be the time of Sulla come again, in a larger sphere, the epoch of the kings who inherited the empire of Alexander. To discern which demanded no singular gift of perspicacity, it is the merit of the least pretentious of contemporary writers, Cornelius Nepos, who compiled brief historical biographies designed for use in schools, that he drew the parallel so clearly when alluding to the behavior of the veteran armies. Point 4. History and oratory furnished suitable and indeed laudable occupation for members of the governing class. The retired politician might with propriety occupy his leisure in recording momentous events, himself no mean part of them, or in digesting the legal and religious antiquities of the Roman people. The writing of Roman history, adorned in the past by the names of a Fabius, a Cato, a Calpurnius, was so patently the pride and monopoly of the senator that it was held a matter of note, if not of scandal, when an inferior person presumed to tread such august precincts. A freedman, the tutor of Pompeius Magnus, was the first of his class. Point 1. So popular had history become. On the writing of poetry, however, the Roman aristocrat, though he might turn a verse with ease, or fill a volume, set no especial value. But it was now becoming evident that poetry, besides and above mere invective, could be made an instrument of government by conveying a political message, unobtrusive, but perhaps no less effective, than the spoken or written word of Roman statesmen. In little more than 20 years a generation and a school of Roman poets had disappeared almost to a man. Lucretius, who turned into epic verse the precepts of Epicurus, the passionate young lyric poets Calvus and Catullus, all died shortly before the outbreak of the civil wars. C. Helvius Cinna, the learned author of an elaborate and obscure poem called Smyrna, was torn to pieces by the Roman mob in mistake for one of the assassins of Caesar. Q. Cornificius, another Caesarian, orator and poet, perished in Africa, commanding an army for the Republic. Neither Valerius Cato, the instructor of young poets, nor M. Furius Bibaculus, who wrote epigrams, elegies and an epic, were probably now alive. The origin of these poets was diverse. Lucretius stands solitary and mysterious, but Calvus was a nobilis and Cornificius was born of reputable senatorial stock. The rest all came from the province of Gallia Cisalpina. Cato, it was alleged perhaps falsely, a freedman. To the others, however, sons of wealthy families from the local aristocracies in the towns of the north, Verona, Brixia, Cremona. Point 3. The new poets, as they were called, possessed a common doctrine and technique. It was their ambition to renovate Latin poetry and extend its scope by translating the works or adapting the themes and forms of the Alexandrine poets. In politics, likewise, a common bond. Many of them had attacked in lampoon and invective the dynast Pompeius, his ally Caesar and their creature Vatinus. With Caesar reconciliation was possible, but hardly with Pompeius. Cornificius, Cinna, and others of their friends were found on Caesar's side when war came. Point 1. The men were dead, and their fashion of poetry lost favor rapidly. Young Propertius came too late. The consul Pollio, however, who had ties with the new poets, survived to write verses himself and extend his patronage to others. Under the rule of the triumvirate he was known to be composing tragedies about the monarchs of mythical antiquity. Before that, however, he had earned the gratitude of two poets, Gallus and Virgil. C. Cornelius Gallus, of native stock from Forum Julii in Gallia Narbonensis, a province not unknown to Greek culture, was an innovator in the Hellenistic vein, renowned as the inventor of Roman elegy. He first emerges into authentic history when Pollio in a letter to Cicero mentions, "My friend, Cornelius Gallus." Point 3. The poet may have served as an equestrian officer on the staff of Pollio when he governed the Cisalpina for Antonius 41 to 40 BC. Point 4. To Pollio fell the duty of confiscating lands in the north after Philippi, and Pollio is the earliest patron of Virgil, who was the son of an owner of property from the town of Mantova. Pollio's good offices may have preserved or restored the poet's estate so long as he held Cisalpina, but the disturbances of the Perusian War supervened, and whatever the truth of the matter, a greater than Pollio earned or usurped the ultimate and enduring credit. Point 5. Gallus, losing to a rival the lady of his passion and ostensible source of his inspiration, he had inherited her from another. 6. Abandoned poetry for a career of war and politics, disappearing utterly from historical record to emerge after 9 years in splendor and power. He had probably gone eastwards with Antonius soon after the Pact of Brundisium. How long he remained an Antonian, there is no evidence at all. Virgil, however, persevered with poetry, completing his eclogues while Pollio governed Macedonia for Antonius. It was about this time, in the absence of Pollio, that he was ensnared by more powerful and perhaps more seductive influences. Point 2. Maecenas, whose aesthetic tastes were genuine and varied, though not always creditable, was on the watch for talent. He gathered an assortment of poets, offering protection, counsel and subsidy. Virgil passed into the company and friendship of Maecenas. Before long his poems were made public 38 or 37 BC. Maecenas encouraged him to do better. The mannered frivolity and imitated graces of the eclogues had already been touched by contemporary politics and quickened to grander themes when the pastoral poet celebrated in mystical splendor the nuptials of Antonius, the peace of Brundisium and the end of all the wars. Maecenas hoped to employ Virgil's art in the service of Caesar's heir. The heroic and military age demanded an epic poem for its honor, and history was now in favor. Bibaculus and the Narbonensian poet P. Terentius Varro had sung of the campaigns of Caesar III, and a certain Cornelius Severus was writing, or was soon to write, the history of the Bellum Siculum as an epic narrative. 4. But the poet was reluctant, the patron too wise to insist. Yet something might be done. It was folly not to exploit the treasures of erudition that Varro had consigned to public use, if not the national antiquities, then perhaps the land and the peasant. Varro's books on agriculture had newly appeared. Men had bewailed for years that Italy was become a desert, and the hardships imposed by the Bellum Siculum, revealing the dependence of Italy on imported corn, may have reinforced the argument for self-sufficiency, and called up from the Roman past a figure beloved of sentimental politicians, the sturdy peasant farmer. Varro, however, had described the land of Italy as no desolation but fruitful and productive beyond comparison. One Italy had barely been touched by the wars, and it would have been an anachronism to revert from vine and olive to the growing of cereals for mere subsistence. But Virgil intended to compose a poem about Italy, not a technical handbook. He wrote about the country and the life of the farmer in a grave, religious and patriotic vein. Virgil was not the only discovery of Maecenas. Virgil with short delay had introduced Horace to his new patron. In the company of statesmen, diplomatists and other poets, such as the tragedian Varius Rufus, they journeyed together to Brundisium, at that time when the rulers of the world were to meet not far away at Tarentum 37 BC. 2. Q. Horatius Flaccus was the son of a wealthy freedman from Venusia, a city of Apulia, who believed in the value of education and was willing to pay for the best. The young man was sent to prosecute higher studies at Athens. The arrival of Brutus, a noble, a patriot and a friend of liberal pursuits, aroused enthusiasm in a city that honored the memory of tyrannicides. Horace was swept from the lectures of philosophers into the army of the liberators. He fought at Philippi, for the Republic, but not from republican convictions. It was but the accident of his presence at a university city, at an impressionable age and in the company of young men of the Roman aristocracy. Defeat brought impoverishment and the constraint to solicit and hold the petty employ of a scribe, with leisure, however, and scope for literary occupations, in his earliest verses showing the bitterness of his lot, until a balanced and resilient temperament reasserted its rights. Horace now composed satires, but not in the traditional manner of Lucilius. His subject was ordinary life, his treatment not harsh and truculent, but humane and tolerant, which suited his own temperament. Nor would the times now permit political satire or free attack upon the existing order in state and society. Republican libertas, denied to the nobles of Rome, could not be conceded to a freedman's son. Horace had come to manhood in an age of war and knew the age for what it was. Others might succumb to black despair. Horace instead derived a clear, firm and even metallic style, a distrust of sentiment and a realistic conception of human life. He insisted upon modernity, both in style and in subject, already setting forth in practice what he was later to formulate as a literary theory, a healthy distaste both for archaism and for Alexandrianism, a proper regard for those provinces of human life which lie this side of romantic eroticism or mythological erudition. He wished to transcend and supersede both the archaic Roman classics and the new models of the preceding generation. Fashions had altered rapidly. A truly modern literature, disdaining the caprice of individual tastes in love or politics, would assert the primacy of common sense and social stability. In Rome under the Triumvirs it was more easy to witness and affirm the passing of the old order than to discern the manner and fashion of the new. On the surface, consolidation after change and disturbance; beneath, no confidence yet or unity, but discord and disquiet. Italy was not reconciled to Rome, or class to class. As after Sulla, the colonies of veterans, while maintaining order for the government, kept open the wounds of civil war. There was material for another revolution. It had threatened to break out during the Sicilian War. 1. When public order lapsed, when cities or individuals armed for protection, brigandage became prevalent, the retainers of an owner of land, once enlisted in his defense, might escape from control, terrorize their neighborhood and defy the government. After the end of the campaigns in Sicily, Calvisius Sabinus was appointed to a special commission to restore order in the countryside. 2. With some success, a few years later charges of highway robbery outstanding against certain senators could at last be annulled. 3. The Caesarian soldiers were tumultuous from pride in their exploits, conscious that by their support the government stood or fell. Grave mutinies broke out in 36 and in 35 BC, four harbingers of trouble before, or after, the contest with Antonius. Rome had witnessed a social revolution, but it had been arrested in time. After the next subversion of public order it might go farther, embracing not only impoverished citizens but aliens and slaves. There had been warning signs. The conservative sentiments of the beneficiaries of the prescriptions, newly acquired along with their wealth and status, assumed the form of a dislike of freedmen and foreigners. Aliens had served in the legions of the Roman people, and the dynasts were lavish in grants of the franchise. In times of peace and unshaken empire the Roman had been reluctant to admit the claims of foreign peoples. With insecurity his pride turned, under the goad of fear, into a fanatical hatred. The Roman could no longer derive confidence from the language, habits and religion of his own people. It was much more than the rule of the nobles that had collapsed at Philippi. The doom of empire was revealed. The ruling people would be submerged in the innumerable hordes of its subjects. The revolutionary years exposed Rome to the full onrush of foreign religions or gross superstitions, invading all classes. T. Sextius, the Caesarian general in Africa, carried with him a bull's head wherever he went. 1. The credit of omens and astrology grew steadily. The Triumvirs were powerless to oppose, subservient to popular favor. They built a temple, consecrated to the service of the Egyptian gods. 2. When Agrippa in 33 BC expelled astrologers and magicians from Rome, 3 that was only a testimony to their power, an attempt of the government to monopolize the control of prophecy and propaganda. Yet in some classes there was stirring an interest in Roman history and antiquities, a reaction from alien habits of thought. Inspired by the first beginnings of a patriotic revival, the new taste for history might be induced to revert to the remotest origins of the Roman people, august and sanctioned by divine providence. Ancient legends could be employed to advertise in literature and on monuments the glory and the traditions of a family, a dynasty, a whole people, and a return to the religious forms and practices of Rome would powerfully contribute to the restoration of political stability and national confidence. The need was patent, but the rulers of Rome claimed the homage due to gods and masqueraded, for domination over a servile world, in the guise of divinity, Caesar's heir as Apollo, Antonius as Dionysus. 5. It was by no means evident how they were to operate a fusion between absolute monarchy and national patriotism, between a world empire and the Roman people. The new order in state and society still lacked its shape and final formulation. This intermediate epoch showed in all things a strange mixture of the old and the new. Despite the losses of war and prescriptions, there was still to be found in the high ranks of the Senate a number of men who had come to maturity in years when Rome yet displayed the name and the fabric of a free state. That was not so long ago, but they had changed with the times, rapidly. Of the Republicans, the brave men and the true had perished, the survivors were willing to make their peace with the new order, some in resignation, others from ambition. Ahenobarbus with Antonius, Messala and other nobles in the alliance of Caesar's heir, had shown the way. The new monarchy could not rule without help from the old oligarchy. The order of knights had everything to gain from the coercion of the governing class and the abolition of active politics. Their sentiments concerning state and society did not need to undergo any drastic transformation. The politician and the orator perished, but the banker and man of affairs survived and prospered. Atticus by his accommodating manners won the friendship of Caesar's heir without needing to break with Antonius, a sign and portent of the unheroic qualities that commanded success, and even earned repute, in the well-ordered state which he almost lived to see firmly established. 1. Pomponius Atticus died in 32 BC, aged 77. At his bedside stood old Balbus and Marcus Agrippa, the husband of Caesaria Attica. 2. The lineaments of a new policy had become discernible, the prime agents were already at work. But the acts of the young dynasty even now can hardly have foretold the power and splendor of the future monarch. Antonius was absent from Italy, but Antonius was the senior partner. His prestige, though waning, was still formidable enough in 33 BC, and it is fatally easy to overestimate the strength and popularity that by now had accrued to Octavianus. It was great, indeed, not so much by contrast with Antonius as with his earlier situation. Octavianus was no longer the terrorist of Perusia. Since then 7 years had passed, but he was not yet the leader of all Italy. In this brief lull when many feared the imminent clash and some favored Caesar's heir, none could have foreseen by what arts a national champion was to prevail and a nation be forged in the struggle. One thing was clear, monarchy was already there and would subsist, whatever principle was invoked in the struggle, whatever name the victor chose to give to his rule, because it was for monarchy that the rival Caesarian leaders contended. Cum se utic principem non solum urbis Romae, sed orbis terram, esse cuprit. 1.